Chapter 216, A Small Test of Terran Ground War. The War Council not only included representatives from various Qing seeds but also delegates from the Navy, Astra Militarum, Inquisition, Battle Sisters, and other factions. However, they couldn't interject now. The multi-threaded thinking capabilities of the Primaris warrior gave him a natural advantage in strategic deployment, making him the undisputed overall leader. The current overall commander was Coria Hughes, captain of the Ultramarines 5th Company. A Primaris librarian stood beside him, assisting with strategic deployment. A Raven Guard successor chapter was diligently scouting enemy positions, a critical factor for the war's success. Until then, the Imperium had to focus on delaying tactics. The Navy had to conserve its strength to launch a future assault on the enemy's core bioship. Pressure on the ground forces on the planet surged. Astartes units were scattered across the planetary surface like ordinary soldiers. Coria Hughes didn't mind the White Scars' desertion, they had always been like this. However, the behavior of the Tyranid creatures puzzled him. The Tyranid/Tyranid bioship's defenses were extremely thick and constantly growing. Surrounding creatures continuously recycled damaged biological warships back to the bioship. On the planet below, biomass was thrown into recycling pools filled with highly efficient decomposition fluid, turning into nutrients that were continuously transported to the bioship through capillary spires. The ground-based cannons bombarded below, while the biological ship automatically repaired above, creating a temporary balance. The Tyranid/Tyranid bioship's cannons aimed at the ground had all been destroyed, but oddly, flying units rarely attacked Astra Militarum positions. They seemed in no hurry to rapidly expand their territory. Instead, Tyranid/Tyranid sporocysts, drop pods, flew everywhere, radiating across large areas after a brief float. They were shot down by various defensive artillery in the air, and then the bugs free-fell directly to the surface, their survival left to fate. The Titan Legion had not yet deployed, as Arissa's III's local specialties needed to greet the enemy first. Sentinel and a large number of Chimera armored vehicles, mixed with various models of tanks supplied by the Imperium, launched an iron torrent-like countercharge against the enemy. Among them, the White Scars motorcycle squadrons constantly wove through the Armageddon Steel Legion, patching up gaps and conducting obstacle course-style bug extermination operations. This torrent pressed towards the capillary spires. The Tyranids finally began to get serious. Gargoyles, throwing parasites, and Malatrope, artillery bugs, began providing fire support for knife worm and gun bugs. Tyranid warrior landed and began leading the lower-tier Tyranid swarm in combat. Facing the iron torrent, the Tyranid warrior quickly evolved specialized large shooters and long greatswords to deal with metal armored vehicles. These were all part of its body, equivalent to transforming its arms into cannons. The Hive Tyrant in charge of this area disliked engaging in close combat personally, it preferred to command its forces. The battlefield became a meat grinder. Gargoyles and Imperial aircraft engaged in fierce combat. Occasionally, White Scars riding land speeders flew by, cutting through gaps in the gargoyle formations to enter enemy lines and guide Imperial air attacks. Typhoon missiles and corrosive acid flew wildly in the sky. Fire control targeting fell into temporary chaos due to too many enemies, then completely let the primitive and aggressive machine spirit of the missiles take self-control. The enemy reciprocated. As the Chimera armored vehicle formation created some distance from the Sentinel due to speed, the Hive Tyrant ordered the Tyranid Hive Guard to attack. These specialized bugs were covered in anti-artillery bio-armor, with super-large cannons on their chests that could easily shred fragile troop carriers like the Chimera. Rows of Tyranid Hive Guard began systematically and precisely sniping, efficiently and coldly shattering incoming armored vehicles, prioritizing concentrated fire on Lemon Rust tanks. This was because the anti-infantry weapons on the Chimera would take considerable time to penetrate the Tyranid Hive Guard's armor, and the bugs temporarily didn't want to bother with these ticklish nuisances. Basilisk artillery tank quickly received a request for artillery adjustment. As they turned their muzzles, the Tyranids attacked them from behind. The Hive Tyrant was well aware of the power of these artillery pieces, which was why it had endured for so long, allowing the bioship to produce a batch of predatory bugs to launch a surprise attack on the enemy's rear. Predatory bugs, commonly known as snake bugs, were skilled at digging and launching underground assaults on enemy rears. They typically had 6 claws, and as the war progressed, the Hive bioship would customize them based on enemy characteristics. This early batch of snake bugs, using the noise of the Armageddon Steel Legion and artillery fire, successfully evaded the Astra Militarum's detection and stealthily approached the artillery positions. They suddenly emerged from behind the artillery, startling the mortals. The surprise attack was successful. They emerged between the artillery and the subsequent ammunition supply lines, charging forward and tearing apart several cannons. Their sharp claws ripped through the Basilisk artillery tank's metal exterior, damaging the muzzles. Their good fortune didn't last long. Just as they finished dealing with a few Basilisk, precise bolter found their heads. A Crimson Torrent Chapter 3rd Combat Squad was stationed on the flank of the artillery position and now began bug extermination. The 3rd Squad leader was known for his mastery of the Power Fist. He wielded an extreme Power Fist in one hand and a Power Sword in the other, striding towards the enemy. Within a few breaths, he brought his Power Sword to the enemy's face. The Power Fist clashed head-on with a snake bug, directly punching through the enemy's body. The furious strength of a Primaris warrior was fully unleashed when using a Power Fist. The 3rd Squad leader's Power Sword was primarily used to parry the enemy's flailing sharp claws, the Power Fist was the killing blow once in close quarters. The Plasma Cannon Squad followed closely, taking down 1 bug per shot. Although the plasma guns had bayonets attached, the covering teammates rendered the gleaming cold blades redundant. The Escort Squad plunged into the enemy swarm, their blades avoiding the 6 sharp spikes and striking at the enemy's vital points. Several surrounding snakebugs also grouped together, using their temporary numerical advantage to tie down the main Astartes force, isolating one warrior. This Iron Hand's scion was ambushed by 10 snakebugs, but he remained unfazed. The function of his prosthetic limb was evident now. The power sword was reinforced and locked by the prosthetic, preventing the snakebugs from knocking it away. Instead, they exposed their heads too much and had their brains crushed. Seizing this opportunity, a snakebug from the side delivered a full-force strike, its sharp claws with a disintegrating field shattering the combat blade. The Astartes immediately used his Iron Hand to hammer away the enemy. A snakebug behind him struck his power pack, causing the reaction energy supply in the pack to weaken, leaving him to rely on a small solar panel for sustenance. The prosthetic warrior remained completely calm. His fingers suddenly detached, and each of the 5 metal fingers contained a single-shot injection dart, which held a biological toxin specifically designed to combat tyranids. The 5 darts accurately struck 3 snakebugs attacking from that direction. Their intimidating carapaces were pierced like brittle cardboard, and a fluorescent green agent flowed through their bodies within a few heartbeats, causing severe spasms. The affected areas began to rot, with drops of pus oozing from the wounds. Their entire nervous system was blocked, preventing them from receiving signals from higher-tier Tyranid/Tyranid nodes. The enemies on the flank joined forces and bit down. The Astartes was unable to dodge, allowing an enemy to bite his prosthetic limb. A hidden blade in the elbow of his prosthetic arm sprang out, killing another snakebug. He abandoned his arm and charged forward a few steps. A tiny monomolecular blade, like the teeth on a chainsword, sprang from the heel of one prosthetic leg. He executed a hook kick, slashing at the pursuing enemies, tearing open the scales of their snake-like tails. The enemies paid no mind to these minor injuries, writhing their bodies to pursue this crippled Astartes. But several round, silver spheres were hurled at them. The mortals mustered their courage, using anti-vehicle bombs to counterattack these Tyranid/Tyranid assault squads. During this time, the other Astartes had finished eliminating the surrounding enemies. Fierce firepower declared the victory of mechanical might in this engagement. The arrival of the Emperor's angels significantly boosted the morale of the surrounding mortals. They drew their defensive weapons, while not powerful, following the Emperor's angels to deliver finishing blows was certainly an option. Subsequent snakebugs that emerged were simply cannon fodder. The Astartes, like playing whack-a-mole, hammered each one that poked its head out, strangling the enemies in the underground tunnels. On the other side, burrowing bugs were legitimate tunnel-digging insects. The paths they dug were larger, capable of supporting large numbers of knifeworm, gun bugs, and even Tyranid warrior. After this assault force spent considerable time carving through the permafrost to create a path behind the Cadia shock army, several Tyranid/Tyranid squads began to infiltrate, preparing to pincer the Astra Militarum. Unfortunately, they were detected by the more perceptive Astartes. An Astartes, helmetless and unexpectedly fallen into a trench, sensed the enemy movement below and warned the surrounding units in advance. On the front lines, artillery fire paused for a moment. The Tyranid Hive Guard's cannons and the gun bugs' fire briefly suppressed the armored vehicle convoy. Pools of acid on the ground corroded the soil, emitting wisps of foul black smoke. Tyranid/Tyranid corpses lay scattered, either blown apart by artillery or melted by acid cannons. Bioplasma easily melted steel. The Astra Militarum was not safe even hiding behind armored vehicle wreckage. The accompanying White Scars immediately organized motorcycle swarms, forming a decapitation strike force, heading straight for the enemy's artillery positions. The closer they got to the enemy's capillary spires, the more gargoyles there were in the sky. Before the gargoyle army could swoop down to attack the White Scars, and before the Hive Tyrant could dispatch Tyrant Guard, which resembled gorillas, to cover the Melita rope, a massive energy beam suddenly shot from the sky, destroying the capillary spires. After the blinding light, the center of the capillary spires became a void. Nutrient fluid of an eerie color gushed from the fracture, and the lower half of the spires toppled to one side, crushing many gun bugs. The Star System anti-aircraft forces changed their strategy, since they couldn't blast the enemy's bioship out of the sky. Aiming the cannons horizontally to blast its capillary spires was certainly not a problem. This was the flash of inspiration from the Planetary Defense Forces commander, and its effect was quite significant, much to the War Council's exasperation. Whose subordinate is this? Coria Hughes asked angrily. He was originally from the Planetary Defense Forces. After the Death Watch dealt with the Planetary Defense Forces, which were largely corrupted by Gene Stealer, there were only a few officers left. He was chosen from the few remaining, the tallest of the short. Have the Imperial Guard take over, and send this fellow to the front lines. Coria Hughes was furious. Dealing with the capillary towers wasn't simple, and it wasn't just that the Titan legions hadn't deployed, the Emperor-class Titans weren't even planning to join the battle. A few of my warships in space could return and repel the bioship. Did he, a mere gunnery commander, need to be so clever here? After the capillary towers were blasted apart, the bioship seemed to want to retreat, to return to its main fleet. The enemies here were tough to crack, it was better to plan for the long term. The members of the War Council looked at each other, stumped. What should they do? How could they stall for time? A Valhallan commander was devoured by a lictor, which was then eaten by a carrion swarm. This information was transmitted via the hive mind's Wi-Fi to the bioship. The massive bioship hesitated for a moment, then shifted its position, moving towards another area. It seemed it didn't intend to stop its assault but rather decided to find a more weakly defended location on the planet. The War Council breathed a sigh of relief. The information received by lower-level commanders was naturally incomplete and misleading, precisely to prevent situations like this from occurring. The Hive Tyrant below, mid-battle, suddenly realized it had been abandoned. Enraged, it led its Tyrant Guard, Malataropes, enemy psychers with enormous heads, Molochs, and Trigons in a charge towards the enemy, attempting to catch up with the bio ship's trajectory and reach the next designated attack position. The appearance of the Molochs and Trigons startled the Imperial forces. These massive creatures, somewhere between a Sentinel and a Night Titan, were vanguards in war, excellent at breaking formations. Both types of creatures had another enormous mouth on their chests. The difference was that one walked on 2 legs, and the other on 4. Trigons were most adept at carving a path through enemy lines all the way to the commander's tent, beheading enemy generals in the most brutal fashion. Facing heavy Tyranid/Tyranid units advancing in formation, the White Scar's advantage was no longer obvious. They rode their bikes, circling the Tyranid/Tyranid tide, trying to find weaknesses in the enemy, or leading their forces directly from behind to strike at the Hive Tyrant, attempting a commander swap operation, a contest of beheading speed. Simultaneously, the Salamanders, Crimson Torrent, and Black Dragon's chapter began engaging the enemy. The enemy finally fell into the original trap, the hidden Armageddon Steel Legion area, disguised to appear as under-equipped as the Kadian 13th, relying purely on flesh and blood and large ogrons for defense. The bio ship was successfully deceived. It chose a position and deployed its capillary towers and reclamation pools. The Astra Militarum ground forces deployed their formations, emerging only after a large number of Knifeworm had landed, using absolute firepower to suppress and eliminate the enemy's biomass. This put the bio ship in a dilemma. It had already lost a significant amount of biomass, and if it abandoned this location too, the reclamation pools and such would clearly be irrecoverable. It had traveled thousands of miles to get here, finally finding a meal, only to lose several pounds of meat before taking a few bites. Was this acceptable? The thought alone felt like a loss. The 3 chapters began to move. The Salamander's flamethrower army spread out among the Astra Militarum, assisting them in burning any knifeworm that dared to enter their trenches. The warriors of the Crimson Torrent fired wildly across the battlefield. With unlimited resupply, they employed their signature tactic, when in doubt, empty a few magazines. The Black Dragon's chapter was even more ferocious, they took on the main force against the Tyranid/Tyranid big mechs. One after another, tall, spiky, heavily armed Tyranid warriors faced off against the tall, spiky, heavily armed Black Dragon's chapter, wielding massive master-crafted chainswords. Who exactly were the Tyranids? Anthony felt a bit overwhelmed. A quick glance, and he might have thought it was a Tyranid/Tyranid civil war. Chapter Master Dragonhead stood at the highest point. His body, taller than even a custodian guard, granted him immense strength. His torso, enhanced by multiple bone growths, combined with his custom Terminator armor, allowed this chapter master to grapple with a Tyranid/Tyranid Moloch. Several Tyranid warriors charged towards him, followed by Tyrant Guard. The commander here was clearly not the same strategic Hive Tyrant as before. The bio ship stored multiple Hive Tyrant templates, constantly adjusting them during engagements with the enemy. The second charge-loving Hive Tyrant landed on Eris's 3. This created some command conflicts with the previous one, but soon, the former was beheaded by the White Scar's assault team. The ape-like Tyrant Guard now appeared and disappeared in the yellowish-green mist emitted by the Venomthropes. Dragonhead showed no fear. His first captain led a Terminator's squad to engage the Tyranid warriors, while Dragonhead himself fixed his sharp gaze on the first charging Tyrant Guard, radiating killing intent. His black Terminator armor bore no speck of dust. Dragonhead had long bone spurs protruding from each arm, thicker and larger than those of a normal battle brother. Before the battle, he had meticulously sharpened his bone spurs and covered them with adamantium in their unique way. Now, Dragonhead swung his 2 Dragonhead claws, striking them together with a metallic clang, challenging the Tyrant Guard before him. Tyrant Guard had almost no weaknesses, their entire bodies were encased in extremely thick defensive carapaces. Anti-vehicle bombs did little damage to them, they were like madmen who layered on full armor and then bit others ferociously. As they entered within 50 meters, both sides charged at each other with tacit understanding. One raised its thick, carapace-covered crab claws, while the other swung its adamantium-covered bone spurs, unleashing gusts of fierce wind. Anthony never played by the rules. A one-on-one duel on the battlefield? Was he crazy? Before the 2 sides made contact, Anthony rotated the fixed plasma main cannon and fired a shot at a Tyrant Guard running 100 meters to the side. The blue plasma sphere, carrying explosive power, flew towards the Tyrant Guard's head. However, a psychic barrier blocked the plasma bolt, and the Tyrant Guard collided with Dragonhead. Anthony narrowed his eyes, looking deeper into the yellowish-green toxic mist, where high-energy readings faintly flickered. Malataropes. A cry came from the Salamander's side, and a librarian rushed towards them. Malataropes were large brain creatures, simply put, they carried 6 psychic generators, brains, on their backs. Now, they were charging recklessly, bursting out of the smoke. The intense psychic energy radiating from their backs formed a shockwave that spread across the battlefield. The emboldened Tyranids became more agile and their movements more intelligent, while affected enemies became slower and their bodies temporarily uncontrollable. Our librarians also quickly cast counter-spells, and both sides engaged in a psychic battle. In the sky, gargoyles, hidden within the clouds, descended en masse towards the position after seeing the Malataropes' flickering psychic energy. Many warriors had no choice but to raise their rifles, focusing on the swarms of enemies in the high altitude. At this moment, Titan-level Tyranid creatures began to enter the fray. The first Hierophant Bio-Titan was created by the Bio-ship. This level of Tyrannid/Tyrannid creature was specifically designed to destroy heavy Armageddon Steel Legion. The Hierophant Bio-Titan's 4 giant scythes could tear through adamantium armor, while the terrifying substance spewed from its 2 acid-spitting orifices below could melt a Baneblade tank in a few seconds. Beside it was a Carnifex, Hive Mother, a walking creature-making machine, constantly producing basic foot soldiers to overwhelm the enemy with a tide of creatures. It preferred close combat, possessing many giant scythes, and sometimes also fired bone spikes as a ranged attack. Dragonhead immediately realized that the mere tyrant guard before him was not worth his time. His sharp bone blade slashed against the enemy's purple carapace but made no progress, instead being deflected. The enemy opened its gaping maw, attempting to bite Dragonhead. The tyrant guard had no eyes, guided entirely by the will of the Hive Tyrant. Dragonhead's speed wasn't fast, but his strength was immense. After his bone blade was deflected, he took the opportunity to kick the enemy, caving in its knee. The tyrant guard felt no pain. Its thick crab claw swung heavily at Dragonhead. Dragonhead used one bone spur to block the enemy's heavy blow, while the bone spur on his other hand stabbed towards the enemy's joint connection point. Puff! A tiny splash of blood appeared, and a hole was pierced in the gorilla's body. Dragonhead kicked the enemy away and retreated. The tyrant guard wanted to get up and fight again but found itself unable to contact the Hive Tyrant, then completely lost consciousness. Precise and ruthless, the sons of the salamanders might not be outstanding against chaos warriors, but against the Tyrannids, they were perfectly suited. Fire raged across the sky, and hammers suppressed all demons. Bone spur against bone spur, very fair. Dragonhead wanted to retreat, but the Hive Tyrant might not allow it. A super-muscular monster, over 6 meters tall, leaped out of the toxic mist. The Hive Tyrant was covered in extensive chitinous plating, its claws and bone swords could tear through the Armageddon Steel Legion's proud Chimera armored vehicle, as could most Tyrannid/Tyrannid elite units. It was a frontline commander in the Tyrannid swarm, surrounded by strong bodyguards and a boundless tide of creatures. A volley of artillery fire rained down on them, mostly blocked by the psychic barrier. The creatures arrogantly charged towards the mortal lines ahead. The firepower from the Stormblade Super Heavy Tank and Sentinel pierced through the psychic barrier. These attacks were too powerful, using them to destroy cheap creatures seemed somewhat wasteful. No worries, the manufacturing plant was right behind them. Anthony assembled an assault team, and the Black Dragons chapter also gathered a large number of warriors, surrounding Dragonhead. They wouldn't let the Crimson Torrent chapter get close, so Anthony ordered his troops to advance, diverting the enemy's attack route. Our warriors' sudden charge, pushing hundreds of meters against the raging tide of creatures, caught the Hive Tyrant's attention. It didn't come to deal with us, at least, it thought eliminating Dragonhead was more important, believing it might gain genetic coding for harder claws. The Tyrannids were somewhat envious of the Black Dragons chapter's bone spurs. It sent a Carnifex to pin down Anthony's squad. As for itself, in a flash, it took a massive psychic slap. The Black Dragons chapter's librarian, a librarian with strange, trident-shaped bone horns on his head, was holding a power maul and watching it with cold eyes. The bone horns on the librarian's head flickered with a faint blue light, and moments later, lightning flashed and thundered, a ball of lightning gathering around the trident-shaped bone spike. The Emperor be praised, I grant the eternal death. Chapter 217 A Sure Win. Before the Hive Tyrant could speak, an endless swarm of Tyrannid creatures surged towards the librarians. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the sky, a huge blaze igniting the black clouds above. Flocks of gargoyles, engulfed in flames, fell from the sky, their charred remains concealing dark iron spheres. A series of bombs dropped, and the ion storm from plasma bomb explosions annihilated large swathes of knife worm. The roar of marauder bombers echoed across the entire battlefield. These fighter squadrons were brought by the Imperial Navy. Marauder bombers could maneuver in both the atmosphere and space, though their drawback was a smaller payload compared to Starhawks and similar aircraft. The Tyrant looked up slightly. Above, the fighter clusters, escorted by other fighters, allowed the bombers to calmly drop their payloads before retreating. Even an ant can't tolerate what an uncle can. Ant, bioship, I need more flying units. Ding, the bioship has accepted the order. Tyrannid/Tyrannid harpies are being urgently produced. Distant water cannot extinguish a nearby fire. Facing the attacks from Dragonhead and the Black Dragons chapter's chief librarian, the Hive Tyrant could only advance with massive Tyrannid creatures, enduring the bombardment. A Dominatrix-class creature landed on the earth, causing the ground to tremble and mountains and rivers to shatter. This was the response to the earlier request for a Titan-class creature, a true Tyrannid/Tyrannid Titan. Its entire body was bent, making it look like a worm arched on the ground, but for its tens of meters long size, this posture struck mortals with terror, as if they had seen a colossal dragon overturning the earth. Its body was covered in sharp, venomous spikes, tough, slightly curled tentacles, and numerous symbiotic biological weapons. It evolved itself with the changing battlefield situation. Facing the large number of Chimera armored vehicles before it, it evolved corrosive mortar-heavy cannons. 5 crater-like pits grew vertically on its back, containing biological cannons filled with large amounts of acid plasma. These biological cannons were ejected by gas, landing thousands of meters away, creating a splash zone of acid plasma about 200 meters in diameter, which would instantly dissolve metal armor upon contact. Not only that, but the smaller muzzles around its craters were actually more lethal. They were the domain of armor-piercing parasites. The Chimera's armor was not thick, the Titan-class shotgun could clear a large area with one sweep. Steel needle-like spikes pierced the thin-skinned, large felled armored vehicles, striking directly at the personnel inside. Parasites hidden at the end of the spikes moved with them, controlling the drivers, becoming extremely effective weapons of defection. The Hive Tyrant paid no mind to the arrival of powerful weapons behind him. The enemies before him filled him with excitement, bone and flesh. The Black Dragon's chapter's librarian unleashed a powerful thunderous assault, which strangely split into two, bypassing the Tyrant guard who jumped up as meat shields. It then recombined behind them, striking the Tyrant. In an instant, lightning rained around the Hive Tyrant. From afar, it looked like a heavenly downpour, with pale blue streamers brushing over the Hive Tyrant's robust muscles and hard carapace. The interplay of light and shadow was magnificent and unparalleled. Dots of green light overflowed from his body, making him even more unique, his radiance surpassing that of the Norn Queens, making him the most dazzling presence among the Tyranid/Tyranid forces. But upon closer inspection, the dense psychic attack of the lightning transformed into thousands of light needles piercing the enemy's carapace. The destructive attack drilled into his flesh, meticulously separating the firm meat as if unraveling silk. The Hive Tyrant's green blood evaporated from within him, oozing out through the holes pierced in his carapace, appearing dazzling under the bombardment of the powerful lightning. The Hive Tyrant roared, emitting a powerful fluctuation that resonated in several domains simultaneously. The sonic wave unleashed by his roar swept across the entire battlefield. Although his skin and flesh were severely damaged, his internal injuries were not serious. He angrily at the Norn Queens, Malatoropes, and other psychic creatures in the Tyranid/Tyranid hive mind Wi-Fi. You bunch of good-for-nothings, protect me, protect me. The Salamander's librarian was locked in fierce combat with a Malatorope. The opponent suddenly pulled back, causing the librarian's fiery psychic energy to sweep through a massive number of enemies, clearing out all the Tyranid creatures in the vicinity. In the distance, the Norn Queens were attempting to use psychic control to pull the wildly darting white scars from their motorcycles. Hearing the signal, they disregarded the battlefield situation and rapidly converged towards the Hive Tyrant with the help of a transport organism. The lightning around the Hive Tyrant had not yet dissipated, forming an electric sphere upon landing, rolling and bouncing along the ground beneath the Tyrant's feet, clearing a surrounding area. The Black Dragon's chapter's chief librarian, facing the distorted space before him, also let out a roar, then knelt to the ground, exhausted and resting. Before the Tyrant, the last surge of thunderous psychic energy rose again, clearing the surrounding Tyranid/Tyranid corpses and forming layers of waves that swept up the new batch of enemies surging in, pushing them away in all directions. The nearest Malatorope was knocked back by a large number of Tyranid/Tyranid corpses and then once again entangled by the Salamander's librarian. Though the distant Tyranids rushed with all their might, the distance was somewhat far, and the distant aid had not yet arrived. The psychic lightning cleared the area around the Tyrant and finally dissipated, leaving only the incredibly defensive Tyrant guard and the Hive Tyrant, who had sustained minor flesh wounds. Just as that 20-foot-tall creature was about to act, psychic energy permeated its body, and a Salamander's Terminator's squad was directly teleported to his side. The current Lord of the Fire Dragons, having borrowed Fukin's relic guarded by the Father of the Forge, charged into the enemy lines clad in Terminator armor. He personally led 20 veterans directly to the enemy, swung Fukin's spear, and struck the Tyrant. Fukin's spear is a flaming longsword, one of Fukin's personally forged relics, whose flames can even ignite power armor. The Lord of the Fire Dragons personally struck, his forge gauntlet punching through a Tyrant guard that came to block the blow. Fukin's fury was unstoppable. The largest and strongest Astartes tore through the opponent's defenses in the most primitive and savage way. Flames arced in a semicircle through the air. Mortals could only see a sky full of afterimages as the enemy's body was engulfed in flames. Fukin's spear was irresistible. Silken, crisscrossing lines of fire suddenly appeared on the Hive Tyrant's body, then his entire form disintegrated, and roaring flames erupted from the tiny fissures. Chitinous pincers, biological spikes, hardened carapace, regardless of how strong or weak their defense, all shattered. The Hive Tyrant had only managed to throw one punch, its biological spikes were still in the air when they were severed. Small broken points flew onto the Terminator armor, deflecting off the heavy shoulder pads, their fractured edges already charred by flames. The Tyrant stiffened in place, then its towering body completely shattered. The smell of roasted meat permeated the air. The front line immediately plunged into chaos. The Tyranids, having lost their frontline commander, weren't exactly in disarray, but rather fighting individually. After losing their supreme commander, many creatures capable of acting as nodes took over command. Except for the Tyrant guard directly subordinate to the Hive Tyrant, who fell into a frenzy of indiscriminate attacks, all others fell under the command of the nearest psychic creatures and Titan creatures, including the newly appeared Dominatrix. This Tyranid/Tyranid creature, upon taking over operational command, did not share the Hive Tyrant's mindset. When fighting a war, the priority is definitely to break through enemy defenses and start eating. How can you focus on eliminating that spiky fellow first? Isn't that a what to eat first dilemma to be resolved after the meal? This Tyranid/Tyranid creature's thinking was very simple: attack wherever the enemy's defenses were weakest. Looking at the armored vehicle convoy ahead, there were vaguely three factions. One was the big green armored individual who had just charged the Tyrant's face, now wielding a large hammer, smashing Tyranid creatures with loud thuds, appearing quite formidable. Another faction was the black armored warriors with long bone spikes, clashing with the Tyranid/Tyranid hive in a Tyranid/Tyranid manner. Not an option. That left only one choice: Tyranid creatures, follow me to attack the red armored warrior's position. Anthony, slashing down several Tyranid creatures with his sword, looked towards the Tyrant's corpse. The Salamander's Terminators were slowly retreating. A Black Dragon's chapter Raptor squad, jetpack squad, leaped near them, fighting alongside the Terminators. Looks like I don't need to assist. Hey? Oh, my. Anthony dodged a long spike with a sidestep. The Dominatrix fired 20 spikes from its back, piercing through the Astra Militarum hiding behind steel. Long, strip-shaped parasites behind the spikes launched forward, burrowing into flesh. Even the resilient Astra Militarum cried out in pain and slumped to the ground. A comrade nearby was about to check on the situation. The fallen warrior was motionless, but bulges were squirming within his body. Then, this corpse suddenly leaped up, biting the comrade who was pulling out a first aid kit. Anthony casually crushed the parasite on the spike and turned to look ahead. Ahead, a Tyranid/Tyranid Titan creature, dozens of meters tall, was charging towards them. Are you looking for the softest persimmon to squeeze? But I'm sorry, all I have here are frozen persimmons. Today, I will surely break your teeth. Where are the Titan legions? People of the Adeptus Mechanicus, get them out to work. Dong, an ancient bell sound came from afar, muffled yet profoundly moving. The Adeptus Mechanicus had a long history. Their call to action was not a traditional horn or synchronized engine roar, but rather the mechanical great bell. Deliver the death knell to the enemies of the Omnissiah. God Machine Sortie, the light of the Omnissiah guides us. Several Titans came as reinforcements. These walking God Machines had been waiting here for a long time, their machine spirits craving war. A Reaver-class Titan lumbered forward, while a Castigator-class Titan had already taken position and opened fire. Its machine spirit locked onto the Dominatrix-class enemy the moment it saw it, and a single shot from its massive quake cannon on its back severely wounded the Dominatrix. The Crimson Torrent chapter was highly skilled and experienced in coordinated operations with Titans and armored vehicles. Experienced veterans now served as squad leaders, leading their warriors to quickly spread out, flank, and mark targets. Laser markers guided the raining missiles. The warriors' marks moved with the Tyranid creatures' rapid movements, ensuring the missiles accurately hit their targets. Specialized missiles were loaded with biotoxin bombs. Once they hit a Tyranid/Tyranid creature, all the Tyranid creatures in the surrounding area would melt, turning into unrecoverable, highly toxic liquid. While this would cause significant environmental problems locally, there was no time to worry about that now. Those who clamored for environmental protection had already been thrown onto the front lines by the Supreme Commander, Coria Hughes, our Ultramarines 5th Company Captain. Go talk to those Tyranid creatures about protection. The intensity of the war escalated instantly. This was the nature of Tyranid creatures. While they could adapt and produce specialized bugs based on the battlefield environment, producing larger bugs took time. The bugs collecting information had to return, be consumed by bugs specifically designed to extract information, relay the battlefield situation to the bioship, and only then could production be adjusted. Now, with our long preparation and endless tactics, the Tyranid creatures, specifically produced just moments ago to deal with lightly armored swarms, couldn't withstand a few attacks from the Castigator-class Titan. A few concentrated volleys from the Nova cannons completely annihilated them. Under the cover of the Titan's artillery, the Red Tide's front line advanced rapidly, and upon reaching the front, it suddenly split into two forces. One branched towards the Black Dragon's chapter's front line, encircling the bugs that were besieging the Lord of the Fire Dragon's Terminator's squad. The other force headed towards the Salamander's position, encircling the swarm controlled by the Malatarope that was battling the Salamander's librarians. The battlefield became a series of concentric circles. On the Salamander's librarian side, as the chief librarian of a Primaris chapter, he was undoubtedly very powerful, especially as a fire elemental control librarian. The super high temperature, which he called the forging fire, swept across the front, burning flesh and leaving nothing alive. The Malatarope's psychic barrier was insufficient in strength, forcing it to shrink its range and abandon many knife worm. Most of those hiding within the psychic barrier were gun bugs, with only a small number of knife worm forming a circle, guarding the outermost perimeter. A fire dragon rose from the ground, soaring towards the sky, and with a charged breath, unleashed a volley of fireballs upon the small psychic shield below. Other Salamander's librarians arrived to assist the chief librarian. When their chapter scattered like stars, they did not allow librarians to operate alone, so apart from those guarding the home world, librarians from all other detached forces had gathered here. The Astra Militarum and Astartes pressed forward, enduring the gunbugs' attacks to reach the psychic barrier, intending to break into the enemy lines and kill the Malatarope. Anthony led his warriors, charging wildly between the two bug swarms, savagely tearing apart the junction of the two bug forces. Those salamanders are so slow. If Kazanov were here, he would have already charged up and crushed that Malatarope, Anthony cursed, while fearlessly pushing the front line with a bravery no less than the Mad Wolf. With each sweep of his sharp blade, several bugs lost their lives. The impact of the Nova cannons exploded, the shockwave tossing dozens of bugs into the sky for a 10-second flight, then scattering them downwards. The luckiest ones might land on the mortal lines, killing a few unprepared mortals, before being engulfed by laser fire. As for the unlucky ones, they landed in the white metallic pools created by the Nova cannon blasts, letting out painful screeches before vaporizing. Puddle after puddle of white pools restricted the Tyranids' offensive. They dared not step into these thousands of degrees hot areas, forced to go around. Soon, they found that there was almost no way to go. Under the strong cover of the Titans, Anthony's army broke through a large area. Chimera armored vehicles, fitted with plows at the rear, directly dug out trenches. 10 vehicles advancing together meant 10 trenches. Astra Militarum soldiers charged in the trenches, filling defensive positions. The roots of the pioneering chimeras connected several shell craters, turning them into circular heavy weapon deployment points. Anthony fought for a while, carving out a several kilometer-wide hemispherical area in front of the salamander's position. The Malator rope was trapped there, with no supplies ahead and no support behind. The salamanders and the Astra Militarum in their sector seized the opportunity to launch a mass charge, led by the salamander's company champion, breaking into the enemy lines. This situation continued for several hours. The three chapters re-established their respective defenses, and the entire front line advanced several kilometers. Everyone stopped, no longer pressing the attack. This area was just large enough to exceed the bioship's definition of too small to deploy Titan creatures, allowing them to continue luring the Tyranids to produce large numbers of bugs. War with the Tyranids was a very troublesome affair. Repelling them was meaningless. With the Primaris warriors having prepared for many days, the warriors could, in a single sortie, completely repel them back into space. Was it meaningful? No. As long as they still had biomass, it didn't matter where they fought. What if, after this round of attacks, the bioship, having lost a lot of biomass, went to another place, gorged itself in the surrounding areas, grew stronger, and then returned? What then? It was necessary to thoroughly, completely annihilate the enemy, at least completely eliminate the bioship and cruiser-class vessels, the ones with absorption and manufacturing capabilities. Coriolanus calmly commanded the ground forces. He was only responsible for issuing strategic tasks, leaving the specific decisions to the various leaders. The appearance of Titan-class creatures did not worry him. Death Strike missile launchers had been deployed long ago. Death Strike missile launchers were intercontinental ballistic missiles, with a range covering half a planet. A precisely targeted missile could destroy a Titan or a several-kilometer radius of orcs, including an orc warboss. Under the intense ion storm, even a great daemon would perish with regret. Its machine spirit was very unstable, often requiring a month or even longer to appease it. Therefore, before the war began, relevant personnel started applying holy oils and praying. Any incorrect use would lead to terrifying consequences. The Imperium's most mature tactic remained the use of large numbers of infantry to attack in waves, fixing the enemy in one position, then leaving them to the Death Strike missile launchers. What? You ask why infantry should be sent to die? Strategically, it was a blood-soaked profit. Up to this point in the war, Coriolanus had still not ordered the Krieg Death Corps to attack, waiting for this very moment. Beside this Primaris captain was a Primaris librarian, who was commanding the Imperial Navy's operations. Unlike the ground forces' assured victory, the Imperial Navy's situation was precarious. The sheer number of this Tyranid swarm, though predicted, still shocked the librarian when they formally engaged. The enemy's numbers were more than double the Imperium's experts' conservative estimates, with an endless stream of enemy warships appearing from the void. Those destroyed warships, dragged into the sun for annihilation, were but a drop in the ocean. The librarian was in a difficult position. The Imperial Navy's ammunition was not infinite, and even if the production lines below were willing to work, there weren't enough materials. The macro-cannon density of most warships had noticeably decreased, with lances firing at full power. The Emperor-class battleships suffered particularly. These battleships, deployed with numerous hangars and skilled at launching waves of bombers, struggled against large Tyranid warships. The enemy virtually ignored small-scale attacks like aerial bombs, recovering from injuries with a mere twitch. Only attacks of the Nova cannon's caliber could inflict decisive damage. Strike cruisers, due to insufficient long-range firepower, were dispatched to drag bioships into the sun. The close-range specialized strike cruisers fired non-stop. Some rescue ships that broke through the Imperial Navy's blockade attempted to recover this biomass, and some Tyranid ships even directly crashed into destroyed Devourer heavy cruisers, using their own biomass to repair its engines. This almost forced the strike cruisers into close-range duels with the enemy. Other Imperial warships were also in a very difficult situation. Many infected bioships rammed and charged, reaching close to Imperial warships, using their predatory tentacles and devouring claws to fix the enemy warship, releasing infectious spores, and parasitizing crew and warships. It could even dispatch large numbers of modified bugs to consume vital parts of the warship and replace them with its own, thereby gaining complete control of a warship with only 1/5 of its own biomass, achieving unmanned operation. The Imperial Navy's defensive line shrank again and again. The front line had been completely breached. The guard warriors on the outermost edge of the star system fought side by side with the Astartes. They refused to withdraw, and after the Angels retreated, they detonated their own positions, perishing with a large number of bugs. The defensive line retreated to the outermost asteroid belt, where a large number of torpedoes, disguised as meteors, were deployed, ready to explode once the Tyranid fleet approached. The warships hid around this area, firing. The enemy was not to be outdone. If we can't get in, then neither can you. They released a large number of grey biospheres, which drifted towards the asteroid belt. Upon contact with meteors and asteroids, they attached themselves, burrowed inside, and transformed into a cluster of landmines. This area became a forbidden zone for both sides, with only the White Scars spacebikers and the gunboat-class torpedo ships of the Tyranid creature fleet darting about. Can the ground battlefield withstand multiple attacks, or even more offensives? Let them come. We have plenty of surplus now, Coriolanus said. The Primaris librarian commanded the army to slightly clear a path. The passage through which the bioship had entered earlier was now being used by many bioships. Once destroyed by the fire net in the Imperial trap, the warships behind would drag away the wreckage and fly together towards the bioship currently attacking the ground. The shattered remains were thrown into the bioship, directly becoming nutrients for producing ground forces. Some bioartillery-type warships began to coordinate their bombardment of the planet. The entire planet was engulfed in war, and the space stations retreated again and again, reaching the South Pole, barely surviving with the help of giant cannons on the ground. The Inquisitor analyzed the situation and made the most useless judgment. This is a new Tyranid/Tyranid tendril. A black robe concealed the Inquisitor's body, only an echoing hollow voice. It does not belong to any known Tyranid/Tyranid fleet. I suggest we name them Nidhogg. Say something useful, or shut up. The War Council was full of important figures who wouldn't humor him. The Inquisitor said nothing more. He patiently observed the actions of those around him, recording every subtle expression. At all times, the Inquisitor was vigilant, viewing everyone with suspicion, collecting the most minute evidence, regardless of whether it would later become incriminating. The Great Emperor watches over us. Chapter 218 The situation escalates. The Inquisitor continued to record the self-named and unopposed Nidhogg Tyranid/Tyranid tendrils in his notebook, detailing their characteristics. The bio fleet was numerous and skilled in close combat, including corrosion and crushing. Its own defenses were tough, but its biological ranged firepower was lower than that of ordinary Tyranid/Tyranid fleets. On the ground, it was slow to produce large bioforms, and the speed of producing ordinary bioforms was also below average. Node control was distant. The core bioship could still effectively control and micromanage battles even when far from the main fleet. He wrote this by hand, the scratching of his pen jarring with the noisy command room. If fortunate enough, this special material notebook would remain after this planet was devoured by the Tyranids, the sole man-made object on a ball of mud, quietly awaiting the Imperial follow-up forces to find it and provide information on this Tyranids. On the planet, the bioship, absorbing a large number of remains, finally had a complete, uninfected devourer, heavy cruiser, with undamaged parts arrive by its side. The bioship extended dozens of extremely thick pipes, directly tearing apart the infected devourer and inserting themselves into it. The internal structure of that large warship quietly changed, and 1 tera-hour later, it completely became a secondary biocultivation chamber. The number of Tyranids raining down from the sky instantly doubled. A meat shield warship appeared below the bioship, helping it to block artillery fire. The battle situation was turning sour. The Hive Tyrant's flesh was prioritized for reshaping. It could retain its previous life's memories, or rather, its previous life's memories had already been preserved through the Hive Mind network. The bioship crafted a new body for it, making it stronger and more massive. The most interesting aspect was the thickness of its outer carapace. The bioship calculated and calculated, its CPU almost smoking, but couldn't figure out how to deal with the irresistibly sharp flame sword. It simply couldn't be stopped. So its final decision was to redesign the Hive Tyrant's body to 8 meters in size, with a carapace thicker than the length of the sword blade. And for the strangely burning flames, the bioship implemented a series of fire prevention measures to slow down its burning speed, then adopted a second countermeasure, similar to Christina's cicada shedding its shell strategy. The Hive Tyrant had to defeat the individual wielding the giant flame sword within the time it took for its outer carapace to burn out, then shed the burning outer carapace. This time, the Hive Tyrant received a reinforced body, significantly reducing its ranged attacks and strengthening its close combat power and speed, transforming into a specialized melee orc boss mode. The Titan-class bioform also received corresponding modifications. Its body became snail-like to counter the powerful bombardment of the Castigator-class Titan. In the innermost core area of its shell were psyker organs, similar to a neurothrope, which could project a psychic barrier. In terms of weaponry, this Titan bioform had 2 supermassive biological main cannons, primarily deployed behind it, in a mortar configuration. The shells fired from its symbiotic cannons had trajectory adjustment capabilities and could fine-tune their flight path using warships in the sky as signal platforms. It had 2 large biological tendrils in front of it. Since its own carapace was thick enough, it didn't need to worry about the relatively harmless Chimera armored vehicle. A single sweep of these large tendrils could crush all armored vehicles that entered Melta range. The bioship was rather generous this time, deploying 5 Titans in one go. Its other production capacity was used to expedite the production of aerial units like gargoyles. These 5 Titans and the Hive Tyrant were deployed to the battlefield, instantly suppressing the Astra Militarum in front of them on a large scale. Simple trenches were completely unable to stop their advance. Coria Hughes, however, was not flustered by this. A Titan Legion, the Morning Bell Legion, had 130 Titans of varying sizes. The main force had arrived this time, deploying 103 god machines. Dealing with them wouldn't be simple, would it? The Astartes assisted the Astra Militarum in defending the line. The current situation was beyond their effective intervention. With god machines in the field, they were merely auxiliary forces. The 5 Titan bioforms activated their psychic shields, and their rear-mounted mortars began to fire massive biological shells. Through the translucent biomembrane, faint flashes of lightning could be seen within, likely biological plasma attacks. These shells were too massive and flew too slowly to be blocked by void shields. The surrounding point defense guns began to operate, and 18 points on the battlefield with quad-heavy bolter guns commenced continuous firing. Behind a bright tracer round, 5 to 8 heavy bolter rounds whistled. These bolter rounds struck the translucent biomembrane, strangely not exploding, but instead deflecting off the membrane. Below, it was like a rain of bolter rounds, showering the Astra Militarum's positions with a firestorm. Only a single attack from the Titan's main laser weapon caused one of these bombs to explode, unleashing devastating plasma that splashed for hundreds of meters. The positions below were melted into a rotten swamp, where no life could survive. The warlike machine spirit of the War Angel Castigator class Titan seemed to have found an opponent, firing fiercely at a section of carapace on the opposite side. Both sides engaged in long-range combat at Titan scale, and merely the splashing fragments were enough to damage our defensive positions. All Imperial forces retreated 1 kilometer, hiding in trenches to check ammunition. Astartes in power armor stood above, securing their positions with magnetic locks to prevent being blown away by the violent shockwaves. Anthony stood in the laser turret's driver's seat. Those small bugs weren't worth expending bolter rounds on, the laser array was the best choice. The portable turrets invented by the Tech Marine played a crucial role at this moment. The Tech Marine was still offering blessings below, while above, intense firing had already begun. Regardless of the machine spirit's willingness, now was the time for frantic shooting. In such a cataclysmic scene, the tunnel snakes played an important role. Its excavated tunnels delved deep underground, originally intended to create a passage extending to the enemy's rear to ambush and eliminate those few titans. However, the current furious bombardment was simply too powerful. The earth trembled, and the tunnels collapsed. The tunnel snake's horizontal excavation proved futile, so it began digging downwards. After digging down more than 10 kilometers, it finally hit something metallic. Something was blocking it. This was intolerable. I am known as the little underground dragon, how can a lump of metal stop me? It bit down with a crunch, breaking 2 large teeth. Subsequently, proper corrosion bugs joined the queue, melting through dozens of meters of the underground fortress's outer wall. Workers in the underground factory were diligently moving ammunition. Below was a production line for sentinel leg components, currently bustling with activity. As the violent tremors from above continued, the workers were terrified. 2 overseers brandished whips, giving a few lessons to any worker who dared to discuss the battle above, then turned and walked to a high position, majestically patrolling the supervisory walkway of the production line. That's strange, dozens of kilometers underground, and it's still shaking like this. Are they moving mountains? Why bother with them? Even if they married Erysidas and dug holes here, what does it have to do with us? Enjoy what you can, and work when you have to. No choice, the quotas from above have increased again. I guess we'll have to work 16 ter a day before we can rest. Relax, have a clear self-awareness. If they can give me something to do, it means it's not that important. Oh dear, my legs hurt. Sitting in a soft chair for too long, and suddenly having to patrol, I'm not used to it. Humph, how many steps have you walked? Last night, when I saw you going to Ravana's room, the speed you ran at, task. I swear by the Emperor, anyone who spends a night with Ravana will absolutely not recover their strength within 5 ter a day. This oath was broken 3 seconds later. Rumble, the ceiling suddenly collapsed, and mud, sand, and broken stones, along with the tunnel snakes, smashed into the passage. Dust obscured the 2 men's vision, and several sharp stones cut the overseer's face. Damn it, those useless slave workers, how can they not even fix a ceiling? I'm going to. Hey, why are you running, my number % at %? The tunnel snake's massive body thrashed among the rubble, and seeing the blood meal before it, happily raised its electrocution rod. It could emit a bioelectric field that enveloped its body, electrocuting prey. The 2 overseers were immediately electrocuted, their faces charred black, and they fell into a deep coma. The corrosion bug fell after the tunnel snakes, landing steadily on the tunnel snake's tail, then rolling down the long tail onto the pile of sand and stones. Its small face looked soft and squishy, puffing up as if very angry. The tunnel snake swung its tail forcefully, smashing it hard against the glass wall of the monitoring corridor. The transparent, specialized glass wall had been reinforced to prevent injury to overseers during worker riots. Now, it merely had small cracks. The tunnel snakes was a bit angry, and patted the corrosion bug's round head with its tail. The corrosion bug became even angrier. He-tooey. Strong corrosive liquid splashed onto the glass wall. Nothing happened. However, the tunnel snakes, which had swung its tail and smashed the glass again, let out an ow of pain and discomfort. Several scales on its tail had been melted by the corrosion bug's saliva. New tyranids fell from above, including several tyranid warriors and some node bioforms with stronger psychic abilities. Upon landing, these tyranids found groups of food standing in rows below, visible but unreachable, making them very angry. Each tyrannid heavily struck the glass wall several times. Subsequently, they began to attack along the passage. The workers below had long been scared out of their wits, huddling in corners, trembling. Stronger individuals desperately hammered at the door, sounding the emergency alarm, but the door was securely locked, and the alarm room had been breached by the tunnel snakes, leaving no one to help them. The underground factory was the Dark Angels chapter's defense sector. Bored for a long time, they finally met the enemy. They were descendants of the Imperial Fists, skilled in fighting in confined areas. Their gene seed, slightly mutated, granted them specialized eyes that could clearly see enemy positions in dark areas filled with industrial exhaust, and they didn't need to blink for hours. They were equipped with power fists, power claws, and melta weapons. The Devastator squad had already moved ahead and engaged the Tyranids. This was the Dark Angels' first engagement with the Tyranids, but it did not hinder the swift action of the Emperor's angels. The warriors, highly trained, closed the various gates, showing no mercy to the scattered, fleeing workers. Anyone obstructing their mission was ruthlessly eliminated. Soon, the passage was clear, and the Astartes confronted the approaching enemies. The Tyranid/Tyranid howls had no effect on them, years of fighting the Iron Warriors traitors had hardened their hearts like steel. They collided with the biological tide in their most unyielding stance. On the ground, a new batch of Tyranid/Tyranid organisms was named Ammonite Zealots. A second group of 5 Ammonite Zealots crashed down, and the Castigator-class Titans engaged in a fierce bombardment. During this time, the Tyranid/Tyranid flying units, the gargoyles, began to rampage across the battlefield. Imperial aircraft were at a disadvantage, constantly being shot down. The gargoyles, relying on numerical superiority, swarmed the aircraft, injecting parasites into the cockpits, causing bomber casualties to rise sharply. As more aircraft were diverted from the front lines to deal with the enemy drop pods floating across the entire planet, the main battlefield relied solely on ground-based anti-aircraft missiles for support. After the Ammonite Zealots landed, the Imperium reacted swiftly, or rather, it was a long-planned move. Reaver Titans appeared in droves before them. 24 of these precious Titans were deployed at once, most equipped with close combat weapons, and had already charged to the enemy's front lines in that short time. Fewer Warhound Scout Titans were deployed, most were positioned around the battlefield as additional fire support platforms. The Reaver Titans' 4 void shields activated, blocking the enemy's assault. Following behind the god machines were large numbers of Astra Militarum and a small contingent of Red Tide warriors. Using the Titans as excellent meat shields, the front line was forcibly pushed forward by a kilometer. Anthony had lost count of how many bugs he had killed. The Emperor's angels were beginning to fall, their power armor heavily worn. One day, the knife worm's small blades would become the last straw to break the camel's back. Anthony glanced behind him, a faint smile on his face. The Primaris warriors were following him closely, a little uncomfortable, clearly capable of moving faster. Slow down a bit. Don't go past the god machines. We just need to clear out those big ones that charge up and self-destruct. The warriors gripped their plasma guns, feeling somewhat helpless. The current battle situation was beyond what their small weapons could handle. Relax, the god machines are out. We're best at this. Orc Boss Special Event Late Stage Cleanup Burning Squad Leader, care to say a few words? The Primaris warrior, burdened with this string of titles, chuckled softly. Bugs and mushrooms, is there a difference? A Reaver Titan kicked aside the mountain of Tyranid/Tyranid corpses piled in front of it. A few incendiary rounds landed on the massive pile of bodies, and the corpse recycling bugs and the pile of corpses together turned into a pervasive stench in the air. The comms channel fell silent. Madness was merely the last courage of cowards, silent execution was the common trait of the strongest army. Stop. Establish a defensive line here. Support radius is 1 kilometer. They had already passed the closest range for enemy Titan attacks, mortars couldn't hit enemies this close. Moving further would put them into the range of biological tendrils. Let the Reaver Titans handle it. Boom boom boom, the death knells rang out in unison. Several Reaver Titans locked onto the same enemy. Their Titan chain fists and siege breakers were already active, casually swatting away bugs attempting to climb onto them. Their massive mechanical feet crushed fallen enemies. The Synapse creatures' psychic attacks were so weak, they couldn't even ripple the void shields. Only alpha-level Super Psychers neurothropes could shake the supreme glory of the Omnissiah. But such Tyranids were so rare and complex to create, surpassing even Titan-class bugs. The sole neurothrope was currently hiding amidst numerous Ammonite Zealots with minor psychic abilities, coordinating to maintain a psychic shield, resisting the world-shattering earthquake cannon barrage. The Hive Tyrant had rallied most of the bugs. If it didn't contribute soon, it feared it would be thrown into the recycling pool. This time, it led the Tyrant Guards, those tough-skinned guerrillas, relying on a massive charge of knife worm to wear down the black-armored warriors' positions, which were covered in bone. It still very much desired to acquire the Black Dragon's chapter's genome. The endless Tyranid/Tyranid assaults wore down the Black Dragon's chapter's strength. After the chief librarian retreated to rest, several young librarians had been fighting for days. Their continuous use of psychic powers without food or drink had exhausted them, and the intensity of internal communications clearly diminished. When a small gap appeared in the entire formation, under the Tyranid/Tyranid's all-out assault, the breach was rapidly widened. The tyrant knew the time was ripe and ordered the Tyranid warriors as vanguards. A dozen warriors were the first to storm the position, heading straight for the Black Dragon's battle standard, which fluttered high in the air. The standard-bearer fired his bolter with one hand, his other arm had been dissolved by bioplasma, leaving only the prominent bone spikes on his shoulder, swaying with the bolter's recoil. Almost every hour of combat, the high piles of Tyranid/Tyranid corpses would give the enemy a commanding advantage. The tyrant would send a squad of gunbugs to climb onto the corpse piles and fire down, covering the knife worm. At such times, Imperial air power would drop incendiary bombs, but no aircraft had arrived for 2 hours now. The gargoyles ignored the frontline battle, constantly sweeping over the positions, attacking their supply lines in the rear. There seemed to be issues with the underground pipeline supply lines as well. Ammunition that should have arrived 10 minutes ago had not yet appeared. The standard-bearer looked up. Several large bugs appeared, raising their symbiotic cannons at their waists and firing parasites at the position. Upon contact with the Astra Militarum, the fist-sized bugs would bite through the mortal's flesh, burrowing desperately towards their brains, devouring them, and replacing them with themselves, turning the body into a walking corpse. Bang bang! The bolter was empty. The standard-bearer dropped the bolter, out of ammunition, and pulled down the battle standard planted in the position, its tip pointing at the enemy. This was a chapter relic. The flagpole was made from the bone spikes of a special battle brother, and the banner was sewn by a battle sisters. It was said that the sister later became an imperial blessed. Then, Emperor, please protect me. The standard bearer wielded the long flagpole, charging towards the dozen Tyrannid warriors. The 2 remaining assault squad members at his side resolutely drew their power swords and followed. A powerful psychic shock from the neurothrope brought down a Reaver Titan. Its massive head contained terrifying psychic power, essentially a conduit for the vast Tyrannid hive mind psychic energy in the warp, unleashing it upon the enemies before it. Its pink flesh was now flushed crimson, a thin shimmer of light passing over its cyan carapace. Its long tail supported its body as it gazed at the numerous Titans before it, emitting an emergency signal. Bioship, the enemy has over 50 Titans. I need more and larger biological support. Ding, your order has been received. Currently ranked 32nd. Do you wish to cut in line? Clang, a purely melee Reaver Titan charged forward, its chain fist already smashing into the hard carapace of the foremost Ammonite zealot. The black and white bones cracked, oozing green blood. No, the blood was writhing, those were parasites. The internal organs of the Titan bugs were independently active organisms, their blood was parasites, and every bit of flesh and blood was an independent entity, assembled by the bioship's exquisite craftsmanship. The Reaver Titan's furious machine spirit swung its siege breaker down. The pilot let out a pained, inhuman roar. The Mu control unit was overloaded, and the entire god machine throne trembled. The accompanying tech priest immediately rushed from his secondary crew position, sliding to his knees to kowtow and burn incense in one fluid motion, clearly well acquainted with this Titan's machine spirit's temperament. The siege breaker deeply cleaved through the Ammonite zealot's flesh before it. The Synapse creature's defenses were as good as nothing, unable to impede the Reaver Titan's close combat might. Seeing this situation, the Hive Tyrant grew more anxious. It had originally intended to break through the black-armored warriors' front line, make a wide detour, and encircle both the red-armored and green-armored warriors. Now, it seemed, time was running out, it had to attack. Dragonhead was locked in fierce combat with a Tyrannid warrior when the sudden appearance of the Hive Tyrant distracted him. The Tyrannid warrior's long bioweapon blade landed squarely on his chest plate, cracking the white skull emblem on his chest. In the Emperor's name, death shall consume you all. Dragonhead's bone spikes swept down, piercing the enemy's abdomen and emerging from its back of the neck, impaling the Tyrannid warrior before him like a skewer. He forcefully swung, tossing the troublesome bug aside. Fire and bone. The Hive Tyrant was charging towards the standard bearer when Dragonhead, wreathed in flames, suddenly burst in from the side. It had no choice but to turn and clash with the sharp adamantium bone spikes. The 8-meter-tall monster swung an arm, sending Dragonhead flying. The Tyrant guards protecting it leaped with all their might, intending to smash Dragonhead back to the ground. Dragonhead flipped in midair, catching sight of the Tyrant guard below him from the corner of his eye. A plan formed, and he stomped heavily on the guard's fist. The power boot made a cracking sound, but Dragonhead paid it no mind. Using the guard's attack, Dragonhead flew even higher, soaring above the Hive Tyrant. Dragonhead raised his adamantium-studded bone spikes high, one hand pointing to the sky, the other aiming at the enemy's spine, about to stab down. In that instant, a gargoyle swooped down from the sky, blocking the bone spikes with its body, causing Dragonhead's flight path to deviate. The tall black dragon's chapter master, with his formidable physical prowess, performed an anti-human contortion, forcing the bone spikes to slide along the enemy's ribs. The Tyrant was unconcerned. Was its reinforced carapace so easily broken? Its secondary limbs on its back moved like lightning, sweeping across Dragonhead's bone spikes. A Genestealer-like disintegrating field collided with the adamantium-covered hard bone, sending sparks flying. In the end, Dragonhead was slightly outmatched. A small bone fragment spun in the air, glittering brightly on the smoke-filled battlefield. Chapter 219, Change of Personnel. Change of location for pest control. Dragonhead's body was torn in half, the bone spur on his right arm was broken, its tip shattered, and the rear also suffered a strong impact, dislodging the bones that were originally in the power arm, leaving a bloody mess. With half his body severely wounded, Dragonhead's consciousness wavered for a moment, but the injection of a powerful stimulant quickly brought him back to his senses, and he recoiled through the air. The Tyrant raised a long spike, attempting to skewer him like a shish kebab, and then, like a hedgehog, impale its prey on its back and continue moving. Dragonhead's armor shattered easily before the enemy, like paper, effortlessly broken by the Hive Tyrant. The armor on half his body was completely disabled. Due to the bone spur on his left arm, the combat blade couldn't be wielded effectively, so Dragonhead, equipped with a power fist, had no choice but to raise his fist and switch from defense to offense, performing a besiege way to rescue Zhao maneuver. A punch aimed directly at the enemy's vital point forced the Tyrant to deflect its attack and block Dragonhead's fist. The Tyrant guards charged forward, swinging their massive, sandbag-sized fists directly at Dragonhead's face. Dragonhead landed, sidestepping to dodge a punch. The Tyrant guard's terrifying monstrous strength shattered the cooled rock slab below, which had been bombarded by an earthquake cannon, and Dragonhead scrambled to his feet. He glanced at the standard bearer in the distance, who impaled a Tyrannid warrior on the battle standard with one strike, then flung it outwards, sending the nodal creature hurtling towards them. Dragonhead's left arm bone spur was shorter than his right, but much harder. He decided to try again. The Tyrant opened its mouth wide, its chest heaving, and launched a sonic attack towards them. The violent sound waves caused Dragonhead's blood to surge, and his previously clotted wounds burst open again, spilling blood everywhere. The surrounding Tyrannid creatures excitedly opened their fanged mouths, though they had no vocal cords, it didn't stop them from reveling with their leader. Several more Tyrannid creatures surrounded him, the rich scent of blood causing the biological hormone levels in their bodies to skyrocket. Fire and bone, grant me strength. On the chest of Dragonhead's armor, a sacred flame appeared. The skull and white wings motif was one of the chapter's relics. Carved and adorned with the bones of powerful warriors from past generations, it emitted an unspoken deterrent, slowing down enemies. The Hive Tyrant heavily stomped the ground with its secondary limbs, charging forward. 4 gleaming blades reflected the sky as they cut through the air. Dragonhead also charged towards the enemy, shouting at the top of his voice, "The Emperor endures. The sacred bones endure." The Tyrant guards were ordered to step aside. The Hive Tyrant wanted to take down this large enemy personally. Dragonhead's charge appeared steady, but as he closed to within 2 body lengths of the enemy, he faked a stumble and leaned to the side, then twisted his body using his unique skeletal structure, dodging 2 blades. His attack aimed directly at the Tyrant's upper mouth, vowing to pierce the hive-mind connection point with a single thrust. With another slash, his battered right arm was cleanly severed, the cut smooth and pristine, a masterpiece of skill. Life and death hung in a single instant. Dragonhead's eyes widened, his waist twisted, mobilizing all his strength to plunge the bone spur of his left arm into the Hive Tyrant's body. The Tyrant's large mouth snapped shut prematurely, and the adamantium-etched bone spur scraped against the foul-smelling maw, creating brilliant sparks. The Hive Tyrant seemed to like this toothpick. It violently flung its large mouth, throwing Dragonhead flying again. Several Tyrant guards were about to catch this prey. Dragonhead's bodyguard arrived in time and engaged the enemy in a fierce melee. On the other side, the standard bearer single-handedly wielded the chapter's sacred banner, impaling 3 Tyranid warriors in succession, while the 2 warriors beside him also fought fiercely. Several spore mines drifting from the sky broke the stalemate. Low-flying bombs, guided by several gargoyles, drifted towards them. These dark green balloons had floated in the sky for some time, and the fleshy balloon strings extending downwards sensed the biological fluctuations in the area. The spore mines spewed black gas, slowly flying towards them. Acid, bone fragments, and various pieces of chitin splattered the warriors' faces, and the power armor hissed, its outer shell severely corroded. A mass of biomass obscured the vision of the 2 warriors, and the corrosion interfered with the machine spirit, causing problems with their auditory systems. 2 strong Black Dragons chapter warriors were struck down, Tyranid warriors' long blades chopping at their bone spurs. They made a bang, bang sound, like hammering iron. Soon, the outer armor of the 2 warriors was shattered, and they were overwhelmed by the endless swarm of Tyranid creatures. The Astra Militarum immediately launched a counterattack, attempting to rescue the 2 Emperor's angels, but large numbers of harpies and gargoyles swooping down from the sky blocked the Astra Militarum's attack routes. Reserve units forcibly entered the battlefield, and White Scars from the Kogurus Eagles chapter, riding motorcycles, rapidly cut into the swarm. The attack motorcycles had been customized by the White Scars, and now the Meltagun motorcycles were leading the charge. Mounting Meltaguns at the very front of motorcycles was an extremely daring act. The immense recoil when the Meltagun fired would cause the motorcycle to lose balance. Only the most skilled White Scars could wield such a ferocious weapon. The second captain of the Kogurus Eagles led a wedge formation of veterans, plunging deep into the swarm, pulling the 2 trapped Astartes onto motorcycles, and then departing with flair. However, things did not go as planned. The standard bearer of the Black Dragons chapter was killed. The motorcycles only retrieved the blood-soaked banner, and the 2 rescued warriors did not survive. Their tactical helmets were shattered, and their flesh was crawling with parasitic worms. The motorcycle squad threw the bodies towards the Black Dragons chapter's apothecary, turned their vehicles around, and charged again towards Dragonhead's position. Finally, familiar engine sounds roared overhead as Imperial fighter squadrons, coordinated with land raiders, returned to the battlefield. Plasma bombs cleared a path all the way to Dragonhead's bodyguard. The warriors of the Kogurus Eagles sang ancient battle hymns as they swept past Tyranid creature corpses, wielding combat blades directly at the Hive Tyrant. The Tyrant showed no fear. This body was better suited for close combat. At 8 meters tall, it dared to slap a Night Titan, let alone these little dwarves. However, it was still very cautious, as who knew if the Astartes holding the fiery greatsword would suddenly be teleported in. The White Scars, with extreme speed, bypassed the clumsy Tyrant and Tyrant guards, attempting to pull back the Black Dragons chapter warriors. Gariah Hyas's order, withdraw to the second defensive line, Titan bombardment is imminent. The Black Dragons chapter warriors reacted a beat late. A common trait of Salamander's gene seed. They paused for a moment, then found themselves already on the back of motorcycles. The Hive Tyrant's body, built on the template for countering strong but slow black uncles, how could it possibly keep up with the White Scar's speed? Only one motorcycle was destroyed. The Tyrant guard forcefully hammered the motorcycle, turning it into scrap metal, but the driver ran incredibly fast, even faster than the charge of those black-armored warriors. The unskilled White Scar's warrior sprinted along the motorcycle's trajectory, and only flying units like Harpies could keep up with his pace. At this time, the Harpies were fiercely engaged with the Armageddon Steel Legion on the ground. Soon, there were no enemies left around. Although the Hive Tyrant's heavy body was quick at swinging its spikes in close combat, long-distance running was a drag. Thus, a few seconds later, everyone saw a group of gorilla-like Tyrant guards sprinting while carrying their leader. The Armageddon Steel Legion advanced quickly and retreated quickly. Soon, this position was empty. The warriors of the neighboring Red Tide also began to retreat after the land raiders blew up the 10 Ammonite zealots. This battlefield was left with only burning corpses and shattered fortifications. The Tyrant didn't understand why the enemy had retreated. It dispatched several squads of scout Tyranid creatures, cannon fodder, to probe. As a result, they were disoriented by the landmines left by the Astra Militarum along the way. 9 Adeptus Astartes chapters and more Astra Militarum took over the defense, outlining a larger circular area. Hughes knew that the current war was a consumption contest between our total fuel and the enemy's total biomass. We needed to use some more powerful weapons to annihilate the enemy's biomass on a large scale. The cost, the killing range of such weapons is large, and the hit rate is not high, so it's better for us to let the warriors retreat a bit further. To cover the warriors' retreat on this battlefield, various bombardments continuously scoured the entire area, from whirlwind missiles and cruise missiles to Belisarius Call's new creation, the Scotatium pattern Exterminatus missile, sweeping over every inch of land. The forces taking over the battlefield next were primarily the Sons of Iron Hands, led by the Medusa chapter, with the Ultramarines and Sons of Dorn as support. Hughes did not intend to deploy the Sons of Blood Angels. These noble handsome men were prone to falling into the Black Rage during prolonged combat, and brief assault operations were when they performed best. Antony's company lost over 20 warriors, and the unit was relocated underground to replace the decimated Dark Angels, tasked with a broken arm mission. The factories there were abandoned, clear out the tunnel snakes, then set traps, collapse the tunnels, and block any further Tyranid creatures from entering. The underground war was far more brutal than above. Both sides met in narrow tunnels, fighting until Tyranid creature corpses blocked the passages before resting briefly. With the combined efforts of incendiary bombs and carrion Tyranid creatures, the passages were soon cleared again, and so the cycle continued. Antony rested briefly, eating some ration bars. Give me the information acquired by the Dark Angels. The enemy is primarily tunnel snakes, supplemented by corrosion bugs. There are no large units, but many Tyranid warriors and knife worm. In the close quarters underground, Tyranid creature corpses piled up into small mountains. Antony arrived at the rendezvous point but saw no one, only piles and piles of Tyranid creature corpses. The Red Tide was responsible for pushing through this interface, while the other tunnels were assigned to the Ultramarines' successor chapters, the Blighted Gloom chapter and the Axes of Paradise chapter. Stay alert, Tech Marine, confirm the locations of all intersections. Understood. Antony stood directly above a pile of Tyranid creature corpses, directing his battle brothers to deploy makeshift defensive positions. Before the Tech Marine could complete the deployment, Antony felt the ground beneath him shake violently. Attention, enemy approaching. First. I am not the enemy. The violent tremor made it impossible for Antony to stand steadily, and the voice from an unknown area made him even more perplexed. Who are you? Anthony exclaimed loudly. Second, get off my head first. The pile of Tyranid corpses collapsed, revealing a corner of a mechanical construct. It was Kroken, the chapter champion of the Dark Angels from many generations past, now interred in a Castellan dreadnought, an unpredictable chapter elder. No offense, great Emperor's warrior. Anthony quickly climbed down from his head and helped him clear the surrounding Tyranid corpses. It's fine, just help me check my foot. It seems to be damaged, and the machine spirit can't connect to it. Anthony inexplicably thought of his own old dreadnought, who had once, while Anos was checking his mechanical foot, kicked Anos flat on his back. All right, Tech Marine. Come here. Anthony silently took a few steps back and began to introduce himself. I am Anthony, chapter master of the Red Tide. My chapter has been ordered to take over the defense mission. Oh, is that so? Then you all defend, I'll rest for a bit. Anthony was puzzled by this dreadnought. It was the first time he had heard of a dreadnought wanting to rest. The specific defense mission. I don't know, I just got here. I'm not from around here. You should look for any other survivors. Everywhere were the Astartes corpses of the Dark Angels. This place had endured a simple but arduous battle, with countless swarms of Tyranids overwhelming this garrison. An entire squad of warriors had fallen. There were 3 passages in total, each side littered with the corpses of Knifeworm and Tyranid warriors. Anthony deployed 20 men here as the final retreat base, then attempted to explore forward. My name is Kroken, and if all goes as expected, I am the last dreadnought of our chapter. The old dreadnought was chatting with the Tech Marine. His mechanical foot had been severed by the Tyranid warrior's bioscythe, rendering him immobile. The Tech Marine tried to repair his mechanical foot and reloaded his weapon. There, most resilient son of Dorn, I have reloaded your weapon, the Tech Marine said. The weathered Castellan dreadnought slowly stood up, brandishing his twin-linked heavy bolter a few times. Very good, you all go. I will guard this spot. The Tech Marine gave the old dreadnought a strange look, then followed Anthony's footsteps forward. How strange, why is this dreadnought so docile? The old dreadnought also gave the surrounding garrison personnel a strange look, using its skin beam, of course. Ammunition can be carried like this, indeed. This way, one can carry several more magazines without affecting movement. There's more ammunition hidden there. How do these Red Tide warriors have bolter rounds all over their bodies? In space, the Raven Guard scions gradually approached the core area of the Tyranid fleet. The endless Tyranid creatures of the fleet forced these warriors, skilled in stealth and infiltration, to drift towards the enemy at an extremely slow pace. They discovered 2 bioships, guarding a supermassive Tyranid bioship. The core bioship was half the size of a planet, larger than any Tyranid seen before, and was constantly producing bio-warships. I think something's wrong. Yes, it's too big. For such a colossal bioship, there are too few corresponding bio-warships. Although the number of surrounding enemy ships was astonishing, for a bio ship of this caliber, it seemed under-equipped. Most of the surrounding bio warships are damaged. It looks like after engaging us, the damaged warships are returning for repairs. Look at Sector 293-012-097, something seems amiss. The warrior stared intently at the auger array screen, the faint glow of the stealth auger array dimly illuminating the speaker's face. One bio warship was half inside the bio ship and half exposed, a void cruiser the size of a light cruiser. The color isn't quite right. The surrounding fleet's colors are generally dark ink and cyan, but its color is distinctly different, too yellow. It might be a special warship. In the process of fighting our warships, the enemy might create specialized ships to counter enemies. No, that's not right. That warship is retracting. It's eating that warship. Recycling? No, that's another Tyranid/Tyranid fleet. This fleet has devoured another Tyranid/Tyranid fleet and is growing stronger. We need to act quickly. This fleet had just experienced a battle with another Tyranid/Tyranid tendril. Its bio fleet had suffered immense losses, and most of the warships circling the bio ship were damaged and unrepaired. We need to launch a surprise attack while their fleet strength hasn't fully recovered. We can't delay any longer. How long will it take to turn back now? Maintaining stealth status and returning to the Imperial Navy's communication range would take 9 days. 5 days. 5 days is too slow. By the time the Imperial assault team assembles and departs, the number of bio fleets here will be unimaginable. Transmit my order, all remaining stealth ships uncloak, engines full speed ahead. Transmit the message to the main force at all costs. In the dark void, a dozen flickering exhaust trails suddenly appeared. The bright ion glow instantly caught the attention of the Tyranids. The surrounding Strangler drone frigates immediately sprang into action, rushing towards them. Various warships, freshly born, fired fiercely in their direction. The special reconnaissance ships, stripped of their camouflage, accelerated at full power, completing a turn in mere tens of seconds. Many Mortals crew members fainted due to the centrifugal force. The Astartes took over the Mortals' positions, working tirelessly to keep the ships running, and began a desperate escape. Anthony, combat blade in hand, walked silently through the corridor. It was narrow and cramped, allowing only one person to pass. There were many bloodstains around, but no corpses. The larger Tyranid/Tyranid corpses must have undergone initial recycling, and the subsequent microscopic recycling bugs had not yet set out. A brain bug was directing the surrounding creatures, it was the highest commander here. Around it were scattered power armors. After this battle, there was a slight surplus of biomass, and the number of Tyranids was greatly reduced, but the loss of biomass was acceptable, as the corpses could be melted down and remade. The Dark Angels' power fists were not very effective at consuming biomass, not to mention the many slave blood sacrifices. The Tyranids were feasting happily, preparing to charge towards the last turn ahead in one go. At this moment, the brain bug detected an anomaly. Psychers could always discover certain problems. A Tyranid warrior led 20 Knifeworm to investigate the situation. They moved along the overhead transport pipes, heading towards another breach in the chaotic metal piles. At that breach, Anthony ordered a small squad to enter and search in different directions. With 3 full companies of troops here, blowing up 27 turning points was not a high difficulty. A sound? Stop. All Astartes stood motionless, like statues. A warrior holding a meltagun pressed his finger firmly against the trigger, ready at any moment to blast open the pipe next to him to assist the battle brother who had just entered. Today. Irregular footsteps, the sound of unknown fabric scraping against the metal floor, mechanical creaks, and the drip of leaking liquid. A dangling arm suddenly appeared at the turn. Judging by its attire, it should have been an overseer. Fire, fire. A bolter round shattered the mortal in front. Anthony gave a kill order, anything that wasn't an Astartes, fire at it on sight. Everything was normal, except their brains had been eaten by Tyranids. These enemy-controlled corpses were not like Nurgle walkers, they were very intelligent and conscious, their actions entirely dependent on the intelligence of the parasitic worm. This bolter round heralded the Tyranid/Tyranid offensive. This time, they faced not power fists, but 10 times the firepower, Hellfire bolter rounds. Hellfire bolter rounds contain thousands of needles, internally soaked in a biomutagenic acid specifically designed to combat Tyranids. They were bolter rounds developed specifically to counter them after engaging the Tyranids. These bolter rounds were precious, but the Departamento Munitorum was very generous this time, issuing a lot of ammunition. Anthony was even more extreme, he brought all of it. Ammunition is meant to be fired, why save it? Who knows how many will die in this war? If more of us survive, that's the hard truth. In the overhead transport pipe, overwhelming gunfire illuminated the dark space. The Tyranid/Tyranid front, having just shown its head, was pushed back by fierce firepower. The leading Tyranid warrior ordered the Knifeworm to retreat, believing that the termagants, even less valuable, should be sent to deplete their ammunition. But it miscalculated one thing, the Astartes were more arrogant than it expected, charging right into its face with large guns, their firing never ceasing during the charge. The Tyranid warrior raised its biocannon and fired a few shots. The projectiles were parasitic worms, which splattered into pulp against the power armor. The enemies charged to close quarters in a matter of breaths. The Tyranid warrior brandished 4 spikes, preparing to counter the incoming power fists, but the enemies made no motion to draw melee weapons. The Astartes in front split to either side, creating firing lanes for the warriors with larger guns behind them. A meltagun instantly incinerated the Tyranid warrior into ash. This Tyranid/Tyranid squad was annihilated in a single engagement. Below, Anthony finally gave up. After seeing the Tyranids, the Primaris warriors ran too fast, he truly couldn't keep up. Damn it, I must be uplifted. I'll get the uplifting surgery as soon as I get back. Chapter 220, Turning Point in the Battle of Alesis. Even though Anthony was extraordinary in the eyes of mortals, this 200-year-old veteran now walked slowly past a large number of insect corpses as if inspecting troops. Around him, Primaris warriors ran and fired, and further ahead, the glow of meltaguns and plasma guns illuminated Anthony's tactical visor. Suddenly, there was a slight tremor in the ceiling above. Anthony, keenly aware of this, abruptly stopped and extended his right hand to halt the warriors running behind him. It was a very faint sound, but the power was astonishing. Foul-smelling yellowish-green acid melted the ceiling above, pouring down like a waterfall, forming a small acid lake directly in front of Anthony. Several corrosion bugs fell, rolled in the acid lake, and blocked Anthony's path. Anthony took out his plasma pistol from his waist and immediately fired a scorching salvo of welcome. The enthusiastic welcoming ceremony made the first corrosion bug to fall excitedly roll around on the ground, bearing its heart and lungs to Anthony, greeting him warmly. Strange internal glands rolled all over the ground, corroded by the acid, and emitted wisps of white smoke. The acid poured back into its body, leaving only its outer skin and the organ sacs containing the acid. Anthony retreated a few steps and looked up. There was a tunnel snake's, its head tilted, staring at Anthony. What are you looking at? The Primaris warrior, who was running last because he was carrying 2 plasma guns, quietly came to a stop and then handed one of the guns to Anthony. The vanguard of the Red Tide swept through a large area in a furious assault, reaching the vast storage area. The warriors established makeshift defensive nodes here, piling up a large number of sentinel legs to form simple barricades, holding this critical thoroughfare. The subsequent supply convoy arrived, carrying a large amount of bolter ammunition. The production line was right behind them, so what was there to fear? The quad-heavy bolter ammunition used by the sentinel was the same as that for their bolters. They had taken the entire boxes from the production line before they were even anointed with holy oil. Firepower was king. If a gun jammed, they'd just swap it out. Anyway, they were wearing power armor, so it wouldn't hurt them. Kroken the Dreadnought looked at the turrets in front of him, a little bewildered. He gently tapped the Tech Marine's head with his bolter barrel. Hey, is this a defensive turret? The Tech Marine had just finished his work and was standing with his hands on his hips, calculating how often to replace the energy core. Ah, esteemed Brother Kroken, our turret is absolutely reliable. It's a super heavy laser cannon, specially designed to hit flying gunboats. It's not important, what matters is its high efficiency. It fires once every 10 seconds, clearing a path with each shot. The old dreadnought looked at the straight-ahead passage and then at the massive laser cannon blocking this intersection. It really was perfectly suited for the job. Are you a son of Ferris? Yes. The Tech Marine raised his mechanical prosthetic limb, then suddenly wondered if he should unplug this old dreadnought and simply carry him into his own stasis vault. Oh, does the Imperium have such turrets? I feel this. Don't worry, it's absolutely technically certified. Our Forge father developed it. The Tech Marine dismissed his inhumane thoughts, patted his chest, and said proudly. The old librarian forcibly swallowed the words "the inventor is a greenskin, right?" which had already reached his lips, and instead asked about the origins of the Red Tide. The veteran encased in the dreadnought was constantly enduring immense pain, and Kroken tried to alleviate it with conversation. Were you not deployed to the main battlefield? Your large-scale mechanical warfare would surely be a great asset. We just withdrew from the main battlefield and received orders to quickly reinforce your front here. Yes, we need support here, yes, we sent out a request. Kroken felt a little sad. Previously, he had been focused on fighting the endless hordes of insects, the buzzing of the insects and the sound of bolter fire filling his auditory system. He hadn't even noticed that the communication channel had fallen silent. My communication system, please check it for me. Brother Kroken, your communication signal is fine. It's possible that your librarians responsible for communications have encountered trouble. Is that so? Please trouble you to look for them. Task has been sent to the team mission platform. The Tech Marine felt he had spoken a lot today, more than ever before. He had been forging in the warship's forge for too long, truly too long. This son of Ferris suddenly revealed his true combat form. 4 multi-folded mechanical arms, 4 meters long, sprang from the mechanical backpack on his back. Their tips were power spikes, allowing for omnidirectional attacks in close combat. He was no longer in an ordinary warrior form. The added mechanical equipment made him 3.8 meters tall. The heavy machinery brought with it supreme armament, a laser gun was mounted on his shoulder, and the faint glow of a plasma energy capacitor shimmered above his head. The Tech Marine stretched his mechanical arms, then walked to another passage entrance, standing behind the warriors guarding there. Rustling sounds came from ahead, it seemed there were shadows of insects moving. Omnissiah is with us, the turning of gears is the gaze of the Omnissiah, the muzzle flash is the Omnissiah's punishment, the trigger is pulled, and the Omnissiah's light is eternal. Flames and electrical sparks intertwined, tracer rounds guided the deflection of gun barrels. Insects were everywhere, and so was their gunfire. You cannot escape. Anthony sprinted through the passage, raising his power sword to slice open the body of a giant insect. He no longer knew what these insects were called, the Tyranids/Tyranids gene editing capabilities allowed them to create thousands of variants, but the Emperor's wrath would descend upon every single insect, without exception. Blood of various colors flowed and dried on his power armor, then was washed clean by artillery fire. For the Emperor, follow me and slay the enemy. One by one, the Primaris warriors leaped over the broken chain bridge, firing their weapons in mid-air. Blades spun, and tactical knives shot out, piercing the enemy's bodies. The warriors who landed didn't even glance back, pulling out their knives with one hand, while their plasma pistol in the other hand fired, piercing the heads of the enemies in front. 300 men squeezed into this narrow passage, colliding with the Tyranid/Tyranid army. This was originally the Dark Angels' regimental garrison area, but 3 chapters had arrived. What tactics were needed? All-out charge. Anthony leaped, clearing the chain bridge. The long avenue ahead was where the enemies had descended, the earliest breach. The massive body of the tunnel snakes blocked the front. Beneath its dense scales, hidden venomous barbs lay. Bioelectricity glowed on its chest, spreading through special scale bones all over its body. The Primaris warriors had already begun their assault. Warriors carrying large meltaguns charged at the very front, firing a shot at the large snake, which was flashing with electric light and dancing. The meltagun round penetrated its neck. The unstoppable heat flow pierced through the ridiculous chitinous carapace. The thick inner armor, capable of deflecting a chainsword, abruptly ignited. Its entire body transformed from blue electric light to a dark red glow, like the red light that appears when a dying charcoal ember is blown upon. Its body disintegrated, but its head was not dead. The tunnel snakes was considered a large creature, with every part and every cell existing independently. The flat sublimbs located behind its head, originally used to crush hard rocks encountered during excavation, now supported its head as it fell to the ground, then slammed violently towards the warrior holding the gun. The warrior, burdened by the heavy gun, was unable to stop himself in time and took a solid hit from the bone plate. The immense impact, strong enough to shatter the hardest rocks in nature, completely crushed half of the warrior's body. The smoking large gun crashed to the ground. Before the tunnel snakes could retract its sublimb, a power sword's precise and swift strike severed it. Anthony roared, his long sword leaving after images in the air, delivering 3 strikes in a single heartbeat, cutting the enemy's outer armor into a chaotic mess, layered with ridges. The tunnel snakes did not die from this, it was too large. To the Imperium, it was equivalent to an termite pattern assault drill. Its outer armor was very thick, and with a forceful shake, it dislodged Anthony from its body. It opened its mouth wide, wanting to bite through the small metal figure in front of it. Warriors carrying large plasma guns arrived quickly from behind, adding 2 more plasma shots before finally taking it down. These Tyranid creatures were still pouring in continuously from the passage above. The Primaris warriors split into several small groups, one group fired upwards, trying to reduce the number of enemies, one group targeted creatures that had landed, and one group, armed with melee weapons, was ready to deliver finishing blows. A powerful beacon was placed, landing steadily directly beneath the breach. Invisible waves spread upwards through the passage. 08 Detection Agency, marker placed. Can you detect a signal fluctuation? Detecting. The standard electronic voice of the Adeptus Mechanicus, one felt his next words would be along the lines of Omniscia. Rough signal range detected. Please guard the beacon and await our localization completion. Anthony did not know that it was here that they would suffer unacceptable losses. Dense bio-ships swarmed chaotically in space. The Imperial Navy's defensive line had retreated to the third star system circle. Beyond this point, the enemy could advance unimpeded, their spearhead directed at human-inhabited worlds, including several satellite colonies and mining and forge factories on several planets. Admiral Bratz looked at the strategic map before him with deep worry. The Ultramarines' 5th Company captain had ordered him to hold this sector, but how was he to hold it? Around them was empty space, with only a few planetary guns capable of covering this range, and they might not even be available to support this location. Orders from above, hold this position to the death. Even if his battleship rammed the enemy, he couldn't hold it. Others set up defensive firing points, 3-dimensional interlocking fire networks, cooperating with other warships, choosing reasonable defensive strategies based on ammunition configuration. For him, it was just one sentence, I trust you, then they sent a pile of macro-cannon shells. Isn't that ridiculous? 3 enemy warships of the heavy cruiser class were approaching, the biological devourer version of the enemy warships had no long-range weapons and were using butt power to charge at full speed. Bratz had no doubt that the giant biological pincers could bite our warships to pieces. Another enemy warship was equipped with a biological cannon that was quite absurd, even in the Imperium, a faction that adheres to the creed of giant ships and cannons. It was practically a biological engine installed beneath a cannon. The void shield bore the enemy's biological gunfire, and the battleship did not fire a single bolter in return. Instead, all of them were aimed at the devouring biological warships that were surging towards them. Admiral Blitz, the auger array has detected our warships. What? Where? Reinforcements. The identification code is for the Stealth Slaughterers chapter warships, 3 in total. They are within the enemy fleet. The battle suddenly took a turn. 3 Astartes warships with erratic trajectories suddenly appeared from within the enemy fleet. Their void shields were completely overloaded, and terrifying biological spore boarding pods were clinging to the exterior of the warships, constantly corroding the armor, attempting to infiltrate the warships. In Blitz's view, these were merely warships seized by the enemy using biological corruption, now heading their way to assist the biomass warships in slaughtering them. Admiral Blitz, the enemy has sent a communication request. Connect. Blitz made up his mind, the enemy must have already corrupted that warship. Perhaps the person speaking had their skull eaten hollow by parasites, and it was the Tyrannid creatures attempting to spread false information. Admiral Blitz, the other party sent a video. First level contingency plan. Several of the most determined warriors began watching the video, while a second group, holding their personal laser pistols, stared intently at the first group. Should there be any signs of corruption, they would immediately open fire and kill them. A mushroom-shaped bio-ship appeared in the warship's holographic projection area. The surrounding biological warships all had some damage, more or less. Some hulls were emitting green mist, while others were only half intact, with flesh exposed. Enemy fleet, bio-ship detected. Enormous in size, visually larger than Mars. A large number of damaged biological warships are circling it. The information was confirmed level by level before being delivered to Admiral Blitz. The bio-ship is absorbing the warships of another Tyrannid/Tyrannid fleet. Repeat, information confirmed, the bio-ship is absorbing the warships of another Tyrannid/Tyrannid fleet. Inference, the enemy has just completed an internal war against another Tyrannid/Tyrannid tendril and is currently devouring the spoils, with warship repairs not yet complete. Send a video request to the Stealth Slaughterers chapter warships. No response was received from the communication signal. A large number of biological warships turned their cannons and began bombarding the three warships, including the giant biological cannon-type enemy warship that was bombarding the battleship Blitz was on. The three Astartes ships' speed was decreasing. A corrosive siren approached them and began releasing biological tentacles, coiling around the three warships again and again. Biological whips destroyed the point defense cannons and broadside macro cannon arrays. Large biological pipes were inserted into the warships, beginning to transport the Tyrannid's swarm. Admiral Blitz, should we support them? Support? Abandon the position? Allow the enemy fleet to enter the star system from here and outflank other warships? We are not a line of defense, we are the last line of defense. Then we communicate with them, tell them to immediately move closer to us. We will provide lance cover. The Imperial Navy's battleship began to turn its lance array to conduct high-energy attacks on the biological warships approaching the Astartes chapter, while it deflected its hull and adjusted the torpedo launcher positions, firing at the soul-devouring type enemy warship that was attacking. Emperor, protect us, are other warships capable of providing support? A long time passed. The three warships were firmly entangled by biological tentacles, and the battleship's lance bombardment on those biological tentacles was merely a drop in the ocean. The devouring biological warship was destroyed, turning into burning wreckage under the attack of several torpedoes. However, the enemies that were originally besieging the Raven Guard warships began to adjust their course and rushed towards this lone battleship. Admiral Blitz, a strike cruiser from the Galaxy Hunters chapter is on its way. We've observed them at position 021-456-821. The White Scars warship plunged into the enemy cluster, sweeping towards the three warships at an extremely high speed, then performed a maneuver, a tail swing, and left. Admiral Blitz, what are they doing? Warp teleportation. If it's still usable, those Emperor's Angels should have boarded, teleport onto the support warships. The White Scars warship sped away. The Tyrannid/Tyrannid fleet, which had been preparing to besiege the battleship, turned to pursue this suddenly appearing strike cruiser. A large number of biological warships were diverted from this battlefield. The Primaris librarians looked at the intelligence before him and the remaining 31 Raven Guard, repeatedly confirming the authenticity of the intelligence. Coria Hughes was commanding the battle on the planet. The enemy's Titan-class creatures were increasing, and the Morning Bell Legion began to bear a lot of pressure. The 9 Astartes chapters defending the position had already been replaced once, and the casualties were indeed significant. An emergency communication from the Primaris librarian suddenly rang in his mind. This was a method used only in the most urgent situations. We've found the enemy's bioship. It's currently digesting another Tyrannid/Tyrannid fleet. The frigates are mostly damaged. We must depart immediately and launch an attack. How many bioships? 1 large and 2 small have been identified. To be safe, I've left 3 bio-annihilation fusion bombs for you. Understood. We will launch a synchronized attack. Coria Hughes issued a call to arms, assembling the Astartes. Now, 1 month has passed since the war began. A bio-annihilation fusion bomb, 1 is enough to destroy an entire bioship, but it must be deployed in the enemy's internal core area. In short, you have to board. Planetary cannons and Imperial battleships have spent a month proving that without a sufficient number of concentrated fires, you cannot even destroy the biological armor they create. Especially those biological warships, they will use their flesh to block artillery fire, then be recycled by the bioship and remanufactured into new biological armor. Once the Imperial assault fleet and the enemy engage in a war of attrition, it will undoubtedly be a defeat. In the coming days, the main force of the Imperial Navy will leave the star system and head to the enemy's bioship. Therefore, a large number of biological warships will descend upon the planet, and the planet will be bombarded by countless biological ships. The entire world will plunge into its darkest hour. Coria Hughes must lead the Astartes, carrying the bombs, to assault the enemy's bioship from the ground, and destroy this bioship. If they are lucky, other bioships will turn around as this ship collapses, heading towards the last signal emitted by the other bioship, attempting to regroup. If they are unlucky, the warships here will attempt to evolve new Tyrannid/Tyrannid bioships. This chance is very small, but not non-existent. Coria Hughes, you carry the fate of all humanity on this planet. I know, I'm used to it. Anthony's subordinates suffered heavy casualties. The enemy's offensive was endless. Our guns were all overheated, continuous firing had burned the bolter barrels red and deformed them. There were 4 overload detonation incidents with ion pistols and plasma guns, taking the lives of several precious Primaris warriors. The meltagun was completely overheated and shut down, its machine spirit asleep, rendering the entire gun inoperable. Anthony repeatedly confirmed with the damned mechanical voice when the positioning would be complete, but the only response he received was calibrating. The only useful information was that the enemy had deployed interfering toxins, and biological spore membranes had formed a continuous blanket over the area, making it difficult for signals to penetrate. Artillery units had already concentrated heavy artillery to cover this area, but the effect was very poor. We need more time to calibrate the signal points. Damn it, can't you say something else? Anthony couldn't help but curse. The Tyranids had already rushed to their faces. They fell from above, limbs breaking, carapaces shattering, yet still struggling to get up and charge towards the Emperor's angels. The terrible thing was that they no longer sent bone-level knife worm to charge, but instead dropped a large number of flesh-level Tyranid creatures. After 30-odd deaths, a meat cushion of corpses formed below. Our Prometheum flamethrowers had not yet had time to refuel and incinerate these corpses when Tyranid warriors dropped down and began to engage in close combat with the Primaris warriors. Here, our weapon advantage completely disappeared, and our firepower density advantage could not be utilized. This passage could only accommodate 12 people. After engaging the Tyranid creatures, we were like using a trickle-down tactic, slowly delaying time with the lives of our warriors, gaining only a pile of strategically meaningless, lowest-level Tyranid/Tyranid creature corpses. Anthony, in an unguarded moment, was heavily struck by a Tyranid warrior's greatsword. His power armor cracked significantly, and blood flowed from the gap. Flying parasites surged towards them, attracted by the smell of blood, but were timely eliminated by the last high-intensity grenade. Chapter Master, retreat. No. United, liberate. Let go of me. When I get promoted, I'll kill you. A Primaris warrior, relying on his strength advantage, forcibly pulled Anthony away from the battlefield. Ahead was a bottomless pit of death, and the Emperor's angels bravely rushed to their doom, like the Dark Angels, like the warships above Taste, like the undead before the Eternal Gate, like the heroes who have followed one after another for 11 millennia. Chapter 221 The Underground War is over. Kroken almost wanted to laugh. This defensive node was still under attack, but the passage where the heavy laser cannons were deployed had no enemies, while the 2 paths he and the Tech Marine were guarding were swarming with Tyranid creatures. All that effort for nothing. The Tech Marine remained calm, his entire array of weapons opening fire, and within minutes, he had blocked the passage. It was completely filled with Tyranid creatures' corpses. The clean-up Tyranid creatures began their work, and our side did not use flamethrowers to clear that passage. We quietly waited for their flanking forces. What to do if this path is blocked? Go around, and that leads to the passage with the heavy laser cannons, doesn't it? If they don't come, you have to create conditions for them to come. The underground area was utterly a death zone. The toxic substances sprayed by the venomthropes, the floating parasites, and the harmful substances produced by the large amount of burning material no longer supported the entry of Astra Militarum without fully enclosed gear, and the Krieg Death Corps needed a little more time before entering. That little bit, as the Adeptus Mechanicus called it. Boring and prolonged, the Tech Marine commanded the guard squad to orderly repel the Tyranid creatures, buying time. The Tyranid creatures became fewer and fewer because their descent path had been cut off by the main force led by Anthony. The Tech Marine inexplicably felt a pang of trepidation. His auxiliary camera glanced at Kroken beside him. The old dreadnought was firing without a word. He could defend all 3 passages, let alone now only having to deal with enemies from one direction. The Tech Marine called out on the comms channel. The situation at the front was not optimistic. Over 60 warriors had died in the meat grinder-like passage entrance, and Anthony was cursing as he held the rear. Maybe I'm overthinking it. The Tech Marine moved, swapping positions with a few battle brothers, and returned to the heavy laser cannon. The machine spirit is fine, absolutely perfect. Just as the Tech Marine was about to perform a self-check on the machine spirit of his specialized power armor, the battle brothers who had replaced him suddenly flew into the air. Psyker. Brood Lord. The leader here, that Brood Lord, finally took action personally, intending to lead the remaining Tyranid creatures to break out and rendezvous with the main force. Those brothers floated in the air, their power armor trembling uncontrollably, the Emperor's angels exerting all their strength to operate their weapons, trying to aim at the incoming Tyranid swarm. The tactical helmet had a slight effect of suppressing psychic powers, but it was almost useless in the face of the Brood Lord's full exertion. The battle brothers vaguely saw a huge shadow, devouring everything in its sight. That immense oppressive feeling plunged the warriors into a state similar to a librarian's prophecy. A Primaris warrior was in outer space. He stood on the bow of an Imperial battleship, the slight vibration from the rotating lance arrays coming from beneath his feet. Behind him was the cathedral-like magnificent bridge. The warrior looked out, a bright star ahead, but further away, the darkness spreading among the stars was so terrifying. The stars in the sky disappeared, eternal light vanished one by one, the universe gradually entered complete darkness, pure darkness, nothingness filled with unspeakable fear. The warrior frantically looked around, left, right, and even behind him, the stars were rapidly disappearing. He shouted for a long time on the comms channel but received no answer. The battleship beneath his feet also seemed empty. He suddenly turned his head and found that the dazzling star ahead had also extinguished its light. He finally realized what had happened. Tyranid creatures, the entire universe was filled with Tyranid creatures. The completely dark outer space finally showed color, which did not make the warrior feel relieved, but rather extremely panicked. A little biological light emanated from the surface of their bodies, dark green light faintly illuminating the bodies of the Hive Fleet warship. Those were supergiant tyrannid creatures roaming the star sea. 1, 2, 3, a billion? A trillion? Densely packed. Specks of light spread across the universe at an extremely fast speed. The dark universe was re-illuminated, the entire world turning into an ethereal green. Suddenly, in the position of the former star, a super-large mouth appeared. The densely packed teeth in that mouth, each one larger than the battleship beneath the warrior's feet, squinting, on the wriggling biological tentacles, there were all Astartes remains. Power armor hung on biological barbs, spikes pierced through Terminator armor, and space warships, turned into scrap metal, were stuck between teeth tens of kilometers long. The Primaris warrior drew his combat blade, his power sword seemed to lack energy, its light flickering. He was at a loss, not understanding what he should do. The cosmic scale mouth bit towards this last remaining battleship in the entire galaxy. The solitary warrior stood on the bow, striking a sword stance. It was the 4 ounces deflect 1,000 pounds opening move of the Tai Chi sword art. Dong. A distant, ancient bell toll echoed in the warrior's mind, and heaven and earth trembled. Dong. The chant of the Omnissiah shattered the void, the time filled with tyrannid creatures shattered like glass, only the prayer to the Omnissiah still deafening. Confusion and hardship bind the soul, the Omnissiah's light illuminates my heart. Fangs and claws rage on the path, the Omnissiah protects all. Flesh is weak, corruption ends, silicon-based adamantium endures forever. Thousands of fallacies lead astray again, the Omnissiah's blade reveals its gold. The great bell tolls, the holy hymn rings, praise the Omnissiah. The tech marine swung his hammer, striking the great bell he had used earlier to soothe the heavy laser cannon, loudly reciting the prayer to the controlled battle brothers, then unleashed a barrage of sacred shells at the tyrannid creatures there. He hoisted the auxiliary laser cannon, his 4 waving mechanical arms plunging heavily into the ground to stabilize his body, held his breath, pulled the trigger, and praised the Omnissiah. The laser cannon fired fiercely in the direction of the enemy, red beams annihilating the knife worm in front, directly targeting the Broodlord. The energy reaction of the laser weapon rapidly depleted the Broodlord's psychic energy, the entire tyrannid creature overheated, its whole body burning red. If it didn't dispel the psychic spell, it would be roasted by the immense psychic energy of the hive mind. The Broodlord withstood this laser cannon strike, and the Primaris warriors also fell from the sky. Before they even landed, a large number of bolter rounds spewed from their muzzles. The warriors were still shaken, their coral pituitary released a large amount of enhancing hormones. In that instant of life and death, their potential was unleashed, and soon, their bodies would become even stronger. The tyrannid creatures on Kroken's side attacked furiously, under the control of their commander. They used their claws to impale the corpses of dead tyrannid creatures, holding them in front of themselves, and charged fiercely towards Kroken. For the Emperor, you damned Xenos, all of you die. The enemies, using a tyrannid creature on tyrannid creature pushing method, brought the corpses of the tyrannid creatures in front and squeezed forward. Without the heavy laser cannon to clear the area, Kroken activated the Prometheum flamethrower mounted under his left hand. Flames, fueled by loyal rage, engulfed the tyrannid swarm in front, but the tyrannid creatures did not retreat, pressing forward in waves, surging towards the old dreadnought. In the name of the Dark Angels, this is the Emperor's sacred domain, I declare, expulsion. A series of explosions erupted on Kroken's side. The Tech Marine and other warriors had no time to worry about that side. After the Broodlord's initial offensive was repelled, tyrannid warriors moved past it, charging towards the Primaris warriors. They had evolved biological gas vents, located on their chests, with high temperature points on their arms. The entire tyrannid creature was like a walking flamethrower, a farts and fire igniter. When they fired, it was an eerie filamentous flame, attacking the Astartes. The Astartes, just regaining their senses, endured the severe pain in their heads, barely pulling their triggers. Melta and bolter fire combined, repelling wave after wave of tyrannid attacks. After fighting for a while, the Tech Marine hurried back to the rear base, dismantled a mechanical package, and threw it over. The Broodlord had just recovered and was about to launch its next offensive when it looked up to see a volley of enemy fire. Melta and plasma flew chaotically, instantly sweeping away the tyrannid creatures in front, and the psychic barrier the Broodlord had just erected shook again. It was overjoyed. According to its observations, those terrifyingly powerful weapons had long firing intervals. After this volley, there would be at least a 20-second window of opportunity. Attack, all attack. Before it could issue the command, a huge steel object shot towards it from the front. The Broodlord grabbed 2 knife worm from its side with psychic power and flung them up, only to see the mechanical construct wield its mechanical arms with incredible speed, instantly slicing the 2 knife worm to pieces. Dozens of biological fragments smashed against it, but the mechanical construct was unharmed. Blades popped out from the Tech Marine's prosthetics, gleaming brightly, just looking at them sent shivers down one's spine. The mechanical package he had thrown earlier had only one purpose, to propel himself forward at super high speed. With a body of tempered adamantium, carrying the supreme power of the Omnissiah, I will fight you. We shall determine superiority and decide life or death. The 4 spikes danced rapidly, the Broodlord used all its strength to halt the Tech Marine's momentum, but the bulging metal casing on the Tech Marine's back suddenly shattered, and the thermal weapon forcefully fired, risking a backfire. The nuclear stream spewed from the experimental thermal gun burned through the mechanical protective casing, heading straight for the Broodlord's dark brain. The Brood Lord had never been so close to death in its life. It urgently erected a very thick psychic barrier 1 centimeter outside its body. The nuclear stream diffused on the spherical barrier, forming a beautiful flower. In a single breath, the petals shattered, and a large number of tyrannid creatures behind the Brood Lord were incinerated into ash. The thermal stream stopped, and the Brood Lord was smug. Now it's my turn. The Tech Marine's head felt a heavy blow, and he tilted it, about to fall. The Brood Lord wanted to shatter the flesh and blood of this metal giant, dry up his blood, and turn the little remaining flesh into dried jerky. Just as it thought victory was assured, 2 shurikens shot out from the Tech Marine's head. TCH, is that all? Psychic barrier. Puff, a very slight sound, the 2 shurikens pierced its large head, damaging its psychic organs. Subsequently, the entire Brood Lord began to swell, its originally pink flesh starting to turn deep red. The 2 shurikens were made with a little bit of black stone material, hidden in the head, which was why the Tech Marine felt a pang of trepidation when the Brood Lord cast its spell just now. Now it couldn't protect him anymore. Undefined colors exploded in a chaotic frenzy, and the undercurrent of reality intertwined with the warp directly impacted the Tech Marine's massive body. He was sent flying, propelled backward at 3 times the speed he had been launched forward. The 2 warriors guarding the passage entrance tried to grab him but were knocked back against the wall, falling unconscious. When the Tech Marine opened his eyes again, he saw the apothecary with a disgusted expression. What kind of modifications are these? Messy wiring, no flesh at all. How am I supposed to treat him? You, put me behind the heavy laser turret. The Primaris warriors dragged the creation, which was essentially mechanical wreckage, as the sound of artillery fire nearby gradually subsided. Don't stop the firepower, don't mind me. Go hold the line. The number of tyrannid creatures has decreased. Hold on, battle brother, we're almost behind the turret. 5 minutes later, the Tech Marine had a brand new power armor, body, chest, fully recovered. The apothecary was deeply disheartened, feeling his existence seemed meaningless. There were no gene seeds to retrieve, if they were injured, they just replaced a bionic limb. What was he doing here? Anthony spat, his eyes stinging from the industrial exhaust and the toxic fumes from burning tyrannid creatures' corpses. His helmet had been cracked by a tyrannid warrior's blade, and the external gases continuously infiltrated his combat blade. These toxins were corrosive enough to kill an Astra Militarum soldier without a gas mask within minutes. Anthony's facial flesh was corroded, then healed by his powerful regenerative abilities, causing continuous extreme pain. Anthony. The Adeptus Mechanicus says they've locked on and will begin bombardment in 20 seconds. Retreat. Down the passage originally opened by the tunnel snakes, Primaris warriors furiously charged the tyrannid creatures. The warrior at the front, wielding a chain sword in his left hand and a power sword in his right, wildly swung them left and right like an old grandmother flailing her fists, frantically clearing a path. The warriors behind him dragged and pulled the bodies of their fallen battle brothers, sprinting. If only there was a lamenter afflicted by the black rage at the front, Anthony thought somewhat uncharitably. A sharp pain shot through his chest, the old wound had reopened. By the Emperor's holy light, it truly hurt. Boom boom boom. The ground above trembled as the Adeptus Mechanicus, completely disregarding the lives of the Astartes, began bombarding the passage entrance. It was a super heavy weapon of unknown caliber, capable of cracking the tunnel ceiling more than 10 kilometers underground. The warlord titans of the Titan Legion of the Morning Bell had been deployed, and the first wave of attacks completely collapsed the tunnels dug by the tunnel snakes, reblocking all paths and returning the underground factory to a sealed state. The warrior leading the way saw countless tyrannid creatures' corpses blocking the path, with some survivors trapped among the bodies of their comrades, only able to open their mouths and wave their claws in defiance. The leading Primaris warrior gave it a slice and then ran towards another path. Don't shoot. Friendly fire. Several less severely injured warriors, dragging their exhausted bodies, waved at the warriors guarding the front. Tech Marine. Anthony and the battle brothers are back. Anthony walked at the rear, bringing up the rearguard with a few uninjured warriors. After the Tech Marine killed the Hive Tyrant, the underground tyrannid creatures fell into a brief period of chaos, eventually being led by several tyrannid warriors, holding their ground underground, waiting for an opportunity. There were no tyrannid creatures outside the passage, the strategic objective had been achieved. Kroken, Senior, it's time to retreat. Our mission is complete. Did they give us a new mission? Are you referring to the Dark Angels chapter? No. What did they tell you? Support the Dark Angels chapter, hold the underground factory, assist the Adeptus Mechanicus in destroying the tyrannid creatures' tunnels, then withdraw. We completed the mission, didn't we? Yes. That's good then. It's time to retreat, Kroken Senior. The remaining tyrannid creatures no longer have the ability to reproduce. Let the Creek Death Corps clean up this vast and complex underground network. We are withdrawing. Kroken Senior? Kroken. The Tech Marine stepped forward, only then did he realize that Kroken was standing at the passage entrance, his massive body blocking the entire passage. The corridor was completely filled with tyrannid creatures' corpses, packed tightly. If the Dreadnought took one step back, those tyrannid creatures' corpses would overflow. Kroken Senior. The Tech Marine checked and saw that Kroken's life signs had ceased. Upon learning that he, as the last member of the Dark Angels, had completed his final mission, the will that had firmly sustained Kroken finally collapsed, and Kroken's soul returned to the Golden Throne. What are you staring at? Move him. Anthony was already accustomed to death. The warriors carried the remains of their battle brothers, and more importantly, the power armor on the bodies. Let the recruits wear them first. That group of 11th Company warriors here with Anthony still didn't have combat blade to wear. The deceased are gone, the living must do everything possible to survive. The tech marine found a way to pull Kroken the dreadnought to the laser turret's location, and using the assembly platform for moving the turret, he pulled the dreadnought upwards. Passing Krieg guardsmen met the scarred Red Tide warriors, and their political commissar stepped forward and saluted the warriors. He was grateful for what the Red Tide had done, at least for killing the enemy's hive tyrant, saving the Krieg guardsmen from certain death. They did not fear death, they only feared their death would be without value. Under Karaya Hyas's instructions, these Krieg guardsmen had no idea that the war had already begun, they didn't even know they had arrived at their destination. They had been housed in fully enclosed transport ships, always believing they had not yet reached the war zone. Now, the time had come, all Krieg Death Corps landed, and the Imperial Navy assembled. They had gathered over 15,000 Astartes to assault the impossibly massive bioship. A single biocidal fusion bomb was enough to deal with an ordinary bioship, like the one currently above the planet. But facing a bioship half the size of a planet, at least 9 bombs distributed at fixed strategic positions were required. For this, we need the strongest and most courageous warriors. Of the more than 60 Adeptus Astartes chapters, the best elites were all sent to the Navy ships. The remaining Astartes had an even more arduous task, not only to withstand the attacks of the Tyrannid creatures without any Navy support, with at least 80 bio-warships conducting ground attacks, but also to gather forces to board the bioship that had been terrorizing Erissus III for almost 2 months. Coriolanus had only 10 ultramarines by his side, and the elite veterans of the renowned chapters around him had already departed with the Navy warship, making it quite difficult to organize sufficient forces. Coriolanus, the Red Tide has completed its mission, they still have about 2 companies left. Which gene seed are they? Mixed gene seed, Imperial Fists, White Scars, Iron Hands. Mixed gene seed. Their predecessors were Storm of Will, Shadow Venom Blade, and Green Templars. Storm of Will? I've heard of them. Are they willing to participate in the assault? Coriolanus, I have a suggestion. Speak. Let each chapter send 50 elites, and after the war, they will be granted a strike cruiser. If they send 100 veterans, we will secure a chapter home world for them. Coriolanus abruptly turned and looked at the Primaris warrior who had just spoken. Coriolanus, many people will die in this battle, many. Those chapters will be annihilated, and there will be many relics. You cannot ask all chapters to gladly go to their deaths. We also need to give an explanation to the heroes. Go, tell them. I hope the fleet-based chapters won't resent our cruel plan. What? Send 100 veterans, and after the war, they can secure a chapter home world. Anthony looked at the librarian in front of him in shock, he was from a neighboring chapter, bringing news. Yes, Coriolanus said it himself. All right, I understand. Tell them that our Red Tide will send 100 veterans. Joking aside, if other chapters lost so many people, their chapters would be almost wiped out. Our chapter would definitely ensure that someone could take over the home world. What is this? This is an official shield, many of our things can now be explained by the existence of a home world. Furthermore, he had enough confidence to develop a normal planet within Imperial territory into a prosperous planet no less than the 500 worlds. It should be noted that Yi Feng fought desperately against the Tio and stirred up sector-wide conflicts, barely expanding his territory to 1,000 worlds, but the combined productivity would be good if it reached 20 of the 500 worlds. At least Anthony felt that this deal was profitable. How do people survive? Belisarius calls Mark the 10th power armor was modular, with flight modules. These modules also had limitations, they could not fly in thin atmospheres. This operation to bomb the ship required the warriors, after bombing the ship, to jump directly down, preferably with something to shield them in front, otherwise, they would be friction burned into a spectacular sphere of molten metal by the atmosphere. The flight modules would be activated at a sufficiently low altitude to gain precious cushioning, and then, before the module energy ran out, they would find an Imperial position to land. Therefore, in this operation, veterans could not wear Terminator armor, and the mortality rate was extremely high. Another question, how do they get up there? The bioship above was resisting round after round of planetary cannon bombardment with its biological outer shell. How do we break in? This brings up another of Belisarius' Call's enhanced inventions, the sacred meltagun assault pod. Imperial Air Force heavy bombers would launch with these boarding pods, using enhanced melta technology to penetrate the enemy's thick bio-armor. Coriolanus personally carried the biocidal fusion bomb, and everyone else's mission was to cover this group of ultramarines. Most Astartes had never experienced such a battle. Chapter 222 The bomb has been planted. Anthony silently took out the chapter's brief history and turned to the chapter on deep-sea leviathans. He wondered how Father Mapusa's research on the bioship's outer shell was progressing. It was an unforgettable, thrilling experience when Yi Feng led the Astartes to board a giant deep-sea fish, and a group of them rushed into the edge of its brain to plant bombs. Anthony closed the small notebook and sighed. Fighting the Tyrannids, taking a bite is useless, every single cell of theirs is distinct, and you can't get any useful genetic information. Around him were representatives from various Adeptus Astartes chapters. 8 chapters with similar war experience had disclosed historical records and specific details of similar battles. Everyone knew they only had one chance. There were 3 bombs, but he only had 1 life. Chapter Master, I've found you a jump pack, the tech marine said, having cobbled together a Mark 7.8 power armor from 3 damaged suits and borrowed a jump pack from a neighboring chapter. Anthony was a standard Astartes and would fight using a traditional jump pack. Alright. While I'm gone, you lead the remaining warriors to kill the Tyranids. The ground offensive will be very fierce. Omnissiah protect us. It's time for the people to test us. Whatever you say. Anthony took a fierce bite of his food bar, a special edition for Emperor's Ascension Day. Life and death hung on this battle. Time to depart. The Imperial Navy Fighter Squadron members stood tall, chests out, flanking the queue and saluting the Emperor's angels as they successively entered the assault pods. Suddenly, the group of red-armored warriors stopped and rendered an Aquila salute to the brave mortals. For this battle, we rely on all of you. The fighter crew members stood dumbfounded. After the Astartes collectively boarded the assault pods, the oldest pilot in command vigorously kicked the remaining pilots' rear ends. You really dared. The Emperor's angels saluted you, and you dared to stand still, not even kneeling. The old pilot in command cursed in the lowest possible voice. Senior, you didn't kneel either. Still arguing? Board the plane. The old man turned and was the first to board the aircraft, not letting others see the smile on his face. This life, it was worth it. The atmospheric air force had suffered the most severe losses in the war so far. Few fighters remained, and many bombers were lost while gathering here. Outside, the Titans' artillery fire grew denser, and the front line was getting closer to the airfield. After the Imperial Navy transferred most of its forces, the bio-ship was able to remove its upper biological outer armor manufacturing and concentrate all its power on producing Titan-class Tyranid creatures. It no longer sent single types of Titan creatures to attack, the probing phase was over. Diverse giant Tyranid creatures formed mixed formations, pressing towards the Imperial lines. Without the cover of space warships, the atmospheric air force suffered heavy casualties, and the Titans on the ground became isolated. The only consolation was that the planetary void shield was still active. The Tyranid fleet had no intention of expending large amounts of biomass to attack it, only allowing bioplasma and acid to slowly pass through the void shield in the form of floating balloons. The Astartes assault pods took off, shaking violently. Even with the assault pods placed inside the bombers, the warriors could hear the continuous firing of close-in defense stubbers and bolters. The surrounding explosions were intense, and the heavy bombers occasionally rolled over. Those floating balloons contained many flammable and explosive gases, which ignited upon being hit by a bolter round, causing violent explosions. The shockwaves made the bombers exceptionally turbulent. This time, a total of 1,800 Astartes were mobilized, from 16 fleet-based chapters and 4 wealthy chapters. All assault pods were utilized. This was the only offensive. Korya Hughes gambled all his elites, carrying 3 bio-annihilation fusion bombs, and headed straight for the enemy's 3 core areas. If any one of them was successfully placed, it could destroy this bio-ship. Emperor protect us. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped Anthony. After a heartbeat, the Holy Melta assault pod's flight module activated. The acceleration, stronger than that of a regular assault pod, made Anthony's chest ache. Emperor protect us. If he made it back alive, he would definitely borrow a few new assault pods. The aircraft formations from 8 directions converged, forming a massive force capable of directly engaging the bio-ship's elite Tyranid creatures and gargoyle swarms. This was the Imperial Atmospheric Air Force's last large-scale sortie. Hundreds of assault pods, trailing brilliant wakes, illuminated the black cloud that devoured hope. From the ground, it looked as if a fiery spider lily had bloomed beneath the bio-ship. The Melta nozzles activated, and the assault pod's vibrations intensified. Continuous, ultra-high-frequency vibrations emanated from all around, making Anthony's head buzz and his stomach churn. The Melta activation indicator light went out. The Primaris warrior unlocked his power boots from the assault pod and patted Anthony. Are you all right, Anthony? I'm fine. The machine spirit of this piecemeal power armor is a bit agitated. I'm already eager to kill the enemy. The assault pod hadn't completely stopped, it was moving at a slow speed, and the hatch didn't open automatically. Melta jet has stopped. Prepare to open the hatch manually. Thud, a loud bang suddenly echoed from the cabin wall. A deformed area instantly appeared on the square assault pod, as if a pillar-like object had crashed into it. A deep dent abruptly appeared behind Anthony. He stumbled, hastily steadying himself against another warrior's body. Open the door quickly. Melta team, prepare for demolition. The warrior holding the heavy Melta gun rushed to the front, but the assault pod began to shake unusually. The warrior manually opening the door pulled the lever. The assault pod hatch emitted the sound of mechanical fracturing, but the door didn't open at all. Melta team, open fire. The Melta blast instantly burned a large hole in the assault pod, and a large amount of pale green solution poured into the cabin. Everyone, out of the pod. Bang, a giant biological tail heavily slammed into the assault pod. The assault pod, like a small toy before it, spun several times in the solution, flinging out a few Primaris warriors. Below, the hole pierced by the assault pod had already turned into a vortex, and the surrounding flesh tried to repair the breach, but the constant impact of the turbulent flow made the writhing flesh slow and ineffective. The few Primaris warriors who were flung out landed on the fleshy wall in the solution, inevitably sliding towards the center of the vortex. This was not metal, maglocks were useless. Several warriors activated their flight modules, which essentially absorb air, accelerate particles internally, and then rapidly expel them. Absorbing the solution also worked. But before they could move much, the biological tail struck again from above. Anthony had just exited the assault pod when he saw a Titan-class Tyranid creature's juvenile form violently attacking the Primaris warriors above him. Don't get bogged down in battle. Heavy weapons team, clear the way. The Titan creature emitted a wave that, in the solution, became a powerful impact force attack, pushing most of the warriors back onto the wall of flesh. Anthony was carried by the rolling waves, tumbling several times. He kicked off the wall, finally realizing that they had broken into a Tyrannid creature's incubation chamber. Comms channel, where is the nearest friendly force? Anthony had only 9 people around him. He needed to first determine the location of the bio-annihilation fusion bomb carrying unit they were meant to cover. Melta team, clear a path in direction December 31st, 42. Everyone else, provide cover. Several warriors swung their chain axes at the thrashing tail. One axe struck, but it was painless and ineffective for this creature. Instead, the axe got stuck in its tail, and the warrior, unwilling to let go, was flung around with the tail. The juvenile Titan creature clearly enjoyed these new toys, likely mistaking them for food dropped in by the mother organism, and began to play cat and mouse. Flo, get down. Anthony stood at the edge of the breach. The Melta team had cleared a path, revealing what appeared to be a small egg-laying area. Numerous Tyrannid eggs lay quietly in this area, and now, with the viscous solution rushing in, they showed signs of hatching. The warrior named Flo, using the enemy's tail swing, moved to the opening. The monster was very angry. Through the pale green solution, the warriors finally saw the enemy's full body, a python-like mouth slightly agape, revealing small, sharp teeth. It hadn't fully developed yet and was trying to break through the umbilical cord tethering it from above to swim down and eat its snacks. Retreat, and rendezvous with Group 9. The closest to them were the warriors of Red Tide's Group 9. To their side were the bearers of the bio-annihilation fusion bomb, a successor chapter of the Imperial Fists, the Fists of Diamond chapter, who had participated in the large-scale defense of Bale organized by Dante. They were experienced and were breaking through the blockade at an extremely fast pace. On this side, Group 9's warriors were relatively lucky, landing in a giant biological pipe and advancing along it. Soon, a section of the pipe wall was blasted open by Melta fire, and Primaris warriors burst out, covered in shattered flesh. The chunks of flesh still writhed on their power armor, attempting to corrode and tear at the master-crafted suits. Brother, fire support. Only 2 warriors in Group 9 carried bolters. They immediately rushed forward to hold the passage entrance. Several warriors filed out, followed by a swarm of weak knife worm. Their forced hatching had left their skeletons too soft, and they practically crawled as they attacked the warriors. Ignore them, push forward and rendezvous with the other groups. 4. The Emperor, kill. The roar of the Fists of Diamond chapter shook the heavens and earth, their battle cry could be heard from afar. The troops advanced slowly. The huge bomb required many warriors to drag it forward, and the wet, fleshy floor below caused the transport's mechanical wheels to constantly slip. Tyrannid Hive Guard. Watch the flanks. Between the dense, dark pipes, there were small, flat ground areas. Tyrannid Hive Guard Tyrannid creatures were gathering here. The large-scale Astartes invasion of the bio-ship was unacceptable to them. The Tyrannid Hive Guard's 4 limbs were deeply embedded in the bio-ship's flesh, constantly drawing nutrients and stabilizing their bodies. Their left arms were symbiotic autocannons, now loading biological armor-piercing rounds. Silent attacks came from all directions, and parasitic cannon shells bombarded the Fists of Diamond warriors. The Tyrannid Hive Guard's right arm, a bioscythe, visibly grew larger, its rapidly growing chitinous shell making it both hard and massive. They stood in the thoroughfare, waiting for the Astartes to fall into their trap. Either the Astartes would have to step over their corpses, or be pinned down there and drowned by an endless tide of Tyrannid reinforcements. Hold on, we're coming. The Red Tide's Primaris warrior arrived first, slashing a few times to kill the parasites clinging to the Battle Brothers' power armor. Advance, we must defeat the enemy. The Fists of Diamond's Tech Marine, whose body was larger and had no flight module, but instead numerous mechanical auxiliary legs and stabilizers, was responsible for pulling the bomb forward. He had no intention of returning, he would turn into dust in the space with the bomb. Understood, support is on its way. Anthony, as always, brought up the rear, rushing forward with an ion pistol and a power sword. This image was learned from Yi Feng. We need to break through here. The Fists of Diamond's warrior had already seen many large Tyrannid creatures, similar to Tyrannid warriors, emerging from the holes on the side. Ahead was an extremely massive pillar of flesh, with 2 ascending passages on either side. Several Tyrannid hive guards were defending that area, and a continuous stream of reinforcements was arriving from the side. Understood. Clearly, the Red Tide's understanding of a breakthrough was quite different from the Fists of Diamonds. Anthony led the melee troops forward, engaging a Tyrannid hive guard in battle, covering the warriors carrying anti-vehicle bombs and melta bombs as they went to install the bombs. Chainsword and bioscythe clashed, the power sword plunged deep into the enemy's body, twisting its internal organs, scorching its blood dry. The power sword's electrical light flickered within the enemy's body, glowing faintly through its dark green skin. The Tyrannid creature's sandpaper-like skin bulged, and shattered chitinous plates stuck to its gradually thinning skin. The power sword's high temperature evaporated its blood, and the wound instantly seared shut, with only heat continuously transferring into its body through the charred black flesh. Then, its blood vessels burst, and its entire body exploded. One Tyrannid hive guard died, and thousands upon thousands of Tyrannid hive guards appeared from behind. Anthony could see the shoulder-to-shoulder Tyrannid creatures ahead. The Emperor's angels wielded combat blades, hacking into the enemy's limbs. Ion pistol rounds melted toothy mouths into glowing blue balls of flesh. Charred smoke began to spread within the pristine bioship. Anthony, melta detonation ready. Fire. 3 melta bombs were used in conjunction, tearing open the massive fleshy pillar ahead, burning a path wide enough for the bio-annihilation fusion bomb to pass through. The bio-ship shook, presumably having sustained damage to a vital organ, causing immense pain. A Primaris warrior lost his footing, and a bio-scythe slashed across his head. The scythe, stained with the blood of loyalty, arced through the air, its attack relentless, passing over short Anthony's head and aiming for another warrior's head. Unacceptable. Anthony backhanded his power sword upwards, severing the bio-scythe at its base, while the bio-cannon, covered in disgusting parasites, smashed directly into his left abdomen. For the Emperor, may his light never fade. A group of Astartes, painted with a mix of pale gold and red stripes, entered the battlefield. They used their unique projectile weapons to blast back the Tyrannid hive guard in front of Anthony. Their librarian let out a mighty roar, and dazzling light erupted from his body, scorching the fleshy ground and killing all the crawling parasites. To better utilize his psychic powers, the librarian did not wear a helmet, and the disgusting parasites all swarmed towards him. Anthony was about to tell the only Melta flamethrower warrior to open fire, but before he could speak, the librarian waved a device on his right hand that Anthony had never seen before, unleashing psychic abilities against the enemies in front of him. The 5 orbs on the librarian's wrist lit up, looking exactly like a flashing bracelet. Indeed, with so many chapters arriving, if each chapter brought 1 chapter relic, the intensity of the war would become terrifying. The moment the librarian's attack drew attention, the honor guard warrior standing beside Anthony suddenly fell. A hardened drill beetle had pierced his tactical helmet, and he simply collapsed straight down. In this war, the Astartes were like ordinary soldiers, death, like a maggot clinging to bone, hid in the shadows of the Emperor's angels, constantly seeking opportunities to drag them into the endless abyss of darkness. Advance, cover the fists of diamond. 2 groups of warriors lost 4 men in a single encounter. Anthony's heart bled. The situation gave the Emperor's angels no chance to even catch their breath. Large numbers of Tyrannid creatures overwhelmed the boarding warriors. Power claws and power fists became the most effective weapons now. Sometimes, it was so crowded that a combat blade couldn't even be swung. Time passed minute by minute. The ion pistol had already overloaded. Anthony wielded his power sword, standing beside the bomb, clashing with a 4-meter-tall, 6-bladed great Tyrannid creature. In the thick black smoke, the enemy's blades were fast and precise, the resulting gale scattering the nearby black smoke. The blades had a disintegrating field, with astonishing power. Anthony used the most subtle body movements to deflect the blade, striking the enemy's blade face with his power armor. The power sword clashed hard against the opponent's blade, and his combat blade flew out of his hand, spinning endlessly in the air. Anthony used this to manage the powerful recoil, and after the combat blade spun half a circle, he grabbed the hilt with a backhand grip and thrust it into its abdomen. The Tyrannid creature was severely wounded, but its 6 bio blades did not slow down at all, hacking at Anthony from all directions. Anthony's internal alarm bells rang loudly. He ducked, and the spike scratched the nozzle of his jump pack. Another blade missed, half an inch of its edge cutting into his power armor backpack. Die, the Emperor's retribution shall be with you forever. The power sword twisted forcefully within the enemy's body, then thrust upwards, tearing open its chest and splitting its head in half. Anthony then flicked his power sword to the left, blocking several strange bone spike projectiles, and then cleanly cut off the 2 bio blades stuck in his backpack. The power armor backpack's power supply was intermittent. Anthony's muscles tensed, and he exerted all his strength to activate his power armor, but the effect was still poor. He could only hang at the tail end of the squad. A large Tyrannid creature rushed towards him. The bio ship's internal defensive Tyrannid creatures had been adjusted, fully prepared for close combat. It had a large second maw on its chest, capable of taking a huge bite when both sides' limbs were locked. Advance, don't mind me. Anthony's chapter master honor guard captain protected him closely. They ignored Anthony's shouts. It was chapter tradition, chapter champion acts first, reports later. A Primaris warrior activated his flight module, delivering a flying kick into the enemy's large maw. His heavy power armor made him more powerful than a gravity warhead, directly smashing through the enemy's body, half stuck in its mouth, half protruding. Another warrior swung his blade, severing the strangely constructed Tyrannid creature's bones, rescuing his battle brother, but he himself was melted by a sudden biological plasma cannon, leaving only half a power armor boot, stuck in the fleshy floor. We're close to the core, they're going berserk. The Tyrannid creatures began to stop at nothing to prevent the Astartes' actions, even using bioplasma, a weapon that consumed their own biomass. Anthony laboriously advanced dozens more steps, stepping on the remains of a warrior. The fists of Diamond's chapter master lay face up, 3 bio blades plunged into his chest, with only half a head remaining. Only 2 fists of Diamond warriors remained. Warriors from other scattered areas joined the battle, only to bravely die minutes later. A gorilla-like tyrant guard charged at Anthony. Around him, only 6 red-tide Primaris warriors remained, all others had fallen. Attention, its arm is not right. We are 50 meters from the target area, come on, almost there. Both sentences were shouted almost simultaneously over the comms channel. Anthony's voice was quickly drowned out. The battlefield was chaotic. The librarian connected the comms of warriors within a 100-meter radius, turning the entire channel into a mess. The gorilla-like creature swung its enormous, storm shield-like fist at Anthony. In the capillary forest, the gorilla-like creature no longer cared about damaging the bioship. It yanked several biological tubes blocking its attack path, then smashed a fist into Anthony's chest. Anthony's throat tasted sweet, and a strong sense of weightlessness came over him. He was sent flying far away, his shattered front armor and blood drawing a bloody line in the air. A few seconds later, he crashed heavily onto a metal sphere. A silent coldness enveloped him. He felt his self-awareness gradually fading, and the scene before him became increasingly blurry. At this moment, the machine spirit of his fragmented power armor suddenly surged. Countless medicaments were injected into Anthony's body, flowing through him in a single heartbeat. Anthony regained consciousness. He found himself lying on top of the bio-annihilation fusion bomb, instantly moving from the back of the line to the middle. Anthony tried to move his body, but his power armor felt as heavy as shackles. His power armor backpack slammed heavily onto the bio-annihilation fusion bomb, completely damaging it. Weak, he was unable to get up, barely managing to turn onto his side, trying to roll off the bomb. The bomb isn't broken, is it? He shouted loudly, his voice drowned out by the chaotic environment. Anthony was no longer on the comms channel. The tech marine heard his shout, the most advanced noise filter accurately isolated his voice. The marine glanced at the bomb's indicator, signaling that it was fine, then lowered his head and pushed the bomb with all his might. Bolter rounds exhausted, combat blade broken, the target was just ahead. Only 24 meters to the target area. In the comms channel, Gariahias's cold voice took highest priority. All units, attention. Bomb 001 has been successfully placed. Evacuate within 5 minutes. Chapter 223 Escape. Anthony's warriors were stunned. We worked ourselves to death, just 24 meters from the destination, and you're telling me you're deployed? You truly have, a noble spirit of sacrifice. 5 minutes. This didn't mean the bomb was set to detonate in 5 minutes, but rather that the squad guarding the No. 001 bio-annihilation fusion bomb was confident they could hold out for 5 minutes. There were 4 chief librarians there, fully maintaining the psychic barrier to resist the enemy's psychic waves. One of them was a warp teleportation specialist, who could attempt to throw a group of Astartes, wearing only power armor, into the warp in the final stages. Only the Grey Knight's interceptor squad dared, wearing power armor, to travel through the warp on a large scale with the help of psychers, themselves. They fought a difficult battle. This was inside the bioship, and the corresponding location in the warp was the terrifying hive mind. But each of them was the best warrior, and they were determined to hold out until the very last moment. None of the librarians with Anthony were teleportation specialists, their main task now was to escape alive. At this point, looking back at the path they had taken, the warriors had assaulted from the bottom of the bioship, slowly moving upwards into the core area. This meant, although pulling the cart uphill was exhausting, going downhill, the Meltagun unit sat at the front of the bio-annihilation fusion bomb transport cart, the longsword unit squatted behind them, followed by the standing plasma gun unit, and the rest of the people followed behind. Brothers, charge through, kill your way out. The tech marine pushed hard, and going downhill was much easier. Everyone was giving their all, the mission was complete, and they were still alive, a great stroke of luck. Anthony was unceremoniously splayed out on top of the bomb by his close guards, forming a large X shape. The warriors even divided the small bomb cart into 5 defensive zones based on his posture. After learning that Anthony's jump pack and power core were damaged, the tech marine unceremoniously cut off the heavy apparatus from his back with a single stroke. Anthony was having some difficulty breathing. Without power, sustaining breathing for 10 minutes would be considered good. Ahead, many Tyranid Hiveguard and various Tyranids coming up as reinforcements blocked their path with their bodies. The frenzied warriors fired continuously, even overloading their meltaguns. The librarian overextended his psychic powers to sweep the enemies aside, and the entire squad savagely smashed through the Tyranid lines at an extremely fast pace. Among the remaining Primaris warriors of the Red Tide, another one was cut down by the endless blades appearing from both sides. Of the 5 remaining, one White Scars warrior took on the task of driving the bio-annihilation fusion bomb bumper car. The tech marine, acting as the engine, was even more frenzied, shedding weight from his entire body with a clang as he went, throwing out all his energy without a second thought. He didn't have a flight module, but he still had one sole way out. The tech marine would live or die with the bomb. When other bombs were placed, they could fall with their bomb, using the transport cart to withstand the merciless atmospheric friction. When it descended to a certain height, the bomb would deploy a giant parachute. If he was lucky enough to stand in the air and kill all the attacking gargoyles, then he could return to the ground with the bomb. I'm going back to my small forge to hammer iron. The tech marine even detached his auxiliary fixing limbs, pedaling his feet furiously. I should have installed jet boosters on my backside. After this battle, I'll go see if any of the tech marines from the White Scars chapter are still alive and swap for some acceleration bottles. Anthony, looking utterly resigned, bounced and swayed with the bomb. The figures on his face were constantly knocked off. Occasionally, someone from behind would make a few big leaps and land back on him, but the others were never seen again. 2 more warriors died, leaving only 2 Primaris warriors tightly guarding Anthony. The Emperor protects, the entrance is ahead. Meltagun ready. Ahead was the end of the path, the surrounding Tyranids had disappeared, and on both sides, layers of thick chitinous armor gradually appeared, which the bioship used to defend against planetary cannons. The Meltagun chamber is ahead, blow it up. The Tyranids had dealt with the breach in the warship in the simplest way possible by blocking the melted path with a Meltagun chamber. The Meltagun is overloaded, does anyone have a bomb? None left, we ran out long ago, librarian. Librarian, wake up. The librarian had already passed out from forcibly using a large amount of psychic energy in the warp, which was covered by the hive mind. Anthony finally had a chance to speak. He bellowed, "Plasma gun, overload it." The tech marine unlocked a plasma pistol. He had made a simple small trigger mechanism that would fire a few seconds after being thrown. Praise the Omnissiah. The tech marine swung his arm in a wide arc and threw a plasma pistol that had just fired. He used his strength very skillfully. The pistol did not spin in the air but flew straight. The trigger was successfully activated, and a plasma bolt shot out, hitting the meltagun chamber and burning a small hole. Through it, the writhing, fresh red flesh could be seen repairing the opening. The machine spirit is so effing loyal. Is there another one that's not too reliable? The small cart was quickly approaching the blockage area ahead. In a moment of desperation, the tech marine saw the plasma pistol on Anthony's waist, which showed its 12th shot cooldown time. For example, if a plasma pistol fires once every 24 seconds, and after extensive testing, it typically explodes on the 24th shot, then it can safely fire 12 shots before requiring a cooldown. Hence, there's the loyal 13th shot. The tech marine took a gamble, pulled the plasma pistol from Anthony's waist, and fired a shot backward. Good, I'm not dead. Within 24 seconds, the tech marine strapped on the trigger mechanism and, with all his might, smashed the plasma pistol onto the meltagun chamber. Boom! The huge explosion destroyed the entire blockage. The fire from the explosion intertwined with the blue-white energy of the plasma, raising metallic vapor that then enveloped the crash site. The bio-annihilation fusion bomb cart passed straight through, and everyone could already see the war-torn ground through the small opening ahead. The slippery bio-repairing mucus underfoot accelerated their speed. Like biological cannons blasting towards the ground, everyone plunged from the flesh and blood opening into the atmosphere. Anthony still lay face up on the bomb in a large X shape. Through his tactical visor, he saw the landmass-sized bio-ship above getting smaller. After one breath, it suddenly ceased all movement. The waving biological tendrils froze in midair, the flesh locked solid, stiff as a sculpture. The bio-cannons also stopped operating. Anthony could even see the half-born floating spore bombs, stuck right there, even the violent plasma inside no longer flickering. Time seemed to stand still. Anthony's eyes widened as he watched the bio-ship, growing ever more distant above him. Its massive hull turned to ash in an instant. No matter how carefully Anthony observed, he did not see the spread of any attack ripples. The annihilation seemed to happen in a single moment. The entire bio-ship, along with its capillary tubes, turned into dust. Anthony could no longer see clearly. The flames from atmospheric friction obscured his vision. The ashes and the dark universe merged into one, disappearing from view against the dim starry background. The rate of descent grew faster and faster. Tech Marine. What do we do? Only one of me and your chapter master can stay. The parachute can't support 2 people. The Fists of Diamond Tech Marine had already shed most of the useless items, but the parachute equipped for the bio-annihilation fusion bomb could only carry the weight of 1 extra Astartes. The 2 of us will fly Anthony away. No. 2 flight modules can't carry a third person. The 2 warriors exchanged glances, then turned to look at their brothers around them. They, too, had pulled up a brother with a damaged backpack, but there were 3 of them. The surrounding warriors flew away in groups. The last veteran was a regular Astartes. He glanced at Anthony, indicating his helplessness, then activated his ancient jump pack and flew away. The 2 sides looked at each other, swords drawn, bows strung. The 2 Primaris warriors looked as if they were about to kick the Fists of Diamond Tech Marine off. Suddenly, one of the brothers felt a tug on his hand. It was brother Anthony pulling him hard. He leaned down, pressing his tactical helmet against Anthony's. With their helmets touching, he shouted, "Don't worry, we will definitely rescue you." With their helmets pressed together, the words were muffled but conducted through the metal to Anthony, whose head slowly tilted back. The Primaris warrior thought Anthony believed him and prepared to stand up. The head below him suddenly slammed against his helmet. The tactical helmet bounced twice on the huge bomb, then fell to the side, blown away by the atmospheric turbulence. Anthony finally took off his helmet and roared, "Cut off my legs." "Anthony. I said, cut off my legs." The 2 close guards immediately understood Anthony's meaning. It was just shedding weight. "But you're too badly injured, the apothecary won't be able to save you." Anthony's chest injury was severe, and his head had also taken a blow from a tyrannid. If his legs were also cut off, he would likely die on the spot. "Cut. That's an order." As Anthony opened his mouth, the air in his lungs was again sucked out due to the huge pressure difference, almost killing him. The wound on his chest burst open again, and his entire face turned ashen. The 2 warriors exchanged glances. "Go." One warrior threw a small beacon to the Tech Marine. "Take this, we'll come find you." Then, grabbing one of Anthony's arms, he leaped out. The Mark the 10th flight module activated, the power sword flashed coldly, and Anthony's legs, trailing a stream of blood, plunged into the thick black smoke below, disappearing from sight. The other warrior seized Anthony's left arm and also leaped out. The bleeding quickly stopped. Inside Anthony, the Astartes self-hibernation mechanism activated. After all wounds were sealed, he fell into a deep sleep, his body entering a state similar to suspended animation. Clang clang clang. A metallic clanging sound woke Anthony. His consciousness was blurry, and his entire body was in extreme pain, as if someone was constantly pricking every inch of his flesh with needles. "Where am I?" "In the temporary medical zone, brother." The Tech Marine's voice came from the side, familiar yet somehow off. "Where am I? Brother, where am I?" Sarcophagus, Kroken's old home. Tech Marine, this isn't funny. Anthony tried to bend and sit up, but a dreadnought has no waist. Help me up. Tech Marine. The massive dreadnought lay on the floor, its two mechanical legs thrashing wildly. Not now, I'm performing surgery. Wait a moment. Surgery? You. The fists of Diamond's Tech Marine. We found him. Clearly, an apothecary alone couldn't save you. What's this instrument for? It looks like a special medication injector. Clearly, Anthony immediately grasped the crucial point. The Tech Marine was found, so what about that biological annihilation fusion bomb? What that this? That's a relic that has been with our chapter since its inception. It's called the Red Tide's exclusive divine skill, Heaven and Earth live as long as I do. Anthony's mood improved somewhat, and he suddenly felt that life had something to look forward to. Tech Marine, I feel excruciating pain all over. Do you have any pain medication? I'm afraid not, Anthony. Pain is actually your anchor to sanity. Look at it this way, feeling pain means you are still alive. It's better than watching all the assets you painstakingly accumulated go down the drain, without even a ripple. That's true, the Tech Marine's words struck a chord with Anthony, and his will to live surged. Yes, after saving up for so long, if I'm going to die, I need to squander it all first. Otherwise, I won't rest in peace. So, am I now at the stage where I get to brag to the recruits, and impart my war experience? I'm afraid not as much time has passed as you might think, Brother Anthony. The war with the Tyranids is still ongoing. After the bio-ship was destroyed, the large bio-ships were all recalled by the main fleet to guard the core mother ship, which was half the size of a planet. But the Tyranids on the ground were not dead, they were disconnected from the internet, but still on the local network. The ground Tyranids were vaguely led by a carnifex that had been enhanced to Titan level size. It could consume biomass and produce knife worm and gun worms. Although these were the lowest grade Tyranids, after losing the mother ship, its mass production capability was enough for the other Tyranids to crown it as their king. When this Tyranid was created, the mother ship needed it and fused it with a neurothrope. Its psychic nodes were so powerful that at least 30 small bio-ships in space obeyed its command. Those gunboat-class and frigate-class bio-ships were still in planetary orbit, constantly attacking Erissus 3. The Titan-class Tyranids on the ground had not been cleared out. In fact, their strength was now generally comparable to the Imperial defenders. The Adeptus Mechanicus had lost many god machines, and fallen Titans lay on the ground, becoming makeshift basilisk artillery positions. Both sides were still exchanging fire. The war was endless. Here. Apothecary, if you pierce through this metal plate, you'll hit flesh. You inject, I weld. Anthony was still lying on his back, a little annoyed. Since the war isn't over, shouldn't I be on the battlefield killing Tyranids? What are you keeping me here for? You probably have more important things to do. The current situation was much more troublesome than before. Out of over 60 Adeptus Astartes chapters, 51 chapter masters had arrived, the others were led by company captains. Of these 51 chapter masters, 38 were taken away to participate in the Navy's assault, and 10 had just died in the bio-ship from which Anthony had escaped. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the 3 chapter masters, including Anthony, would have to take up the mantle of commanding the ground war, perhaps with the addition of librarians and veteran company captains. You have 3 minutes. You need to attend a ground war command meeting because Corya Hughes and his guard haven't returned. He didn't evacuate. The Emperor protects. Apothecary, hold him down. Hold him. Let me attach this joint. The Tech Marine once again began his drastic, literally, life-saving surgery. Several chapter representatives entered the holographic conference room. Basically, only Primaris chapter masters and librarians could attend this meeting. Anthony was a regular Astartes. Even if he entered, he would lose decision-making power in the subsequent vote. However, when a dreadnought's holographic projection entered the meeting, everyone fell silent. To others, a dreadnought represented vast experience. To Anthony, he was now fearless. After all the conference tables lit up, he was the first to speak. The battle situation is urgent. I just entered the dreadnought, so I don't have time to argue with you all. Tell me, how do we fight? Which chapter are you from? Red Tide. Forgive my ignorance, but I have never heard of your esteemed chapter. Where are you? I'll come over and make you acquainted. The leader fell silent. A dreadnought, if it says it's coming over, it really is coming over. The main topic of this meeting was to address the strategic adjustment of Imperial forces from a strategic stalemate to a strategic counter-offensive in the ground war against the new Tyranids invading Erissus 3. The talks proceeded in a friendly and enthusiastic atmosphere. Representatives from all sides spoke enthusiastically, actively putting forward constructive opinions, clarifying specific paths for future work, and making decisions that reached the grassroots, ensuring every soldier had orders to follow, a path to take, and someone to consult, making indelible contributions to the victory of the war. In short, the meeting achieved the goals of understanding the situation, unifying thought, clarifying objectives, strengthening convictions, and consolidating efforts. In summary, this meeting established a command system with 3 chapter masters as the primary decision-makers and 4 librarians providing advice, improved the coordinated command system of various units, and clarified the specific responsibilities of each department, marking a crucial turning point in this war. Anthony, with a quad heavy bolter on his left hand and an ion slaughterer with an attached meltagun nozzle on his right, debated fiercely with the assembled leaders at the meeting. Fortunately, it was a holographic conference. If it had been an in-person discussion, it would surely have been a scene of chaos and flying sparks. All present were veterans who had survived countless battles, but Anthony's strength lay in his extensive experience commanding joint operations of multiple gene seed warrior types. To put it bluntly, Antony's company, which constantly operated with the Salamanders and Angels of Dawn, consistently commanded 6 of the 9 loyal gene seeds, naturally making him highly experienced. In this battle, the Raven Guard had suffered heavy casualties, and no one from the Wolf Guard or Dark Angels had come. As the meeting concluded, Anthony, enduring intense pain, moved to the periphery of the command center, becoming the temporary commander of this temporary medical zone, armory, and the entrance to the factory below. This location, deep within a mountain range on the continent, was the most critical and important, indeed the last, line of defense. He walked step by step along the wide central avenue. Land speeders roared overhead, and dark swarms of gargoyles danced in the sky. Basilisk artillery fire, with its crimson flashes, tore through the black curtain. Night fell, yet day lingered. All units, concentrate fire. Prioritize eliminating enemy air forces. Since the enemy could only produce gunworms and knifeworm, they decided to first eliminate their air forces to free up their bombers for support. Commander Anthony, our air force is dwindling. Even so, it's better than nothing. At least we won't have to expend effort defending against aerial attacks. The ground rumbled as Ravener-like Tyranids burrowed, attempting to assault their fortress, only to crash into the hard underground metal walls. Commander Anthony, we're running out of materials. Use all remaining materials to manufacture artillery shells and infantry ammunition. All Astartes, reduce bolter usage. Your mission is to hold the line and cut down any Tyranids that breach our positions. Use ion-based weapons as much as possible. The cheapest gunworms were not worth expending precious bolter rounds on. The Adeptus Mechanicus's Titan strode across the land, managed by another chapter master, tasked solely with hunting large enemy units, finding the Carnifex Titan acting as the mother Tyranid, and killing it. The solemn tolling of the Adeptus Mechanicus's bells echoed through the sky, and praises to the Omnissiah drifted across the entire battlefield through loudspeakers. The sole Emperor-class Titan emerged from the mountains after the enemy's large bio ships had departed. The magnificent cathedral built atop the mountain shook, and thick, long cannon barrels extended from its windows. The mountain collapsed, revealing the original valley, with black smoke and rising dust creating a spectacular scene where heaven and earth merged. Gigantic mechanical feet burst through the wall of smoke and dust, stomping heavily on the ground with irresistible force, shattering the earth beneath. The Emperor-class Titan, the Grand Expedition, joined the fray. It hailed from that glorious age when no one constantly droned on about loyalty, and people held many, many hopes, Sanguinius, Horus, Lionel Johnson. In that era, humanity fought from a tiny speck to the cosmos, united in purpose, unstoppable, and vibrant. Then, that great man still walked the earth, and humanity was full of ambition. This Titan was born then, carrying humanity's highest ideals, embarking on an endless journey. It traversed half the galaxy, slumbered, fought, and slumbered again. Now, the ancient machine spirit awakened, facing a new enemy of humanity. This Emperor-class Titan disdainfully lifted its colossal foot, and a war stomp crushed the tiny ants. You dare to obstruct my expedition? Too weak, too weak. Chapter 224 The End of Nidhogg's Fleet. No Emperor-class Titan would carry melee weapons. Under the glorious radiance of the Omnissiah, even the most insane enemies would flee in panic upon seeing it. The tech priest chanted litanies fervently. To stand inside an Emperor-class Titan was a glory most of the Adeptus Mechanicus could only dream of in their lifetime. Compared to the ethereal Omnissiah, this tangible, peak power was their lifelong dream. The thick void shield rippled slightly, and the Emperor-class Titan turned. On its flank were 3 Ammonite Zealot, 2 Sacred Servitor, 1 Titan Snail, and 3 Electro-Servitor controllers. In the sky, there were Carnifex that could be called Flying Titans. Do you even deserve to be called a Titan? The Great Journey was a warlord class, equipped with the strongest offensive power in the entire Imperium. The Death Strike missile, which we mentioned earlier could kill a Titan with a single hit, was directly equipped in a missile silo. On its right arm, 8 Death Strike missiles were installed, and in the center of the 9-grid layout was a highly stable laser cannon. The right arm was brimming with martial prowess, and the left arm was no less. The Avenger-class Gatling cannon, twin-linked, could vividly demonstrate what it meant to pacify the world with cannons. 12 sets of void shield easily blocked the bioplasma stream. The machine spirit of the Great Journey disdainfully looked at the Electro-Servitor controller spewing plasma in front of it. Below its small face was a huge plasma jet, and on its back was a bulging, giant snail shell, presumably for storing plasma, likely a variant of the Titan snail. Hat, are you just peeing there? The Avenger-class Gatling cannon first targeted the Electro-Servitor controller. The Emperor-class Titan's attack range was much greater than the enemy's, allowing it to always strike first. Before that, the Great Journey stomped heavily. Where the god machines trod, the soil beneath its mechanical foot sank several feet, the surrounding earth cracked, and black blood gushed from underground. The underground surprise attack of the tunnel snakes was like child's play in front of an Emperor-class Titan. Crushing you is no different from crushing an earthworm. Countless cannons on the Great Journey began to roar, and it was as if a rain of blood fell from the sky. The Ammonite Zealots' mortar shells had just left their muzzles and hadn't flown far before being detonated by laser cannons, scattering parasites across the ground, writhing and struggling on the scorched earth. The volcano lance, which would be a primary weapon on a Reaver Titans, was merely an anti-aircraft gun extending from the cathedral window on the Great Journey's head. The Titan snail completely retracted into its round shell. The chaotic patterns on its shell lit up, resembling power weapons. It was equipped with an ultra-large decomposition field organ, as powerful as the glands at the end of Gene-Stealer claws. A burst of gas suddenly jetted from behind the spherical shell, causing a high-temperature explosion upon contact with the ground. The enormous shockwave blasted the Titan snail away. The snail rolled and spun across the ground, heading towards the Great Journey. The raised patterns on its body were covered with decomposition fields. The Astra Militarum position was shattered like brittle paper, and the flesh and blood of Xenos and humans mixed together, paving a bloody path. The machine spirit of the Emperor-class Titan wanted to kick away the rolling football, but to be safe, a Death Strike missile detached from its launch rail, trailing a dark red exhaust, and headed straight for the Titan snail. The Death Strike missile flew so fast, and its fuel was so explosive, that it drew a long, smoky sky path in the air, with faint, dim flames igniting secondary explosions within it. Looking down from the sky, two dark red paths below collided at a terrifying speed. For a moment, heaven and earth were silent, all things stood still. Above the earth, a second brilliant sun rose, facing the distant star, dispelling the thick smoke that separated them. Its light shone like the omniscia, impossible to look upon directly. Even the Tyranids could not detect any information from the front. Those who dared to open their eyes had their eyeballs burst and suffered severe injuries. Before the light subsided, the Avenger Gatling cannon fired with a rumble. The machine spirit had already locked onto the distant enemies. Two precise shots hit the bursting eyeballs of two Tyranid creatures, embedding themselves in their bodies. Another round of flesh and blood fireworks bloomed. The machine spirit of the Great Journey roared, firing at the ants. The morale of the other Titan machine spirits of the Adeptus Mechanicus surged. Several Warhound and Reaver Titans first guarded the Emperor-class Titan, as if this were their supreme honor. Dong dong. Dong. The largest cathedral spire atop the Great Journey tolled, sending the enemies on their way. Although the addition of the Emperor-class Titan brought hope to the ground defenders, the morale of the mortal forces plummeted. To see this thing was a blessing accumulated over 18 lifetimes, and also a karmic debt incurred over 18 lifetimes. Upon seeing the Emperor-class Titan, the local planetary defense forces were the first to give up. Whether they lived or died was no longer something they could decide. You never knew when you would go deaf, be blinded by intense light, or shattered by a shockwave. People were like the insects on the ground. We are all insects. Except for the Creek Death Corps. Wearing gas masks, their morale was always at its peak. They felt they possessed supreme glory, fighting alongside the god machines. Thinking that this great journey was a Titan that had once seen the Emperor, they saw it as if they saw the Emperor. Where the Titan's gaze fell, we atoned under the Emperor's watch, charged, for the Emperor. No one cared about the political commissar's whistle, there was no sound left on this battlefield, or rather, their hearing had already been destroyed by the explosion of the Death Strike missile. The members of the Creek Death Corps looked up. The Great Journey's left arm was raised, pointing forward. The silent Creek stopped, turned, and headed in the direction the Titan indicated, never to return. Using their fearless spirit as the spearhead and infinite loyalty to support the shaft, the Creek Death Corps shot an arrow through the gunworm's defenses, protruding from the mortal positions, heading straight for the Carnifex's nest. Coward. Face me. The situation was extremely critical. In space, there were warship wrecks everywhere, flesh and metal intertwined. The Imperial Navy fleet brutally broke through the enemy's defensive line. Two attached bio-ship had already been destroyed, and the massive core bio-ship was also riddled with holes. That mothership was too large, the thickness of its bio-armor was terrifying. Even Melta assault pods ran out of energy before they could penetrate it. The Primaris librarians of the Ultramarines chose the most sacrificial and safest method. 9 strike cruiser plunged into the enemy fleet in the most savage manner, using themselves as boarding pods, carrying thousands of Astartes in a desperate assault. Above the 9 warship were groups of battle barge. The continuous orbital bombardment bombs, capable of destroying a planet, were mercilessly hurled onto the enemy ship's surface. Below, the bio-flesh was mangled, but the damage was not severe. Away from the assault zone, Imperial Navy warship unhesitatingly used multi-gigaton nuclear bombs, vaporizing large sections of chitinous carapace. The flesh of the core bio-ship was incredibly dense, its taut muscles comparable to adamantium doors, staunchly guarding the core area. 8 of the 9 bio-annihilation fusion bombs were successfully placed amidst the sacrifice of countless Astartes, but the resistance to deploying the last one was unimaginably great. The Primaris warrior were almost using their bare bodies to fight the immune cells Titan-class Xenos moving within the mothership. Endless despair began to erode every Primaris warrior. There were those who bravely faced death, those who sang mournful elegies, those who loudly chanted the Emperor's holy words, and those who shouted for glory in battle. It made no difference, they would all die. The defenders of the 8 bombs were almost completely wiped out. The Primaris librarians committed the last reserves, all Astartes, as well as Catachan Astra Militarum, Battle Sisters and other notable units, were all thrown into the battle. The assault was like moths to a flame. At this extremely difficult moment, the veil of reality was torn by a powerful force, and a warp rift appeared very close to the bio-ship. The Imperial Navy warship urgently turned their bows, fearing that the Black Legion might be taking advantage of the chaos. A scarred but extremely large battle barge plunged into the battlefield. It was the Lamenters, performing as consistently as ever. This time, Matthew Rio was not flustered. He stood on the ship's command bridge, calmly directing the battle barge towards the strike cruiser boarding pod where the bomb had not yet been deployed. Matthew Rio turned to look. Behind him, the Emperor's scythes, burning with raging flames, stood motionless like statues. No one knew where they came from, no one knew how they boarded the Tier Mother. They, in the form of Astartes, bathed in flames, carrying weapons with endless ammunition, mysterious and solemn. Until the battle-hardened Lamenter's chapter master shouted, "Emperor above, Death Company charge, for the blood of Sanguinius." 100 Death Company warriors completed the final act of their service on the most perilous battlefield. The Sanguinius stood beside the Emperor's scythes, who were engulfed in holy fire. This time, they did not attack their allies. The Death Company warriors' minds seemed to gain temporary clarity, as if they had returned to the ancient Great Crusade era, with Sanguinius and his father standing side by side, wielding combat blade against enemies who dared to obstruct divine power. Their mouths no longer cried out "Traitor Horus" and the like, but proudly roared, "Long life humanity!" The bolter of the Emperor's scythe seemed to require no reloading, their gunfire illuminated the enemy's hearts. 9 bio-annihilation fusion bombs were successfully deployed. A dull sound seemed to come from the warp, affecting the soul projection of everyone present. The Grand Admiral of the Imperial Navy lost his balance during a ship's tremor, gripping the railing tightly. He looked out the observation window and witnessed an unforgettable sight. Space twisted. The planet-sized bio-ship was like a pebble dropped into spring water, with ripples spreading out. The Grand Admiral blinked in disbelief. In that instant, the bio-ship in front of him suddenly vanished, leaving only vast amounts of interstellar dust floating in the cosmos. The auger array's warnings were annoying, and the area ahead was completely shrouded in grey, but no one in the ship's command center turned off the noisy alarm. Red lights flashed, illuminating everyone's faces. After a long while, the Imperial Navy Admiral was the first to react. What about the enemy? Where are the other Tyranid/Tyranid warships? The awakened operator immediately contacted the Adeptus Mechanicus. They said they are communicating with the machine spirit. Before the Admiral could speak, the communications officer shrieked, "External contact received. The Calixus Sector's 8th and 9th fleets are at the warp lane node ahead. Order them to advance at full speed. Launch a full pursuit of the enemy fleet. Reconnaissance team, are you ready? Quickly search for any surviving the Emperor's angels and immediately begin rescue operations." Within the vast Tyranid/Tyranid tendrils, the Imperial Navy, like a long, sharp needle, pierced into the heart of the enemy fleet. Although the fleets that assaulted the other 2 bio-ships were successful, no one survived, swallowed by endless enemy ships. The main fleet could not conduct rescue operations for too long. The scattered biomatter fleet showed a tendency to advance towards other Tyranid/Tyranid tendrils. Although they did not fire at the Imperial Navy, they seemed blind, directly colliding with everything in their path. Only about 600 Astartes survived this battle. Aside from the Lamenters led by Matthew Rio, along with the unit transporting the 9th bomb, who were flown back to the Tier Mother by the Emperor's Scythe's infinite jetpack warriors, the other survivors were the White Scars. A portion of the White Scars Astartes did not participate in the assault, they gained control of an Imperial warship and were speeding around. In the subsequent search, only a Primaris Librarians of the Ultramarines was found floating among piles of ashes, no other survivors were located. Matthew Rio was the most bewildered. He was grabbed by a warrior of the Emperor's Scythes and flown all the way, with flames spewing from the jetpack on his back, seemingly with infinite energy, dragging him back to the Tier Mother at an extremely fast speed. Matthew Rio crashed headfirst into the ramming prow of the Tier Mother, seeing stars. When he looked back, the Astartes, wreathed in holy flame, had vanished, as if they had never been there. Mortals' memories of the Emperor's Scythes do not last more than a day. This event was recorded by the Lamenters as the second most fortunate event in their unlucky chapter history. They left, returning to base. Matthew Rio had just arrived on the battlefield, but that didn't stop him from wanting to meet up with the Red Tide first, or Antony's company would also do. Anthony stood at the city gate, continuously firing his bolter. A section of the fortress wall had been blasted down, and countless Tyranid creatures surged towards it. The basilisk cannons were glowing red hot, their machine spirit refusing to work further. The Astra Militarum were exhausted, firing mechanically. "Die, you bugs, turn into corpses in the Emperor's wrath. Watch me, great. No ammo? Supply. What are you doing? Quickly load more ammunition." Anthony roared, brandishing an unknown number of linked bolters, his voice rumbling. "Angel, there's no ammunition. What are you doing? Isn't there a production line behind us? You previously ordered all materials to be used for basilisk cannon shells, there's no supply for bolters." Anthony furiously fired an ion slaughterer. "Where are the Sentinel? What about their ammunition? The Sentinels produced later are all equipped with laser-type weapons." "Then, what's your name?" The cold electronic voice, to this mortal officer, was filled with murderous intent. He trembled as he replied, "Sergeant Oskovich." Anthony was silent for a second. Had it come to this? To have a sergeant interface with a dreadnought? In the mortal's eyes, the dreadnought showed no change, continuing based on his answer, "Go call a few sentinel to guard this place. I need to go back and swap out my bolter." "Yes." The warrior scrambled to the comms officer to call for support. The number of Tyranid creatures on the planet was rapidly decreasing. As Anthony walked back, he saw several Thunderhawk gunships landing at the airfield, and squads of Astartes boarding the transport compartments. The chapter master of the Astartes chapter responsible for assaulting the Carnifex said they had located the enemy and were gathering forces. The Thunderhawk lifted off, flying away at top speed. A hive crone swooped down from the sky. Missiles and lasers were not enough to harm its massive body. It used its steel-like wings to cleave the Thunderhawk in half in mid-air. The wreckage of the transport spun and fell through the air. Before it even hit the ground, the last Kadayan squad and the Armageddon Steel Legion's remaining 14 Chimera armored vehicles received orders to sally forth and rescue the Astartes. Tech Marine. Give me something more powerful. Anthony strode into the temporary area. Now, 2 Tech Marines stood there. The Fists of Diamond's Tech Marine would never ask the other where his equipment went, or why he was stripped as clean as the Aquila emblem on his chest. The help of the 2 Tech Marines was truly a case of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Anthony didn't understand why they spent more than double the time arguing over the specific steps. The Fists of Diamond's Tech Marine cursed our Tech Marine, machine heretic. Then prostrated himself before the newly installed ion cannon, anointing it with holy oil. The 2 argued incessantly, coming to blows. If Anthony hadn't punched each of them, it likely would have taken even longer. Anthony, you weren't like this before. Our own Tech Marine cried, clutching his head. It was a hard blow. Chapter tradition, brother. Anthony walked out the door. The metal door opened once more. What met his eyes was Sergeant Oskovich's broken body. Anthony laughed maniacally as he entered the battlefield, firing his newly equipped weapon. The furious ion blasts pushed the tyrannid creatures that had breached the gap back. 2 sentinel lay at the edge of the breach, unretreating even in death. Anthony stood on the wreckage of those 2 sentinels, barely level with the ever-piling tyrannid corpses. The Astra Militarum following him were scattered. A one-armed woman became Anthony's second in command, helping Anthony finish off enemies one by one with an ion pistol. The war ended. The great journey crushed all the tyrannid creatures, hidden malefactors, toxic renes, and exocrines were all shattered. All 8 Death Strike missiles were used, and the entire planet's environment was utterly destroyed. The entire planet became uninhabitable, its harshness rivaling a death world. The scars left by the epic battle would take thousands of years to heal. Matthew Rio's arrival brought Anthony an unsettling sense of relief. After much deliberation, he entrusted the chapter's remaining 31 warriors to the Lamenters. Of the strike cruisers requisitioned by the Red Tide, only 1 returned, thanks to the White Scar's superb piloting skills, which saved it from the tyrannid's clutches. Anthony was in pain. Physical pain was nothing, but too many people had died this time. Not to mention the Imperium, his own accumulated resources were largely gone. He silently entered stasis for a brief rest. He had an agreement with the Tech Marine, at the post-war spoils distribution meeting, or rather, the post-war commendation ceremony for outstanding contributors and the joint special meeting for related material replenishment. He was to be woken up when it started. He intended to drive a hard bargain. The Imperium suffered, enduring hardship in silence. Fighting the Tyrannids yielded no profit whatsoever, at most, capturing a couple of new Tyrannid creatures for study. The casualties this time were truly heavy. Of 40,000 Astartes, over 33,000 were lost. In the final ground war, the appearance of an Emperor-class Titan greatly reduced Astartes' casualties, sparing the Emperor's angels from joining a pointless meat-grinder battlefield. Only 2 chapter masters remained. The chapter master who led the assault on the Carnifex, after successfully killing the enemy, was crushed into pulp by a suddenly appearing exocrine. The Salamander's chapter master died in the biomatter core of the bioship, and over 80 members of the first company who came to support were lost. A Salamander's company has over 120 members. The Black Dragon's chapter's forces that came here were completely annihilated. The entire chapter now only consisted of a small contingent that hadn't come for support, guarding their monastery, bioship. Dozens of Fists of Diamond still survived. The Tech Marine became the highest leader and would soon depart to rendezvous with the 2 scattered companies. The Astra Militarum suffered even greater casualties, with less than 1 in 10 surviving. The local population sharply decreased by 80%. If Anthony hadn't led his forces to hold the high fortress, it might have been 99%. The invasion of the Nidhogg Hive fleet thus ended. People were at a loss. The collective determination that all participants in this battle had held onto suddenly vanished. They wandered through the trenches like walking dead. Once the Astra Militarum left the trenches, they would tremble uncontrollably, their minds shattered. They suffered from insomnia, feeling constantly watched by tyrannid creatures. In the month following the battle, a large number of survivors committed suicide. The Astartes regrouped. Ancient chapters gradually recovered their morale under the leadership of their chaplains, while others, scattered remnants with only a few individuals left in their entire chapter, stood in silence, like long-dead corpses, or like sculptures forged of glory, waiting for a gentle breeze to pass in 1,000 years, to crumble and vanish from people's memories. Chapter 225, Ahem, this is not called taking advantage of the situation, this is called unity. Warriors from several Sons of Ferris sub-chapters found the Crimson Torrent chapter. They hoped to speak with the Tech Marine, and if their doctrines aligned, sharing the same Adeptus Mechanicus dogma, then joining this chapter would be acceptable. They stopped at the gate of our temporary encampment, hesitating whether to enter. Inside the gate, our temporary encampment only had 1 Tech Marine. As for why, tell me loudly, what is our chapter's ingrained tradition? Scavenging. Loudly. Get out. It must be an alpha spy. Answer me, what is the chapter's tradition? Recovering chapter relics. Very loudly. About 30 Astartes, after being entrusted to Matthew Rio, vanished in a flash, strolling around in groups of 2 or 3, dragging supersized coffins which looked like massive metal boxes. Looking around, finding no one, they started digging into the ground, taking whatever they could find, dreadnought parts, sentinel mechanical arms, chimera armor plates. Even if it was a half-hand blown off, they would pry off the power gauntlet and toss it into the big coffin. They would cry to anyone they met, with such genuine emotion, "Brother, I will definitely take you back. Even if it means entering a dreadnought, I will bring you back to the chapter's monastery." Anyone unaware would think they were retrieving a fallen comrade's body. If given enough time, even the Dark Angels chapter buried underground, they could dig them all out, not a single one missed. During this continuous wailing, we also encountered another chapter that started by scavenging the Sons of Medusa chapter. This Iron Hands sub-chapter was composed of exiles. The specific reason was that a long time ago, a group of Adeptus Mechanicus personnel believed that the flickering frequency of the Astronomicon was the Emperor speaking. Following this line of thought, they decoded a bunch of bizarre prophecies, such as the Adeptus Mechanicus merging with the Ecclesiarchy and so on. Because it was first proposed on a forge world of Moiri, it was called the Moiri Doctrine. Everyone knows that the Iron Hands and their sub-chapters are good friends with the Adeptus Mechanicus. Many people held this belief and also took in many Adeptus Mechanicus personnel. The chapter's high command was furious. This group of heretics either died or was exiled. So, they formed their own chapter. Exiles, being poor, became famous for their perfect annihilation battles and scorch the earth battlefield clear UPS, while also accumulating a large amount of wealth. The two chapters coincidentally came together. Under normal circumstances, the Sons of Medusa would choose to eliminate the Red Tide and seize everything. They were ruthless. But now it was different. The Red Tide, as one of the leaders, commanded this massive battle. Killing them would be troublesome. There were too many eyes here. Several Astartes from the Sons of Medusa had friendly interactions with our chapter. Both sides exchanged gifts. We received a Hellstorm cannon mechanical arm from a dreadnought of the Spears of the Emperor chapter, and they received a jet acceleration system motorcycle from the Eagles of Kogura's chapter. The leaders of both sides whispered for a while, delineating the general areas for their scavenging operations. During this high-intensity equipment recovery, a large amount of miscellaneous items were handed over to our Tech Marine. The Tech Marine was frantically working metal in the temporary encampment. If he could grind off the other chapter's insignia from these relics and paint on ours, he didn't care if the machine spirit was willing or not, he would tell everyone they were his chapters. The Astartes outside felt a bit awkward and deliberately made some noise, hoping someone inside would come out to see what was happening and chat. The Tech Marine was clanging away inside, diligently grinding off other chapters' insignia, completely ignoring the outside. Clang 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 outside the temporary encampment, there weren't even any mortals on guard, everyone was incredibly busy now. The Tech Marine was a bit annoyed, being interrupted while working metal was always frustrating, especially when doing something illicit. A huge tarpaulin was thrown over the pile of junk, simply secured with a few nails, and the Tech Marine pressed a button, slowly opening the metal gate. Those Astartes were somewhat uneasy. Rebuilding their chapter was impossible, all their warships had been destroyed, with only a few individuals remaining. They understood the Imperium too well, they would certainly be forced to merge with other chapters or join the Death Watch. Rather than waiting for their arrangements, it was better to find their own way first. Among all surviving Adeptus Astartes chapters, the Crimson Torrent was a very good choice. Firstly, they couldn't get into other established chapters, and even if they did, they wouldn't have much status. But the Crimson Torrent was different, it was a chapter founded only about 200 years ago, not even as long as some of their own service years. If they fought for a few hundred years, their status might become very high. Secondly, in this battle, the Crimson Torrent's performance was quite impressive, at least reaching the command stage. The Imperium would definitely spend money to help such a good chapter quickly replenish its strength. Joining would allow them to get a share, and for the Sons of Ferris, the quantity and quality of equipment represented combat power. Thirdly, everyone suffered heavy losses. Our joining would be a timely help. You also have Sons of Ferris, our joining wouldn't be out of line, would it? As the metal gate slowly opened, these Astartes were contemplating what to say, but upon seeing inside, they froze, drooling. Although our Tech Marine had covered the unprocessed junk pile, the equipment that had just been painted with our chapter's insignia was still scattered on the ground. Piled up very high. That huge pile, including loose dreadnought parts, various Land Raider wrecks, ancient Chinaxes, and even precious Melta weapon remnants, was just casually stacked there. You, why do you pile such precious relics here? Are you not afraid of the machine spirit going mad? These Sons of Ferris exclaimed that he was squandering precious resources, while their minds raced, is this chapter richer than I imagined? To be fair, our Tech Marine truly didn't value these things. Whether he was knowledgeable or arrogant, could these things even compare to 1/10,000th of what my parent chapter had? Every Tech Marine is a disciple and descendant of Anos. Even if they are far apart, after completing their studies, they will make a pilgrimage to Anos to acknowledge their ancestors. You can imagine the shock this Tech Marine felt when he returned to the parent chapter with Antoni's long-term underreported and misreported fallen warriors and saw those terrifying esoteric battleships. Since then, nothing seemed valuable anymore. An air of indifference, typical of a wealthy, established chapter, naturally emerged. The incoming warriors, though more numerous, were at a disadvantage in terms of presence. The Omnisci views every machine equally, our Tech Marine replied nonchalantly. Oh no, the others felt even more that the Marine before them was unfathomable. They took a deep breath to calm themselves, they needed to demonstrate their value. Brother, we are from the Iron Thorns chapter, and we would like to discuss Adeptus Mechanicu's doctrines with your esteemed chapter. The tech marine looked at them strangely, then chuckled. Welcome. Please forgive my disrespect. Discussing doctrines, in our chapter, is usually what we call it when the old librarian educates us. The old librarian. A son of Ferris, a psyker dreadnought. These individuals immediately realized that this chapter's doctrine was unified, they hadn't split into a bunch of clan like the Iron Hand's parent chapter. Subsequently, both sides engaged in a frank exchange. They expressed their desire to join us, and our chapter upheld its fine tradition, they could choose any of the items from the pile. If they liked something, it was a gift. If they wanted to repair it themselves, they could. If they wanted the tech marine to do it, they would have to wait a few days. The emphasis was on being extravagant. The tech marine wasn't afraid of them taking the money and running, they had no ships. Not long after, those brothers felt this chapter was good, and the tech marine began to wake Antony. The money distribution meeting was about to begin. As soon as Antony awoke, he immediately saw the members of the other chapters before him. The tech marine briefly explained their intentions. Antony greeted them very warmly. The Astartes of the Iron Thorns swore to the emperor that they had never seen such a friendly dreadnought. These individuals still held Antony in some reverence. As a chapter leader on the first line of ground defense, Antony fought from beginning to end, retreating unscathed after assaulting the bioship, and then commanding the fortress defense after entering the dreadnought. He was truly a decorated veteran. Antony's massive body slowly walked out the gate, his figure solitary and desolate, the rows of warriors who usually followed him having all turned to dust. Several days later, a group of Primaris warriors returned with Antony. What Antony did was very simple, he first found the 20 chapters that had assaulted the bioship. 4 of them were completely wiped out, 9 ship-based chapters had only a few individuals left, the most exaggerated had only 2, and 2 ship-based chapters still had other forces in the galaxy. The 4 wealthy chapters, however, were doing well, retaining more combat power thanks to the powerful relics they possessed. To these 9 ship-based chapters that met the criteria for deactivation, Antony simply said one sentence: "You insist that your chapter has not been completely wiped out, and that you still have a company of warriors outside. I will take care of the rest for you." Are you kidding? You, the Imperium, see these chapters with only a few people left and want to cancel their designations to save a few chapter home worlds? Impossible. Antony absorbed all 9 chapters in one go, sending Yi Feng to dispatch people to impersonate the descendants of these chapters and claim the chapter home worlds promised in the deployment treaty. As for what the chapter was actually called, isn't it just a facade? You only have a dozen people left. My parent chapter sends a company of people. Whose orders do you think your homeworld will follow? There are various chapter gene seeds, plus the Lamenters, so even if you trace the gene seed of this company, you won't find any anomalies. The Inquisitor looked at the 9 Adeptus Astartes chapters with only a few people left. You tell me you still have a company? Are you kidding? Your company records. I actually don't have them. All the Inquisitors who participated in this campaign perished. They were among the most loyal and unyielding individuals in the Imperium. As powerful psychers, they bravely faced the tyrannid hive mind, their heads exploding under the immense psychic pressure of the enemy, or unleashing massive psychic attacks at the cost of their own lives. The newly arrived Inquisitor looked at the Astartes before him. The records of this Eris's war would surely end up as a muddled mess. But then again, the Imperium didn't care. From a strategic perspective, these remaining Astartes were valuable warriors, and their combat effectiveness needed to be restored as quickly as possible. With over 30,000 Astartes dying in one go, the defensive strength of the entire region would drop significantly. Helping one group develop was no different from helping another, the same amount of money would be spent regardless. These chapters, who had responded to the call to assemble here and joined the desperate assault, had proven their loyalty, obedience, so helping them was fine. The 9 fleet-based chapters gathered around Anthony, with 4 wealthy chapters beside them. The Astartes who had assaulted the bioship suddenly formed a cluster. Everyone rallied behind Anthony's dreadnought form. This meeting was in person, so everyone knew how lively it would be. Anthony wasn't the only dreadnought present, several chapter masters and chief librarians had died, leading to dreadnoughts temporarily taking command. A few of them had only recently entered dreadnoughts. The sheer presence of these big figures put pressure on the representatives from the Departamento Munitorum and the Ministry of Internal Affairs. This battle. They promised us a strike cruiser for every 50 men, and a chapter homeworld for every 100 men. I know, the formality of this treaty is still to be confirmed. Clang. A huge thermal melta-gun was slammed onto the conference table. The old dreadnought of the Fists of Diamond was the first to lose his temper, smashing a large dent into the only intact large table on the entire planet. Initiated by the Ultramarines and Salamanders, 2 primogenitor chapters, notified to over 60 chapters, with 20 Adeptus Astartes chapters responding. You'd better say it's formal. Are you threatening me? Yes. Anthony also slammed his plasma annihilator onto the table, echoing the Fists of Diamond dreadnought's action. The surrounding dreadnoughts followed suit, and even the Primaris warrior unshouldered his combat blade and slammed it onto the table. At times like these, everyone was always very united. Then, let's talk about the chapter homeworlds now. The Ministry of Internal Affairs didn't know how to explain to the higher UPS that 10 planets had been given away to defend one important world. No, they had to give them impoverished, feral worlds and let them develop on their own. This was a technical skill, a poor world near a warp lane, convenient for Astartes to quickly deploy for support. The Ministry of Internal Affairs then thought, that would be worlds constantly plundered by pirates. Anyway, tax collection ships not only couldn't collect taxes but also couldn't protect themselves, so let the Astartes garrison there. And so? Anthony looked at the proposed plan with a bewildered expression. Including himself, 10 chapter homeworlds, why didn't you just shove me into the Eye of Terror? The chapter homeworld for the Red Tide, as written in the contingency plan, was in the Maelstrom zone. Anthony didn't even need to move, he could just let William take over. The others. Ghoul stars, lots of Necrons with flares and strange Xenos, Calixis sector, enemies everywhere. We need to recuperate. But they need you here, the Imperium. I will request from the Imperium that you accompany us to, each of the planets you proposed, stay for a period, and help us deal with, 10 years of tax issues. You know our fleet-based chapters don't have much experience managing planets. Don't mention any other talents, we only know you, and we only want you. The official from the Ministry of Internal Affairs had a splitting headache. These planets were also the will of the higher UPS. Why didn't you refute it? Why drag me into this? After some haggling, Anthony suggested that the choice of homeworlds should be closer to the Dark Imperium in the Segmentum Obscurus, located between the Calixis sector and our small territories in the Dark Imperium. And then, subsequent supplies were naturally subject to mutual bargaining, albeit in a more subtle, aristocratic tone. The essence remained unchanged. Anthony proposed a certain reward, he wanted some black special materials, the anti-psyker materials added to the black ship. Yes, our tech marine wanted to build an anti-psyker chamber. Anyway, that's what he said. Our chapter can take a little less of the other rewards, you guys figure it out. On the edge of the star system, the Angels of Dawn, who did not participate in this battle, assisted the Imperial Navy in pursuing the remaining Tyrannid creatures' fleet, while also starting to shout, "Extra! Extra! The Imperium has achieved a great victory. The Red Tide has made outstanding contributions." The Angels of Dawn thought about their relationship with the Red Tide and thoughtfully boosted their little fame, giving them a bit more screen time. The Lamenters didn't stay with the Red Tide for long before the main force was taken away by the Imperium. It would probably take some time to explain why they arrived on the battlefield with a mysterious legion. Anthony issued a rallying order, gathering the over 600 warriors who had been dispersed and selecting a new chapter master. Too many troops were gathered here, and the signals were chaotic. Only over 300 battlefields received Anthony's rallying order. Only 200 people returned in time. Including the 400 stragglers Anthony had persuaded, the actual number of people exceeded 500. As for reporting, more of those who joined us sacrificed, fewer of those found returned, and more warriors were missing in action. The extra people were then transported towards the Tio. Antoni's company shamelessly began to live off the Imperium's welfare again. The rivers surged, the beginning of the Great River was the beginning of time, and its end was the end of time. On the riverbanks, 4 fishermen each used their fishing gear. When hungry, they would grab a fish spear and fiercely stab a leaping big fish in the river, either eating it raw as sashimi or grilling it over a fire, enjoying themselves immensely. Occasionally, someone, driven by extreme hunger, would cast a large net, pulling up dozens of fish, shrimp, and crabs, and feast to their heart's content. Those around him would criticize him for draining the pond to catch all the fish, yet they would also quietly mend their own fishing nets. After all, the successful are teachers. At the bottom of the river, a big fish, seeing the suffering of the aquatic creatures, felt compassion. How could a grand river stretching 1,000 li lack courageous and valiant beings? It leaped up, seeing the world above the water for the first time, witnessing the 4 men slaughtering, seeing the end of the great river, and seeing nothing at the bottom of the river. Its horizons broadened, and it was captivated. Distress eventually ends, one should not abandon lofty aspirations. It turned its body and flicked its tail, hiding deep in the water. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, with torrential rain and fierce winds. It was not suitable for ascending to the heavens. The Deo of heaven has its seasons, with alternating clear and cloudy skies. When the rain stopped and the wind died down, the hungry fishermen were about to go out to find fish. The big fish leaped up, risking its life, striving for a fish leaping over the dragon's gate, transforming into a true dragon. The dragon hid at the bottom of the water, protecting the vast multitude of aquatic creatures from harassment. The true dragon's resolve was that if all the fish in the river were to die, it would not hesitate to sacrifice itself and fight those 4 fishermen. The 4 fishermen put away their left-hand fire and right-hand zero and began to contend with the true dragon in a battle of wits. The little Dragon King established its own underwater palace, gathered shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and could even pinch a fisherman with a claw. Fishing nets were torn, and hooks were pulled away. The 4 fishermen were in a bad mood. They looked at the true dragon below but dared not truly enter the fray, fearing for their lives. What was even more vexing was that there were crocodiles in the river that could even climb onto the banks, and one could easily get bitten if not careful. The 4 were displeased. Their catch was meager, barely enough to fill their stomachs, yet they were not worried. They gazed at the end of the great river, where there was a giant net blocking it, with boiling cauldrons beside it. Fish, shrimp, and crab creatures would ultimately be nothing more than food in their mouths. A catfish burrowed into the ground and accidentally entered an underground river. In the murmuring underground river, a hidden fish darted into the great river, creating a small ripple. The 4 looked but could not see its body. The small ripple was hidden among the large waves, so they paid it no mind. This fish was stubborn. It swallowed fish and ate shrimp, growing stronger. When its scales were full and its tail complete, it vowed to smash the riverbank, change the course of the river, and let the surging river eventually flow into the vast ocean. So, what was Yi Feng, the stubborn fish, doing at this moment? Our chapter master was sitting in the rear command room of the People's Light, looking bewildered at 4 reports. Hey? Anthony had been missing for so long and went to fight the Tyranids? Hey? Our chapter made outstanding contributions and received imperial commendations in a chapter home world? Hey? 10 chapters and a large number of stragglers were incorporated. I need to send 1,000 people to claim 10 chapter home worlds? Hey? Sign for the 100 Primaris warriors transported here and let me whisper, bah, proclaim the chapter's philosophy. 1,000 words condensed into one, what the F? Anthony, you're quite something. I sent you to develop with the Imperium, and you came back with the foundation for 10 chapters with home worlds. The Qing world has been very busy lately, but it has little to do with the Astartes. The after effects of the last sector-wide brawl had not yet dissipated. From time to time, a lost ship would suddenly emerge from the warp. Most of them had their warships damaged in that great war, causing the entire ship to drift with the currents, eventually being thrown into the real world by a warp surge. Our strategy was to scatter beacons everywhere, and then the esoteric battleship would fly directly there. The People's Light flew faster than the Imperial warship. Upon arrival, the shipyard gates would open, and over a dozen Ambition-class cruisers would pour out. The People's Light would attack, overloading the enemy's void shield, and then the large fleet would surround and attack, blasting it into a keel shape. Anointing and blessing the adamantium keel was relatively simple. This part was the most difficult for the warp to corrupt, and the degree of corruption was low. Once done, it was directly dragged into Anos's belly to start building new ships. It didn't matter which faction it belonged to, once it was in our home, it was ours. Did this kind of fighting require Astartes? Yi Feng waved his hand, issuing his military order. 900 men were to set sail directly for Anthony's prearranged location. Chapter 226 The Angry Coleman Family. 100 Astartes arrived here, and the bio-annihilation fusion bomb also arrived. The preciousness of this super weapon goes without saying. The Imperium thought this bomb had vanished with the explosion of the bioship, but we will give the enemies of the Emperor a surprise in the future. 900 Primaris left the Qing world. The parent chapter was completely drained. Originally, there were 1,000 Astartes, 300 went to the trading fleet, and 300 recruits were inducted, which balanced the books. Now, 900 are leaving all at once, the recruits haven't finished training, and even the Astartes of Xiaolan's 11th company have been sent out. Only 100 Astartes remain here, and apart from a few byway army, they are all white scars. Rogier is almost the captain of the People's Light. No unit of the Wolf Guard participated in the battle against the Tyranids, so there was no need for them to go out in disguise, which was a hardship for our chef Tinos. As the inventor of Colon wine, Chef Tinos now also serves as the head winemaker, working day and night. He painfully expressed to Chapter Master Yi Feng, "Can you arrange for a tech marine to guard the wine cellar door? Someone is always violently picking the lock, going in for a raid, and with their excellent sense of smell, they only take the well-fermented ones, making it impossible to store any 10-year vintage or century-old wines. The wine cellar lock would break every 2 or 3 days. Eventually, locking it became very perfunctory, just tying it with a rope as a gesture." After several fruitless protests, Tinos began to find another way. He pinched his nose and went to the Ogren dormitory in the Imperial Auxiliary. Everyone knows Ogrens are big, dumb brutes, with the physique and strength of an orc boss. Although their intelligence is worrying and their personal hygiene is terrible, they are absolutely loyal and make excellent guards. Tinos offered to serve the Ogrens first at every meal, with unlimited food, in exchange for them protecting his precious wine. As the founder of Colon Wine, I must have some rare vintages on hand for critical moments. 3 hours later, the Ogrens' clever head tearfully approached Tinos. They had lost Tinos's wine. That evening, the Ogrens were too guilty to come for dinner. That day, big, dumb brutes could be seen wandering around the warship from time to time, trying to find the lost wine barrels. At night, the Ogrens were so hungry they couldn't stand it, but they still chose to obey the order to stay put over their desire to eat. The next day, the Ogrens almost ate their plates and gnawed off half a corner of the table. After this incident, Tinos completely gave up hope. He searched everywhere in the kitchen, trying to find a hidden place to store some important wines. A team of pirates joined him. These were members brought by Captain Iwana, who had been restless since arriving and unable to integrate into the group. Indeed, they hadn't gone to school, had been living by the sword since childhood, and upon arriving here, found no fun at all, only tech adepts and PDF, occasionally even seeing active power armor. This group only had one source of fun left, drinking, so they naturally had to maintain good relations with the kitchen. Under their persistent search, they found a secret kitchen storeroom, where Chef Phelan's unique secret recipe was stored. The opening read: "If you have found this secret recipe, you are a meticulous chef, a chef who visits every area of the kitchen, a thoughtful chef. I hope you can." "What is this?" The pirate leader threw the secret recipe behind him. "I may not have eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run. If I hide some mechanical stuff, maybe I can trade it for something with a tech marine. But this? A small hidden compartment can barely fit a small wine barrel. That's the limit." The pirate's mind whirred, and he stuffed his treasured possession inside a collection of portraits of beautiful women that made one's blood boil. There was no other way, the superiors were strict, and there were no places with beautiful women here. Tinos stepped on Phelan's secret recipe, slipped, and fell face first. Who's throwing trash around? I'll dock their pay, no matter what." Tinos fumed. How could he, an assistant deputy sous chef, see trash on his own turf? He picked it up and saw it was the previous head chef's secret recipe. Tinos looked bewildered. A pirate who heard his roar looked up at the sky, whistled, and slipped away. Who made this? Who made this? Xiaolan, her mouth dripping with oil, yelled towards the back kitchen. I could never forget the taste of old Phelan. Who made it? Tinos was startled. Xiaolan burst right in. Subsequently, the entire kitchen was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Tinos was smoked pitch black by Phelan's exclusive barbecue method. 2 meat skewers were glowing red, being wielded haphazardly by a bewildered Tinos, striking the grill and sparking metal, making him look exactly like a salamander's forge master. To prevent further trouble from the Tio rebellion, our chapter cordially visited them and once again struck a blow to their self-confidence. The aircast general raced against one of our byway army White Scars and was utterly defeated. After the race, he protested that Astartes are bioengineered humans and shouldn't count. A firecast athlete stepped forward, and our side sent Ina, who nearly hammered it to death. The Earthcast wanted to show off its technology, but looking at the gigantic warship in the sky, they gave up. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't compare to that warship up there. After resolving the internal issues of the Qian world, the People's Light had time for routine patrols. Yi Feng was in a mental struggle, not literally fighting himself, but his left brain and right brain were debating. Left brain, all of this is a lie. I am a native-born Astartes. All that talk of universities and liberation is fake, just false memories created by chaos enemies to make me lead people in a second great betrayal. To bring down the Imperium. Right brain, is the anti-psyker shield a joke? If the memories are fake, your fabricated memories in your mind would instantly be destroyed by the anti-psyker shield. Whether you are the Emperor, Malkador, or a pawn of the Chaos Gods, you are now on the chessboard. Whether to flip the table and how to flip it is your decision. Just as both sides were arguing fiercely, the machine next to them beeped. Yi Feng received a distress call that left him baffled. The caller was our own librarian, Sisyphus, the chief disciple who had been traveling with the trading fleet and was known for picking locks. This prophetic librarian, wielding a power maul, woke up after a seizure, sensing that his fleet was about to be attacked, and called for parent chapter support in advance. This really threw Yi Feng off. And the situation was more serious than they thought. The aggressive actions of the trading fleet must have infringed upon the interests of many factions. There's only so much money, if you earn it, others lose it. An ancient rogue trader family, so old that it was ennobled by the emperor's decree, more accurately, an imperial rogue trader dynasty. They possessed a true imperial rogue trader Magna Carta, making them veritable 7 warlords of the king, masters of super large fleets who legally plundered with valid charters. Note, these individuals held a terrifying power, they could issue an exterminatus. This family, surnamed Curly Man, was a powerful house that dominated beyond the Astronomicon, possessing an extremely vast and well-armed fleet, and maintaining connections with multiple Adeptus Mechanicus and Adeptus Astartes chapters. This rogue trader dynasty owned countless Jericho-class pilgrim vessels and Vagabond-class merchant ships. Over 200 Havoc-class frigates and 58 Ambition-class cruisers were constantly engaged in an expedition. That expedition had been ongoing for 11 millennia. They plundered and suppressed Xenos, bringing vast numbers of new worlds into the Imperium's territory. Of course, it was usually a 50-50 split, half reported, half concealed. After all, beyond the Astronomicon, Imperial fleet navigation was difficult. Having long operated beyond the Astronomicon, they naturally had dealings with various factions. Kariman traded with several other rogue traders. Now, he suddenly discovered that the commercial alliance that had opposed him had vanished, that weak alliance of rogue traders had been devoured by someone. After a period of ease, Kariman suddenly realized that most of his trade routes had been cut off. The Adeptus Mechanicus he cooperated with often rejected his trade requests, usually for the same reasons: no money, goods, spent, wait a few years for me to save up. Then, he discovered that large territories had been occupied, those worlds stubbornly resisted his leadership, and though not recorded by the Imperium, they were brimming with confidence. Could the Curly Man family tolerate this? 3 Ambition-class cruisers with a squadron of frigates went to investigate, but it was like throwing meat buns to dogs. They never returned. Puzzled, the Curly Man family finally took it seriously and began reconnaissance. Florence, an obscure rogue trader, suddenly gained the support of a Red River warband, who helped them process spoils of war. He then suddenly became wealthy, acquiring a large number of warships and engaging in trade. He was the one who had seized several rogue trader ships under the Curly Man family and occupied many star systems. The Curly Man family was furious. A rising star, are you? Never been beaten, have you? Today, I'll teach you what a treacherous the galaxy/Milky Way is like. Tell me, how many warships does he have? 32 Ambition-class cruisers, the number of strike cruisers is unknown. The old Curly Man patriarch choked on his water, almost dying. How many? That many. The old patriarch instinctively felt something was wrong. His family had dominated for so many years and only accumulated 58 Ambition-class cruisers. How long had this newcomer been rising? Could he be supported by some high lord? Investigate further, report back. Several months later, the reconnaissance team returned, having found nothing. It was just a group of Astartes, escorting the rogue trader, trading everywhere. The spies who joined their fleet found no evidence of the Astartes leaving to plunder Xenos. They had no idea where the Xenos artifacts used in trade came from. The Curly Man family's senior management also questioned their patron. That executive was also having a tough time, but he confirmed that no one had encroached upon his area of grey income, everyone was busy snatching another big piece of the pie. Then it doesn't matter whether they're human or ghost, we'll know after a fight. At worst, after the battle, our respective backers can squabble amongst themselves. Facing the Adeptus Astartes escort, we definitely can't call upon the Adeptus Astartes chapters that are related to us, we need the shadowy forces to handle it. The Curlyman family called upon one of their rogue space marine forces. These individuals had rebelled against the Imperium but refused to join chaos, so they wandered the galaxy and eventually became a mercenary force under the Curlyman family. Because they didn't have to pay the Imperium's gene seed tax, and with the Curlyman family's covered assistance, their numbers quickly grew to over 800. This private armed force was enough to send the Curlyman family to the Inquisition's gallows, but also sufficient to ensure the safety of their daily transactions. Of course, strike cruisers and similar items were extremely difficult to acquire, as the Imperium's management of Adeptus Astartes specific equipment was exceptionally strict. The Curlyman family was also stubborn, walking by the river long enough, they naturally encountered Chaos Astartes and the Dark Mechanicum. They repelled the Chaos Warriors but had many dealings with the Dark Mechanicum. The Dark Mechanicum, seeing these rogue traders willing to pay a high price for goods, naturally welcomed them, demanding the Curlyman family exchange large quantities of basic materials. The Dark Mechanicum suffered greatly, there were few planets in the Eye of Terror, competition was fierce, and normal metal materials were incredibly rare. They signed a contract with the Curlyman family, exchanging large quantities of basic materials mined from the real world for a strike cruiser, with an additional condition, this ship was originally for a warband that had ordered it, and they had to eliminate that warband. The Dark Mechanicum provided the warband's whereabouts. That time, the war was so intense that the Curlyman family used all their connections, including calling in Imperial Astartes and the Adeptus Mechanicus who owed them favors, to eliminate the enemy. This battle 300 years ago solidified the Curlyman family's position in the Imperium, making them staunch loyalists. They eliminated that warband, claimed a reward from the Imperium, and purchased the warship provided by the Dark Mechanicum, thus possessing their own Astartes chapter. Pride, immense pride. Expansion, immense expansion. After the Blood Scourge, this trading fleet re-emerged, and the Curlyman family was also preparing to eliminate it. Negotiation? That doesn't exist. Out here, it's only the strong preying on the weak. We'll crush them and make them our vassal family. The Great Psyker predicted the enemy's navigation route, and it was the warp fluctuations generated by this prediction that caused our Psyker to fall into prophecy. The trading fleet led by Nian Siijin sailed normally along the route, with 6 Ambition-class cruisers, a Gothic-class battleship, the Vainglory's Horde, the Silent Fire, and 3 fire support ships. They were mighty and fearless, fearing no one. As long as they didn't run into an enemy force the size of half a warband, there was no need to panic. Since the Librarian's prophecy, all Astartes had been wearing power armor, in case of unforeseen circumstances. Nian Siijin was half believing, half doubting the Librarian's words, "Brother, are we being too paranoid, calling for parent chapter support based solely on a prophecy?" "Brother Nian Siijin, trust me, there are shadows approaching in the warp, unless we can get support from the main force." Annihilation. Nian Siijin glanced at the fleet, then at their route. "Did we just stumble onto some faction's attack route?" "I don't think so, that force is specifically coming for us." "Where is ahead?" "Tianxian Star, a small world on the route. Go there and await parent chapter support." Nian Siijin didn't know that the Tianxian Star system was the enemy's ambush point. In the Tianxian Star system, there was a cloud of interstellar dust. It orbited the star at the system's periphery, forming a system-wide ring. Its vibrant colors earned it the moniker Fairy Skirt. The augur array's detection capabilities within this dust cloud were greatly diminished, making it an ideal location for an ambush. Kariman Yang was a collateral descendant, currently aboard a Conqueror-class frigate, hidden at the edge of the dust cloud. Their specially installed augur array could barely scan the Mandeville point from here, making it a scout ship. "This is so boring, no fun at all. How long do we have to wait here? I want to go back to Tiankistar for a hot spring bath." Kariman Yang wasn't exactly a fop, he had some knack for making money, he just purely loved to have fun. "Spend as much money as I earn. I earned it with my own ability, so why do you care?" "Young master, this is an important family mission, a decision made by the entire family council. You absolutely cannot be careless. Please bear with it a little longer, it will be over in a few days." "Oh, there are so many people in the family, they don't lack me. Why do they insist I come? I happily earn money and hand it over to the family, isn't that enough? I even have to respond to the call to arms, it's like forced labor." "Young master, you mustn't say that. There is still status to contend for within the family. Long-term non-participation in family activities makes it difficult to maintain your position. Life in the Curlyman family is like sailing against the current, if you don't advance, you fall behind. How many days have I been here? Stuck in this ship every day, with nothing happening ahead. Is there any contact with the family? Could it be that they're raiding my secret stash while I'm here?" "Young master, the tribute I hand over every day is enough to maintain several cruisers. I really don't know how much those old geezers have embezzled." "Young master, mind your words." The old servant shivered, the family had people watching. An aged hand reached out from within the robe, subtly pointing at someone. "What's there to be afraid of? Who am I? At the very least, I'm a mid-level figure in the family. It's more likely I'm watching those guys." Although he was a collateral descendant, Kariman Yang worked on some of the core planets of the family, because there were only a dozen or so direct descendants. For such a large family, managing thousands of worlds, those vassal families were the true slaves. Young master. All right, you don't need to say anything. I'm going to the washroom. You keep an eye out. Kariman Yang waved his hand and turned to leave. The old servant sighed. The washroom, wasn't that just a large bathhouse? Never mind, he wouldn't be back for at least an hour or so. The old servant faithfully monitored the auger array, suddenly noticing a few specks on it. Where's the Adeptus Mechanicus? Call them to check if the auger array's machine spirit is. No, wait, quickly, sound the alarm. The enemy is here. A fleet emerged from the warp. Nian Cijin looked with satisfaction at the massive interstellar dust cloud before him. Librarian brother, we'll hide inside. No matter what enemy comes, I am confident we can hold out until the parent chapter's support arrives. Yes, chaplain brother, but I think we should scout first. We're not sure if there's danger inside. A Nova-class frigate began to approach the vibrant dust ring. As luck would have it, it was heading directly towards Kariman Yang's warship. Young master, come out quickly, the enemy is coming towards us. Kariman Yang was pulling up his trousers with a displeased look when he saw the old servant rush in, shouting. Screams erupted. Kariman Yang was someone who knew right from wrong, and he rushed out, still holding up his trousers. Enemy numbers. Attack speed, bearing. Give me detailed data, contact the main fleet, quickly. Be efficient, or I'll have your heads removed. The entire command center was in chaos until the phrase only one frigate calmed everyone down. Don't panic, it should be a scout ship. Transmit my order, all ships turn and retreat, proceed covertly to preset point F. Main fleet communication connected. Yang. A booming voice came through the communication channel. Uncle, the enemy is at bearing 244-978-138, heading towards 34 to 81 degrees. Approximately 9 cruisers, 1 battleship, 3 strike cruisers. 1 frigate, possibly a scout force, is heading towards us. It might be an advance force. You retreat, be careful. After the Nova-class frigate plunged into the interstellar dust ring, it quietly activated a fake weapon array. What appeared to be gun barrels were actually hangars for Astartes reconnaissance drones. Small aircraft were launched, hidden in the turbulent interstellar dust stirred up by the frigate's exhaust plume. Nian Cijin's warriors numbered a full 300 Astartes, so there was no panic at all. After the reconnaissance force fanned out, they quickly discovered traces of the enemy. To their shame, it was a visual discovery. A white scar simply felt that something was shimmering over there. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be the lingering wake of a warship. Looking even closer, wasn't that the enemy warship's exhaust plume? So he quietly followed them. Kariman Yang didn't know he was being followed. Ships in other directions were also retreating deeper into the nebula. They observed that the enemy frigate's trajectory hadn't changed, meaning that area had already been cleared. The main fleet of the ambush force was also puzzled. Didn't they say 32 Ambition-class cruisers? What's going on with the Adeptus Mechanicus's fire support ships? Maybe they bought more. What's wrong with them, why are they so rich? The quartermaster, who usually managed resources, roughly calculated that the output of the Curlyman family's territory, in basic resources, would take at least 3 years to exchange for those 3 fire support ships. They must have a power behind them. Could it be the Martian Mechanicum? Do we have data on the Red River Warband? It's very vague. We only know they're a mixed gene seed chapter, rumored to have gene seed from the Iron Hands lineage. Humph, can't Imperial records be more reliable? Rumored, possibly, should be, how about adding I guess? What does it matter? Even if we estimate the enemy fleet size at 40 capital ships, they're no match for our 50-plus capital ships. Moreover, we've called in allied families, and at least 30 cruisers are waiting at the next warp node, ready to encircle them once battle begins. Alright, stop arguing. Chapter 227 support came just in time. Strong, powerful hands pressed down on the shoulders of the 2 men, and the surrounding generals and staff officers all fell silent, the command room instantly becoming quiet. The eldest elder of the Curlyman family, the supreme leader of this war, stepped forward. Just because the enemy's information is unclear, you're all panicking like this? What kind of conduct is that? Everyone remained silent, some were sweating profusely, some stared blankly at the sky, and some lowered their heads in deep thought. The success or failure of the war might not cost them their lives, but angering the old man in front of them would almost certainly lead to their heads being separated from their bodies. Foss, what did that one say? Eldest elder, that one said it's definitely not a force he arranged, so there's no need to worry about friendly fire. Then his meaning is that we should go all out, without any reservations. Kariman's bloodline, tell me, what do you do when you encounter a powerful enemy? Kill, kill, kill. My Curlyman family relies on battleships and macro cannons to establish itself. How is it that after only a few years of stability, you've started to cower and hesitate? They are merely tiny gnats, far inferior in strength to us. What is there to fear? Even if the regent stands behind them, can he move my Curlyman family? These words boosted the morale of the Curlyman family. Having traversed the galaxy for 11 millennia, why bother with such concerns? Pass on my order, all units are to conceal themselves, remember not to expose your positions. Once the enemy enters our encirclement, immediately call for support. 1,000 sails will launch together, tearing apart those who dare to oppose the Curlyman family. After saying this, the eldest elder fell silent, leaving the staff officers to coordinate the navigation of each warship. It seemed like a lot was said, but in reality, nothing was said. The only decision a leader needs to make is whether to fight or not. The enemy's fleet had almost all facilities shut down, drifting like meteors, but the White Scar's reconnaissance was not blind. Even if they didn't see the main force, seeing a few stealthy Ambition-class cruisers certainly made them feel something was amiss. Upon receiving the news, Nian Xiaijin led his troops to circle the periphery of the star system, occasionally approaching the dust ring, then moving away at an ambiguous distance just within macro-cannon range. The entire main fleet of the Curlyman family opened up a path. There were no warships in the cylindrical area surrounding the Nova-class frigates. They did not know that the White Scar's reconnaissance ships, known for their speed, were almost at the tail fin of Kariman Yang's warship. The auger arrays of other warships, due to stellar dust interference and the exhaust from Kariman Yang's frigates, completely failed to detect our reconnaissance force, while Yang's frigate auger array was scanning ahead to prevent colliding with friendly forces. This situation continued for a long time. Those enemy ships would always begin their withdrawal from the positions where Nian Xiaijin's main force intended to enter, aiming to engage only after these fleets had entered the ambush zone. But even the most covered fleet movements leave traces. After repeated maneuvers, Nian Xiaijin discovered that the enemy's scale far exceeded expectations, and he gradually began to withdraw from the area. Brother Nian Xiaijin, should we enter the warp and return to the previous node? There's some risk, brother. I suspect the retreat route is already surrounded. I'm considering whether to withdraw directly into the space of the real world or to jump out of the warp route into an unknown area. We haven't reached such an urgent moment yet, have we? The parent chapter's support has already departed. The librarian was not as tense as Nian Xiaijin. The enemy had not yet launched an attack. We must consider every possibility and prepare for the worst. Nian Xiaijin stared intently at the map. There were as many as 18 suspected warship positions marked ahead. If judged by the current area of movement, the estimated number of enemy main force warships could reach 40. The trading fleet continued to maneuver, making the Curlyman family's warships quite exhausted. Focus your attention. I want you to execute every strategic step precisely. The enemy is conducting mobile reconnaissance. This is a crucial moment. As long as we let them enter the star system without worry, we've succeeded more than halfway. The commander was boosting morale when he suddenly received a report from the rear. Suspected enemy reconnaissance forces detected behind our warship. Which warship? Don't tell me suspected, confirm it for me, confirm it. It's Kariman Yang's warship, currently undergoing optical verification. The commander paced anxiously back and forth, praying it wasn't the worst news. Message confirmed, it's an enemy reconnaissance force. The commander felt as if struck by lightning, instinctively blurting out, all forces, full attack. Dozens of main battleships roared forth, all Curlyman elites surging out of the stellar dust region, launching a fierce assault on the trading fleet that was skipping stones on the periphery. Space torpedoes were launched first, and the bright light of lances illuminated the entire universe. Such behavior from the enemy was naturally reckless. Nian Xiaijin smiled faintly, commanding the fleet to retreat in an orderly fashion, heading towards the dark space of the universe. The opposing commander is impatient. Order the scouts to withdraw. If they can't withdraw, they are to hide in place and try to disrupt their rear. If they were ordinary mortals, they would probably have died heroically long ago, but these were White Scars, even if you saw him, you might not catch him. Those few small reconnaissance ships zipped through the enemy fleet, heading towards the Andromeda colony. Both sides took up positions and began to bombard each other. The Gothic-class battleships initially suppressed the enemy ships ahead with their superior firepower, but as the enemy arrived from various ambush zones in the star system, we gradually fell into a disadvantage. Emperor above, retreat. All forward. Which idiot is the vanguard commander, speak. The eldest elder of Kariman was extremely angry. That vanguard commander had launched an attack for no reason at all, and it clearly wasn't a good time. It's Auswix. Auswix was said to be capable of commanding an army of millions with ease and had always performed his war missions well. Why was he so reckless today? The eldest elder could no longer adhere to the previous strategy and immediately executed Plan B, order the reinforcements from all families to depart quickly and surround the enemy ahead. Ask the Psychers, when will the Tunanjin family's reinforcements arrive? In the rear, at the very core of the warship, there was a grand altar with a high dome, exquisitely carved pillars, and an elegant yet opulent altar below. The floor featured carved dragons, and four-colored flames perpetually illuminated the entire altar. Directly above the altar, where a magnificent glazed lamp should have been, a Psyker was now suspended upside down. This was a prophetic Psyker nurtured by the Curlyman family, whose source of power was mysterious. Since joining the Curlyman family, he had remained in that position, never once descending. 3 mad Psykers were executed, and their blood was then used to paint on the altar. What is sought? The arrival time of the Tunanjin family. Instantly, all living beings within the entire altar were killed, from microorganisms to the people reporting, all lost their lives in a flash. Only a few people, the value of obtaining strategic information was far greater than theirs. Hours later, another squad of soldiers entered, took away the information, and everything here returned to normal. 3 Terran hours? That fast? They've made progress. Order the entire army, full attack. Drag the enemy into a melee with us. Special forces were deployed. Those more than 800 traitors, aboard the Dark Mechanicum strike cruisers, charged fiercely towards our side. 3 gunships were suppressing a large area of frigates ahead. The enemy's tactics were brutal, they used small, fast ships to hold them back regardless of casualties, even blocking cannon fire, allowing the Ambition-class cruisers to gain distance and suppress our forces with their firepower. Silent fire endured a large volume of attacks. Without a battle barge, the strike cruiser took on the role of a meat shield, its void shields pushed to the brink of overload. The enemy concentrated fire on one of our Ambition-class cruisers. That warship had now become a fireball, with the constant danger of engine detonation. 100,000 crew members perished. Nian Xiaijin ordered a full retreat, withdrawing into the space of real space. The course was straight, the journey was straight, it was a race against the pursuing forces from behind. Quick, adjust the waypoints, estimate the enemy's position in 3 hours, and send it to the Tunanjin family. The vanguard commander breathed a sigh of relief. The enemy's command was more foolish, or rather, more direct, than he had imagined. The order, Astartes forces to launch a full attack, using their speed advantage to catch up to the enemy warships and initiate boarding actions. 6 dark strike cruisers began to accelerate. Their engines were extremely bizarre, with long, tentacle-like mechanical tails growing on them, constantly twitching mechanically, both internally and externally. The entire warship was like an arrow shot from a longbow, but the recoil of the bow was nullified into nothingness. Our 2 strike cruisers stayed at the very rear. To protect their own fleet, the Astartes decided to engage the enemy. 300 warriors were equipped with the best weapons. Don't ask, as the wealthiest branch of the Red Tide, Nian Xiaijin had equipped his warriors with twice the conventional firepower. If you wished, you could strap 5 plasma pistols together to achieve a low-cost continuous firing. Plasma storms were even installed in defensive positions as fixed turrets, operable even by mortals. 300 elites held their ground at a strategic choke point, clashing head-on with the attacking enemy. The 800 rebels were regular Astartes. Their origin was quite interesting, they refused to allow Primaris warriors to join their chapter. The parent chapter's actions were disheartening, the High Command ultimately decided to accept Primaris warriors, and these dissenters were forcibly suppressed. These unyielding sons of Dorn decided to prove in their own way that, even without the addition of Primaris warriors, their combat effectiveness would never be inferior to any Primaris chapter. These veterans planned an attack on Primaris warriors, which ultimately failed. Though inexperienced, the Primaris warriors proved their worth. These men were declared heretics, no matter what, they could not attack friendly forces. These rebels had always comforted themselves that they were still working for the Emperor, after all, rogue traitors were considered part of the Imperium's forces. But now, they were once again going to attack loyal Astartes. When the battle began, they hesitated somewhat. These men hoped to use their numerical advantage to force the Astartes before them to surrender, preferably to join the Curlyman family together. This proposal was completely forgotten after they witnessed our firepower, and only the roar of "For the Emperor" echoed across the battlefield. The prophetic librarian walked through the passage, which was completely blocked by debris, with booby traps and mortal anti-boarding troops everywhere. Press the detonation button in 5 seconds. The librarian left this message and disappeared like the wind. A team of enemies appeared. Before they could even stand firm, the flames of an anti-vehicle bomb engulfed several of the frontline members. The warriors behind him were headshot by a large hammer during a tactical turn, their blood mixed with armor fragments sticking to the wall. We will not fail the Emperor. Die, traitors! The librarian's muscles tensed. He swung another hammer at the 2 survivors in the middle. These 2 enemies had time to draw their combat blades, but in the instant they drew their blades, they were struck by the thunderous blow of a psychic smite. The mortals shot at them with laser guns. Caught in a pincer attack, the 2 warriors were hammered to death by the librarian before they could resist for long. Such scenes were, after all, a minority. Most of the time, a Primaris warrior would control a twin-linked bolter turret, instantly killing an attacking Astartes, only to be overwhelmed by several times his number of enemies. Plasma penetrated a shoulder guard, Melta penetrated a chest, a loyal heart stopped beating, life was fading, driven by greed, drowned by the fervor of war. The warriors guarding the core area unsealed precious incendiary weapons. These weapons could instantly turn an enemy into a charred mass of armor, leaving no trace of flesh. Although the enemy had fewer bolters, they had plenty of ammunition. The Curlyman family could afford that. The bolters quickly killed a large number of defensive troops. The warriors of the Red Tide grew increasingly angry the more they fought. We didn't even know why they were attacking us. These people still bore the Aquila emblem and shouted for the Emperor, yet they fired fiercely at us. The physical exchanges within the Astartes were extremely brutal. Both sides were fighting desperately. Our psychers and mortal troops were all committed to the battlefield, but with the enemy's numerical advantage, the warship's engines still fell. They destroyed the engine section of the silent fire, forcing the warship to stop. The supporting strike cruiser was also heavily damaged. Nian Xiaijin ordered the warship to turn around and engage the enemy, allowing several firepower ships to use their powerful engines to charge in, attach ropes to the strike cruiser, and pull it away. The main enemy forces also caught up. The first wave consisted of more than 20 capital ships, the second wave had 15, and the third wave of 15 followed far behind, like a main army camp. Grand Elder, the Tunanjin family's arrival time is near. The enemy's 32 large fleets have not yet appeared. Could this be their trap? No, the latest intelligence shows that since they re-emerged, they only have these ships left. Information from Forge World Arthur 23 just came through. The Emperor protect us, these people deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The Grand Elder smiled slightly. Although the Vanguard commander's foolish attack displeased him, the outcome was good. Attention, we must confiscate their Xenos artifacts. This is proof of their rebellion against the Imperium. We are eradicating Imperial traitors collaborating with Xenos. This must be thoroughly implemented. Understood. The entire command room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Grand Elder, a warp rift is opening on the flank. It's the Tunangjin forces, they've arrived. Very good. Let our forces slowly withdraw. Since they are here, we don't need to do the dirty work. Grand Elder, they are heading towards us. Foolish. Send them to the war zone. Boom! The Curlyman family's command flagship shook continuously. 20 Tunangjin Ambition class cruisers' lance volleys hit their void shield, instantly overloading it and completely vaporizing half of their armor. What are they doing? Are they rebelling? Do they think that with those 10 enemy ships combined, they can fight us? The Grand Elder was both furious and shocked. How dare these vassal minor families rebel? Where were the observers placed among them? Why hadn't they taken off their family head's head? Soon, they knew the answer. An even more terrifying warp rift opened from the other side, forming a pincer attack with the Tunangjin fleet. A hive city flew out. Such a magnificent warship, such brutal power of the Omnissiah, so unstoppable. All the warships frantically used their auger array to scan that space, but the massive construct, clearly visible, showed up as nothing on the auger array. What is that? What is that? The Grand Elder was frantic. Anyone who saw this terrifying construct would lose their composure. On the trader's Dark Mechanicum strike cruiser, the recruits who were born after joining the Curlyman family cried out in fear. It's the Phalanx. It's the parent chapter. It's the strongest fortress of our Imperial fists. But the remaining veterans frowned deeply. Does the Phalanx look like this? Who went to the Blade Feast, Imperial Fist's successor chapter competition? Come out and explain, is this thing the Phalanx? The veterans frowned and retreated behind everyone, behind the ships. Yi Feng sneered, you want to touch my trading fleet? Hand it over. The trading fleet sent out a distress signal. The People's Light was dispatched, naturally traveling along the warp lane. There was only one main lane here. Nian Jin came from one side, and we came from the other, naturally encountering the enemy's ambush forces. 10 of these 30 Ambition-class cruisers were crippled in one encounter and were now being dragged into Anno's belly. The remaining 20 surrendered very decisively, but Yi Feng said, surrender? Don't you need to offer a pledge of allegiance? Listen to me, now go backstab the Curlyman family. While they don't know you've betrayed them and are letting their guard down, cut off their retreat. And so, there was the Tunangjin rebels daring raid on the Curlyman flagship. Yi Feng stood tall in the command room, shouting to the adjacent room, all right, what stage are we at now? Reporting, Chapter Master, it's time to launch an attack and disable their defenses. No, Yi Feng stomped his foot heavily and shouted at the top of his lungs to the control room above, it's the solo challenge stage. My People's Light will solo all their ships. Yi Feng drew his combat blade and pointed forward. Fire. It was that familiar spatial fluctuation. All enemy ships instantly lost their void shields. Not only that, a large number of ships directly lost all power supply, plunging into darkness. The rogue traders' warships were blessed fewer times by the Adeptus Mechanicus, and their machine spirits were more fragile. A battle barge like the Stern Vigilance would almost have its machine spirit die from a single hit, let alone this group of Ambition-class cruisers, whose machine spirits immediately fell into slumber. Silence fell upon the battlefield. The enemy Astartes pounded the control panel twice, but there was no reaction. Can the escape pods be used? No, we can't even open the mechanical doors to the escape pods. Then our more than 20 cruisers rushed out of the shipyard. Never mind if they were fully repaired, as long as they could fire their guns. 3 to 5 ships targeted one enemy ship and immediately unleashed a barrage of fire. The vassal fleets led by Tunangjin, seeing such a terrifying scene, dared not harbor any thoughts of rebellion and immediately intensified their attacks, beating the Curlyman family to death. They had found a powerful ally and needed to quickly show their worth and cling to it tightly. A force with Astartes must be loyal. They completely forgot that the Curlyman family also had Astartes. The Astartes who had boarded our warship stopped their offensive and began to consolidate their forces, holding several areas and negotiating with us. Brothers in front, you are too few in number. You cannot withstand our attack. Surrender quickly and follow us to a vast sea where fish can leap, and a high sky where birds can fly. These traitor Astartes were determined to no longer be loyal to the Curlyman family. They wanted to quickly seize a ship and go their own way, hoping these warriors would also join them. Traitors, the Emperor's wrath will soon descend upon you. Kneel and repent. Don't be stubborn. Powerful enemies have appeared behind us, you must have noticed. We must escape immediately. We can never be their opponents. Nian Jin swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Interesting, they don't seem to realize that warship is ours. Brothers over there, what are your thoughts? Nian Jin decided to stall for time, hoping to incorporate them. Brother, that enemy warship behind us is very likely an Eldar warship. At least the phalanx would be needed to match it. I am a son of Dorn, I know. Take a good look, that is an unbeatable flying hive city. We know, very clearly, but why should we join you, and not you join us? The boarding Astartes paced anxiously. Was this the time to argue? If they didn't run now, they would die. Brother, we have more people. We, cooperate, Yes, cooperate. We can definitely escape and make a name for ourselves. Now is not the time to be stubborn. Let's leave quickly, I promise, our warships will not attack you. Ha! Can your warships still move? The silent fire shook. The Adeptus Mechanicus firepower ship's steel cables bounded and began to slowly accelerate, while the enemy's warship floated in space, completely without power. The rebels grew anxious. Brother, take us with you. Take the brothers in our warship with you. I'll join you, isn't that enough? Nian Si Jin, hee. Chapter 228, Guillemon, Crimson Torrent. Hero of the Empire. The traitor Astartes were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Their survival depended entirely on whether these people were willing to take them along when they fled. Why? A surge of malevolence rose in the heart of the traitor Astartes. Why couldn't our strike cruiser withstand the enemy's attack, with its machine spirit dying instantly, while that firepower ship was fine and could drag you all away? The warship swayed slightly, making the traitors even more agitated. In contrast, Nian Si Jin was calm and composed, knowing he was already in an unassailable position. The Astartes before him were like meat on a chopping block, whether to cut them or eat them was entirely up to us. You must promise that you fight for humanity. For the Emperor, for humanity, is that enough? No, we need to test you. The traitors nearly stomped their feet and cursed, the volatile demolition team preparing to launch a new offensive. Their chapter master suppressed the grumbling voices, ready to continue negotiations with the Primaris warriors, when an ominous sound came from nearby. The Anno's Glory battle barge, after delivering its warriors, returned to this area and arrived right beside the silent fire. An escort team of over 100 people was transported over, because Chapter Master Yifeng suddenly realized that for a force meant to deceive a chapter homeworld, 100 Primaris warriors appearing perfectly aligned as a company scattered in external campaigns would look suspicious. So, over 100 Primaris warriors returned here after completing their escort mission. Now, they had reached inside the warship and launched a fierce attack on the traitors from another direction. The Wolf Guard also entered the battlefield, their Melta assault pods piercing the silent fire's hull, causing Nian Si Jin to cry out frantically over the comms, heartbroken, use transport ships. Why assault pods? Surrounded on three sides, the traitors had only two choices, surrender or die. For the Emperor. Traitors, if you remain unrepentant, then die. Nian Si Jin heard the roar from the Wolf Guard and felt he should add fuel to the fire, either participate in a penitent crusade, or die. The arrival of the Wolf Guard shattered the traitors' psychological defenses, and even more critically, the mention of a penitent crusade. Who would rebel if they could atone for their sins? The traitor warriors surrendered room by room. Typically, our warriors would blast their way in, destroy a few enemies, and then the rest would surrender. Fighting for the Emperor, good, if there's honor, even better. The Sons of Dorn valued honor and duty above all else. For a long time, their hearts had been in torment, but now, as bolters were slowly pressed against their foreheads, they found release. Let fate decide. After struggling for a while, their leader also surrendered. The person in front of him did not believe that the chapter had the authority to judge them and declare that they needed to undertake a penitent crusade, but he bit off his own tongue, using pain and blood to remind himself that surrendering and working for Kariman on blasphemous tasks was over. Chapter Master Yifeng was eagerly counting the enemy warships. A large number of enemies surrendered, and then the warships were dragged one by one into the People's Lights shipyard. The 11th, the 12th, ha ha ha, we're rich, we're rich. Don't let a single one escape. That one over there, fire gently. What? The Curlyman family high command is there, refusing to surrender? Open fire. Blast their bridge, fire. Chapter Master Yifeng was in high spirits when a communication came through. Chapter Master Yifeng, they've surrendered. Surrendered? Good, good. Have them disembark, and our crew will take over. Not the enemy ships, but those Astartes who boarded us. How many casualties did they suffer? Which gene seed? They claim to be Sons of Dorn. They originally had 821 men, and now 634 remain. Brother, are you sure? The Sons of Dorn surrendered with so few casualties. They seem to still believe they are loyal. Chapter Master Yifeng almost laughed. These people were too amusing, or perhaps too fanatical. The most fanatical people in the entire Imperium were not the Word-bearers, nor the Iron Warriors, but these Sons of Dorn, and their Primarch led the fanaticism. This manifested as, I, Rogel Dorn, captain of the Imperial Palace Security Force, failed to protect the Emperor. I must atone, and our entire legion must achieve purification of sin through loyal death. This situation only eased after the Primarch left a contingency for his descendants. Tell them they need to participate in 12 wars as atonement, followed by a 13th the Primaris Ascension surgery. Whether they succeed or not depends on whether the Emperor favors them. Chapter Master, wait a moment. They seem to believe that the People's Light is in Xeno's warship and are urging us to flee immediately. The People's Light killed the machine spirit of the Ambition-class cruiser, leaving all enemy ships dead in space, waiting for us to board. A day later, the forces had seized a total of 89 warships, including 53 Ambition-class cruisers from the Curlyman family, 6 strike cruisers from the Dark Mechanicum, and 20, intact, and 10, damaged, Ambition-class cruisers from vassal families. We don't know how to revive the machine spirits of these warships, so they can only remain in the shipyard, filling Anos's belly to the brim. Only 20 ships that surrendered early escaped this fate. Over 600 Astartes stared blankly at this hive city. They were assigned to the Raven Guard's quarters, those 5 recruits who had unknowingly served for 100 years. Unlike the treatment of other warriors, or even Black Shield warriors, these Astartes were disarmed of all their weapons. Chapter Master Yifeng did not trust them one bit. If the enemy had been reduced to 200 men and then personally persuaded to surrender by him, there might have been some justification. In the current situation, it was difficult to determine whether they were spineless or truly wished to return to the Imperium. First, let's see if they are sons of Alpha. They were truly terrified by those guys. How many of the 9 lunar-class cruisers did they find? As this battlefield concluded, the head of the Curly Man family, the one who considered himself the emperor and could not personally lead the campaign, received the news on Kariman's star, vomited 3 liters of blood, and entered critical condition. The Crown Prince took over, and without any hesitation, reported the situation to the higher UPS and then called for imperial support. That Adeptus Astartes chapter, to whom they owed a favor, was difficult to send away, but they needed to be invited for emergencies first. Regent, the Astartes campaign has concluded. Here is the detailed intelligence. Guilliman had finally returned to Terra and sat at the Regent's desk. When the Astartes campaign occurred, he was personally leading an expedition in the storm sector and could not provide timely assistance. Upon learning that the Imperium had won, but the Ultramarines' entire 5th company was left with only 1 Primaris Librarians, he too fell into grief. Soon, reason told him that he must quickly gather forces to fill the lost defensive units in that sector. Therefore, after the war, Guilliman was mainly busy redeploying troops from various places to plug the gaps. Guilliman took the report. The desk was already piled high with recent documents. The great son of God, facing a precarious Imperium, once again began his work as a mender. Some unusual points were highlighted in red. Guilliman noticed that the 9 chapters that participated in the assault but were not annihilated strangely reported that they still had a company of warriors abroad and were not wiped out. Subsequently, each of them brought out about 90 men. Guilliman felt that they had simply borrowed some men from their parent chapter or allied chapters. Tell them that each chapter must submit 2% of their gene seed for traceability verification, then they will receive a 100-year reduction in gene seed tax, allowing them to restore their numbers. Their requests for gene seed support will be prioritized. Gene seed support means that the gene seed tax you submit can be applied for and granted to you when your chapter is in crisis, to replenish warrior numbers. Guilliman understood the intentions of these chapters and also knew that he could not mistreat meritorious servants. The chapter Homeworld issue, Guilliman looked at the homeworlds declared by those 9 chapters, located between the Calixis sector and the Dark Imperium. The problem wasn't major, but they were somewhat too concentrated. This could easily lead to them forming a faction. Are they all fleet-based chapters that have been active in the Segmentum Obscurus for many years? Yes, Regent, a mortal staff officer said. Dozens of staff officers stood around Guilliman, each responsible for various aspects, always ready to provide the Regent with the most professional advice. A slight adjustment, Guilliman subtly altered the arrangement of their homeworlds. Looking at the warp navigation chart, these 9 homeworlds subtly formed a defensive line, connecting with existing chapter homeworlds, encircling the Calixis sector. Let them recover their strength as soon as possible. Oh, there's still one more chapter. Yes, Regent, this chapter made a significant contribution and made a very special request. We have listed them separately. Flipping through the records, Guilliman found an old friend. This young chapter, founded 200 years ago, had only 3 companies participate, but their contribution was substantial. Guilliman remembered something. Give me the detailed records of their chapter. The staff officer had already prepared a thick stack of combat records, mainly because we had dispatched over 600 warriors across various battlefields, so the records were particularly diverse. After a quick review, Robert Guilliman dismissed his previous thoughts. Have them send representatives to Terra. Yes, all participating chapters should send representatives. Have the Red Tide send more people for an honor ceremony. The Regent was somewhat conflicted. He advocated for cooperation between warriors of different gene seeds, but the warrior fraternities of the Great Heresy were still vivid in his memory, making him hesitant to fully push for this. The Red Tide, a mixed gene seed chapter, provided Guilliman with a good reason. He could try to advance comprehensive cooperation between chapters of different gene seeds. Moreover, this war was a great victory, at least in the Imperium's records, and while the main force was a rare Adeptus Astartes army, its scale was arguably one of the largest in several millennia. Even 3 Armageddon campaigns combined didn't deploy as many Emperor's Angels. The Primaris warrior were more loyal than he had imagined, they were willing to commit their entire chapter to the war for the Imperium. Robert Guilliman felt a surge of emotion. He missed the grand wars of old, when vast armies would charge into enemy lines. He missed his spirited brothers. In a single breath, Robert Guilliman adjusted his mindset. Their requests, I shall grant. After the honor ceremony, I will deliver it to them, or assist in constructing what they need. Isn't it just Blackstone? We don't have much in stock, but certainly not little. During the counterattack on Cadia, many of the Black Spires originally deployed on the planet by the Necrons were recovered. With that, this topic was set aside, matters concerning the Eye of Terror worried him more. For the entire Imperium of Man, this was a rare period of peace. Tyranid/Tyranid fleets rarely attacked the Galaxy/Milky Way because the Silent King of the Necrons led a large group of awakened dynasties outside the galaxy to clash with the Tyranids. The Gene Stealer, due to their low success rate in summoning the Tyranids, even brought positive returns to the Imperium. On the Ildari front, the Inari were temporarily allies of the Imperium. 3 major enemies of the Imperium would not attack us for now. As for the Orcs, after the Bloody Scourge, led by the Carnifier, all other orcs who came to fight perished in the warp. The situation was unprecedentedly good. Although Huron suffered a heavy beating on the Chaos side, the warp's recovery ability was terrifying. Demons are hard to extinguish. Thinking of this, Robert Guillemon grew restless again. He, who was known for his rationality, also encountered indecisiveness. That damned, arrogant Belisarius Cawl, how dare he? How dare he clone her? Very close to the Imperial Palace, there was a small house that Robert Guillemon had painstakingly acquired, where a lady lived. Lady Uden, a perfect trap. No enemy could resist her allure, whether it was Fulgrim, Mortarion, Abaddon, or anyone else. Once they knew of her existence, they would stop at nothing to obtain her. Of the 21 Gene-sire, Robert Guillemon was the only one with a mother, adoptive mother. She was Robert Guillemon's grand steward, his best and loving mother, with no small temper or ability. Even in her old age during the Great Heresy, she still held immense prestige within the Ultramarines Legion, even able to scold a captain to his face. All enemies back then wanted to kill or capture her to deal with Robert Guillemon, and it was the same now. Obtaining her meant Robert Guillemon would walk into their traps himself, and perhaps even be corrupted. Why clone her? Because of Belisarius Cawl's arrogance. This trap to attract Robert Guillemon was also a trap to attract those mortal enemies of chaos. Robert Guillemon, wielding the Emperor's sword, could permanently kill demons, and he stood before Lady Uden, waiting for his foes to fall into his snare. Belisarius Cawl did not tell Robert Guillemon his plan. He merely visited Lady Uden, who was in a stasis field, actually located below the stasis field area where Robert Guillemon was resurrected back then. Belisarius Cawl surreptitiously scanned her with his scanning equipment, obtaining her relevant information. The Ultramarines accompanying him at the time paid no mind. This Adeptus Mechanicus bigwig was the great benefactor who saved his Gene father, and indicator lights constantly flickered on him, so he didn't pay attention. Belisarius Cawl created his trap. Although he told Robert Guillemon he only made one, given his personality, there were certainly thousands of backups. Robert Guillemon, furious and alarmed, roared at Belisarius Cawl to quickly dispose of the filthy replica, yet found himself unable to pull away upon seeing Lady Uden. She was his haven, always listening to Robert Guillemon's worries and weaknesses in the deepest part of his heart when she was alive. Now, she stood gracefully before him again, calling out, "My big boy." Robert Guillemon did not kill him. He chastised Belisarius Cawl, exiling him, as it were, to research some important project, while Lady Uden was placed in a small house next to the Imperial Palace. It was the safest place Robert Guillemon could find, and he had even negotiated with the Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes for a long time. She was protected by the Adeptus Custodes. Or rather, the Adeptus Custodes were always ready to hunt the prey that entered the trap. To this day, the warp must know of her existence, yet has not dared to send demons to their deaths. After several months, the Great Regent quickly completed his duties, even faster than he anticipated. Today, he finally hesitated before walking towards Lady Uden's room. Click. With a very slight creak of the door, Robert Guillemon entered the small house, as if returning home. He bowed his head slightly. The environment here was too short for him. "I'm back." Robert Guillemon's tone was filled with exhaustion. Tap tap tap. Lady Uden's footsteps were so clear, so slow in the Primarch's ears, so slow that Robert Guillemon wanted to leave immediately, to escape this area. "My lord, is something on your mind?" Ever since she became the steward of Ultramar, she no longer called him Robert but my lord. This Lady Uden was as perceptive and familiar with Robert Guillemon as his true adoptive mother. On countless nights, Robert Guillemon had confided in this mortal, and she could guess what had happened just by hearing his tone. It was this very similarity that caused Robert Guillemon even greater pain. A figure appeared from the doorway. She was still young, almost at the prime of her life in Robert Guillemon's memory. But she possessed almost all memories, in the form of watching her own memories as a grand movie. It was a method devised by Belisarius Cawl to circumvent the impact of excessively vast memories on one's lifespan. This meant that Belisarius Cawl also knew almost all of Robert Guillemon's secrets, which greatly infuriated the regent. Belisarius Cawl's explanation for this was the Emperor's will. She would make crucial decisions in a future conflict. The Emperor's will, again the Emperor's will. It's hard to discern truth from falsehood. Everyone shouts, "I act on the Emperor's command." Why has this Imperium become like this? "My lord, you look unwell." A gentle voice pulled Robert Guillemon back to reality. "It's nothing, just overtired. The Imperium is in great shape now, we repelled a Tyranid/Tyranid fleet. But you look unwell." A hint of mischief flashed across Lady Uden's face. She put her hands on her hips, looking up at the regent before her. Robert Guillemon helplessly sat down on the chair, the heavy armor of fate making the specially designed chair creak. "Is it because of me?" Uden persisted. As a steward, she was overstepping. As a mother, she had to understand her child's confusion. The matter of a chapter's reward will affect the future development of the legions. "No, you're lying, it's not because of that." Lady Uden said something very presumptuous, yet gracefully walked up to Robert Guillemon, stood on her tiptoes, and brought her face closer to Robert Guillemon's forehead wrinkles. "Yes, because of you. You shouldn't exist in this world." After saying this, Robert Guillemon seemed to let out a breath, relaxing as he sat down, allowing her to get as close to his face as possible. "But I already exist. You can trust me. I don't trust the one who made you." "Is that it? What do you want to do, my big boy?" "No, you're just a fake, you're a forgery." Robert Guillemon suddenly shouted, then quickly quieted down. The Lady Yuden before him swayed, seemingly hurt by Robert Guillemon's loud voice, her head ringing. No, no, I'm not. Robert Guillemon reached out, wanting to steady her. Lady Yuden took the opportunity to grasp one of his huge fingers with both hands. Then why don't you kill me? Robert Guillemon remained silent, while Lady Yuden looked at his face seriously and said, you have gone against your reason, so you have already made your choice. He remained silent, and she slowly straightened up, asking, would you like something to drink? If you can't make a choice, my big boy, I still like to call you that at home, then let it be. I respect your choice, but no one is forcing you to choose now. Some nightfall wine? You still like it, don't you? I do. Robert Guillemon sighed, his gloom vanished, and his face returned to its usual hopeful expression. While Lady Yuden entered the wine cellar to fetch the fine wine, Robert Guillemon softly called out, which one are you? Just call me Victor. An Adeptus Custodes appeared from the edge of the house. Each Adeptus Custodes name contained too many of his honors and experiences, such that writing down a custodian's full name would take an excessive amount of time. Victor, undoubtedly a rather arrogant title, representing his power. Is there anything unusual? I am only accountable to the Emperor and the Captain General, the Adeptus Custodes, clad in golden power armor, paused, there is no anomaly. They had the best scientist besides Belisarius Call, a biotechnological talent among the Adeptus Custodes, examine Lady Yuden's body. There were no anomalies, nor any listening devices left by Belisarius Call. Robert Guillemon owed many favors for this. Thank you for your hard work, for the Emperor. I will confirm whether that prophecy is correct. We will eliminate all threats to the Emperor. The Adeptus Custodes looked at the Primarch before him, unmoving, lost in thought. I know. I will confirm whether the entity in the prophecy that will threaten the Emperor, the entity that will appear because of Lady Yuden, is real. Chapter 229, Horror Legends Beyond the Star Torch. The Adeptus Mechanicus will come to support the Curlyman family. This was a message from the Adeptus Mechanicus of my era. Chapter Master Yifeng chuckled, so, can I just seize a few gunships along the way? The Curlyman family used all their connections, calling upon the Adeptus Mechanicus, Adeptus Astartes chapters, and mobilizing the planetary defense forces on their own planet. All the goodwill accumulated over the past 11 millennia was put to use. While the Adeptus Mechanicus dispatched forces to support them, there was naturally a faction of the Adeptus Mechanicus siding with Yifeng, as the next line of the message read, next trade, discount. Although the head of the Curlyman family was ruthless and cruel, he was by no means a mindless, bloodthirsty individual. The disappearance of over 50 capital ships and their escort fleets indicated they had encountered something truly terrifying. He even considered seeking help from the Inquisition, but after glancing at the alien weaponry wielded by his guards, he decided against it. Summon the Astropath. Not long after, a powerful psyker, hidden beneath a cowl, arrived. Psykers operating beyond the Astronomicon were inherently strong. Family head, you called for me. Have any Adeptus Astartes chapters responded? 3 chapters. One has been confirmed wiped out, one is missing, and only one has responded to us. Which one? Don't play games with me. The Carcharodon's chapter. The family head sighed heavily. This was the outcome he least wanted to see. The Carcharodon's chapter was infamous in the dark regions beyond the Astronomicon, known for their savagery and brutality. They were a nomadic chapter, never receiving supplies from the Imperium nor paying taxes. They were even more thorough than the Red Tide, killing Xenos, raiding, and trading with the Adeptus Mechanicus. They were either raiding or on their way to raid. Oh, how could one call the actions of an Adeptus Astartes chapter raiding? The Carcharodon's chapter possessed the right to collect taxes in the imperial territories beyond the Astronomicon, acting as tax collectors, and to take any supplies they needed in war. Well, it was as good as saying nothing, as the Imperium had never received any resources collected by the Carcharodons on behalf of the Ministry of Internal Affairs tax ships. Their origins were widely debated. Judging by the time of their appearance, it was highly probable they were members of the old Raven Guard super project, exiled beyond the galaxy/Milky Way. This exile might have been a ruse, they seemed to be guarding something, ensuring it would never return to the galaxy/Milky Way. This chapter primarily consisted of Raven Guard descendants, while the rest, they used whatever gene seed they could acquire. Currently, it is suspected they also have descendants of the Night Lords and World Eaters. Note, the Carcharodon's chapter has not resolved the issue of slow mutation within the Raven Guard gene seed. They exhibit the common Raven Guard issues of whitening skin, black pupils, organ failure, depression, and so on. However, the Raven Guard has resolved this problem in the most fundamental way, they're Primaris warriors. Primaris warriors use the oldest gene seed bank, which preserved the gene seed of the mysteriously vanished 2nd and 11th legions, ancient enough to be from the original, perfectly functional batch. The mutations of the sons of Sanguinius were inherent, but the death of their gene father exacerbated their genetic flaws. The mutations of the Raven Guard descendants, however, stemmed from corruption by chaos, which introduced strange genetic sequences into the Raven Guard gene seed that apothecaries could not remove. The Carcharodons had no Primaris, for a simple reason, the Imperium couldn't find them. They remained as they always were, savage, cruel, and prone to entering a state of berserker rage even more violent than the Black Rage. Their primary area of operation was the Ghoul star system, but warp routes were always chaotic and unpredictable, making 2 distant star systems potentially a stone's throw away in the warp. This time, they dispatched 4 companies. 4 ancient warships from the time of the Great Heresy slowly approached the Curlyman system. It wasn't that the Carcharodons couldn't muster more forces, they simply didn't believe the situation was that serious. To destroy the Curlyman family, 3 companies would be enough. So, if the enemy had similar combat power, they would be conservative and send 4 companies. This didn't refer to 400 individuals. The Carcharodons were the quintessential dog-eat-dog chapter. Their recruits had no so-called 10-year training period, nor did they even need to complete their augmentations before being thrown into battle alongside veterans. Only the elite of the elite survived. To be precise, these 4 companies represented 400 suits of power armor, but there were more than 400 individuals. It was mainly about taxes, they collected grey tax and red tax. Simply put, grey tax was taking supplies, mostly by trading Xenos artifacts with the Adeptus Mechanicus, and occasionally by direct raiding. Red tax was recruitment, taking people. Those of age were augmented, while those not of age became slaves or servants. In summary, they plundered everything, raiding anything they could find under reasonable imperial circumstances. During the Badab War, they were ordered to crush the Mantis Warriors chapter. Their method was simple, they charged straight into the enemy city's core, then detonated the reactor, blowing it up. Afterward, they looted the Mantis Warriors. By this point, even Yi Feng would have fled with the spoils, but not them. They ran to another Mantis Warriors stronghold and looted it again. Now, the Curlyman family inviting this chapter was akin to inviting bandits into their home to deal with another bandit. Yi Feng was much more amiable. After dealing with the enemy's main fleet, he lingered around for a few more rotations. Except for some vassal families with keen sixth senses, everyone else was still waiting for the Curlyman family to signal for a pincer attack. After successive major battles, Yi Feng agonizingly looked at the several damaged ships outside. Anos finally couldn't take any more. The People's Light's shipyards were filled for the first time, and the intact fleets had to sail outside on their own. Due to speed issues, the People's Light had to sail at a very slow pace at the front of the fleet. Chapter Master Yi Feng, should we proceed ahead? This fleet's combat power is strong enough. The combat power is sufficient, but without my large warship to keep them in line, their loyalty is questionable. When we go to those worlds, we must not only let the people of those worlds know that we can destroy them with ease, but also let them know that following us is much better than following the Curlyman family. Yi Feng glanced at the fleets that had surrendered immediately. They are vassal families of the Curlyman family. It's inevitable they harbor resentment towards these worlds. The humiliation they suffered under the Curlyman family will be exacted from these planets. At the very least, they'll seize the opportunity to line their own pockets. They were all small merchant families who had operated beyond the Astronomicon for years. To put it nicely, they expanded imperial territory, to put it harshly, they were pirate syndicates. Where is the front? Set a course for the Adeptus Mechanicus. Let's first take some damaged warships for repairs under the guise of a trading fleet. Target route has been set. Destination, Myera Forge World. We will change warp routes at the world ahead. Which world is ahead? A Curlyman family supply station, with a population of perhaps several million, living on a moon of a giant gas planet. They are primarily responsible for mining the gas planet's energy. I understand. How are the prisoners being arranged? Everything is fine. It's still the same problem, insufficient population. The People's Light only had 100 million people inside, leaving the entire warship empty. It's the size of a hive city, capable of housing 7 to 8 billion people without issue. In this battle, facing over 80 capital ships and more than 300 frigates and sailing ships of various sizes, they captured 18 million people. Guarding and educating and assimilating them consumed a large portion of the personnel, and then temporarily filling the original positions meant there weren't enough people. We need to first reclaim all the worlds controlled by the Curlyman family, deal with their armed forces, and then we can focus on governing. The population problem could be solved after taking over the Curlyman family's territory. Yi Feng thought happily, everything is looking up. The People's Light exited the warp. The world ahead was shattered. Because it wasn't an important location, the star system's defenses weren't strong, but now they were completely gone. The entire gun turret was reduced to just its circular base, with the turret itself vanished without a trace. The houses on the world below stood in rows, but only the houses remained. Aside from the walls, there were no resources, no people. The world was empty, with only the cold wind howling. Yi Feng, the amiable great plunderer, immediately scowled. Playing scorched earth with me, are we? Let's see where you can transport your supplies. Yi Feng didn't realize that a familiar foe he had never met was responsible, he merely thought the Curlyman family was determined to resist to the end. Advance to the Curlyman home world. Fearing the enemy might flee with their funds, Yi Feng headed directly for their wealthiest location. The Curlyman system was the best defended area around, and now they were frantically building gun turrets and erecting fortresses, vowing to resist to the very end. Adeptus Mechanicus reinforcements had already arrived. 10 gunships floated in orbit around the Curlyman system's planets, and the surrounding planetary defense forces had also come to support. They intended to engage the enemy in a fierce struggle on the planet. As long as they held out until more distant reinforcements arrived, with various factions besieging the enemy, they were sure to annihilate them. Those distant factions were simply observing, ready to help whoever gained the upper hand. If the Curlyman family gained an advantage, their main fleets would immediately appear, offering timely assistance. If the mysterious enemy gained an advantage, it would be time for diplomatic envoys to emerge. Therefore, those distant factions only dispatched envoys to observe. The Carcharodons chapter did not appear. They had no intention of interacting much with this rabble. In several inconspicuous worlds ahead, the Carcharodon's chapter had already set an ambush. The People's Light angrily burst out of the warp, arriving at the outpost world that was essentially the front gate of the Curlyman family's palace. The massive warship, like the core mothership of a Tyranid hive fleet, startled the Carcharodon's chapter lying in ambush there. The subsequent appearance of dozens of Ambition-class cruisers immediately made these ferocious sharks realize that this was not a fleet they could contend with. They cautiously hid in the asteroid belt, which was originally a good position for an ambush. Now, they only wanted to gather information about this fleet. Evidently, Yifeng's forces were categorized by the Carcharodons as a potential hidden threat to the Imperium, and a high-level one at that. Like all Raven Guard, they dispatched reconnaissance units. However, their stealth was meaningless against the detection capabilities of the People's Light. Our fleet discovered them as soon as it began scanning the star system. Chapter Master Yifeng looked at the traders who had just joined them, believing them to be another group of Astartes mercenaries kept by the Curlyman family, though perhaps for different tasks, which was why these Imperial Fist's descendants were unaware of the other group's existence. Take them out. I don't have time to dally here. The Grand Fleet feigned approaching the star system, but was actually subtly encircling the asteroid belt. Warriors of Atonement, are you ready for your first battle? Another Astartes unit of the Curlyman family is ambushing us here, we are going to have a good fight with them. The ancient strike cruiser, the White Maw, belonging to the Carcharodon's chapter and dating back to the Great Heresy, was at the forefront and was the first to sense something amiss. The enemy's trajectory was too peculiar, they were about to enter our firing range. Suddenly, the space ahead twisted, like a small stone dropped into a calm lake. The Carcharodon's warriors watched in astonishment as the asteroid field ahead rippled on a spatial level. Then, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the command room, numerous mechanical instruments burned out or were scrapped, cables snapped abruptly, two ends flailed wildly in the air, colliding with power armor, sparking with electricity. The Void Sea breeds all things, but we are the hunters. Despite suffering heavy damage, the machine spirit of the White Maw automatically charged at the enemy, like a scarred shark desperately lunging at its foe, determined to bite off a piece of the enemy's flesh even in death. The warp boarding failed, and the strike cruiser's various functions were fading. The Carcharodons were losing their only advantage. Macro-cannon attacks destroyed the warship's outer armor, and melted torpedoes bombarded their warship's engines, seemingly confused as to why their strike cruiser was still operational. Tiberos, the chapter master of the Carcharodons, clad in Terminator's armor, stood on the bridge. This was the first time they had encountered something so terrifying. Even after so many years of service, and facing Necron's vessels multiple times, he could not think of any way to resist or deal with the current situation. He issued the only order: all Carcharodon's chapter members were to transmit information at all costs, and each was to prepare for their souls to return to the throne. Tiberos was old, no one knew how long he had lived, perhaps even surpassing Dante's record. He bared his fangs and smiled. The enemy made a mistake, they were preparing to board. The more than 600 newly subjugated Astartes, who had not yet fully processed the shock brought by the massive People's Light, received Chapter Master Yifeng's direct order. This was the first of their 12 trials, to capture the 4 strike cruisers ahead. They boarded the White Maw via assault pods, which was the ship of the Carcharodon's chapter's 3rd company. Not good, their 3rd company captain had a World Eater's gene seed. A furious battle was imminent. Nearly 200 Astartes invaded the warship and were immediately met with a storm of attacks from the Carcharodons. The traitors, now to be called the warriors of the 13th company, had just emerged from the assault pod when they saw several enemies charging at them. They wore ancient Mark III power armor, and the markings on their bodies told the enemies that these were precious suits of armor, treated as relics in other chapters, and several of them appeared at once. Like beasts from hell, they fired a few shots, then swung their rare chain axes, fiercely attacking the warriors of the 13th company. The battle devolved into a chaotic melee mere seconds after the two sides engaged. The most brutal close-quarters combat terrified the warriors who had just joined the Red Tide. Why were they even more insane than the sons of Sanguinius? On another warship, Tiberos wielded his lightning power claw, rampaging across the battlefield. Soon after the battle began, he had killed 5 of the boarding individuals, who appeared to be Black Shields. We come from the Void Sea, where there is only darkness. This was not a war cry, but rather a king's declaration. Tiberos forcefully pulled his lightning power claw from a corpse. The Mark VII power armor's chest had been ripped open with a huge gash, and it lay limply on the ground. Tiberos stomped on the corpse's chest and roared at the battlefield. Infinite killing intent in the darkness, destroy the Emperor's enemies. The Carcharodons gained a huge advantage in the boarding action, using the cramped spaces to hide and ambush passing 13th Company warriors. Even unmodified recruits joined the battle. They couldn't wear power armor, but they shouldered bolters and fired resolutely. The powerful recoil shattered their arm bones, but the killing intent in their pure black pupils only intensified. Meanwhile, the People's Light was invaded by the enemy. They evaded the point defense cannons with incredible skill, infiltrating the warship through an exhaust vent. Finding enemies in such a large warship was like searching for a needle in a haystack. The Wolf Guard's keen noses were useless against the massive hull. The Raven Guard were especially adept at ambush, guerrilla, and infiltration tactics, thriving in such environments. Chapter Master Yifeng angrily exited the forward command room, preparing to confront the enemies engaged in a decapitation strike, but was informed that the prison had been breached. A large number of the 18 million captives had escaped, and the wardens were now attempting to reconfine them. According to Anos's information, only one squad of enemies had successfully infiltrated, likely only 10 individuals. Rogier sprinted through the corridor, locking onto an enemy with a unique, fishy smell that greatly bothered his nose. Intel suggests the enemies are from the Carcharodon's chapter, that's their insignia. It's already come to this, what else can we do? Let's gain the advantage first. Both sides had already spilled their brains, did they still intend to hold back? Rogier let out a wolf-guard howl, firing his plasma pistol at the wall, blasting a fist-sized, penetrating hole. He then inserted his bolter into it and sprayed bullets. The side door was suddenly kicked open, and a large amount of black smoke billowed out. A figure faintly emerged from the smoke. Rogier was about to turn his gun, but his ears twitched, and he dodged sideways. A heavy chain axe sliced past his power armor, sending sparks flying. Rogier countered with a punch, knocking the enemy back. The Primaris warrior's strength was immense, his iron fist striking the axe face actually sent the enemy stumbling backward. The enemy ahead threw a throwing knife, which struck Rogier's shoulder guard. Rogier collided sideways, sending the enemy who had just rushed out of the black smoke flying back. The enemy lost balance, bending his knees to regain his footing, but as he looked up, he saw the barrel of a bolter. Several point-blank shots, bang, bang, and a headless corpse fell. Wisps of black smoke rose from the bolter's muzzle, but Rogier was somewhat puzzled. The opponents didn't seem to be a renegade chapter, Carcharodons, a rarely heard name, but they should be loyal. Brother Yifeng, they appear to be loyal. Then we'll fight them until they're willing to negotiate with us. Another enemy had already fled, and Rogier followed the scent. Chapter Master Yifeng had been rushing through the corridor for a long time but found nothing. Our warship was too large, finding Raven Guard, who were masters of stealth, was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Motorcycles, yes, I'll go to the armory and get a motorcycle first. How dare you attack my flagship? I'll show you what death like the wind means. Outside the relic chamber, a corpse slammed heavily against the plasteel door, then collapsed to the ground. Kazanov shook the chainsword in his hand, pointing it at the two other enemies ahead. You two, come at me together. The machine spirit of the Mark 7 power armor, after several days of drowsy 1% power pack energy output, finally ended its feigned slumber. Various readings flashed across his tactical display. Kazanov stared intently at the enemies before him. The leader seemed very powerful, his mere presence ignited a fierce fighting spirit within Kazanov. Come, let me see what you've got. Fangs. Blood dyes the ocean. The opponent's veteran was the first to attack. The symbol on his knee indicated that the previous owner of this power armor was a Terran veteran who participated in the unification wars on Terra. Now the power armor was in his hands. Swords clashed, and Kazanov was actually pushed back a few steps. Mad Wolf had never seen a power great sword before and hadn't expected its strikes to be so powerful and heavy, difficult even for him to resist. A great sword was swung with formidable force, and the swaying skull decorations and shark insignia all proclaimed his might. The other enemy didn't hesitate, swiftly circling to Kazanov's side, intending to attack simultaneously with his brother. Kazanov retreated a small step with superhuman speed, dodging one attack. After activating his power pack, he felt strength surging through his body. One swing missed, and the Carcharodon's veteran, following the momentum of the greatsword, spun halfway around and then struck down from the upper left at Kazanov again. He had expected his brother to interfere with Kazanov, as they had practiced countless times, but that warrior merely touched Mad Wolf's shoulder guard before being pushed away. Kazanov neither dodged nor evaded, fully swinging his chainsword, directly clashing with the power greatsword. Clang! A deafening sound echoed through the corridor. Even the mortal guards who appeared at the end of the corridor felt a blast of air hit them, then desperately covered their bleeding ears and collapsed to the ground. The two warriors each retreated 3 steps, staring coldly at each other. Kazanov. Mad Wolf twirled his sword and once again pointed it at the formidable enemy before him. The two Carcharodons said nothing, their blood was their answer. Chapter 230, One-on-One Challenge? Let's have a one-on-one challenge. The Carcharodon's warrior, pushed away by Kazanov, quickly scrambled to his feet, a searing pain in his chest. He reached back, grabbed his fallen combat blade, and stared intently at the two figures in front of him. Kazanov initiated the attack, his Khan's swordsmanship exquisite and peerless. His chainsword danced up and down, its blade seeming to vanish into the void, making it impossible for his opponent to judge its exact landing point. The Carcharodon's warrior, wielding a power combat blade, retreated 3 steps, then decided to counterattack, swinging his blade forward with great force, slightly turning his body to use the broadside of the blade to protect his vital points. This played right into Kazanov's hands. The Mad Wolf's combat blade struck the power combat blade's surface, deflecting it by several inches, half the long blade embedding itself into the metal wall. Simultaneously, he delivered a low kick to his opponent's knee. Due to the poverty of the Carcharodon's chapter, most of their power armor was mismatched and slightly lacking in structural stability. Kazanov focused his attacks on the armor's joints, attempting to damage its articulation points. Both the chainsword and the power combat blade were jammed, and the two combatants resorted to the most ancient form of melee, fisticuffs. Another Carcharodon's warrior seized the opportunity, drew his combat dagger, and lunged at Kazanov. The Mad Wolf knocked back his current opponent with a punch, then ducked and surged forward, engaging the dagger-wielding foe in 3 exchanges within a single breath, using only his power gauntlet, breaking the enemy's weapon. We come from the ocean of the warp, where there is only darkness. If the world is all dark, then I am the last light. Arrogant words echoed from afar. As the Carcharodon's was about to turn his head, his entire body was sent flying high into the air. Yifeng, riding an assault bike, traveled at supersonic speed. The sonic boom exploded next to the Carcharodon's ear, and warm blood filled his dark eyes. This Carcharodon's warrior was torn to pieces by the impact. The other veteran was shocked, his attention momentarily diverted by the gale force whines stirred up by the motorcycle as it sped past him. Kazanov seized the chance to deliver a barrage of punches, the clanging of metal mixing with the sonic boom as it surged down the corridor. Yi Feng held his breath, braking hard and spinning around, the front wheel of his motorcycle lifting high. Anti-gravity motorcycles had slightly inferior braking performance, but it didn't hinder the bolter's attack. In a matter of milliseconds, the battle for life and death was decided. The intervention of a Primaris veteran was a true dimension-shattering strike. The Carcharodon's veteran, already struggling to maintain his balance while trading blows with the Mad Wolf, was hit by several bolter rounds directly in his power backpack, instantly rendering him powerless. The killing machine became a cage trapping the veteran. In this desperate situation, he rapidly succumbed to a complete frenzy, the madness factor hidden in his gene seed beginning to consume his reason. Even clad in heavy power armor, he still raised his fist and swung it at Kazanov's face with considerable speed. Though the Mad Wolf easily blocked it, he was inwardly shocked. How could someone achieve this level of performance without power assistance? At this moment, the enemy before him was even more insane than a son of Sanguinius consumed by the Black Rage, he was a complete monster. The Mad Wolf, flickering before his dark eyes, had become prey in his consciousness. Having lost his reason, he completely abandoned the idea of drawing his power combat blade. A left hook numbed Kazanov's arm, and his right hand formed a claw, savagely grabbing at the Mad Wolf's face. I, the chapter champion, can't defeat you when you're unpowered. Who are you insulting? Kazanov executed a shoulder throw, slamming his opponent against the side wall. In an instant, he followed up with a combo, several brutal elbow strikes hitting the tactical helmet, cracking it entirely. Go back and change into ironclad Terminators, Kazanov. Let's go and have a spar with the Carcharodons. Yi Feng drove back from a distance, casually plunging a blade deep into the enemy's body. He wasn't dead, but due to severe injuries, he automatically entered the Astartes specific suspended animation mode. The Mad Wolf dragged the enemy's body, giving Yi Feng a questioning look. Given your personality, you should be calling an apothecary to harvest this one's gene seed right now. Yi Feng had already sped off, leaving a trail of dust. Kazanov smiled. According to Yi Feng, it seemed this wasn't even the strongest of their enemies. Interesting. Our first company captain is now a lone commander, all the Terminator's warriors have gone to serve as warriors for those 9 chapters. Opening the armory, Kazanov, after a long absence, touched the ironclad Terminator before him. I wonder how much of your strength I can unleash now. The power claw, long unused, was a somewhat rare weapon for a Terminator's to carry. Kazanov glanced at his scarred, ink-black chainsword, the previous battle had caused it some damage. Having just removed his tactical helmet, the Mad Wolf suddenly spun around. In a flash, he only had time to use the back of his chainsword to block the assassin's blade, losing his balance completely and falling to the ground. The sudden attack was beyond his expectation. An unhelmeted enemy veteran had managed to stealthily approach so close without a sound. The Mad Wolf rolled over, evading the enemy's swinging lightning claw, and with all his might, pushed away the Carcharodon's warrior who was on top of him. The assassin hadn't expected such strength from the man beneath him and stumbled slightly, recovering his balance in a heartbeat. By then, Kazanov was already in a semi-crouching position. Darkness and blood. For the Emperor. For the Emperor. The two engaged in close quarters combat. The Carcharodons opened his fanged maw, attempting to bite a piece out of Kazanov's face. But the Mad Wolf, knowing what kind of man he was, tilted his head back, then his smooth head acted like a battering ram. Furious power concentrated in his neck, all his muscles tensed, and a brutal headbutt slammed heavily into the enemy's upper lip. Fragments of fangs scattered across the floor. While the enemy was disoriented, Kazanov pushed hard, sending the foe tumbling out of the door. Reaching back with his right hand, just as he gripped his combat blade, the Mad Wolf realized his chainsword was severely damaged. That last blow had carved a 1-inch gash into its spine, rendering the chain mechanism inoperable. So what? Kazanov sneered, smashing the ink-black chainsword at the enemy's head. The first blow was blocked, but the powerful attack knocked the Carcharodon's warrior to the ground. The second strike shattered his skull, his pale skin stained with blood, his death meaningless. It took some time to call in the second batch of servitors. Kazanov gently tapped the ironclad Terminator. Bathed in enemy blood, the machine spirit awakens, war claws return to their place, follow me into battle. Inside the strike cruiser Nikier, Tiberos had already torn apart 9 warriors. The 3-meter giant walked across the battlefield, bringing endless death to any enemy daring to attack. His 2 lightning power claws, one named Hunger and the other Thirst, had been bathed in enemy blood multiple times. Tiberos left countless severed limbs and torsos in his wake, just as his title suggested, Crimson Blood Road. Tiberos, enemy ship sending a message, as fellow warriors of the Emperor, cease fire. Tiberos spoke softly. He shook off the blood on his body, several heads clattering against him, and said in a deep voice, let them come to negotiate. He knew he couldn't resist the massive Hive City warship, but he would never surrender without a fight. He currently held the advantage, the Astartes who had boarded here had suffered heavy losses, countless bodies lying on the ground. Now the Carcharodons were on the offensive, and those Black Shield warriors were putting up a desperate resistance. Under Tiberos's forceful command, the Carcharodons, well trained, retreated the distance of 1 room, creating space between themselves and the Sons of Dorn. Yi Feng appeared, bringing Kazanov. Xiao Lan was still leading the recruits through the People's Light, chasing the remaining invaders. Just 2 people, one in ironclad Terminator armor, one in heavy armor. One carried a large gun, the other had 2 claws. Tiberos had originally led 10 Terminator's bodyguards to negotiate with the enemies who didn't know their place, but he hadn't expected the people before him to be even more arrogant. Who are you? Who are you? Yi Feng retorted. Tiberos was somewhat displeased. Hunger and thirst glowed, and the Carcharodons preferred not to waste words. That giant warship behind us is called the People's Light. Tiberos made no move, saying in a deep voice, we are the Carcharodons chapter. The Red Tide, by the Emperor's command, holds the People's Light, lingering beyond the Astronomicon, awaiting the opportune moment, Yi Feng said, still talking nonsense without a script. We have been fighting in the Dark Lands for 11 millennia, and have never heard of the Red Tide. It's just a few identities. Before, we were called the Green Templars, and the Storm of Will was also us. You're right that you've never seen us, because everyone who has seen that warship has died. Tiberos somewhat agreed with this, because the Carcharodons chapter, like Yi Feng said, had also drifted beyond the Astronomicon for 10,000 years to guard the mysterious relic, the Void Glass. That relic could allow one to see the true appearance of their warp soul projection. With such a mysterious mission, it was naturally easier to accept Yi Feng's explanation of a similar mission type. However, he remained vigilant. What do you want, to kill us all? Tiberos would never allow himself to be slaughtered. The second assault team was already in position, and the moment he gave the signal, the elite veterans would manually open the hangar doors, allowing the ancient vehicles preserved in special chambers to roar out. No, I hope to sign an agreement with you. I can let you go, but you must promise to stay away from this region, erase everything you've seen today, and forever keep this secret in your hearts. Otherwise, we will pursue you relentlessly. Is that all? Tiberos wasn't saying that the chapter could leave so easily, but rather, you've killed so many of us, and you want to end the war like this? Humph, only the strong have the right to speak. For the sake of peace, let's have a duel. The victor can add conditions. I want 3 strike cruisers to compensate for our losses, Tiberos said softly, but no one doubted his resolve, as the muzzles of 10 Terminators' bolters were pointed at Yi Feng's head. Yes, of course. If we win, I'll gladly accept the people and equipment that died on my ship. Furthermore, from today onwards, you must stay away from our area. Should you receive a distress call from us, you must respond immediately. The Emperor's mission must not be affected. This was a huge gamble. In Tiberos's view, the enemy's demands and 3 strike cruisers were completely mismatched, or rather, the other side seemed to be certain of victory. 10 Terminators is slowly spread out, preventing anyone from reneging if they lost. How do we fight? 1-on-1, a single match to decide the winner. Then let's go. Tiberos looked at Yi Feng, who was also over 3 meters tall. A Primaris warrior in heavy armor, he had heard of them, but they were nothing special. Hunger and thirst activated, and lightning instantly crackled around his sharp power claws, coupled with his 3-meter height and custom Terminator armor, creating an astonishing aura. No, I won't bully you. Since you're a standard Astartes, you can fight our first company captain. Sorry, we only have a few standard Astartes left here. Tiberos said nothing. That short guy next to him? Then he could die. Kazanov moved first. As soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, his 2 crimson power claws activated, and he walked towards Tiberos with slow steps. Behind them, the 10 Carcharodons Terminator's warriors chuckled sinisterly. Did this ignorant fellow not know of Tiberos's renown? Tiberos said no more. Both sides used power claw-type weapons, requiring them to get very close. When Kazanov was only 3 body lengths from Tiberos, he suddenly erupted, swinging Hunger at an extraordinary speed, striking at the short Mad Wolf with a power claw. The heavy Terminator armor felt as light as clothing on him. The body and strength of a Super Raven Guard even surpassed that of a Primaris warrior. He was a true monster. Kazanov raised both power claws, parrying the incoming Hunger. The lightning's glow instantly overwhelmed the crimson, and a grating high-frequency sound reached the Astartes' ears, causing a wave of irritation. Yi Feng assessed the Carcharodon's chapter master's combat power, finding his chances of victory extremely small. Having spent a long time under the shield, he wouldn't die instantly, but aching back and weak muscles were common. He was actually weaker than an average Primaris warrior of the same age. Tiberos seemed somewhat surprised that the enemy in front of him could withstand Hunger's attack. Thirst struck out rapidly, attacking the Mad Wolf's waist from below. The Mad Wolf suddenly straightened, using both arms to swing Hunger to the side, freeing his hands to meet Thirst. At the same time, he took a step back, moving his vital points out of the lightning power claw's attack range. Tiberos looked at the warrior before him with disdain. You don't understand power claws at all. The moment you retreated, you had already lost. When rivals meet, the brave one wins. Constantly advancing and fiercely tearing at prey is the true power claw hunter. Tiberos used his full strength, approaching the Mad Wolf with a speed far exceeding Kazanov's. Both power claws struck down, intending to cut this short warrior into 7 pieces. At this moment, Kazanov suddenly erupted. His crimson power claw suddenly disengaged from Thirst and instantly closed in on Tiberos's chest at extreme speed, swinging a power claw to slash at the enemy's Terminator armor. Screech! The sharp power claw scraped across the front armor, sending up a shower of sparks, and then the 2 bodies collided with a dull thud. No sooner said than done. Tiberos immediately realized that the warrior before him was not so simple. He used the advantage of his tall stature to try and knock the mad wolf to the ground. Kazanov staggered a few steps from the impact, and the whistling wind from the side set off alarm bells in his heart. He had originally wanted to seize the opportunity for close quarters grappling, but the opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. So, his feet, which had just landed, suddenly pushed off, as if he had been flung away by Tiberos, and he flew backward. The enemy's honor guard watching the battle was somewhat surprised. Has our chapter master grown stronger again? He can even send an ironclad Terminator flying this far. Tiberos finally became serious. He began to circle Kazanov slowly, like a shark. A shark would leap from the dark abyss to deliver a fatal blow to its enemy. Kazanov stretched his muscles and bones, starting to get serious. The Terminator armor worn by this shark was very special, custom-made, large, and thick. A single power claw strike couldn't pierce it. Then he would add more force. Kazanov began to run, completely different from his previous slowness, moving quickly and agilely, matching Tiberos's speed perfectly. The crimson power claw slid rapidly through the dark room, making it impossible to judge where the final attack would land. Left, or right. Tiberos swung hunger, striking upwards with force. We come from the ocean of nothingness, where there is only darkness. Kazanov's choice surprised everyone. He leaped high, pressing his leg armor firmly against the power claw's blade, which hadn't fully turned. Red-hot cracks appeared on the thick leg armor, and power claw spikes had already penetrated it. The mad wolf was utterly fearless. One hand blocked thirst, while the power claw in his other hand slashed down from above, aiming for Tiberos's face. No one could have imagined he could jump while wearing ironclad Terminator armor. A few Terminator's warriors of the honor guard were about to move forward when the plasma storm in Yifeng's hand lit up. This is a duel. No one intervenes. The crimson power claw slashed open Tiberos's breathing grill. He retreated in time, leaving 3 power claw marks on his grey facial armor. No one saw blood, but the Carcharodon smelled it. After Kazanov landed, he flashed past Tiberos's side, swinging his power claw to attack his waist, which was blocked by Tiberos's formidable arm strength. The two exchanged blows, not like two wolves tearing at each other, but like two sharks rapidly charging in the deep sea, both preparing a fatal strike to tear their enemy to pieces. Tiberos's laughter echoed in the air, soft yet seemingly omnipresent, resonating throughout the room. Kazanov's left leg was injured, and the magnetic lock failed. Fortunately, the warship was stable, so the impact was minimal. Tiberos began to walk forward, each step heavily treading on the floor, each step increasing his speed. The entire room echoed with heavy footsteps, layer upon layer, like giant waves. Coupled with his terrifying physique, Kazanov felt as if he was facing a land raider speeding towards him. The Crimson Path, Tiberos's title, was also his combat characteristic. We come from the ocean of nothingness, where there is only darkness. Few enemies have shouted a second war cry in front of me. Kazanov's entire demeanor changed. His right leg locked firmly onto the metal floor, like an old tree rooting itself, while his left leg shifted, and both power claws drew a perfect arc in the air. His right power claw hooked upwards, his left power claw guarded his abdomen, angled towards the enemy. This kid. Even Yifeng looked at his first company captain in surprise. He figured this out. Facing the furious charge of Tiberos, Kazanov calmly stared at Hunger and Thirst. The moment they made contact, one power claw hooked Hunger, and the other plunged towards the joint of Thirst's arm. Sparks flew. Kazanov met the enemy with an ancient sword stance, shifting his weight to his uninjured right leg. After making contact with the enemy, he pushed hard, and one of his crimson power claws broke because it was angled sideways to the enemy. The mad wolf didn't care, shifting his weight and pushing down with his right power claw, throwing Tiberos into the air. To the enemy's honor guard, this short fellow seemed to have tripped their chapter master. But in Yifeng's eyes, this was the most standard example of using a small force to deflect a great one. Could he derive Tai Chi boxing from Tai Chi swordplay? Tiberos instantly felt his momentum go out of control, crashing into the room's wall, shattering it, and entering the next room. Kazanov wanted to press the advantage, but unfortunately, his left leg armor was damaged. By the time he rushed to Tiberos, the enemy had already turned around, losing the opportunity to attack his energy core. United, liberate the entire galaxy. Kazanov shouted his war cry for the first time. Tiberos was in the process of turning when he saw the mad wolf already at his side. He's as fast as me. Before Tiberos could be surprised, the power claw arrived. Tiberos blocked the power claw's attack with his left arm. He could feel the pain of the blade piercing flesh and blood evaporating. It was extremely painful. He instantly fell into a berserk state, using Thirst to smash down, heavily striking the mad wolf's shoulder armor. The mad wolf, at this moment, emerged from beneath Tiberos's arm, his 2 remaining power claws precisely slashing at the previous power claw marks on the front armor. He could feel wires being severed, and electricity faintly flickering from the gaps. Before Kazanov could be happy, the heavy pressure on his shoulder almost slammed him to the ground. He fell to the ground. Tiberos, as if losing his mind, continuously smashed the mad wolf with his lightning power claw. Kazanov kept rolling on the ground, dodging the enemy's attacks, but never had a chance to get up. Each power claw strike deeply embedded itself into the metal floor. If it hit the head, it would inevitably result in splattered brains and vaporized flesh. The wall was just ahead. As he continuously rolled, Kazanov's brain rapidly worked, contemplating a strategy to defeat the enemy. He suddenly turned at a small angle, allowing his leg to kick the wall, then pushed off with force. Hunger plunged between his legs. Tiberos seemed to hesitate for a moment, which gave Khazanov an opportunity for his next move. His intact power claw instantly struck out, tearing through the enemy's arm's outer armor and severing some more lines. Tiberos acted as if nothing had happened, his movements unaffected. He brought both power claws together, aimed at the mad wolf's head, and smashed down with force. A head rolled off. Tiberos seemed to regain some sanity. He felt several deep wounds in his waist. Looking closely, lying beneath him was Khazanov, whose entire shoulder had been pierced. He was now inserting his crimson power claw into Tiberos's abdomen, where there had originally been a decorative skull. That skull had saved his life, preventing his waist from being completely pierced. Let's stop here. I concede. Chapter 231 We are a trading fleet, trading. Even now, with both sides heavily wounded, it wasn't time to end the fight. If he could, Tiberos would mercilessly kill the guy beneath his feet. The reality was that Tiberos's power armor's wiring was severely damaged. Khazanov's claw attacks hadn't harmed his flesh, but they had indeed damaged his armor. After falling into a berserk state, he fought Khazanov while his Terminator's armor's power flickered on and off. But once he sobered up, he found he couldn't move. Isn't that the end? It would be more dignified if he called for a stop himself. The mad wolf lying below was even more severely injured. The lightning power claw seemed to have only pierced his shoulder guard, but it had actually incinerated a large amount of his flesh. The power claw's strength wasn't just about tearing through armor. If a mortal took a hit, being left with a skeleton would mean he was a tough one. As for his mental state, Khazanov was a bit dejected. How could his claws be so powerful that one strike cut open his iron-clad Terminator? He needed to find a way to get a pair too. The two sides pulled apart. Khazanov was not lightly wounded. Yi Feng, carrying an ion storm weapon, fired a continuous volley at the wall behind him. Over a dozen ion blasts instantly destroyed the wall. Behind the room, several 13th Company warriors were sitting behind storm shields, peeking out towards them. Apothecary, come here. On the People's Light, the last Carcharodon's warrior was killed. Our loudspeakers were almost broken from shouting. The two chapters had already reached a reconciliation, but that Carcharodon's warrior never responded. After falling into his unique berserk state, he said nothing, only silence and mad slaughter, eventually being killed by an ion storm. Looking at the mess around them, Xiaolan silently glanced at Bao's beside her. The librarian shook his head, spreading his hands. You go tell the chapter master to get some things back. A call was made to Yi Feng, and our chapter master immediately stopped Tiberos. Tiberos was being helped off the battlefield by his brothers, preparing to contact the Tech Marine to discuss what to do about the machine spirit of this strike cruiser. We will fulfill our promise, but the hatred between us has not dissipated. I know, but how about a trade? Tiberos froze for a moment. Don't you see the current situation? There is no trust between us. I refuse to trade. Why don't you think about your current situation? You've suffered heavy losses. Tiberos turned to challenge the Primaris chapter master in front of him. We are Carcharodons, not fools. Blood will flow by your corpses. That ship is called the People's Light. Tiberos stopped, signaling him to continue. Red Tax, I believe you can handle that yourselves. What you lack is armor, and coincidentally, we have it. The Carcharodons chapter had everything and lacked everything. Their weapons were high-quality relics from the Great Crusade era, but their numbers were insufficient. The Carcharodons Tech Marine connected to their communication. The communications officer raised his hand, signaling Yi Feng to continue. We have 500 Mark 7 armors. How about it, interested? Since the production of Primaris warriors began, Mark 7 power armor gathering dust in the warehouse was not ideal, so they needed to sell it quickly. 500 sets. The Carcharodons were half believing, half doubting. You've stockpiled half a chapter in one go? There aren't many supporting facilities weapons, but we can provide bolters. I have quite a few of these weapons in my hand too. How about it? Interested? We didn't build a bolter production line because the materials were used to build more important warships. If you don't mind, I just wiped out a batch of Xenos. You can also take a look at those things and trade them with the Adeptus Mechanicus. They should be willing to discuss the specific details of the Grey Tax with you. The Carcharodons were still discussing the 500 sets of armor internally. They didn't care about any codex. They would create as many people as possible. With these 500 armors, that would be 500 Carcharodons, each bringing 2 recruits, and their combat power would skyrocket. Tiberos said something, seemingly scolding others on an internal channel. An old Terminator's veteran left in a huff. What do you want? Anything. Incinerator weapons, heretical artifacts, resource point information, equipment manufacturing methods, even chapter history can be sold to us as information. Yi Feng looked at Khazanov, who was being urgently rescued, nodded and added, the manufacturing methods for your hunger and thirst would also work. No, we don't need your things. Leave now. Suddenly, a large Carcharodons rushed in, wearing Mark III power armor, shouting at Yi Feng. Stand down. Tiberos, supported by his brothers, slowly left, saying to Yi Feng, we need to discuss this internally. We'll talk again in 1 Teraday. There were many ideas within the Carcharodons. Many advocated that after acquiring the 500 sets of armor, they should immediately equip the recruits and raid the massive warship. Others advocated retreating and then seeking revenge, ambushing the Crimson Torrent's supply forces. In short, they couldn't swallow this insult and had to reclaim their losses. Tiberos tilted his head back and drank a small vial of medicine, then donned another, older suit of armor and left the room. The Council of Sharks was still debating, and it was even more brutal, with disagreements leading to fights to determine the winner. The entire hall was filled with the smell of blood and grinding teeth. We'll make this trade. The entire hall immediately fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Tiberos. Since he said it so definitively, unless you could beat him, this was the final conclusion. A moment later, Yifeng's scalp tingled. I know your Carcharodons are among the oldest warriors, but this is too ancient. The Crimson Torrent gave up 500 Mark 7 power armors, 300 bolters, 600 cases of bolter ammunition, 4 land speeders, and even 2 Roscoe ground sweepers with shield systems. In return, they received 2 things. One was a map of the galaxy/Milky Way, the result of the Carcharodons chapter's exploration over 11 millennia. Due to the wager between the two sides, they had to stay away from the Crimson Torrent's territory, so they gave the map of this area to Yifeng. The second item was called the Blade Flyer Super Heavy Tank. It was a variant of the Brutal Blade, equally powerful, with a primary weapon that was an incinerator mortar. Note, although it's called an incinerator, it's not a flamethrower. It's a beam weapon, slightly less armor-piercing than a meltagun, but its range is considered medium distance. Any organic matter it touches will be completely incinerated. Incinerator weapons have become rarer and rarer over the past 10,000 years, making them extremely precious. Call only recently completed reverse engineering to re-equip simpler incinerator guns. But a Blade Flyer Super Heavy Tank equipped with an incinerator mortar? Forget about manufacturing it, one couldn't even dream of it. Yifeng looked at this ancient weapon, which even in the original chapters would be placed in the highest relic chamber, then turned to stare at Tiberos. I'm not curious where it came from, I'm curious why you would offer it for trade. It wouldn't be a Trojan horse situation, would it? You hide a few people inside, and after we take the tank back, you start a massacre and damage my people's light? Clang clang clang. Beside him, Tech Marine Inc. first performed 3 kowtows upon meeting him. Omniscia above, I am the happiest person in the entire the galaxy/Milky Way. The Carcharodons chapter had actually calculated for a long time. They felt that 500 big sharks with 1,000 small sharks would do far more work than this tank, because they also didn't lack similar super siege weapons. Yifeng sighed to the heavens, is there no law anymore? The chapter meeting between the two sides took a considerable amount of time. The Ambition-class cruiser fleet, under the command of the trading fleet, went ahead to the next world. Another outpost world of the Curlyman family was attacked by us recaptured. Their resistance was resolute. Our battle group of over 30 capital ships was engaged in a bombardment with the defensive installations outside the star system. Nian Sijin saw a large number of unfinished facilities, which must have been the Adeptus Mechanicus assisting the Curlyman family in urgently reinforcing their defenses. The enemy's main fleet, taking advantage of our attention being on the star system defenses, attacked from the flank. Over a dozen gunships and another dozen capital ships cobbled together by other vassal families began to disrupt our formation. A large number of armed freighters launched a flanking attack from the warp on our rearguard ships. With an iron defense line ahead and a sea of warships behind, in the eyes of the Curlyman family, the trading fleet was already within their grasp. These warships in front were the main fleet of the invaders, at most, there would be a few frigates on the logistics supply line. The first battle was the final battle. The Curlyman family staked everything. The family head personally came to the battlefield. No matter what, they had to reclaim these warships, otherwise, the entire family's influence would shrink beyond recognition. Nian Sijin called for help from Yifeng, but the Curlyman family had hired a powerful psyker who cast chaos spells, triggering a localized warp storm that killed many astropaths. The resplendent space palace, the Curlyman family's space base, floated near the star. Years of lavish activities had filled the machine spirit of this enhanced cruiser with arrogance. Nearby ships would be inexplicably driven away. Currently, a grand banquet was being held here. This was a political event, and the host, the Curlyman family, wanted all foreign ambassadors to clearly understand one thing: the invaders were merely fish out of water. In the face of the Curlyman family's mighty power, the enemy had only one outcome: defeat. At the banquet, cups clinked, and ambassadors from various factions used the event to consolidate their relationships, conversing in small groups. The super-large stage in the center of the banquet hall had been removed and replaced with a giant holographic screen, constantly projecting the course of the war. The Curlyman family head proudly held his wine glass, speaking eloquently before the various diplomatic envoys, loudly discussing how these damned enemies had stolen their families' ships, and thanking the families who had sent troops to help, promising heavy rewards in the future. For the families who had not yet dispatched troops, Kariman, the head of the Curlyman family, symbolically went up to toast. Every time the battle situation changed, such as the enemy retreating or one of the enemy's ships being destroyed, he would stride confidently, provocatively looking at those fence-sitters who were still observing. The trading fleet was struggling, constantly contracting its defense lines, appearing to outsiders as helplessly taking a beating. The presence of so many envoys at the banquet actually demonstrated the Curlyman family's strong diplomatic foundation. If there were only 3 diplomatic envoys present, they might secretly discuss whether to kick them while they were down and carve up the Curlyman family's inheritance. With 30 envoys present, they would ponder whether to join this vortex of conflict. If there were 300 envoys from various parties, they would consider when to join the battle, whether to be the main force providing aid in a crisis or to symbolically send troops as a finishing touch. Now, waiting to see how things unfolded was implicitly considered going against the Curly Man family, only sending troops represented not being an enemy of the Curly Man family. As yet another cruiser of the trading fleet burned fiercely and lost control, those fence-sitters on the sidelines made up their minds, leading their family forces to come to their aid. That new wave of forces joining the battlefield made the trading fleet's situation even more difficult. Nian Sijin cleaved an enemy's head with a chainsword, and with his left hand, he pulled the trigger, quickly annihilating a squad of bioengineered soldiers in front of him. These mortals and Skitarii dared to board an Astartes warship? This was rebellion. Is there still no news from the main fleet? The librarian is trying to establish contact, but his psyker abilities can't find the people's light either. That was the downside of the mothership, its stealth attributes were maxed out, so even its own people couldn't find it. Hold on, brothers. The rougher the seas, the more expensive the fish. This time, we're going for a big catch. In the ship's hold, even ordinary crew members joined the anti-boarding forces, taking up weapons and fighting the enemy fiercely. The enemies were warriors who constantly walked the line between life and death, rogue trader troops who licked blood from the blade, and they fought with extreme savagery. Fortunately, the trading fleet had one characteristic: wealth, the kind of wealth that ensured an ample supply of weapons. Those in the banquet hall saw boarding pods constantly penetrating the so-called enemy ships, but there was little intelligence of any enemy ships being taken down. These envoys exchanged glances, then, holding their wine glasses, headed towards the Curly Man family head's table. Respected Kariman, our Horus family's special boarding troops are all professionally bioengineered. Seizing enemy warships is as easy as turning over a hand for them. Kariman, the troops mentioned by the Horus family are nothing but a disorganized rabble. Our 3 Adeptus Mechanicus Skitarii possess the finest weapons. As you know, our Melta weapons are the most reliable and can absolutely break through the enemy's defenses. Most exalted Kariman, I represent the Messiah mercenaries. The troops they mentioned have all fought against us, with more losses than victories. Let our combat record speak for itself. These envoys shamelessly argued in front of the family head, thumping their chests and guaranteeing the strength of their own boarding troops. Ultimately, this dispute turned into a competition. After all, there were over 30 enemy ships, and they bet on who could capture an enemy ship first to please the Curly Man family. Anyone with an ounce of sense could see that the enemy was like a grasshopper in autumn, unable to hop much longer. Another warp rift opened. No fleet observed from behind. Was it that major power coming to support the Curly Man family again? In an instant, all the ships lost their void shields, and the machine spirits of the boarding pods instantly died. The assault pods swept over the trading fleet and headed into the boundless space. The massive body of the People's Light entered the battlefield, and the front lines fell silent. Yi Feng was in a good mood now, so he offered surrender or death. The Curly Man family mothership, furthest away, barely escaped, its machine spirit not dying. The void shield flickered and overloaded, and the rolling superheated ion storm turned the Adeptus Mechanicus personnel on duty into a puff of black smoke. But for those in the banquet hall, the warship suddenly lost power, and the large screen instantly shut off. Fortunately, the surrounding decorative lights were still on, calming everyone and making them think the Curly Man family was moving on to the next phase of the banquet. One family head, while angrily questioning the person in charge through a hidden microphone, loudly announced to everyone in the banquet hall, "Everyone, let's have some entertainment. I'll be the dealer, and we'll bet on how long it will take for the enemy fleet to be completely defeated. Kariman, you have such good spirits. I'll offer a defender's ring. This item can activate a small psyker shield. Once depleted, a psyker can infuse it with psyker energy. It's an excellent item for self-defense. I bet 6 teraday." A plump old man took off a translucent crystal ring from his withered hand and held it high. He immediately realized that this was not a gamble. With victory in the battle assured, this was an offering, giving various factions a reason to curry favor with the Curly Man family. It was even possible that Kariman would later use these gifts to determine the contributions of each faction in this operation. I offer a squad of Castellan-class Skitarii combat servitors. According to my calculations, the enemy won't last more than 3 teraday. The Adeptus Mechanicus representative wanted to continue speaking but suddenly found he couldn't contact his gunship. So he began adjusting his equipment, appeasing the machine spirit of his communication device. I offer this scepter. The gem on top is the unique tear of the nebula, a singular relic in the entire the galaxy/Milky Way. A tall woman spoke. Rogue traders always had some strange and wonderful items. I bet within 10 teraday. Kariman, if you allow my personal guard to be deployed, they can definitely take out the enemy within 3 teraday. The mercenary leader, half mechanized, raised his reinforced bionic limb high, showing off. Kariman smiled and chatted with everyone, while also demanding that the technical staff restore the large screen at all costs. As time passed, more and more guests fell silent. They either tidied their hair, or rubbed the bracelets on their wrists, or gently pursed their lips. Without exception, they were all adjusting their communication devices, their units were unreachable. Gradually, people began to excuse themselves, some used the excuse of going to the restroom, some left laughing with beautiful courtesans, some claimed they needed to mobilize their personal bodyguards for battle. Half a teraday passed, and after the number of people in the banquet hall had decreased by a third, someone finally began to complain in casual conversation, "Oh, look, the Callus Adeptus Mechanicus is no good. The communicator they sold me breaks down every now and then." A rogue trader fiddled with a small mechanical device, a bitter expression on his face, as he spoke to the large man next to him. "Oh, Brother Ruifu, your communication system is also having problems. This large man was straightforward, and it was this remark that made everyone present realize something was wrong. Kariman, what do you mean? Why have you blocked our communications? A sharp female voice echoed. The faction behind her was powerful, and her presence here was merely ceremonial. She did not fear the curly man family. Following her outburst, everyone responded, questioning the family head before them. Everyone, quiet down, listen to me. The last word was amplified, effectively silencing the room. Everyone, I have not activated any signal jammer. My curly man family has invited you all here with only one objective, to eliminate the invaders. I swear by my loyalty to the Emperor that there is absolutely no other conspiracy. Kariman was also puzzled. The technical staff said the warship had undergone a complete reboot and was in the process of reobserving with its auger array. Why was there still no response after so long? What about the others then? Why haven't any of those who left returned? The big man looked at the rogue trader named Ruifu. Of all the people who left, you're the only one who came back. What happened? The gazes of several people around them turned to Ruifu. Their hands elegantly slipped into their pockets, their bodies slightly turned, watching Ruifu with wary expressions. How would I know? I just went to the restroom normally. This was the first time so many powerful figures were staring at Ruifu, and he was drenched in cold sweat. All right. I've already told the repair team to check it out. We'll know what's going on in a moment. Need a moment? We know now. Everyone, the repair team has responded. They have found the cause of the problem. Kariman's words were cut short as he suddenly realized that the sentence hadn't come from his hidden earpiece. The surrounding guests looked around in a panic, not daring to move. From behind the large screen, a tall Primaris Astartes slowly emerged, a skull shield on his back, a plasma pistol and a chain sword in his hands, standing majestically on the highest platform. The various factions tried to escape, but found that all four entrances were guarded by a red-armored Astartes. Damn, I shouldn't have been so greedy. My cousin should have handled this. Ruifu muttered softly, sweat soaking his expensive formal attire. Several mortals close to Yifeng trembled, clutching their chests, staggering backward. The anti-psyker power was unreasonably strong. Kariman angrily strode onto the high platform, loudly questioning the suddenly appearing Astartes. Which chapter are you from? We have not received any report inviting you. Haven't you? It seems not. You certainly didn't tell me that such a grand welcome ceremony was being held in this star system. A chill went through the family head's heart. The most unwelcome option mercilessly slaughtered all other conjectures, filling his entire mind. Is it over? Do you think it's that simple? I am loyal. Our family has expanded the Emperor's territory for 11 millennia. You attacked us, another loyal Imperial faction. Now, I, representing the Lamenters chapter, the Storm of Will chapter, the Shadow Blade chapter, the Green Templars chapter, and the Crimson Torrent chapter, 5 chapter masters, acting under ancient protocols, will judge you on behalf of the Inquisition. Chapter 232, a big change in the situation. The faces of the Curly Man family members instantly turned a spectrum of colors. The family head's face was ashen, the silent pressure emanating from the giant before him made his chest heavy and breathing difficult. The matriarch in the distance was scared pale, 5 Adeptus Astartes chapter masters, she wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing, and this wasn't something that could be resolved with a bit of money. The security captain's face was beet red, it wasn't his fault, an Astartes was choking him, and he couldn't breathe. The other Curly Man scions had grim faces, everyone had seen Astartes more or less, but when they were right in your face, it was a certain death sentence. As for the various envoys, they weren't too panicked. Offending the Curly Man family was one thing, but simultaneously offending over 300 factions present was another. Except for one, Ruifu. He kept muttering, it's over, it's over. The diplomatic envoy has become a diplomatic goner. What do I do? Oh, I shouldn't have come to freeload. The big guy looked at Ruifu with disdain. Couldn't he keep his thoughts to himself? Did he really think these Emperor's angels couldn't hear? Hey, stop talking, they can hear you, the big guy whispered to Ruifu. Upon hearing this, Ruifu instantly shut his mouth, faced the ceiling, pretending to be a waiter, and secretly glanced at the surrounding Astartes. He silently chanted, don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me. Oh no, there's still someone else? The show had to be complete. After Yifeng's words fell, several warriors in ancient livery walked into the hall, and the entire banquet hall was filled with gasps. The Curly Man family head suddenly shouted, by what right do you convict me? This is our territory, you are the ones who entered here, you are the ones who crossed the line without permission. You are attacking me, a loyal descendant of the Emperor. Crash. Before the Curly Man family head could finish, the main door suddenly shattered, and Rogier strode in with a swagger. The claws of the real forces eliminated the Chaos Sorcerer who attacked our astropath. There is an abundance of incriminating evidence. I declare that warp-born abominations have invaded here, invaded the Curly Man family. I recommend a purge of the Curly Man family. The Storm of Will chapter agrees. The Shadow Blade chapter agrees. Merciless declarations of agreement echoed from all directions. The Curly Man family head wanted to fight to the death but didn't know where to begin. Wait. I declare, execution begins. I said, wait. Bang. Yifeng, of course, didn't shoot and kill the Curly Man family members, he used anesthetic. These people possessed astonishing treasures, and they needed to be thoroughly interrogated. One by one, people were registered and taken away for questioning, which terrified an envoy in the back. That envoy secretly clutched his collar. Few people present were clean. He was a potential chaos cultist, well aware that he would never pass the screening, and quickly activated his life-saving artifact. He muttered incantations, took out a luxurious pearl, and prepared to crush it. Whoosh! A combat knife suddenly flew from behind him. The sharp blade cut into his arm joint with perfect precision, instantly severing his arm. An arm clutching the pearl fell to the ground. No one move. Hail the gods! He raised his mechanical foot and stomped heavily on the pearl. The crystal-clear black pearl suddenly vanished, or rather, shattered into tiny, unidentifiable dust. A warp rift suddenly opened, intending to teleport this chaos cultist away. Yi Feng leaped, instantly arriving at the edge of the rift. The powerful anti-psyker force greatly weakened the psychic energy contained within the pearl, and the reality barrier instantly healed. The chaos cultist had barely stepped one mechanical foot into the teleportation seam when the warp rift closed. The chaos cultist, having lost a mechanical foot, lost balance and fell to the ground, then was beheaded by Yi Feng. Then there's no need to hesitate, everyone present must die. The light of the warp rift shone, and no mortal could withstand its erosion. The great hall was a blooming garden of important figures, each with their own trump cards and methods. The slaughter began, and the slaughter ended. The sons of Dorn of the 13th Company completed their second trial. Now, only 436 of them remained. First, they fought the Carcharodons. The internal Adeptus Astartes physical exchange caused heavy losses for the sons of Dorn. Then they boarded the warships of various factions, sometimes fighting Adeptus Mechanicus Skitarii, sometimes encountering sudden chaos cultists. Some powerful psyker spells caused them considerable trouble. Now, covered in blood, they could finally rest and return to the armory. On the People's Light, no one saluted them, because they hadn't encountered any mortals. The mortals were too busy. This time, an unusually large number of people were captured, totaling 30 million. The defending forces in this area were mostly rounded up. Not many people resisted, and while some did try to escape, the People's Light's attack caused the machine spirits of all ships to fall dormant, rendering them unable to move. Everywhere, big shots displayed their unique abilities. Some activated their disguise devices to blend in with servitors, others activated personal force fields to resist. Teleportation escapes, however, were non-existent. Aside from chaos worshippers of extremely high status, other chaos cultists simply lacked the treasures capable of opening warp rifts in a place with such a powerful reality barrier. These 30 million people imprisoned brought immense pressure to the guards. Our ideological re-education speed simply isn't that fast. Before, there were 18 million. The entire People's Light was crammed with captives. As a last resort, the trading fleet had to continue forward. At this point, fewer than 10 warships were combat-ready, but the enemy also offered no significant resistance. The main fleet first went to the Adeptus Mechanicus that had previously traded with the Tio. After Yi Feng subdued this region, they obediently began normal trade with human colonies. Then, normal warships towed 80 damaged Ambition-class cruisers there. I know you don't have shipbuilding technology, but repairs shouldn't be a problem, right? Then they returned home, assimilating the obedient captives and sending the disobedient ones to Christina's Nest No. 1, our self-built forge world. At this moment, within our Annos, there were still over 50 warships undergoing repairs. This battle was truly a windfall, allowing us to feast lavishly. The collapse of the Curlyman family quickly triggered a chain reaction. The first to begin was the rapid fragmentation of the Curlyman family's former territory. Dozens of collateral bloodlines and vassal families became warlords, some running around to form alliances to counter the Red Tide faction, which was supposedly severely damaged from engaging the Curlyman family, while others directly brought gifts to pledge allegiance, requesting to become Yi Feng's vassals. Each engaged in fierce struggles. The Curlyman family not only possessed a powerful navy, but some of the strange fortresses on the ground also housed many Xenos creations. In short, those who didn't get a share of the inheritance pledged allegiance, while those who did carved out territories and declared independence. It was bustling and chaotic. Soon after, the dire consequences began to manifest. Including Yi Feng's Diqian world, this region had approximately 3,000 scattered impoverished and pleasure worlds, guarded by over 150 capital warships. Now, over 130 capital ships were undergoing repairs in shipyards, greatly reducing regional defensive capabilities, and Xenos forces began to invade this area. The only fortunate thing was that enemies from the darker regions hadn't arrived. Due to the Carcharodon's chapter's departure route, they helped the Red Tide to cleanse those barren worlds, leaving nothing alive. They were collecting red taxes for replenishment, after all, 500 sets of armor, so they needed to capture more. The enemies here were mainly strange Xenos civilizations. Because they were too weak, orcs didn't come. Intelligent life was too scarce, so the Drukari/Dark Eldari also rarely came here. Either chaos, with nothing better to do, corrupted a few, or wanted criminals, unable to survive elsewhere in the galaxy, fled here. There were also a few who couldn't make it anywhere else Eldar craft worlds. At this time, Yi Feng had not yet discovered those ritualistic individuals. He was pondering how to use the People's Light's main cannon. It wouldn't do to always destroy the Void Shield and then launch cruiser fleets, as the shipyards were now full of damaged warships and couldn't deploy them. Annos once said that it would take approximately 100,000 low-level psychers or 100 great psychers like Cancelo, linked together, to power the main cannon's bombardment. All the various secondary cannons combined would also require around 80,000 low-level psychers. Yi Feng had initially dismissed this idea, but the deployment of the claws of the real made him think of a question. If the TO can be used to build power armor, why can't we use the Eldar as fuel to power the main cannon? Eldar either swear an oath never to use psychic powers, or they live ascetically, attempting to use minimal psychic power to evade Slaanish's pursuit. Every one of them is a great psyker. It's true that the Eldar population is sparse, but there are Drukari/Dark Yildari. They are also great psychers but absolutely do not use psychic powers, clinging to existence in the webway. The Drukari/Dark Yildari have the technology for mass cloning and production of Eldar. And they have souls. Cloned individuals have souls. For example, the Inquisition once tried to clone blanks, soulless individuals, but found that the clones had souls. And Drukari/Dark Yildari cloning, strictly speaking, they are biochemical humans, and their souls are more delicious. The vast majority of Drukari/Dark Yildari are cultivated in the mechanical wombs of homunculi. They require more suffering souls than naturally born Drukari/Dark Yildari to delay Slaanish's erosion. So, can we steal their homunculus technology and link up clones of a group of super psychers, Eldar, to serve as the main cannon's energy source? Do those individuals, continuously residing in mechanical wombs, need to eat, consume suffering souls? If so, could the production line for extracting anti-psyker brain membranes used in TO anti-psyker battlesuits be directly built inside the Drukari/Dark Yildari incubation chambers? And then connect it to a TO food stick production factory? Oh no, the more I think about it, the more unsettling it gets. Yi Feng, the director of the slaughterhouse, felt it was very inhumane and decided to work towards this direction. The Drukari/Dark Yildari aren't human, they're not of our kind. If we can beat them, they're animals, if we can't, they're Xenos. I need to find a way to infiltrate Kamarak. In his multi-threaded thoughts, Yi Feng's other thought wanted to punch his main thought. The light of the people, wasn't that how esoteric battleship used to be? At most, it just had a few more measures to protect its energy. At this time, Guilliman was having a headache. A group claiming to be from the Second Imperium, on their way to support Terra and fight a decisive battle against the Horus Heresy, had arrived at his loyal capital of the Second Imperium. Felix, one of the four heroes, almost declared them heretics on the spot. Old Guilliman, barely settled on Terra, rushed back in a hurry. But, he was still a step too late. The Dark Angels had arrived first and, with their swiftness in dealing with fallen angels, quickly rounded up these individuals and declared that the heretics have been executed. Faced with this old chapter, Guilliman had no good solution. After praising their swift actions and decisive handling of heretics, he let them leave. Then, he hurried back to Terra. What a mess this was. Although Guilliman was traveling, his decrees still reached various worlds at an extremely fast pace. With Guilliman's return, the Imperium's operational speed greatly increased, especially concerning Adeptus Astartes chapter matters. The Imperium's response was incredibly swift. 10 hero chapters had already submitted samples of their gene seed for sampling. As combat heroes of the Elizabeth Tyranid/Tyranid invasion, they received special attention. In chapter year 228, representatives from all sides gathered in the Elizabeth star system for a grand ceremony. At the outermost edge of this star system, precisely the outer defense line that had previously resisted the biofleet, the most staunchly defended terrestrial planet had been gnawed into a barren ball of dirt by the Tyranids. This planet would be completely transformed into a tomb world. A tomb world is not a death world, it is a place to commemorate imperial heroes. The bones of heroes would be buried here, with monuments and grand memorial halls everywhere, and inscriptions carved all over, recounting their heroic deeds. In the Battle of Elizabeth, many heroes emerged. Although most of their remains were lost, their spirit lives on. The survivors recorded their heroic sacrifices from memory, and their relics were placed in the Hall of Heroes. An Adeptus Astartes chapter would be responsible for guarding this world. Blood ravens are forbidden entry. The person in charge of planning this area was very pragmatic. He believed that memorial halls were meaningless if no one visited them. We don't need stone tablets and hero relics that will never be used, what we need is for generations of people to inherit the will of their ancestors. He planned to build a Schola Progenium on the other side of this planet, allowing the heroes to watch the young people grow little by little, becoming the pillars of the Imperium they protected with their lives. This proposal was still awaiting approval, but he had already ordered construction to begin privately. Now, 10 Adeptus Astartes chapters stood in the newly completed Schola Progenium Hall, the most magnificent building erected on this dirt planet in several years. The person in charge had a slight ulterior motive. If the people from 10 chapters held an honor ceremony here, the completion of the Schola Progenium would be a foregone conclusion, and he would naturally become the first principal. Unfortunately, the honor ceremony was ordered by Guilliman to be held on Terra. Here, the chapter homeworld granting ceremony would be held. In Guilliman's view, it was slightly more important for these chapters to quickly acquire a homeworld and begin large-scale recruitment than to hold an honor ceremony on Terra. Anthony personally attended. His massive dreadnought body was the first to enter through the main entrance, standing steadily in the very center of the hall, then loudly shouting, "For the Emperor!" The representatives of the 9 chapters behind him also shouted in unison, "For the Emperor!" The roar echoed through the sky, and the entire Schola Progenium hall received a baptism. 10 Adeptus Astartes chapter masters came here to perform the Schola Progenium consecration ceremony, a huge display of prestige. The person in charge began to meticulously introduce the achievements of these chapters, then projected a holographic image of the star chain encompassing the Calixis sector, detailing the characteristics of each planet. These chapter homeworlds are all special grade tax exempt, they do not need to pay any taxes. The provisions and replenishment supplied to the Astartes are considered their tax. The planet assigned to the Crimson Torrent chapter was a strategic location, named Astartes 24. Astartes is the name of this star system, and also the surname of the star system's governor's family. Anthony disliked this name and would communicate with Yifeng later to change it. This planet has a large population but not much output. Due to years of war, all easily exploitable minerals within the star system have been mined, then manufactured into war weapons and destroyed in the protracted wars. Now, with the arrival of the expeditionary force, several strategic nodes ahead are still under Imperial control, making the Astartes 24 star system a safe and important trading hub at the intersection of three warp routes. The people here earn meager profits by processing materials sent from various worlds and then sending them to lower-tier worlds or forge worlds. It is a labor-intensive world. The local people, due to years of labor, possess excellent patience. Being located along a trade route, food is abundant. Under high-intensity labor and ample food, the people here are very strong and admire strong individuals. It's understandable, being strong means being able to do more labor, earn more money, and have a more prosperous family life. The chances of surviving in war are also greater. On stage, the high-ranking official, full of vigor, was enthusiastically introducing each world. Anthony was lost in thought. All this time, he had always imitated Yifeng, fighting, gathering supplies, and outwitting the Inquisition's inspectors. But now, he seemed to have surpassed Yifeng. A chapter had never been granted a chapter homeworld before, he didn't know what to do. He felt a certain methodical confusion. By the Emperor, being granted a chapter homeworld is the glory of our chapter. In the days to come, we will uphold our original intentions, for humanity. Anthony spoke these grandiloquent words without thinking, meaningless but politically welcomed by the Imperium. With the confirmation of the homeworld, the materials for the chapter monastery were also transported. Guillemon personally ordered that the black stone would only be delivered after the honor ceremony on Terra. This time, only the basic materials for the monastery were provided. The delivery of these materials was somewhat slow. The logistics department established by Guillemon and the original Ministry of Internal Affairs had some overlapping functions, naturally leading to many disputes. These disputes escalated directly to the political level of conflicts between humanity and the Astartes. Even for a single screw, the Ministry of Internal Affairs would use various excuses to delay and procrastinate. After this ceremony, the Crimson Torrent chapter officially bid farewell to Elizabeth. Their deeds would be widely recounted on this planet, but that was no longer relevant to us. A yellowish-brown planet, truly ugly. This was Anthony's first impression upon seeing the chapter homeworld. The defenses within the star system were very strong, with damaged orbital defense cannons and fortresses everywhere, not yet fully repaired, left to drift in the debris-filled space. Every ship arriving at the Astartes 24 star system would first be greeted by a massive storm of metal fragments rapidly orbiting the star system. The government of Astartes 24 responded very bluntly, no money to clean up space junk. A massive spaceport encircled the star system, with ships of all sizes docked at its berths, a bustling scene. Below was a yellowish-brown world, with vast valleys, barren lands, and deserts covering the entire planet. Water covered only 22% of this planet, and most of it came from a wide, great river. The Yellow River. It was still clearly visible from space, its turbid waters carrying a large amount of silt as it rushed into the distance, like a ribbon draped over the shoulders of the planetary mother. At the end of the Yellow River was a large hydraulic facility, whose specifics were not clear from space. There was a small amount of green along the river banks, representing the planet's own agricultural reserves. This was to cope with situations where grain transport ships could not arrive after the Great Rift opened in the warp. They rarely worried about not having enough food, because when the Great Rift opened, most people died in battle. The only good news was that this star system had only one human colony, Astartes 24. The Crimson Torrent chapter implicitly became the master of the entire star system. The planetary governor did not know that the chapter was arriving today, he was busy in a meeting with a powerful trading fleet magnate. Respected Viscount Akuma, the quality of grain on our world is not good, there's no need for you to purchase it in large quantities. You know, Governor Astartes, we specialize in the grain business. You shouldn't call me Viscount, I'm just a humble fleet commander of the Imperial Merchant Fleet. I merely think the grain produced here is good and wish to purchase some. Surely, such a small matter doesn't require your trouble. I completely understand your duties, but you are a grain merchant. You've bought almost all the grain we've grown, and then you sell us the grain you transport. What is the purpose of this? Governor Astartes was so angry his teeth ached. You forcibly buy back our grain at a low price, then sell it back to us at a high price. Even if it's only 1 gold coin more per ton, with this quantity, the profit is unimaginable. We all act according to the rules, I only obey my superiors. Governor Astartes, since you are in charge here, simply sign this agreement. Don't worry, it will definitely be beneficial to you. Governor Astartes' face was grim, as if he had lost a parent. Chapter 233 Trade War? The agreement was very simple, the Imperial Merchant Fleet recognized that the grain here met Imperial strategic grain standards and would purchase all of it. No matter how much grain the Astartes world produced, the Imperial Merchant Fleet had priority purchasing rights. If this agreement was signed, from today onwards, the price of grain here would be decided by Viscount Akuma. He only needed to buy all the grain, transport it onto a spaceship, label it as from another agricultural planet, then transport it back down to sell at a high price. This grain, supposedly transported from other agricultural worlds, could be sold at a slight premium after adding the shipping costs to the purchase price, according to the Imperial Merchant Fleet Charter. This essentially meant pocketing the shipping fees. No one would report such a thing, and if they did, a bribe would suffice. Viscount Akuma wasn't the ultimate beneficiary, he held this title merely due to his noble status, so even if the matter was exposed, he wouldn't face any repercussions. No one would prosecute a noble, their influence was deeply entrenched and spread throughout imperial departments. Moving one would affect the whole system. At least Governor Oslotha didn't have the power to do so. I refuse to sign. This agreement does not conform to the overall strategic security plan of this world. Viscount Akuma, for the safety of the Emperor's sacred domain, I have the right to submit this proposal to my superiors for review. Akuma was not in a hurry. He crossed his legs, twirling a gold coin in his hand, and leisurely took a puff from a cigar produced in his private garden. Governor Oslotha, who are your superiors? Herox. Oh, what a coincidence. Herox visited my recuperating father at Haslow Garden World a few days ago. Viscount Akuma sat up straight, his eyes disdainfully fixed on the bearded governor before him. This agreement is just moving gold coins from one pocket to another, just an official process. The gold coin Akuma was playing with slipped from his hand and rolled down his crossed legs. Oh dear, when changing pockets, sometimes things slip out. But my family is vast and wealthy, so I don't care about these small sums. Whoever gets it can keep it. The gold coin rolled down his luxurious trousers onto a pair of dark purple, gold-embossed Aquila boots. With a flick of his toe, the coin flew up and landed squarely on Governor Oslotha's shoe. Everyone gets money, everyone's happy, right? Oslotha looked troubled and said in a deep voice, a small sum, Viscount Akuma naturally doesn't care, but a trickle makes a river. If money is lost every now and then, it accumulates into a considerable fortune. It's better to cherish it. Are you kidding? This planet is my foundation. You make your money and leave, and my support is ruined. Such an anthole in a 1,000-mile dike will ultimately harm me. Oh dear, Governor Oslotha, I've told you, when conducting official business, my identity is the commander of the Imperial Trading Fleet. Do not call me Viscount. The threat in this statement was very strong. If he truly angered him, and he contacted a few friendly trading fleets to temporarily avoid this place, it would be a difficult situation. Yes, Commander Akuma, it should be so. We haven't reached that point yet. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came from the side. Wait a moment, I am currently in a meeting with an esteemed guest, Governor Oslotha shouted towards the door. I apologize, our new secretary is a bit clueless. I had a pleasant meeting today, and I've prepared a banquet and performance to welcome you. You must be tired from your journey, so why not rest for a while and relax? Old rule, if you can't agree, put it aside, buffer, then discuss again. Later, during the banquet and performance, money would be given, and expenses would be made. Oslotha was considering whether to first send this noble away with some gifts, and then contact his superiors later to decide the matter. Knock, knock, knock. Why so rude? I said I'm in a meeting. It seems Governor Oslotha is eager for me to leave. Fine, I'll go. Viscount Akuma was quite angry. He stood up abruptly and walked towards the door, seething with frustration that the meeting had failed. Viscount Akuma prepared to see which idiot kept knocking. His luck was bad, he was destined to be the scapegoat. Just as Viscount Akuma reached the door, he turned, intending to hurl a few more harsh words at Governor Oslotha. Suddenly, he felt himself flying 360 degrees, the world spinning, followed by a chill down his spine, and he lost consciousness. Oslotha collapsed onto the ground in fright, not because the Viscount was injured here, but because a massive plasma destroyer was thrust through the door. The black, gaping muzzle was pointed directly at the conference room. Oslotha didn't dare to move. Hello, is anyone there? The muzzle retracted, and the precious purple jadewood door from Haslow Garden World shattered into splinters on the floor. Through the small doorway, a giant red construct slowly moved sideways until Oslotha saw a long rectangular frame, glowing red, extend into the doorway. I am Oslotha, you, who are you? My name is Anthony, Chapter Master of the Crimson Torrent Chapter. There was an accident, and I've entered a dreadnought. Well, welcome to Oslo, the 24th world. The governor stammered, unsure what to say. What wind could have blown a chapter master in a dreadnought here? Oslotha immediately slid into a kneeling position, his knees hitting the shattered wooden door on the ground with a thud. His expression stiffened for a second, then quickly shifted into a smile. I am the planetary governor of this planet. Call me Oslotha. Due to poor communication, I was unaware of your chapter's arrival and failed to meet you. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths, 1,000 deaths. I will immediately hold the Department of Information accountable, and arrange the grandest welcome ceremony at once. Anthony? You don't know that, starting today, this is our chapter home world. Oslotha? I will immediately hold the Department of Information accountable for not reporting such an important matter. Actually, it was quite simple. The news about the chapter home world was given to Anthony by the Logistics Department, established by Guillemon, via the Adeptus Astartes Express channel. However, the message for Governor Oslotha came from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, following the Imperial Traditional 100-year approval process, so it naturally hadn't reached him yet. I will immediately call an emergency meeting. How about the Grand Cathedral at the top of the Hive City? It's the most spacious and highest-ranking location. You make the arrangements. Thank you for your trouble. Clang. Anthony accidentally bumped into something again. There was a sound of shattering. You could say he had a good temper, yet Viscount Akuma was bleeding on the floor. You could say he had a bad temper, yet he spoke quite politely. A few minutes later, the Imperial Merchant Fleet's own doctor rushed in and carried Viscount Akuma away. It took several days, but Viscount Akuma's face was finally repaired, though it was still a bit unnatural, and the stitching marks hadn't completely disappeared. When the noble woke up from his private medical pod, he was still bewildered. What happened? Did I drink too much at Oslo's banquet? Then his secretary came in to report the specific situation. Upon learning that he had been beaten by a dreadnought, Akuma was both shocked and enraged. Wasn't this an undeserved calamity? Where is Governor Oslo? Hasn't he come to apologize? He is currently accompanying the dreadnought. It's said that this place has become the Red River Warband's chapter home world. Hey! Akuma shook his head. He hadn't misheard, had he? A hidden territory of my family, just given away like that? Without a single whisper of warning? Did you think that now you nobles would still be allowed to bicker for 100 years, move out valuable resources, coordinate all interests, and then hand it over to the chapter? To put it nicely, the Adeptus Astartes recruit from places with relatively backward technology, more barbaric customs make it easier for the Emperor's angels to recruit better soldiers. To put it bluntly, they are given a place without money. As for recruitment, anyway, they only recruit a small number of people. Are people selected from a hive city of 10 billion really of worse quality than those from a barbaric planet of 10 million? Not necessarily. Nobles aren't truly useless, they have the best resources and the most hidden conflicts. One mistake could mean the downfall of their entire family. The nobles here hadn't even had time to leave, and the factions solely focused on making money were still on the planet. And now it's been designated a chapter home world? Master, the family head has a message for you. A stern face appeared on the holographic screen. Akuma, news from above. Oslo, the 24th world has become the chapter home world of the Red River Warband, that hero from the Tyrannid invasion. You must try to gather resources and then leave, withdrawing all funds according to previous agreements. When was this delivered? Approximately 3 tera-hours after you collapsed. This speed was very fast, using messenger ships in conjunction with astropaths for multi-stage teleportation. However, it seemed our warships weren't as fast. Akuma pondered for a moment, feeling that the Crimson Torrent chapter shouldn't be able to extend their reach into this world's internal market that quickly. Transmit my order, have all commercial fleets here go to the shops bearing my family's crest and load all resources onto ships. We are preparing to leave here. Contact the hidden agents, some concealed resources must also be immediately loaded onto ships. Master, the spaceport has been blockaded by that chapter. Help me up. The entire star system entered the highest level of alert, entry was permitted, but exit was forbidden. No vessel could leave. You might be able to reason with an Adeptus Astartes chapter, but if a dreadnought shot you down, there was nothing you could do. The deputy commander of the Imperial Merchant Fleet had already been kicked into the ICU by Anthony, and it was unknown if he would survive. As for Imperial missions, all their ships had been temporarily conscripted, the reason being, to track down heretics on the planet. The chapter's 400 veterans were all dispatched to the planet to investigate the situation, while Anthony and several chapter master candidates meticulously examined the vast number of agreements signed throughout the years. This planet had signed product processing agreements and raw material purchase agreements with multiple worlds. Countless agreements of various kinds existed. Some ancient agreements that had never been fulfilled were even dug up. Anthony simply stated, "We refuse to recognize any agreements signed before our arrival, regardless of whether they benefit this world. Please send representatives from each world to renegotiate." Local merchants attempting to flee were decisively conscripted, temporarily placed under public management. The entire planet almost ground to a halt, with countless workers gazing blankly at the Emperor's angels, wondering, what are they doing? Then it was, loading onto ships and taking them away. Oslo is our chapter home world, that's true, but who acknowledges it? Which Astartes recognizes this as our chapter home world? Not even Tio is considered our chapter home world, the Dacian world is severely short on people. With over 18 billion people here, we need to transport them quickly. Over there, they could fill a dozen worlds. We plan to move at least 14 billion people. Viscount Akuma was unaware of the chapter's intentions. He went around in circles, contacting his family multiple times, but received no response. Who would manage it? Would the Inquisition, with nothing else to do, come and see how an Astartes chapter governs its chapter home world? Have the orcs been wiped out, or chaos expelled? Who has the time? Would the Departamento Munitorum or the Ministry of Internal Affairs cut off his supplies? Gilliman's established logistics department would deliver them, you couldn't stop it. Akuma, in a fit of pique, decided to prevent the Imperial Merchant Fleet from coming here for a while, to teach the Red River Warband a lesson. The next day, he heard that the Red River Warband had its own trading fleet. With Astartes escorting, it was very safe. If others still wanted to trouble these Emperor's angels, suppressing them with unfair prices, these angels would unceremoniously have their fleets around that world. All incoming ships would be conscripted, mostly by purchasing the goods on board at a reasonable price, and in a few cases, by direct boarding. Politically, they had the regent's protection and the full support of numerous forge worlds, so there was little anyone could do against them. Akuma couldn't swallow this insult. If your chapter has great power, does that mean our Imperial Merchant Fleet's power is not great? A month later, the review finally concluded, and they were able to leave the planet. However, most of the important industries had been covertly stripped bare, and they couldn't withdraw any funds. After Akuma left, his family actively leveraged their influence to give the Red River Warband a hard time. Ostensibly, their merchant fleet preemptively arrived at other worlds, bought up their inventory, and booked the next batch of goods, leaving the Red Tide's trading fleet with nothing to buy. On the other hand, they temporarily stopped their blood-sucking, selling goods at cheap prices, making it so that no one would buy their opponent's goods. Forced buying and selling would certainly provoke widespread resentment. This was an open scheme. Covertly, they hired pirates to track and harass this fleet. They didn't intend to actually rob the fleet, but merely to harass it, to make the buyers and sellers trading with the trading fleet feel that this fleet was unreliable. Then, they would produce counterfeit goods, disguised as products from the Oslo the 24th world, first to tarnish their reputation. Afterwards, they would make the mining outposts and mining worlds supplying raw materials sell large quantities of raw materials to them, forcing them to produce goods that no one would buy, so they would only be able to sell at a reduced price. By then, the Imperial merchant fleet would repeat its old trick, just as it did before the Red Tide arrived in the Oslo the world, buying at low prices and selling at high prices far away, surely making a hefty profit. A series of coordinated moves were clearly laid out. After Akuma heard his family's plan, he was overjoyed and immediately took gifts to visit Anthony. He was greeted by a Primaris warrior. Akuma respectfully presented the gift, a power spear that his family had commissioned someone to acquire. He successfully met Anthony. Upon meeting, Akuma immediately knelt down. I come here with the utmost apologies, esteemed Chapter Master Anthony. There have been some misunderstandings between us. Oh, it's you. My apologies, I wasn't paying attention when I opened the door earlier and bumped into you. Akuma was very composed, showing no change in expression. Not at all, I should apologize. I didn't realize this place had become the Great Archangel's chapter homeworld, the noblest place of conscription, and I foolishly attempted to sign contracts with Oslotha, completely unaware that you are the supreme ruler here. Akuma used the highest etiquette to show his sincerity and explained that he had sent the precious power spear. Please rise. You are a noble, there's no need to kneel under any circumstances. As you wish, Great Chapter Master Anthony. I am determined to atone for my mistakes. I am personally quite familiar with several surrounding worlds. I am willing to serve your chapter as an envoy to 21 mining worlds in this star system, and I will surely secure satisfactory acquisition prices for you. Oh, how could I impose such a hardship on a noble? That won't do. Please, Great Emperor's angels, grant me an opportunity to make amends. In short, Akuma strongly insisted on helping Oslo to secure raw material orders. Of the 21 surrounding mining worlds, only 11 originally had ties with Oslotha. Now, through the Akuma family's mediation, all agreed to trade, and a continuous supply of raw minerals was sent here. To ensure Anthony lost everything, Akuma signed treaties that started at 100 years, with cheap prices but extremely high penalties for breach of contract, forcing Oslotha to continuously buy materials. Oslotha's original factories reopened, and employment was no longer an issue. This forced Anthony's original population transfer plan to be postponed. 2 years later. The goods you Oslotha sold us are fakes, and the quality is terrible. Give us our money back. Please mind your words. We have never sold you any goods. An official unceremoniously expelled the protesting representatives from other planets. We have never sold you products. Where did the products go? To the other 9 chapter home worlds. They don't pay taxes there either. After trading through 9 planets, the exact whereabouts of the products became a tangled mess. They were then safely sent to Langjugshu, transshipped to Christina's Hive City, and finally reached the Duchian world. With the influx of raw materials, Oslotha suddenly prospered. The Crimson Torrent chapter took control of most factories, making them state-owned enterprises. Due to cheap raw materials and no third-party private entrepreneurs making a profit margin, we easily raised workers' wages. When life improves, what happens? Naturally, people find partners, marry, and have children. Oslotha's population grew rapidly, and the excess population was transported to the Duchian world, making population control quite simple. As days passed, the Adeptus Mechanicus also joined the ranks of ordering our products, making the destination of our products even more elusive. The surrounding planets were full of complaints. The cheap and durable products from the Oslo the 24th world were not sold to them, forcing them to buy from the Imperial merchant fleet at much higher prices. This was not only true for our chapter homeworld but for the other 9 chapter homeworlds as well, continuously supplying population and materials to the Duchian world. The materials that the chapter homeworld should have provided to the chapter were offset by the logistics department, the Adeptus Mechanicus with supply contracts, and the supplies from the Duchian world. In effect, with no taxes, good worker conditions, and high employment rates, the entire world suddenly became vibrant. Akuma was initially happy, thinking the Red River Warband's trading fleet was subsidizing its chapter homeworld with its own funds. After some time, he realized something was wrong. How was business getting more and more prosperous? Shouldn't goods be piling up in warehouses, unsold, leaving them worried and forced to engage in illegal activities? Just as he wondered if they were supplying enemies of the Imperium, a closer look revealed that all their trading partners were other chapter homeworlds. They couldn't afford to offend 10 chapters. As for pirates, what if we provided some information to the underworld? Akuma instantly dismissed his idea. Even with information, they wouldn't dare to hijack the fleet. Currently, many independent traders are already risking going to Oslo to buy goods there. No matter how much the pirates plunder, there are always daring merchants. The bold thrive, the timid starve. The imperial merchant fleet now had to consider whether to lower prices to gain market share. No, absolutely not. Akuma did the opposite, using his power to force other planetary governors to buy his goods at high prices. Could other planetary governors suffer losses themselves? They immediately passed on the burden to their citizens through increased taxes. For example, when the Emperor's Ascension Day arrived, government employees happily went to the logistics department to collect their holiday gifts. Usually, it was 2 bags of rice. Today, it suddenly became several cans. Aren't we supposed to get rice? Yes, this is rice. They carefully examined the cans, which prominently read, small can of rice, master grown. Whether the rice was good or not was unknown, but the useless metal cans were certainly distributed. Small can of rice, big sucker. Ordinary people simply felt that daily necessities had become more expensive, and wages hadn't increased. Factory owners scratched their heads, wondering why starch blocks and food bars were getting more expensive. With a wave of their hand, they announced, our factory no longer provides meals. Here's some money, solve your own meal problems. Workers, with their meager salaries, looked at the price tags in stores, unsure what to do. At this time, information, reportedly from a large skiteri, spread that factories in Oslo offered excellent working conditions. These factory condition standards, like a fairy tale, quickly spread from factory to factory. Akuma immediately spread rumors that Oslo's factories were flesh factories, and those tricked into going would be made into corpse starch. People who went always mysteriously disappeared. Have you seen anyone return? Workers weren't stupid. Those who went and didn't return only proved how good it was there, and no one wanted to come back. Paradise is real. Chapter 234 Badab Second World. In the Maelstrom Zone, 10 chapters struggled to resist attacks from multiple alien races. Even with the addition of Primaris warriors, which gave the Imperium a temporary respite, the situation still did not shift in the Imperium's favor. This time, a major disaster occurred in the region, 2 neutron stars finally collided. The explosion was extremely powerful, but from a sector-wide perspective, its spread was not fast. Various colonies began to reduce ship travel, activated their defense arrays and void shields as planned, and entered a temporary lockdown state. The Badab world was severely damaged in the last war, and its location was very important. Therefore, a new world was built on a barren planet around the Badab world. Badab Secundus replaced the Badab world's original role as a node for defense and armed trade resupply, but it was established too recently to have flourished. This time, they activated their void shields to resist the impending astronomical phenomenon disaster. With travel prohibited and global defenses active, they did not discover 3 special cans hidden in a cargo box of the last transport fleet to arrive. Food cans, but they had spoiled. Chapter Master William led a company of soldiers to Badab Secundus. To be precise, it wasn't a company, but his honor guard. Yes, that's right. He, a company commander, had a company of honor guard. The Red Tide forces participated in a battle with Carcharodon's chapter. Halfway through the fight, they suddenly received a call for backup from the rear, reporting a gene stealer invasion. Chapter Master William led the honor guard to eradicate the enemy, and encountered this incident along the way. The power of the neutron star collision was too great, and the gravitational waves it caused would inflict significant damage on the fleet. He didn't need to gamble on reappearing outside the attack range after entering the warp. The arrival of an Astartes force greatly strengthened the local defenses, allowing the planetary governor to manage his territory with peace of mind. As a key area monitored by the Imperium, heresy was almost non-existent here, everything was orderly. After inspection, box after box of cans were moved into the storeroom by the planetary defense forces. Captain Germu, why do we have to move all this stuff? It's so tiring. Can't we use vehicles? Ahead lay a 3-kilometer path for transport, and a large squad of planetary defense forces was manually carrying cans. Does using a vehicle not cost money? You choose, either a 20-kilometer armed cross-country march, or carrying cans. The higher UPS won't let us be idle, anyway. Cans, definitely cans. I'm willing to dedicate my entire military career to this operation. Ark, who had just joined the 21st Regiment of the Badab Secundus Planetary Defense from the recruit camp, laboriously carried a swaying box. No ambition. Did you join the army just to carry cans? Have some aspirations, can't you think about becoming a great general? Captain Germu unceremoniously reprimanded the new recruit. Captain, if you think about it this way, a porter bravely joining the army for the great emperor isn't that very inspiring. Seeing that the kid still dared to talk back, Captain Germu lifted the large box of cans he was carrying and placed it on top of Arka's box. Captain, Captain. I can't move it, quickly take it off. Ark immediately swayed even more, his legs trembling. With 2 boxes stacked, he couldn't even see the path ahead. No, if you talk nonsense again, you'll have to carry his box too. Captain Germu pointed to a soldier's box behind them, but Ark couldn't see it. At this moment, he completely lost his balance, tilted to one side, and crashed into the soldier next to him. Hey, 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 don't come over here. Clang. The two collided, and Arka's own box smashed into him, a metal corner scratching a blood mark on his chest. The box the captain had placed on top of his fell heavily to the ground, its somewhat rusty latch breaking, scattering a large number of cans everywhere. You idiot, how are you working? Useless. Quickly pick them up, see how I'll deal with you later. The captain kicked Ark, hitting his thigh, then kicked away the box that was pressing on him. Captain, I'm sorry, I'll clean it up right away. What are you looking at? The rest of you, keep moving. Ark quickly stood up, but when he bent down to pick up the cans, he felt a sharp pain. Captain, I think my ribs are broken. Useless. Captain Jermio cursed Ark while picking up the cans and putting them back into his own box. Damn it, when the company commander returned later, he would also get a beating. Grabbing a can, he felt his hand was wet and a little itchy in his palm. Captain Jermio turned the can over and saw a little rust covering the bottom. The food inside, originally white, had turned black, and viscous, disgusting liquid covered his palm. Did those bastard inspectors take kickbacks? How could they put this kind of stuff in our food supply? Captain Jermio seemed to be ranting, but in reality, he put the food cans back exactly as they were, arranging them neatly. You all keep going. I'll report this to my superiors immediately and have them investigate thoroughly. Ark, you don't need to carry anything anymore. Go to the infirmary quickly. Can you walk there yourself? Yes, thank you, Captain. Having sent Ark away, Captain Jermio intended to present himself as having noticed the faulty box latch and stopped to inspect it. It would be best if he led by example and carried 2 boxes himself. He didn't care if he offended the auditing department, after all, the battalion commander ate in the same mess hall as them, so currying favor with him would definitely be fine. Ark walked alone. The medical bay was far from here, next to their training ground, probably a 5-kilometer walk. Hiss. It really hurts. Ark walked, unbuttoning his clothes. Layer after layer of fabric protected him, but now it was strangely cut cleanly through. Ark examined his chest. A long red scratch, with a little blood oozing out. This was from the box. The area below was bruised, clearly having taken a heavy impact. The captain is actually quite good, it's just that his methods of punishing us are sometimes too sudden, always leading to some accidents, Ark muttered to himself. If Father Nurgle/Nurgle hadn't put the box on me just now, it would have been fine. He still loves me very much. Ark limped towards the medical bay, completely unaware that his legs weren't injured, so why was he walking like that? 1 Terran hour later, dusk was falling. The sunset on Bad Secundus was not beautiful, like the last dying breath of a person on the verge of death. Ark barely made it to the medical bay. The doctor there was bald, with 3 scars on his face, looking quite fierce. In reality, during emergency battlefield treatment, he had used a sword as a scalpel, and a patient's violent reaction had caused the sword to bounce back and hit his own face. Doctor, I think my ribs are broken. Ark shouted before even entering the medical bay. Coming, kid. You're really lucky, there's no one else here, and I just finished my cigarette. The doctor walked out of the medical bay and was startled. The kid's chest had 2 black patches, one on the lower ribs, and the long bloody scratch, which had turned completely black, with black pus dripping from it. The doctor had never seen such a patient and quickly led him to the operating table. What's going on? Why have you turned black? How did you get injured? Big box, hit me. Father Nurgle/Nurgle, save me. Alright, I'll save you right away, no need to call me dad. The bald doctor immediately gave him a powerful sedative, then antibiotics, and contacted other doctors, trying to understand what kind of lesion this was. On the other side, Captain Jermio complained to the battalion commander about the rusty latch and the completely damaged and spoiled food cans. The battalion commander was furious. Are they treating us like a junkyard? If we eat this, people will die. He stormed off, intending to go and complain to the chapter master. Captain Jermio saluted the battalion commander and was about to follow him to the chapter master's office. The battalion commander walked past Captain Jermio, and on the 7th step, Captain Jermio, as if possessed, called out to him. He felt 7 steps was just right, any more would be awkward. What is it, Jermio? Is there anything else you haven't reported? Battalion commander, look at my hand. Still black? The rotting fluid won't wash off, is that it? Follow me, we'll go see the chapter master. It won't wash off, no matter how much I try. Captain Jermio watched the furious battalion commander, suppressing his urge to stop him. But when the battalion commander had walked another 77 steps, he couldn't help but call him to a halt again. That night, a sentry heard strange sounds in the camp, seemingly vomiting, but the patrol team in that area found no abnormalities after a round. The next morning, everyone discovered that Captain Jermio had completely disappeared. Ark and the doctor from the medical bay had also vanished. Everyone assumed they had gone to complain with the Great Unclean One. The political commissar was also very surprised. Why did the Great Unclean One leave without a word? He definitely deserved a scolding. While organizing the soldiers for their daily training, he contacted the transport department. What did you say? The transport department personnel who liaised with our chapter master have also disappeared. The political commissar was incredulous. Then do you know where our chapter master went? I don't know. Perhaps you should ask Father Nurgle/Nurgle. The other side hung up the phone. The political commissar felt utterly bewildered. At that moment, another foul stench wafted from the camp. Deputy chapter master, you go find the chapter master. I'll go see what's wrong with the camp again. Political commissar, it's the Ogren. It stinks. The political commissar's steps hesitated for a moment, then he put on a gas mask and set off again. The Ogren's personal hygiene was as non-existent as the Grand Librarian's sanity. Clever head Ogren and a few of his subordinates lumbered out, emitting a strong stench that made the surrounding training warriors feel dizzy. The political commissar quickly walked towards them. Clever head, what's going on? The big guys need to find a toilet. The big guys have stomach aches. Isn't the toilet behind your barracks? The barracks are full. Wait a minute, the political commissar realized. For an Ogren to have a stomach ache, how powerful must the laxative be? What did you eat? Why do you have stomach aches? Big guy saw the chapter master had something delicious, a dark porridge. Big guy didn't steal it, big guy found it on the road. The political commissar's mind was filled with exasperation. So, the big guy ate those bad canned goods sent by the transport department. Thinking of the bad canned goods, the political commissar grew more agitated. The chapter master still hadn't returned. You all go deal with it by the small river over there. Remember to bury it, and then wash yourselves clean. One day later, about 10 kilometers from the military camp, William had secured a cleared area. The requests of the Emperor's angels would naturally be met as much as possible. William and the veterans conducted an offensive and defensive drill, with the White Scars simulating Drukari/Dark Eldari invasion forces, and other warriors holding their ground. The battle between the two sides was extremely fierce. William himself was a son of Dorn, and after arriving here, he underwent the Primaris upgrade surgery at the suggestion of the chapter master of Carcharodon's chapter. The strength of a Primaris warrior filled his body. They raised their shields to form a phalanx, countering the White Scars who circled on motorcycles. Just as several attacks were repelled and the White Scars assembled their motorcycle fleet, preparing for the next assault, Sisyphus, the librarian who didn't wear a helmet, smelled a foul odor wafting from afar. He plunged his golden mace heavily into the ground, steadying himself. He felt something was wrong and, in a trance, entered a prophetic state. Sisyphus strained to open his eyes. A yellow-green vine attacked him. The vine was strangely shaped, with numerous thin, long branches. Incomprehensible chants came from all directions, causing Sisyphus's head to ache intensely, and green began to invade his vision. This brief prophecy left Sisyphus drenched in sweat and crying out in pain within a few breaths. At this moment, an alarm sounded in the White Scars' tactical helmets. The air pollution had exceeded the survival threshold. Mortals were advised not to remove their gas masks here. The warriors quickly gathered around Sisyphus, while the White Scars rode their motorcycles and dispersed. William strode forward with the might of a dragon and the swiftness of a tiger, immediately supporting Sisyphus. By this time, the librarian had emerged from his prophecy. A crisis is coming. It should be chaos, a plague. The hint is thorns. Thorns? The corrupted Thorns warband? Or the Thorn Devourers warband? I don't know, we need to prepare. Sisyphus raised his golden mace, concentrating his power into the communication channel. Attention everyone, wartime communications activated. Chapter. Master William, do you hear me? We found a body floating in the river at coordinates 232-468-298. Looks like an Ogren. An Ogren? His body. Wait, he's not dead, he's alive. Something's wrong. It's the Plague Legion. Emergency call. Global alert. The Ogren floating in the river slowly drifted to the bank. The warriors wanted to investigate, but the Ogren's body, swollen all over from being soaked, was unusually tough. The warriors pressed its body, it was as tough as rubber, its entire body like a tire, very elastic but seemingly boneless. One warrior considered for a moment, wanting to remove his helmet and bite the Ogren to see what was going on. The long-dead body suddenly raised its sandbag-sized fist and struck at the investigating warrior. The White Scars were incredibly fast, dodging the attack cleanly and efficiently. The Primaris warrior raised his fist to counterattack, but the Ogren exploded, its skin completely rupturing. Deadly plague flowed from its body, contaminating a large area along the river, or rather, the river had already been contaminated. The Ogren was covered in rotten flesh and internal organs, all exposed. It advanced with heavy steps towards the White Scars. This instantly enraged the warriors. It was too similar. The Ogren's massive size and its completely corrupted state were too similar to that despicable group of Death Guard traitors. The White Scars would never forget what Mortarion had done to them. The Death Guard were the eternal enemies of the White Scars. For the Emperor. For the Khan. The White Scars angrily drew their combat blades and charged at the enemy. No matter how resilient it was, it couldn't withstand the attack of a squad of White Scars. On the other side, William began to act. The planetary governor was the first to be notified, even before his own unit's report, because the disgusting approval process was still stuck with the deputy director of logistics for the Defense Department. The local governor immediately stated, "Chapter Master William, whatever you say, I will fully cooperate." William had already begun his actions. Sisyphus took out a map of the surrounding area and suddenly understood. That river was shaped like the whip that attacked him in his prophecy. It was the first time he had encountered a prophecy that came true so quickly. Perhaps it shouldn't be called a prophecy, but rather a sensory prediction. We need to determine the enemy's source. Before that, we need to blockade. The entire riverbank must be sealed off, all recent products recalled, and the people in the Hive City told not to leave their homes. Mission: Teams 1, 2, and 3 will first investigate the mode of infection and eliminate the source of infection. Teams 5 and 6 will search for the enemy's origin. Everyone else, follow me. The veterans were well trained, and the situation was better than they expected. They were confident they could stop this attack. The planetary defense forces were mobilized. At this point, they discovered that several camp areas had lost contact. The plague's infection rate was very fast. Most of the infected people would leave on their own after 24 Tera-hours, gathering in one place in a daze. In a hidden mountain gully, the Imperial merchant fleet crewman responsible for transporting this batch of food cans had become a full-fledged follower of Nurgle. He gathered 777 of the first ones infected within 77 hours and prayed to Nurgle. Great Father Nurgle/Nurgle, grant us eternal life. That barren mountain instantly transformed through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Before the fruits could fall, the seeds within them, still hanging high on the branches, had already germinated. Towering trees began to wither and rot, their leaves falling to the ground, lush and verdant. The area previously covered by large tree leaves, where grass and vegetation were sparse due to lack of sunlight, now suddenly sprouted countless mosses. Vines climbed up the dead trees, connecting with the germinating seeds hanging above. The mountain stream began to flow with yellow-green water, and the entire mountain transformed into a body of flesh and blood. In a sense, the sacrifice was not about quantity, but whether it met certain ritual standards. Father Nurgle/Nurgle answered them. The great god of life bestowed upon them even more potent poisons. How could Father Nurgle/Nurgle's children be limited to humans? Flowers, plants, trees, the smallest microorganisms all were his children. This is the first lesson Father Nurgle/Nurgle gives you. Learn it well. The Nurgle poxwalkers kowtowed 7 times. Bathed in the light of the warp, they had become tough and powerful, gradually transforming into excellent vessels easily possessed by demons. A small army began to march towards a nearby town, slow but unstoppable. In just over 10 kilometers, countless creatures joined them. Mosquitoes and flies corrupted by the new virus grew enormous. Kittens and puppies became Nurgle's beloved hounds, joyfully bouncing around to find new friends to play with. Birds flying in the sky transformed into plague emissaries, carrying Nurgle's blessings to more distant places. When this force stormed into the small town established for army supplies, the Astartes also received the information. The town's defenses were rather metaphysical. To say they were weak, trenches were everywhere, dug during training and not filled, supplies were abundant, and there were many defenders. To say they were strong, the troop quality was not high, the good ones had been transferred to the Astra Militarum, and faith was not firm. An old veteran who had retired and opened a small shop here was the first to grab a gun and step forward. This man, who used to be a political commissar, was fierce. He roared, "For the human emperor!" and fired his logging rifle continuously, the strong recoil easily handled by his powerful arms. Bullets pierced the bodies of the Nurgle poxwalkers, but pus enveloped the wounds, which quickly healed. The walkers stubbornly advanced towards the human defensive line. Most terrifyingly, some Nurgle poxwalkers plucked off their own heads and hurled them towards the human positions, their bodies slowly collapsing. Other passing walkers extracted their bones to use as weapons, walking towards the mortals. These planetary defense forces had never seen such a sight and were instantly terrified. The other troops were much less capable, but they also had tactics. They dared not confront the enemy directly, they used guerrilla warfare. Normal guerrilla warfare involves firing a shot and moving to a new position. They fired a burst and switched to a new person. A squad of 5 hid behind a wall, picked up their ancient automatic rifles, leaned against the wall, and emptied a magazine without even looking, completely lacking accuracy. As soon as the first person finished spraying, the second person immediately took over, followed by the third who fired a few laser shots. This continued. Although few enemies were hit, the sound was immense, ammunition consumption was high, and troop casualties were almost nil. Such crude tactics angered the senior officers. The political commissar organized execution squad immediately shot a soldier hiding behind the wall. Only then did the main army dare to peek out and aim properly. But it was too late. Nurgle's beloved hounds were the first to breach the trenches. Covered in pathogenic bacteria, they joyfully pounced on the mortals. Tiny barbs appeared on their bodies, capable of tearing open the mortal's skin the instant they made contact, injecting virulent poison into the skin of the desperately resisting mortals, immediately blackening a large patch of flesh. Mosquitoes and flies buzzed and swarmed the mortals, and corrupted birds in the sky dropped clumps of bird droppings. This plague was much more potent than previous ones. Nurgle's new product had just been released, and the goddess of life had not yet had time to scatter the antidote among humanity. Then let the Emperor do it. The Emperor's angels were as swift as lightning. The assault motorcycle squad descended like divine soldiers, entering the battlefield from the flank. A squad of red-armored warriors brandished power dragon rods, smashing aside the obstructing walkers with several swings, and charged directly towards the plague ogrins, who were sitting firmly in the central tent. To repay the Emperor's grace, kill. Chapter 235 An old acquaintance returns. The Nurgle ogrins were slow-moving but even more massive, they already possessed the physique of an orc boss, and after being corrupted by Nurgle, they became even tougher. 2 warriors sat on the lead motorcycle, the one in front focused on driving the assault bike, crushing one enemy after another beneath its wheels. Nurgle poxwalkers were knocked aside, some with dismembered limbs still struggling to stand, their scattered body parts already picked up by others as weapons. Some had extremely elastic flesh, an arm, knocked 5 meters away, remained connected by sinew, slowly reeling itself back in like a fishing line. More often, there was complete, utter death. Because the second warrior wielded a power dragon rod with fierce momentum, precisely striking the enemy's heads. Once an enemy's head was hit by the power end, a deep indentation appeared at the point of impact, followed by the entire head being shattered by the immense kinetic energy. The first Nurgle Ogren was enormous. The warriors were glad they hadn't used power swords, otherwise, riding on the motorcycle, a power sword wouldn't have been able to reach the enemy's head. The coiled dragon staff spun once in the air, killing several Nurgle flies, then charged for a strike, smashing towards the Ogren's face. The lead Ogren's behavior was quite strange. He had no weapons, his hands clasped over his head, protecting his vital points. After taking a hit from the staff, his left palm exploded on the spot, countless parasites wriggling and scattering around. His skull had softened into a rubbery state, effectively resisting kinetic weapons. The warrior who struck was surprised he hadn't killed the monster in one blow. The motorcycle sped past, and subsequent warriors also swung their power dragon rods, slamming them onto its head. It wasn't until after 3 motorcycles had passed that it slowly collapsed. One round of charges ended, and a path was carved through the enemy's formation, but not many Nurgle Ogrens had fallen. They still trudged on, steadily advancing. The White Scars turned their bikes around, preparing for another assault. The Nurgle Ogrens turned, and this time, they made an unusual move. As the motorcycle squad charged them again, a most heavily armed Ogren tried to block the motorcycles with his body. He had several metal rods on him, completely rusted and fused with his flesh, which was why he walked the slowest, at the back of the line. Now, he was at the very front. The power dragon rod spun once in the sky, the glow of the power weapon dazzling. The White Scars rapidly approached the Ogren group in a flash of lightning, intending to cut through between 2 enemies. The Nurgle Ogrens behind the metal Ogren suddenly kicked him with immense force, knocking him directly to the ground. The fallen Ogren blocked the motorcycle's intended path. The White Scars sharply pulled up their bikes. Our motorcycles are anti-gravity, after all. The bikes soared upwards, launching an attack from the air. Nurgle flies pinged and ponged against the Astartes power armor, exploding into splatters of gore. Then the power armor's machine spirit wailed, and its circuits briefly malfunctioned. The same thing happened to the motorcycle stained with the Nurgle Ogren's blood. What's going on? The Primaris warriors desperately tried to control their motorcycles, but they failed, tumbling a long way, man and bike, rolling into a muddy patch. There were 2 tire marks on the metal Ogren's body, from which 2 rust demons poked their heads out, then recoiled. They feared attacks from the reality barrier. Only the original 7, illuminated by Father Nurgle/Nurgle's warp light, had become suitable daemon hosts. The Primaris warriors quickly got up, enraged, drawing their combat blades and engaging the surrounding Nurgle poxwalkers. You dare to destroy my motorcycle? The Nurgle Ogren's footsteps were heavy. Their original 10-foot bodies now stood at 4 meters. Even with a power dragon rod, the Primaris warrior couldn't easily strike their heads. The White Scars dodged and weaved, their staffs sweeping away a large number of enemies, then launched a jumping slash attack at the Ogren. With exquisite technique combined with the Emperor's fury, the Primaris warrior put in his full effort. Terrifying wounds appeared one after another on the Nurgle Ogren's bodies. Despite their robust physiques, they endured heavy blows without perishing instantly. After the power armor's machine spirit malfunctioned, the armor became somewhat difficult to control, and the warriors couldn't attack the enemy's heads with their usual precision. 3 motorcycles avoided the rust demon's attacks. At this point, the warriors who had been in the back seats jumped off their motorcycles, allowing the drivers to penetrate the enemy lines and retrieve their battle brothers. These 3 warriors on foot sprinted along the edge. The surrounding mud did not hinder their movement in the slightest. Their ion pistols fired precise single shots, killing enemies blocking the motorcycle's path. Corrupted birds in the sky swooped down towards these 3 warriors, their feather tips releasing deadly plagues, scattered like a desolate Qing drizzle. An assault bike crashed into a walker, about to reach a Nurgle Ogren. The reinforced deck in front was already covered in rotting flesh. In a flash, a power greave stomped heavily onto the deck. The warrior who had landed didn't choose to get on the bike but instead used it to leap high, smashing a Nurgle Ogren's head with a single blow from his staff. The battlefield changed rapidly. Not far away, the metal Ogren who had been kicked down slowly began to get up. He shouted something towards the White Scars in front, and all the Nurgle forces entered a berserk state. Their speed increased rapidly. The Primaris warriors noticed this, believing the metal Ogren was the leader of this chaos force. The warrior, deep in enemy lines, climbed onto his motorcycle, preparing to break out. Suddenly, dozens of fireballs fell from the sky, causing violent explosions. The White Scars and the Nurgle Ogrens were simultaneously stunned. Several motorcycles from the chapter master's group weaved left and right. The White Scars could discern the trajectory of the falling artillery shells and, relying on their superb driving skills, escaped unscathed. But the 3 warriors on the ground were not so lucky. One warrior cursed. 3 shells, arranged in a triangular formation, flew towards him from all angles. He couldn't run fast enough to escape the blast radius and was ultimately sent flying by the shockwave. 2 warriors rushed towards him. The power armor had several cracks, and the warrior suffered severe internal injuries. The Belisarius call activated, and he was battling the virus he had come into contact with, or rather, Nurgle's corrosion. Who called for artillery? Don't know, retreat first. In this artillery bombardment, 2 motorcycles were destroyed, and 1 White Scar was seriously wounded. A minute later, the entire position was engulfed in a sea of fire. Who called for artillery? Didn't we say we were coming as reinforcements? Word from the town is they called it in. It seems the artillery unit misfired. Those recruits, don't they train normally? Before the warriors could regroup, on the battlefield turned to scorched earth, the Nurgle Ogrens stood up again. They had become isolated, all their family having been obliterated by the artillery. They were extremely angry. All the Nurgle Ogrins simultaneously opened their mouths wide to the sky. Their rotting throats emitted no sound, then they began to run at full speed, getting faster and faster, as if something was driving them. The Primaris warriors saw their flesh rubbing against the ground, leaving a long trail of decay. Most strangely, some had worn away their feet and were bouncing forward like rubber balls. By the Emperor, take them down. The warriors began to move. Even while running intensely, their ion pistol attacks remained precise. Warriors on motorcycles turned back, charging towards the enemy once more. Attacks from 3 directions simultaneously assailed the Nurgle Ogrins. The metal Ogrin stopped, his charred skin flaking off in pieces, revealing greyish, decaying flesh. He braced himself, charging a punch, and struck at the incoming Primaris warrior. The white scars ran very fast, their charge undiminished. A slide tackle allowed him to evade the heavy, powerful punch. As the metal Ogrin was about to turn, his head suddenly exploded. The coiled dragon staff emerged from his shattered skull. The gale force winds whipped up by the speeding motorcycle blew away the grime from the staff's head, but this power weapon was still inevitably damaged. Rust demons burst from the headless corpse, flailing and screaming in agony. The reality barrier oppressed their existence, and the warrior who had slid past delivered a backhanded ion shot, ending their suffering. Without these few demons, the power armor's machine spirit gradually returned to normal. The warriors welcomed the return of the Mark X power armor's machine spirit with the enemy's corpses, if it had one. Mark X power armor is a modular design, if it had a machine spirit, it would likely be a meeting of many small machine spirits. Several heartbeats later, the last Nurgle Ogrin stood steadfastly in the center of the battlefield, surrounded by speeding motorcycles and rapid attacks that mortal eyes could not perceive. The wounds on its body grew more numerous until its life was finally taken. Calculation, approximately 138 humanoid enemies. Is the battle over? Don't know. How's the front line? At the town's position, most people had already died in battle. The political commissar silently led several enforcers, using flamethrowers to incinerate the bodies. Only a dozen Nurgle hounds had entered the position, yet they had killed at least 190 warriors. On the ruined position, soldiers' bodies were everywhere. A survivor mechanically repeated the action of firing his gun. The Nurgle hound beneath his feet was already dead, and his magazine was empty, but the trigger was still being mechanically pulled until the political commissar arrived. Turn around, soldier. May the Emperor protect you. The political commissar shot down the standing corpse. Hurry up, everyone. Command says these bodies will get back up if not incinerated. Quick, quick, quick. Motorcycles brought the red tide here. The previously lifeless position finally gained a glimmer of vitality. The mortal soldiers looked at the mysterious Astartes with curiosity and hope, as if they could make their fallen comrades stand again. How is the situation, political commissar? The surrounding enemies have been cleared. Thank you for your support, great Emperor's angels. After the political commissar answered, the Astartes fell silent. Then the motorcycle engines roared once more, and the Emperor's angels sped away. Damn it, the Hive City is under attack, the food warehouse is under attack, the water facilities are under attack. 7 Chaos cultists received Nurgle's blessing, becoming powerful vessels capable of containing demons. Ark, Captain Jermu, the Grand Captain, the Chapter Master, the Doctor, the Supervisor of the Food Cannery, and Clever Head Ogrin. The one just killed was merely the army led by Clever Head Ogrin. 6 other forces were launching attacks on human worlds. William watched the outside of the Hive City with a heavy heart. The Hive City was small, after all, it had been established for less than 1,000 years, and before its construction, the people from the various human settlements outside had not moved into it. Scattered mortal warriors entered the positions, but this density of defense wouldn't even withstand the enemy's first wave of assault. The planetary defense forces had long been taking phantom payrolls, and there weren't as many people as recorded. Fortunately, this was an Imperial key observation point, all they did was pay soldiers to retire, then falsify records of them still being in service to claim their military pay. Large numbers of retired warriors were constantly rushing in from all over the Hive City, some wearing teachers' clothes, others still in chef uniforms holding spatulas. Long out of battle, a disorganized mob, barely able to use weapons. This was William's assessment of the forces here. In the distance, the stormtroopers' garrison was arriving, and the dragoons in the distance were also on their way. In the overall strategic situation of the entire planet, a pincer movement was gradually forming against the enemy, but would the plague give humanity time? Ecclesiarchy priests personally arrived at the front line. Don't think they were cowards cowering in churches, the second world of Badab, due to historical reasons, valued loyalty highly, and the priests sent were the most unyielding from the Ecclesiarchy's Holy Synod. Any betrayal would not be tolerated. After leaving a small number of Ecclesiarchy personnel to pacify the populace, the local Ecclesiarchy priests personally picked up laser pistols and plasma guns and came to the front line. Sacred imperial anthems, sung in rough voices, filled the entire battlefield through loudspeakers. William held back the priest, who was a bishop. If not for these angelic hands, this bishop might have led his team of priests to charge first into the Nurgle Poxwalkers, followed by the morale-boosted planetary defense forces. Don't rush, the artillery is repositioning. Now is the Air Force's stage. Bombers roared overhead, dropping several plasma bombs, and electric light flashed within the enemy lines. William narrowed his eyes, a faint mist hung over the enemy army. Perhaps others would think this was blood mist from the enemy being blown apart or dust stirred up by the bombs, but he was too familiar with it, There was an anchor point ahead, the kind that weakens the veil of reality. The demon residing in Ark's body was a typical anchor demon. It would gradually lower the veil of reality as the number of Nurgle forces surrounding Ark increased. This virus had two characteristics. First, it was fast-acting but could not be spread through the air. It required a bite, a wound, or drinking contaminated water. Second, it would soften bones into a rubber-like state, increasing resistance to weapons like wood-cutting guns. At this moment, Ark was moving downstream along the small river previously polluted by Ogryn, with large numbers of Nurgle forces constantly joining them from the surrounding small towns, their numbers rapidly increasing, vaguely forming an army. The weakened veil of reality also greatly reduced the damage from aerial bombs. Angel, we should charge out now. The numbers of these heretics are not much greater than ours, and with the God Emperor's blessing, we will surely shatter the enemy army and annihilate them. I will not allow you to launch an attack before the artillery has completed its barrage. William was somewhat annoyed. This priest was like a Krieg guardsman, he needed a political commissar to hold him back. The basilisk artillery began to barrage the Nurgle army. The green mist and stirred up dust grew thicker, and William could no longer see the situation ahead. Reconnaissance team reports that small groups of Nurgle poxwalkers are advancing towards the artillery positions. Dragoon Legion reports they have encountered an enemy force and are engaged in combat. Stormtroopers report that an enemy force suddenly appeared behind them, and a flying unit also appeared in the sky, attacking them. The attacked artillery units were forced to maneuver, turning their muzzles to attack the enemies in front of them to protect their positions. William watched the artillery fire gradually thin out and the enemy approach, then ordered the Astartes to prepare for battle. Everyone, once the battle begins, do not charge out of the positions. You must provide fire support for the Astartes at all costs. William drew his combat blade and stood at the highest point of the position, where the commander's banner of the local planetary defense forces was planted. Warriors of the Emperor, the time has come to punish the Emperor's enemies. Charge, for the Emperor. A brilliant rain of laser gunfire erupted from the positions. All the laser gun stock in the Hive City was brought out, gambled on this one battle. The Astartes climbed out of the trenches and charged towards the enemy. Their objective was clear: eliminate the demon and restore the veil of reality in this area. Swarms of plague drones gathered in the air, pressing down like a dark cloud towards the red-armored warriors below. Moments later, they departed, heading towards the mortal positions. They were helpless against power armor. Many of the people coming from along the river were not yet Nurgle poxwalkers, but merely chaos cultists. They carried makeshift weapons, such as shovels and steel rods, shouting Father Nurgle/Nurgle's love, and forcefully threw what they had. For a time, all sorts of miscellaneous items were thrown at the charging Astartes: rotten slippers, rusted helmets, torn underwear. The Astartes responded with bolter fire. William's forces inherited the outrageous combat style of the Red Tide. Meltagun warriors charged at the forefront, unleashing a stream of particles at any enemy daring to block their path. Several warriors, after the Meltagun barrage, pushed into the battlefield, protected by 3 precious storm shields. The Nurgle poxwalkers continuously slammed their bodies against the power fields of the storm shields, only to be killed at a molecular level by the disintegration field. The front was the stage for shields and bolters, while the flanks were for bloody melee combat. William's combat blade rose and fell, cutting through the enemy lines as if entering an uninhabited land. Flesh and blood flew, and rotten entrails were scattered everywhere. A lion not only commands the beasts but also tears apart the fiercest enemies. The power sword sliced through enemy bodies like tofu. Unrotted clothing fell to the ground with the sorrowful flesh. Chaos cultists, severely corrupted by the virus, felt no pain. They charged forward fearlessly, believing themselves to be warriors of the God Emperor. The Emperor had blessed them, and though terrifying demons lay ahead, they were unafraid. Emperor, protect me. Emperor, oh Emperor, they charged, yet shouted Father Nurgle/Nurgle with their mouths. Only upon becoming Nurgle poxwalkers, with Father Nurgle/Nurgle's love flowing throughout their bodies, did they finally grasp the meaning of life. Wave after wave of enemies attacked William, but the small battle formation of Astartes remained as steady as a mountain. One strike after another, monotonous and dull, the machine spirit was sluggish. The weakened veil of reality caused the Astartes who penetrated it to gradually begin seeing warp illusions. The ground beneath their feet was not the soil of the second world of Badab, it was filled with swamps and streams. The Astartes sank into deep pits with each step, as if moving through mud. Stay rational, keep advancing. William was about to swing his blade when, in a daze, he seemed to see a withered tree ahead and prepared to retract his blade to continue. But the withered tree swayed, transforming into a Nurgle poxwalkers, whose plague-soaked club struck William's chest with brute force. The power armor was unharmed, and William retaliated fiercely, his power sword slashing back, and a head rolled to the ground. A nearby chaos cultist picked up the head, intending to throw it at William again, but a plasma gun melted him. William tightly gripped his combat blade, maintaining his composure. His coral pituitary continuously secreted special substances to resist the erosion of the warp. The scene before him constantly shifted. The sun in the sky gradually disappeared, and a pair of loving eyes pierced through the void, staring at this battlefield. William sneered, if Librarian Sisyphus hadn't gone to guard the granary, one golden mace could have shattered you. Unite, and liberate the entire galaxy. The roar of the Astartes shook the heavens and earth, echoing across the entire battlefield. The ecclesiarchy priests in the rear excitedly watched the strange phenomenon ahead, shouting, the Emperor protects us. Ark was heavily surrounded by Nurgle poxwalkers, and William was also encircled by his personal guard. Both sides were closing in on each other. Ark was the elder brother of this family, He had to stand up and avenge his kin. However, the enemy ahead was breaking through like a torrent, and a mysterious warp rift appeared on the flank. His kin caught in its radiance instantly melted away, and an unspoken terror emerged from the void, engulfing his heart. The demon enchanted within his body emitted dozens of combined plagues, pulling Ark back into Father Nurgle/Nurgle's embrace. Join the family of the Lord of Life. Ark walked towards William. The strange warp rift opened, and a pitch-black humanoid creature was thrown out. It was our old friend. 1313. As is well known, living saints are immortal, however, each death leads to a resurrection in the warp, and each subsequent resurrection takes longer. 1313, this Krieg veteran, was stunned for a moment. Didn't I charge a Chaos Warrior with a Melt-A-Bomb? How am I still alive? Then, he instinctively killed a Chaos Cultist with his bayonet. Without hesitation, he looked around, not in surprise at so many enemies, but searching for the direction to charge. Soon, he saw a group of Astartes, old acquaintances. Red armor, it was that group of red-tied Astartes. He did not hesitate and immediately charged towards the front of the Astartes shield wall. He wanted to go before the Emperor's angels, to clear the way for them. Krieg always stands at the forefront of the abyss of death, as it always has. Chapter 236. This is really an old friend. A living saint, thrown onto a Nurgle-corrupted world defended by elite Primaris warriors, is that needed? No, it's not. So why did the Emperor throw it there? Because it wasn't there to deal with Nurgle. Most Imperial forces chose to avoid the area due to astronomical phenomena, but there are always some intrepid individuals in the galaxy who dare to run wild. Orcs. Our other old friend, Poja. Poja was engaged in a traditional activity, being chased and beaten. This time, he angered something fiercer, Necrons. Poja was a boss who started as a mech boss, digging up metal, recycling old facilities, broken facilities and shattered facilities was his daily routine. After being severely beaten by false Sanguinius, he fled, endured a wandering life of fighting and growing, then was discovered by Deathwatch and beaten again. This led him all the way to a barren world with no life whatsoever. Strangely, that world was highly suitable for life and had massive metal deposits beneath. Poja was puzzled, how could there be no life here? After his orc boys excavated massive deposits, Poja quickly forgot his initial doubts. You can't walk by the sea too often without getting your shoes wet, everyone can stumble upon a good planet. Thus, this barren world quickly became lush and green. During an evil son's race, yes, they loved racing, and orc boys had a very wild idea. The boss always makes us mine, why don't we compete on underground travel speed? Many evil sons meat boys participated, building numerous digging machines of various styles, competing to see who could dig faster. At this time, a very wealthy orc meat boy appeared. He was a very rare Bad Moon clan among these orcs. When Poja fought his way across the land, he annihilated a Bad Moon clan, killing most of their fighting boys. This meat boy, upon seeing Poja, greatly admired his big mech, so he joined Poja. The characteristic of the Bad Moon clan is wealth, their teeth grow fast. He threw out a lot of teeth, allowing the meat boys to build the biggest digging machine. Oi ain't no evil sons, but oi think this is very wild, so oi am gonna join too. Oi think your drills are useless for digging. You gotta rely on my death flamethrower, Melta, that's how you dig fast. The race took place on a large mountain, with a large canyon as the destination. So, they definitely had to dig downwards at first. As a nuclear bomb soared into the sky, the race officially began. The Bad Moon clan's super large digging machine, with a loud waiaik, instantly unleashed its Melta, plunging into the earth. While all the evil sons orcs were furiously driving their brightly painted red machines, the excited Bad Moon clan's big mech, at top speed, delved deep into the earth, heading straight for the crust. As the race entered its latter half, this big mech from the Bad Moon clan suddenly lost the thrill of rapid descent. The Melta seemed to hit something, and progress slowed. He angrily floored the Melta's throttle and activated the rocket boost. Melta accelerates in front, rockets propel from behind sounds fast. Then, his big mech exploded. Above, a large group of orcs were jumping up and down around the vertical hole burned by the big mech. Below, an awakened dynasty in a Necron's tomb world initiated emergency protocols. The tomb was under attack, and the Necrons within also awakened. This was an overlord. He commanded several tomb worlds. Having long pursued isolationism, he would never tolerate other life forms on his planet, he would utterly exterminate them. Necron's isolationism means, I stay here, motionless. If others come, I will pursue them relentlessly until all creatures that have fled to the ends of the earth within my territory are killed. Only then will the Necrons return home. Clearly, Poja had invaded their territory. This overlord angrily dispatched one of his lords, who typically controls a tomb world, ordering him to cleanse the planet of these vermin. Poja's orc army was instantly dealt a devastating blow. Necrons warriors wielding gauze flares suddenly appeared in the orcs' heartland. The Necrons warriors' bodies, crafted from living metal, could self-repair. Even if severely damaged, they would use mind shackle scarabs to transfer their consciousness to another shell. However, the Necrons warriors appearing now were commoners from before their mechanical ascension, no one cared about their thoughts. They were merely automatons now, obeying the call of their lord. The mech bosses were initially interested in these robots, their metal astonished them. Then, they were wiped out. The Necrons' weapons were too powerful. The orcs' proudly tough physiques disintegrated at an atomic level before the gauze flares. Those big, Yaoic-filled Dakadakas vanished from this world in green beams of light. Grey armies continuously warped across the battlefield, slaughtering all life with astonishing efficiency. The eerie vibrations they emitted instantly killed all microorganisms. In the sky, Necron's warships, shaped like curved crescent blades, instantly unleashed terrifying Tesla weapons upon their appearance. Leaping arcs of electricity jumped from one boy's body to nearby orcs, instantly wiping out a group of orcs gathered around their boss. Only the smell of roasted mushrooms permeated the entire battlefield. In space, Poja's main forces were utterly destroyed within 1 tera-hour of encountering the enemy. The Necron's main warship, like a pyramid mounted on a scythe-shaped blade, bore a striking resemblance to Imperial warships with their cathedrals mounted on flying longsticks. However, this was a Tomb-class flagship, such a level of warship was not needed to fight orcs. Scythe-class light cruisers were sufficient to destroy tens of thousands of big iron balls of various sizes. Even a battle moon was a matter of a single blue annihilation beam. The flickering electricity eliminated all orcs within the battle moon. Without the power of Oithink, the battle moon itself disintegrated. Only the largest and strongest mothership endured a hit from the enemy's singularity generator. A miniature black hole instantly swallowed half the warship, and countless orcs truly experienced what fear was. Fortunately, Poja was accustomed to getting beaten. He wasn't on the largest warship. At the edge of the battlefield, a capital ship sent out a signal and, at the same time, directly opened a warp rift and entered it. All orc warships began to flee. But it was too slow, except for a few ships relatively close to Poja's warship that managed to escape. All others failed to open a rift. The Necrons used a super-large psychic nullification device, blockading a star system. The reality barrier of the entire star system became impenetrable. If psychic beings, such as humans, lived in this area, they would quickly lose connection with their warp soul projections, becoming automatons like mechanical puppets. The orcs felt a murky sensation blocking their chests. Their Yaoic energy vanished, and they ran around aimlessly, devoid of fighting spirit, ultimately being annihilated. This was not the largest nullification zone, the largest was as big as a sector. Poja fled in a panic, heading straight for Badab 2. After dispatching 4 Scythe-class Reapers, the Necron's pursuit force began to clear other life forms in this star system. The awakened Overlord, seated in a flying great tomb mound powered by a shard of the Star God, began to contact his other lords. These 4 Reapers arrived at the Mandeville point of the Badab 2 star system before Poja, directly jumping there. Due to the impact of a neutron star collision, Imperial detection facilities could not transmit information to the planet. The defensive facilities on the outskirts of the star system were destroyed, and the people on the planet were completely unaware. Arca's plague army was still fighting William's household guard. Both sides suddenly saw a Krieg guardsman. Almost all Astartes thought they were seeing a hallucination. This Krieg guardsman moved quickly, nearly on par with a Primaris warrior. He carried a bayonet-fixed long rifle, and with a single thrust, he could pierce the head of a Nurgle Poxwalkers. The killed walkers strangely were not used by other enemies. All Nurgle Poxwalkers tended to keep their distance from the Krieg guardsman. Perhaps it was because they moved too slowly and were killed before they could escape. Chapter Master William, should we fire at that Krieg guardsman? You saw him too. Let him get close, then deal with him with a chainsword. William confirmed that he wasn't hallucinating, but he couldn't pinpoint the origin of this extremely fast individual. Judging by his actions, he was likely a demon from another faction. He had a chainsword, recovered from an ancient battlefield, very powerful, inscribed with sacred runes, which should inflict sufficient damage on demons. A household guard stayed close to William, fighting with a bolter and combat knife. The chainsword was currently on his back, and William could reach for it at any time. Closer, a little closer. Chapter Master William, he's moved ahead of us. 1313 frantically cut his way to the front of the red tide, discarding his bayonet and pulling out an entrenching tool from his back. He swept aside 3 walkers with a combination of strikes and slashes. During a lull in the fighting, he looked back at William, seemingly questioning through his mask if this path was correct. Designation. William shouted, feeling somewhat out of place. 1313 briefly displayed his only identification, the characters on it still clearly visible. Advance. Chapter Master. Prepare to apprehend him. After dealing with these walkers, find a way to capture him. Tell the librarian to hurry over for support, there might be a dangerous capture operation. William recalled that the Badab 2 world should not have a Krieg regiment stationed there. 1313 killed a few more chaos cultists when a vine lashed out from the green mist, whipping towards his thigh. Ark made his move, or rather, the demon within him did. A demonic whip lashed out at 1313, who nimbly rolled on the ground, dodging the strike. The fleshy swamp beneath 1313 reverted to solid ground as he touched it. A bit of mud clung to 1313's uniform, scattering as he moved violently. His uniform remained as clean as new. Chapter Master, could he be an untouchable? I don't feel that kind of power. Get a bit closer. The Astartes spread out. The warriors who had been holding storm shields were no longer needed at the front due to 1313 clearing the way, so they moved towards the rear of the squad. William and the other warriors wielding combat blades accelerated their charge, reaching 1313's side in a few steps. Before William could make his next move, the demon's attack arrived. Arca's entire body suddenly swelled, becoming as massive as William, then he spewed a large amount of disgusting slime towards William. The overwhelming liquid poured down like a waterfall, mixed with internal organs and wriggling maggots. 1313 was the first to come into contact with these liquids. All the plague venom flowing past him turned into clear water. William witnessed this miracle, his heart deeply shaken. What kind of power is this? William felt an incredibly vast and sacred power emanating from the man before him. A faint holy light glowed around 1313, causing William to lose himself in awe. The Primaris warriors involuntarily shouted, "For the Emperor!" 2 Primaris warriors launched a cross attack from left and right, striking at Arca's flank. After spewing the pus, Arca's body returned to normal human size. He quickly moved backward, secretly planting several chaos flower buds beneath his feet. These flower buds transformed into bear trap-like snares as the enemies passed, their instantly closing spikes capable of piercing the ankles of those who came near. 1313 paid no attention, charging directly at Arc. Suddenly, 1-foot-high spikes erupted from the ground, gashing his calf. A blazing holy fire began to burn. William became even more certain of his thoughts, this was so similar to the legendary flames that enveloped the Emperor's scythes. Holy flames ignited at 1313's wound, healing completely after a single heartbeat. The wound was as good as new. The chaos flower bud traps below were completely incinerated. The warriors of the Red Tide halted their steps. They were not the ecclesiarchy, confronted with such a miracle, they would not easily believe it to be the Emperor's manifestation. They would handle it according to the Psyker's contingency plan. First, take down the plague demon. As he spoke, William drew his relic sword. The blade vibrated slightly, its machine spirit pleased. Let's go. After a few steps, William leaped into the air, slaying several attacking chaos creations. He landed on 1 foot and swept his combat blade in a wide arc, now standing before Arc. Arca's belly split open, and a dozen resilient tentacles, containing fragments of bone if one looked closely, emerged from within. William severed the tentacles with 2 slashes, but his foot was accidentally ensnared by a thorny vine, binding him firmly to the ground. Enemies from both land and sky attacked simultaneously. This was the power of Arca's team-oriented demon, he could completely control the actions of surrounding chaos creations. A Nurgle's beloved hound lunged at William, its entire head transformed into fangs, eager to find a new playmate. In the sky, a rotting giant bird clutched the first batch of soul bombs in its talons, descending towards William. A tormented soul, trapped within a skull, hurtled directly at William. 1313 was faster than the Nurgle's beloved hound. In an instant, he used the serrated edge of his entrenching tool to cleave the enemy in half. Panting, he walked towards William again, intending to chop away the thorns binding William's feet. William was even more formidable, with a mighty tug, his muscle coils tensed. The Emperor's angel's power directly dragged the chaos thorns forward, brutally tearing them from the mud below. The Primaris warriors seized the opportunity, and plasma bolts accurately struck the thorns. Freed from his binds, William immediately charged at Arc. The soul bomb exploded behind William. Several Primaris warriors suffered splitting headaches, their choral pituitaries immediately secreting hormones to stabilize their minds. William's blade cut through several segments of dead wood, vines, and unspeakable creations. Arc, in an instant, deployed countless organisms to resist the holy chainsword. Ultimately, even the dark green intestines could not stop the zealous chainsword. The holy blade cleaved through Arca's body, pus bubbling from the wound. The surrounding Nurgle poxwalkers continued to advance slowly. William believed he had only killed a chaos demon, not the enemy leader, and continued to press forward. He stomped on Arca's head, crushing the disgusting bouncing ball deep into the ground. It didn't burst. The head was more elastic than a rubber ball. After being enveloped in sludge, the demon's true form below finally revealed itself. The mud suddenly sank, making it difficult for William to maintain balance or leap. Filthy walls broke through the mud layers from both sides, closing in on him. No, not walls, mouths. A giant toad hidden beneath the mud, with Arc as merely a part of its body, like its tongue, now snapped its huge mouth shut, intending to swallow William whole. Its stomach connected directly to the warp, and its prey would be transported to the Garden of Nurgle, directly joining Father Nurgle/Nurgle's large family. Just at this critical moment, 1313 gripped the wooden shovel handle with both hands, forcefully thrusting it into the toad's chin. Unknown to 1313, in the eyes of outsiders, he was now radiating immense light. The surrounding chaos creations began to vanish. Nurgle poxwalkers directly turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. Countless blasphemous creations hidden underground instantly transformed into the soil of the real world. The poisonous fog in the sky was dispelled. The reality barrier here was weak. If Nurgle was strong, was the Emperor not strong? A great holy light swept away Nurgle's power for dozens of meters around. Chaos cultists fell one after another, those less corrupted knelt on the spot, silently praying to the Emperor, while those more heavily corrupted died instantly. The brilliantly glowing entrenching tool heavily struck the demon's chin. William's holy chainsword, as if responding to the Emperor, swung at the same spot. The demon was instantly severely wounded, twisting its body incessantly, trembling, and terrified. A power that struck its demonic essence was destroying it. It leaped frantically, trying to escape this power. 1313's entrenching tool was tightly wedged in the demon's chin. 1313 and William were carried along, flying into the sky. Numerous pustules burst from the toad's body, but as soon as they appeared, they were illuminated by the holy light, melting away like snow and ice. The demon's entire back caved in. William felt a moment of weightlessness. His mobility boots forcefully pushed against the toad's gaping maw, pulling the holy combat blade from the demon's flesh, then plunging it back into the demon's body with all his might. I will not fail the Emperor's grace, you twisted, blasphemous creation. Return to your filthy abyss. The Primaris warriors witnessed an incredible sight. William in 1313, bathed in holy light, descended from the sky. The demon's entire body burned and shattered, powerless, banished back to the warp. The surrounding Nurgle poxwalkers emitted painful scraping sounds, then retreated in all directions. Chapter Master William, are you all right? I'm fine, it's just. William turned to look at 1313. The latter was completely unfazed, not even looking at William. After straightening up from the mud pit, he charged towards the fleeing enemies a dozen meters away. From behind, a familiar rough voice echoed, "Holy light descends, holy fire purifies the world. The great Emperor blesses us, driving away the enemy." There was no need to think, that Chaplain must have seen the enemy scatter and was commanding the army to charge and pursue them. Fortunately, he was far from here, otherwise, if he had seen true holy light descend, who knows how fanatical he would have become. William ordered a warrior to follow 1313. The motorcycle squad on the flank was about to arrive. Sisyphus had already dealt with the enemies there. It was said that his golden mace had directly smashed a giant enemy with 3 scars on his face. The poisonous fog began to dissipate. After walking a few steps, the pursuing warriors noticed that the Nurgle poxwalkers moved even slower. Their moist bodies became dry, cracking into small fragments of skin. Almost simultaneously, the warriors took a deep breath and looked up. In the sky, the dense green color vanished, and the sun was about to illuminate the entire battlefield. The warm light grew brighter and brighter. Wait, that wasn't the sun. The orbital space station had shattered into hundreds of large pieces, falling towards the ground, burning into fireballs in the sky. The planet's point defense guns opened fire, and a series of fire lines appeared in the sky, various lights flashing. The void shield was under heavy attack, almost overloaded, allowing slightly higher speed objects to fall onto the planet. Meteors and huge warships, trailing long plumes of fire, plummeted. Everyone, brace for impact. Warriors holding storm shields stepped forward, heavily slamming their shields onto the ground, covering their brothers behind them. Warriors who had moved further away fully plunged their combat blades into the ground, gripping the hilt with both hands. The massive shockwave generated by the warship's landing swept through the area. Contaminated river water, various shattered machinery, and even surface boulders were all picked up and surged towards the battlefield. The ground, transformed into a twisted creation of flesh and blood, ironically saved the Astartes. Countless shockwaves gradually diminished upon contact with this corrupted world, leaving only large amounts of mud covering the warriors. Can you hear me? What's going on? Why did the space station break apart? William, can you hear me? Brother William, the orcs are attacking, the orcs are attacking. A distinctly massive iron ball, carrying the planet's point defense cannons, directly landed on Badab 2. Imperial detection instruments had not detected a Necron's attack, assuming this was a major orc invasion. Chapter Master. That Krieg Guardsman is gone. The brother who was following him reports that when the shockwave hit, that Krieg Guardsman charged against the terrifying impact into the dust and disappeared. Search immediately. At this moment, 1313 was charging towards Poja's landing point. Chapter 237, a big fight between 4 forces. The Necron's Scythe-class harvester warship used a particle whip generator, which utilized a magnetic field to control a long arc of electricity, causing matter-antimatter annihilation and tearing apart Poja's flagship. The entire massive iron ball split into 2 halves and fell onto the planet. They adhered to the protocol, only killing encroaching enemies and those who obstructed their mission. Clearly, there were bugs in the way. The Necrons incidentally destroyed the space station on this planet. The neutrino storm overloaded the spaceport's void shield. Just as they were about to destroy the ships, the low-ranking general commanding the battle spoke, telling them to ignore other life forms, eliminate the target, and return quickly. The Overlord had just awakened, and the entire dynasty had many tasks to complete, with no time for delay. Subsequently, the rock was released. They were going to descend to the planet and eliminate all the encroaching orcs. Poja's armor shattered layer after layer. Now, as a meat boy who was over 200 years old, he keenly noticed the difficulty of fighting after his armor was broken in battle. So, he adopted a mode of armor within armor, layer upon layer, wrapped like a spring bamboo shoot. After an emergency hard landing, Poja's outermost super armor was completely shattered, and the second layer was also damaged. No fear, Poja straightened himself. Do you know why he wasn't on land? Because he was too big. The gigantic armor, over 30 meters tall, slowly crumbled. Huge pieces of shell fell, accompanied by the screams of Gretchen and the roars of stumbling meat boys, landing in the muddy swamp, splashing a burst of blood. Everyone present was stunned. The Talorn Desert Raiders were dumbfounded, and the Plague Army led by the Great Unclean One was also dumbfounded. It's not that serious, really not that serious. There's no need to deploy a Warlord-class Titan. Poja shook his frame, and a 29-meter-tall armor emerged from the shattered outer shell. A large number of orcs died, and the 8 Psyker big mechs around Poja maintained the Waa'ak energy field, barely preserving the structural stability of the armor. Then, he opened fire. People in the distance, thrown off their feet by the shockwave, suffered terrifying firepower. Merciless flames scorched the earth. The boom-boom mortar on Poja's back fired one big boom after another, creating mushroom clouds on the chaotic front lines. The miraculous liftoff death cannon grabbed a lemon rust tank and smashed it heavily into the army. The situation instantly turned into a three-way battle. Since there were very few metal constructs within the plague army, the liftoff death cannon, magnetic chain, grabbed human weapons, smashing large numbers of shrimps nearby, while the plague army was subjected to a fiery baptism. The incessant artillery fire was nullified by the shield of the invulnerable field. Father Nurgle/Nurgle's love was trampled by the loudest Wadaik, and the power of the gigantic armor was unstoppable. From the hemispherical wreckage of the spaceship, some wounded orc bosses crawled out one after another. They were missing limbs and suffered horrifying injuries, but for orcs, this was just a happy Wadaik bleeding a little. They roared at Poja's majestic big mech and then charged towards the chaos and human armies. William had assembled 34 Primaris warriors. The others were either swept away by the shockwave to unknown locations or held back by other branches of the plague army. This squad encountered the start of information integration. Sisyphus arrived from afar, attempting to predict what had happened, but the warp gave him no response. He could only use psychic powers to enhance communication equipment, trying to gather intelligence. The Talorn Desert Raiders' distress call reached here. The 3 regiments of Talorn Desert Raiders were on the verge of collapse. It was impossible for them to deal with Poja's super big mech. Can we call for transport plane support? Atmospheric air forces were attacked by unidentified flying objects. Newly launched planes were destroyed. I have already called the nearest airport, they need more time. What about the strike cruiser? Can we contact it? No response. We don't know if the space-based signal station was destroyed or if a storm is blocking the signal. The Astartes headed to a large piece of space station debris nearby, trying to find some useful information while waiting for transport planes to take them to the battlefield 1,000 miles away. Another Astartes squad attempted to track down 1,313. Around them, the second wave of troops entered the fray. Ecclesiarchy priests still charged at the forefront. Their impassioned speeches boosted the morale of the planetary defense forces, and everyone began clearing areas where the plague had spread. They didn't know that after this conflict ended, they too would face a purge. The Talorn Desert Raiders regiment collapsed. If they didn't retreat now, they would be completely annihilated. They tried everything. Speeding Chimera armored vehicles carrying several high-yield melta bombs charged towards Poja's armor. The only result was killing a few orc bosses. The last heavy artillery piece was melted into a puddle of iron by a Psyker Big Mech's fireball. The 3 regiments of Talorn Desert Raiders no longer had weapons capable of destroying a Titan-class Big Mech. Human soldiers began to retreat. The Plague Army united and advanced towards Poja. Their leader, the Great Unclean One, had a demon residing within him that controlled a large number of plague flies. These flies burrowed into the orcs' big mouths, into their nostrils, into their wounds, devouring and corrupting their flesh. One orc after another fell, and brilliant flowers of death bloomed on their corpses, from which more flies emerged. Clusters of flies constantly flew towards Poja's big mech, attempting to burrow through the armor's crevices, but they were mercilessly incinerated by the Psyker Big Mechs. Flames carrying a slight Wadaik energy scorched the flesh and blood of the Plague Army, proving more effective than ordinary flamethrowers. The powerful regenerative abilities bestowed by Father Nurgle/Nurgle were weakened, and the Psyker Big Mech's attacks directly targeted the essence of Father Nurgle/Nurgle's blessings. The Plague Army launched a counterattack. Among the Great Unclean One's forces were several weak Psykers who, after being corrupted, became Chaos Sorcerers. At this moment, they jointly begged Father Nurgle/Nurgle for power. Black rain fell from the sky, tapping and striking Poja's big mech, sparking tiny flames. Black clouds began to envelop the gigantic war machine. Outside the patchwork steel plates was a psychic clash like molten gold in flames. The Psyker Big Mechs roared in unison, and a layer of psychic storm enveloped the entire big mech. The searing flames intensified, forming a firestorm centered around Poja. Large numbers of flies fell from the sky, roasted black and filled with the power of death. They were not warp beasts from a warp rift, they were merely corrupted local insects. Their limited numbers meant that the Plague Army's power was effectively weakened. Poja's big mech, surrounded by a storm, charged towards the Great Unclean One. "I think I can stomp you flat." Poja crossed his orc army in a few strides, rushing to the front line, stomping flat a massive number of Nurgle poxwalkers with one foot, and kicking away a squad of chaos cultists with another. The orc bosses seized the opportunity to press the attack. Even the most steadfast Nurgle poxwalkers couldn't help but hesitate. Just then, in the shell craters previously blasted by Poja's mortar, raging fires had not yet extinguished. No Plague Army had yet stepped into this scorched chasm. In such a harsh environment, a light of teleportation suddenly appeared. Necron's warriors, armed with gauze flare, entered the battlefield. They were reckless, killing every living creature they saw. Each green beam was filled with destructive power, disintegrating everything it touched. The Nurgle poxwalkers closest to them were swept away, and then the orc front line advanced to this point. Big shooters struck the Necron's warriors' bodies. Bodies made of living metal required no dodging, bullet wounds automatically healed as the living metal writhed. The two sides exchanged intense fire. Seeing that their big shooters were ineffective, the battle-eager orc bosses gripped the gun barrels, using the drum magazines as hammers, and swung them fiercely, striking their enemies quickly and brutally. A Choppa boss blocked a gauze flare attack with his large shield. The entire shield turned to dust, but the Wadaik energy on him did not diminish, instead, it grew denser. "I think that big shoota is very Wadaik, I can steal it." "Wadaik!" He roared, jumped to the Necron's warrior's side, and chopped off the enemy's gun-wielding arm with a single blow. The orc boss then picked up the fallen gauze flare and happily roared at the sky. The armless Necron's warrior did not die. The living metal arm holding the gauze flare was still controlled by the central command. It suddenly pulled the trigger, and the gauze flare in the orc boss's hand instantly emitted a blazing beam, killing an orc boy nearby. The boss was stunned. Oi didn't shoot. Strong muscles powerfully struck the armless Necron's warrior, knocking him to the ground. The orc boss raised his large foot, clad in metal war boots, and ferociously stomped the Necron's warrior's head. The green light flickering within the Necron's warrior extinguished, thoughts receded, and the living metal finally became a corpse. In the sky, an extremely thick green beam suddenly appeared, instantly annihilating this boss and the surrounding orcs. A flying pyramid-shaped dark green object brutally slammed into Poja's big mech, rolling a few times on the battlefield, and then returning to its spaceship wreckage. The brutal collision severely damaged both sides. The difference was that the Necron's fortress known as the Rock began to slowly self-repair, while Poja's big mech crawled out from a pile of armor fragments, revealing a 24-meter-tall secondary big mech. The Rock landed steadily, crushing a large number of orcs. Then the bottom door opened, and teams of Necron's warriors emerged from the lowest part of the pyramid. Large numbers of Canopitek scarabs flew out of the Rock. From the door on the side of the Rock facing Poja, immortals emerged. Before their mechanical ascension, immortals were professional soldiers. Their combat prowess was very high, and they retained much of their thought and experience during biotransference, enabling them to use many complex weapons. Although their language comprehension remained a concern. A squad of immortals, armed with gauze blasters and Tesla carbines, marched towards the orc army. Their armor was thicker than that of Necron's warriors, and their living metal self-repaired faster, truly an elite force. With a commander, the Necron's warriors on the battlefield began to form ranks and advance, using their firepower to suppress the enemy's artillery, and terrifying arcing lightning once again appeared amidst the green mountains and seas of orcs. The living lightning emitted by the Tesla carbine could destroy biological flesh and absorb its energy, then jump into the flesh of nearby organisms, its power increasing as it absorbed more energy. This was the great weapon used against the ancestors of the orcs, the Coke orcs. Only powerful orc bosses, under the blessing of Oithink, could withstand the attack of the Tesla carbine. Almost every bolt of living lightning could annihilate an entire orc boy's clan. Canopitek scarabs began to devour everything. They ate anything and everything visible, transforming it into Necron's weaponry, and in swarms, they were the enemy's nightmare. The heavily wounded Poja rejoined the battle, and with the help of the Psyker Big Mech, he once again spread the Wa'aik over the entire army. The Psyker orcs began to exert their power, various strange attacks raining down on the Necrons. Some were simple explosions and lightning, some were psychic maelstroms, and others attempted to levitate enemies. Gretchen-guided missiles, trailing thick smoke, flew towards large groups of Necron's warriors, while the immortals responded to their roars with precise slaughter. Using the warship wreckage, where explosions continuously rang out, the Meek Boys began their work, field assembling a large number of bizarre creations, mostly red armored vehicles. The Evil Sun's orcs drove their newly manufactured armored vehicles, directly ramming the enemy lines from the flank. The war rigs were not equipped with large guns, but rather stuffed with unstable grenades, and several Gretchen and helmeted orc boys on the vehicles continuously threw small bombs downwards. The Necrons' tech boys, the Canopitek scarabs, also began their work. After devouring a large number of orc creations, they started to salvage or repair the fallen Necrons' warrior bodies. But they didn't fly fast enough, at least not as fast as the maniacs of the Evil Suns. As the scarabs flew out, on the other side of the battlefield, the Skyboys, bathed in strong wines, launched a coordinated assault on the rock fortress from the sky. They had red rocket boosters on their backs, and what they considered cool goggles on their big heads. Some had wings, while others had huge propellers. Before they were completely devoured by the swarming scarabs, they dropped powerful bombs onto the rock, then returned to their armed workshops, smashing the still gnawing Canopitek scarabs with a single blow and tossing them to the Meek Boys. The rock launched a new round of attacks. Mysterious energy glowed visibly on its pristine outer walls, gathering at the apex of the pyramid, where a contained energy sphere appeared. Poja's large mech moved rapidly across the land. This mech was not built with the pepperpot physique of a great gargant, but rather in the armor style of the bosses, its short legs churning incredibly fast, the red triple-speed land cruising mech rampaging across the battlefield, leaving the entire ground covered in cracks. The rumbling footsteps were deafening. The cunning and cruel Poja fled into the scattered plague army, attempting to use the rock's attack to utterly annihilate this Nurgle force. His attempt failed. Neither the Gork's gaze ray fired from his mech nor the chaotic Nurgle poxwalkers around him helped him deflect this powerful attack from the rock. An energy attack originating from a stellar fragment, condensing into an ion storm, surged forward, and a scorching beam blasted Poja's mech, the dissipated energy covering the entire Nurgle force. The buzzing of the scarabs drowned out the flapping wings of the plague flies. The great unclean one was annihilated, and the demons howled as they returned to the warp. Poja's invulnerable field fiercely clashed with the enemy, and two Psyker Big Mechs exploded as their minds could not withstand such immense power. Poja's mech's shoulders blew open, and the violent psychic fluctuation slightly shifted the direction of the stellar particle storm attack, sweeping across a vast expanse of land. A long river of scorching liquid appeared on the ravaged land, and vast areas of ground vaporized and disappeared into thin air. Even though the remnants of the dragoons had retreated more than 10 kilometers, the rearguard political commissar and his personal guard were still roasted and vaporized, becoming dim shadows on the scorched earth. The sudden bombardment of long-range artillery ended the duel between the two colossal constructs. Poja lost another layer of armor and two Psyker Big Mechs. The Imperial artillery support targeted the mysterious rock, a fixed target was always easier to lock onto than a constantly moving mech. The basilisks began to roar from their new artillery positions, but from another direction, flesh projectiles and plague pustules also flew towards them. That attacked artillery unit had fallen. The elder chaos cultists of the Foodkin transport team led a large army to corrupt the loyal artillery unit, and the demon residing within him had the characteristic of being able to corrupt other things faster. These creaking, rusted cannons, their machine spirits completely mad, were moving towards this battlefield, spewing streams of pus, and flesh projectiles were launched like water guns, the artillery trajectory a dismal dark green, corruption liberally covering the ground between both sides. But they quickly fell silent. 1313 had charged into the enemy's artillery army. He had sprinted 1,000 li in a few hours with the speed of a Primaris warrior. The Emperor had not bestowed upon him great flying wings, holy light, or a blazing red chainsword, for he himself was a living saint condensed from the powerful faith of countless Krieg guardsmen. For thousands of years, countless Krieg guardsmen had atoned one after another, and the Emperor had gathered all the ripples generated by their unwavering will in the warp, delivering them to 1313. He needed no extra magic, it was the most basic combat style of the myriad Krieg death corps: charge. Plunge the bayonet into the enemy's chest, and bury the Emperor's enemies with an entrenching tool. The Emperor told 1313 where the Emperor's enemies were, and 1313 would never stop charging until all enemies were eliminated. 1313 appeared on the horizon of the ash plain, and the vast plague army felt an invisible pressure containing them. In the distance, a Krieg guardsman charged at them alone, as if followed by 1,000 armies. The enchanted mortal brandished a long iron rod, pointing it at 1313, and the vast plague armies began their march. 1313's hand, gripping the entrenching tool, trembled slightly. He thought he could achieve atonement, and his right hand shook with excitement, for the Emperor. 1313, with terrifying speed, charged into the Nurgle army, savagely tearing through the perfect defense like a spear, kicking a Nurgle's beloved hound to smithereens with a light kick, and wielding his chainsword entrenching tool, shattering countless enemies taller than him. The demon's proud power of corruption faded in a single breath, and bright flames lit up in the eternal darkness of hell, light enveloping the earth. The rusted cannon stopped moving, its steel plates falling off one by one. Before it landed, 1313's entrenching tool was plunged into the flesh cannon barrel, and with a forceful slash, the entire corrupted cannon barrel was severed. 1313 stepped down heavily, creating a deep dent in the corrupted basilisk tank. 1313 stood on the wreckage of the artillery tank, with enemies continuously surging up from below. His entrenching tool swung again and again, and the broken chain sword was restored in a mysterious light. The Krieg guardsman, with his tenacious will, fought continuously, the holy fire burning in his wounds striking fear into the demons. Gradually, they wanted to retreat. The surrounding Nurgle poxwalkers hesitated, deliberated, and before they could make a decision, another deathly shriek swept in from the horizon. The White Scars motorcycle squad was ordered to pursue 1313, and the furious warriors drew their chainswords, their cold gleam illuminating the face of every warrior. The power dragon rod and motorcycles were severely damaged in the last battle, and the sons of Jagatai Khan were very angry. Assault motorcycles charged into the enemy lines from 3 directions, without fire support, without army backing. The White Scars sang ancient songs of vengeance, keenly sensing fatal flaws in the enemy's formation, and laughing, they charged into the ranks. A chill suddenly ran down the Chaos Leader's back, a chainsword instantly plunged into its thick flesh. This enchanted mortal was already corrupted beyond recognition, not like the gaunt Nurgle poxwalkers, but in the likeness of Father Nurgle himself, a big green fat man. The motorcycle sped past, leaving terrible wounds on its body, stretching from the tailbone all the way to the top of its head. The demon roared, and the power of corruption enveloped this enchanted mortal, forming a black cocoon. The mortal inside continuously scratched his scalp, his withered fingernails filled with bloody scalp, and the surrounding humid environment gradually became dry. The walkers attempted to shield their leader with their bodies, but were mercilessly crushed by the White Scars within a few breaths. The scattered limbs writhed, seemingly incubating something new. The holy light emanating from 1313 purified the blasphemous creations, aiming directly at the black cocoon. Finally, the mortal in the black cocoon stopped moving, and a pair of antlers grew from his head. As the next White Scars warrior swung his blade at the cocoon, the black cocoon was no longer hard but became elastic. The chain sword plunged into it as if into a mass of jelly. In a flash, the warrior abandoned his combat blade and drove his motorcycle out of the army. Bad luck. Chapter 238 Necrons, Incomprehensible Technology. The White Scars warrior, having lost his chainsword, grew increasingly frustrated. After breaking through the enemy ranks, he intersected with another motorcycle and, in that instant, snatched an anti-vehicle bomb hanging on the other bike. The Chaos Leader had completely transformed into Nurgle's likeness, his plump body was scarred, a signature Father Nurgle smile adorned his lips, and antlers like a crown on his head proclaimed Father Nurgle's majesty to all around. It laughed loudly, slamming the black cocoon. A mist began to brew within the originally jelly-like, tender, and smooth black cocoon, entering the enchanted mortal's body through the fleshy hand in contact with it. The black cocoon shriveled, becoming brittle as paper. The chain sword stuck in it fell to the ground. The Chaos Leader slammed it, then swaggered out of the cocoon. Toxic mist surged skyward, forming a towering, dead tree-like cloud in the air. As it burst from the cocoon, 1313 put all his strength into leaping towards the demon. His grayish-brown greatcoat flapped in the wind, and a substantial, poisonous substance enveloped his body. Everywhere 1313 touched the toxic mist, fierce flames ignited. Oh, transcendent flames, purging the sins of the world. At this moment, 1313 did not resemble a living saint blessed by holy light, but rather an unyielding warrior returned from purgatory, a Krieg guardsman charging into an enemy flamethrower, the pure human light of supreme will remaining after flesh had dissipated. The demon watched 1313 attacking from the sky, raising both hands and slashing forcefully, tearing open several warp rifts. Its ability was summoning, brothers and sisters from Father Nurgle/Nurgle's garden, come forth and spread Father Nurgle/Nurgle's love. Suddenly, a dazzling, eye-searing light erupted from 1313. Holy and grand, golden flames churned and surged into the warp rifts. The rifts closed instantly. The Chaos Leader paused in surprise, but 1313 had already passed the location of the rifts, his entrenching tool raised high, poised to cleave the demon in two. The demon residing within the Chaos Leader's body was terrified. It commanded the fleshy vessel to turn its head, attempting to snag the entrenching tool with its antlers. A Krieg entrenching tool precisely impaled the enchanted mortal and the demon within his head. The antlers were easily shorn off, falling to the ground. Brilliant golden light, accompanied by the demon's expression of fear, formed a scene that left the White Scars warriors fuming with exasperation. That anti-vehicle bomb, originally meant for the demon, was now being swung by this warrior like a short sledgehammer, striking nearby chaos cultists, carving a bloody path with both hands. Only when he was about to reach the location of his chainsword did the White Scars warrior angrily hurl the anti-vehicle bomb at a distant, rusted artillery piece. With an explosion, the shattered fragments of the artillery tank mercilessly tore through the surrounding shambling corpses. The warrior bent down to pick up the chainsword that had fallen to the ground, and indeed, it could no longer be activated. The Emperor's enraged angel used it as a bludgeon, swinging it impenetrably, and his motorcycle sped like lightning, cutting its way out of the enemy formation. With the demon killed here, the surrounding plague army posed no threat to the Primaris warriors. Brother William's forces didn't have many motorcycles, the few here constituted all their mobile power. The motorcycle unit was about to leave these chaos cultists for the follow-up forces to handle when a massive fireball slammed down. Po Ja's mech was once again shattered, revealing his proudest and most powerful mech suit, a Po Ja mech towering over a dozen meters high. Its adamantium shell would take even a Necron some time to penetrate. The rock was more aggressive than Po Ja had imagined. The Necron's massive flying fortress did not recharge its attack on Po Ja, nor did it use its short-interval heavy gauze cannons. It simply crashed straight into him. Po Ja tumbled and flew, rolling all the way to this battlefield. 1313 flattened the head of a chaos cultist in front of him with a shovel, then looked up at the rock floating in the sky. This Krieg guardsman hesitated, seemingly unsure which of the Emperor's enemies to attack first. He turned to look at the red-armored warriors. These Primaris were slaughtering Nurgle's army with extreme efficiency, showing no intention of dealing with the two colossal entities. Continue to hack at the enemies in front of him. The White Scars warrior was quite decisive. I'm not going over there. Do you expect me to chop a titan with a chainsword? This decision was abandoned a few seconds later. Inside his tactical helmet, the long-awaited communication finally came through. Good news, we've made contact with the strike cruiser. Bad news, the strike cruiser is falling. A Necron Scythe-class harvester severely damaged our warship's main engine. The strike cruiser lost speed and is being dragged by the planet's gravity towards Badab Secundus. Good news, the strike cruiser's position is above the largest lake on Badab Secundus, a lake over 100 kilometers in diameter, which could cushion the warship's fall and perhaps not cause too strong a geological disaster. Bad news, that lake is quite close to us. Everyone get ready for a tsunami. Nurgle's forces have turned the tide. Although recent battles have resulted in heavy losses, once the contaminated water washes over the Earth's surface, even if diluted, it won't be without effect. This warp-powered poison will at most erode humans more slowly. At that time, small creatures on the Earth's surface, such as earthworms, will first rot, followed by the seeds scattered across the land after the disaster, blooming into chaos flowers, and a large number of chaos cultists will be born. This world will be embraced by Father Nurgle/Nurgle. But it hasn't come to that yet. Upon receiving the information, all Primaris warriors stopped pursuing the chaos cultists. They were destined to die. The motorcycle squad split into 3 groups, commencing reconnaissance of the 2 giant constructs. 1313 fought for a while, then, seeing the Primaris warriors hastily depart, immediately followed them. This must be to deal with that big one. Po Ja's adamantium mech had not shattered, but a vast swarm of Canopetek scarabs descended upon it, intending to devour the entire mech. Po Ja's 4 remaining Psyker big mechs were barely holding on. The Greenskin army had been slaughtered, their psychic power greatly diminished, and their think was becoming slower and slower. In the core cockpit, Po Ja let out a roar, boosting morale somewhat. The Meat Boys finally stopped their clamor, and Po Ja's brain furiously worked, devising an escape plan. The giant mech, instead of retreating, advanced, taking the offense. It revealed an oversized, powerful choppa and charged towards the rock. The Necrons hadn't expected this greenskin to be so difficult to kill. The rock's inertialess engines instantly brought it to the ground. It seemed to perform some operation, anchoring itself, and energy threads began to appear across the rock. This wasn't a defensive shield, it was an attack method. The moment Po Ja struck it, he would instantly suffer an energy backlash. After one strike from Po Ja's mech, the great choppa was shattered by the energy backlash. The artillery fire from the sky once again covered the area. As long as one side remained stationary, the human army's artillery could lock on and bombard. The commander within the rock was somewhat annoyed. Directive, verify, clear the vermin from our world, request communication link. Our forces are under attack by unknown ground forces. Return fire. In the distance, the Overlord's figure emerged, saying, ignore it, complete the mission quickly. The Silent King has issued a rallying order to us. The Necrons hope to reverse their biotransference, transforming back from mechanical bodies to biological flesh. The appearance of the Tyranids made their king, the Silent King, realize that if all living beings in the galaxy/Milky Way were devoured, what species would they study for reverse biotransference? So the Silent King contacted all awakened and reachable Necrons dynasties, asking them to assist him in defending against the Tyranids outside the galaxy/Milky Way. Order received, request unlock authorization 633. Authorization unlocked. The rock's offensive intensified. A squad of immortals with 3 squads of Necrons warriors burst out of the rock. Their gauze flare attack slowly and steadily damaged Poja's warsuit. In the sky, the Scythe-class harvester quickly warped to a position near the rock. A beam of light emerged from beneath the harvester, shooting into the rock. The rock remained motionless on the ground, silently enduring the massive energy input. An apocalypse lance was being prepared. Alarm bells rang in Poja's mind. Feeling weak and battle-weary, he immediately turned his mech and fled into the distance. The rock did not move. The range of this attack was so vast that Poja, with his flying speed, could not escape it. The Greenskin clan were slaughtered. The Necrons' forces were all teleported back inside the rock. On the battlefield, only the rumbling artillery fire of the Imperium of Man continued, still attempting to attack the rock. Living metal caved in piece by piece. The battlefield was so perilous that no one dared approach. Brother William finally arrived by dropship, accompanied by Sisyphus. They moved quickly, following the White Scars warrior's motorcycle signal. The White Scars warrior chased Poja's mech at full speed, they had to constantly follow this powerful enemy. The core strategic weapon of this planet was finally ready. The Adeptus Mechanicus technicians had completed appeasing the machine spirit. A giant variant of the Hunter-Killer missile, the Shotgun Mark III missile, designed to attack super-thick armor, was the best missile equipped on this world, capable of attacking spacecraft in space and ground Titan targets. A missile launched, its blue exhaust illuminating the entire military base, flying towards the Scythe-class harvester in the sky. At the same time, a large number of interference missiles also covered the Shotgun Mark III missile, intending to deplete the enemy's point defense systems. The Scythe-class harvester was stationary, charging its Apocalypse lance, and temporarily unable to move. Its point defense weapons fired in succession, and the ship itself could also repair itself using living metal, until they detected the Shotgun Mark III missile. Coincidentally, at this time, other ships in space were also attacking them. Macro cannons and lances rained down. Those smaller vessels, originally strike cruisers and frigates, were eager for revenge, charging at the Scythe-class harvester fearlessly, intending to ram their ship's prow into the enemy and settle the score, Imperial tradition. The Scythe-class harvester, locked onto by the Shotgun Mark III missile, decided to withdraw, warping to another location. The ground-based rock's Apocalypse lance was not fully charged, but its power was sufficient. Adamantium certainly wouldn't withstand this attack. A dazzling beam of light emanated from the top of the rock, revealing its majesty for the first time to humanity. The terrifying radiant blast shot directly towards Poja in the distance. The White Scars and Brother William's transport craft were chasing Poja's mech when they suddenly realized something was wrong. Poja's escape route seemed familiar. Wait, isn't that the trajectory of our strike cruiser's descent? The cunning and cruel Poja soared into the sky, hiding behind our warship. Brothers, get on board. The transport craft made an emergency landing. The Primaris warriors lifted their motorcycles into the inner cabin of the transport craft, and so did 1313. 1313 moved swiftly and powerfully. With just one leap, he grabbed one of our warriors' motorcycles and was carried onto the vehicle, swaying precariously. Sisyphus, now! William fiercely lunged at 1313, holding some precious chains. Wait, Brother William, no. Sisyphus initially tried to stop William, but upon a closer look at the Krieg guardsman, he quickly grabbed William. The old librarian felt a vast, divine power filling the entire transport craft. After activating the golden mace to enter the perspective of the Chaos God, Sisyphus could barely look directly at the sacred light. The Emperor on high, this time it was truly the Emperor on high. Sisyphus immediately knelt on one knee, crying out to the Lord of Mankind. With one hand still held by Sisyphus, William turned his head to look at the librarian, his eyes filled with even greater surprise. Brother Sisyphus. Trust me, Brother William, this is a true living saint. A living saint. William looked at 1313 suspiciously, and 1313 looked back at William. The Krieg guardsman needed an order. A few White Scars, who had witnessed 1313 splitting demons in half, wanted to speak, but Sisyphus waved his golden mace, stopping everyone's movements. No time to explain, we need to unite and deal with the immediate crisis. The strike cruiser falling from the sky had already turned into a fireball. The auxiliary engines spun desperately but could not pull the heavy warship out of danger. Poja hid behind the warship, falling with it, while the Psyker Big Mech raised a void shield, determined to fight to the death. The transport craft fired heavy bolters at Poja's mech, but they couldn't even break through the psychic shield. We're jumping on. Sisyphus and William wanted to find an opportunity to jump onto Poja's mech, attempting to make it move away from our warship. No sooner had he spoken than 1313 was the first to rush out of the transport craft, plunging into the howling cold wind. After tracing an eerie arc in the air, he landed steadily on Poja's mech. The Psyker Big Mech was wailing. No matter how Poja commanded them, they no longer responded to Poja, only trembling incessantly, rolling their eyes, and on the verge of death. 1313's entrenching tool plunged into the adamantium deck, making William's eyes widen. If Sisyphus hadn't said it was a living saint, he would have gone to snatch the entrenching tool. Sisyphus leaped down, his golden mace glowing with psychic energy, and slammed it hard onto the mech. Before seeing its full power, he used the recoil to leap to another position and gain a foothold. William followed, his sacred chain sword sparking and flashing as it cut against the adamantium armor, creating shallow scratches but failing to penetrate. Just as he was about to fall, William saw a huge rift in Poja's mech caused by the rock. He grabbed the gap, suspended in the air. Kill it, Sisyphus. Sisyphus gripped the golden mace tightly. Several powerful psychic orbs appeared before him. He found that he couldn't directly destroy the most brilliant orb, a direct attack would exhaust his psychic energy and kill him instantly. I can't, Brother William, try to destroy its engine. Poja sensed something had landed on its mech from inside, but didn't pay attention. Adamantium mech. Oh my. 1313 was using the entrenching tool to dig adamantium shovel by shovel. The hard armor was like ordinary dirt. 1313 struggled to break through the enemy's defenses, and Poja was scared out of his wits. Oh, I think this is too terrifying, is he Mork? Amidst the chaos on Poja's mech, the Apocalypse Lance arrived. An indescribably powerful beam of light pierced the strike cruiser's hull. The adamantium keel was completely melted. The Apocalypse Lance hit the void shield generator, and after penetrating it, accurately struck Poja. 1313 was quick-witted, kicking Sisyphus down. He couldn't attend to William, who was suspended in the distance. The merciless light consumed them. Poja's hard adamantium mech delayed for a moment. In that 0.001 second, the breached strike cruiser's void shield array detonated, and a warp rift opened. A shining light appeared on 1313, carrying William and the severely damaged Poja mech, and they vanished into the warp. Guillemot made a decision. It was time for the 10 chapters that should have completed the construction of the recruit modification facilities and the first round of conscription to come to Terra. It was time for a ceremony of honor to boost the morale of the entire Imperium. Yes, after the bloody calamity and the failed expedition to the Storm Sector, morale seemed to have declined. He sat at the Regent's desk. Piles and piles of official documents, after being organized by the mortal agencies, were constantly brought to his desk. Yes, he always had an endless amount of paperwork to deal with. The Primarch's powerful intellect was far from its limit, and now important guests were waiting to meet him. Belisarius Call's massive body entered the room. The main mind of this arrogant, extremely conceited and disdainful Adeptus Mechanicu's Big Mech had come to Terra. He brought a message. At least for now, it was a formal stage. Primarch Guillemot, surrounded by his guards, received call. Greetings, Robert Guillemot, the last loyal son of the great emperor walking among us, Lord of the Ultramarines, Regent of the Imperium, Commander. Enough, call. Belisarius Call was always like this, sometimes he would respectfully recite all of Guillemot's titles. How are the experiments progressing, Call? Very smoothly. I have already produced the finished product. The cost was high, but I still recovered the long-lost technology. I request your observation of my product's combat trial. I will arrange it. What kind of observation do you want? A grand observation, gathering dignitaries and important technical personnel. The return of this technology means we have regained the technological construction level of the Great Crusade era. Call had successively brought back super tanks and anti-gravity engines to the Imperium, and had traced back the manufacturing technology of Terminator armor. Now, he had brought back the manufacturing technology of the grav gun. Grav guns were precious weapons left over from the Dark Age, each one irreproducible. Of course, now this technological barrier had been broken. Powerful grav guns could emit special particles, altering the gravitational environment around a target, making objects lighter, or unleashing terrifying gravity to crush targets into a pancake. How large of a venue do you think is needed to ensure absolute safety? At least 1 kilometer, if you include her, about 2 kilometers. Guillemot frowned, and his hand of dominion waved lightly, signaling his Primarch guards to leave. Father. Don't worry, this is Holy Terra. Call saved my life. The Primarch guards hesitated, then left, closing the door to the Regent's office. They stood faithfully outside, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Guillemot stood up, his massive hand of dominion swift as lightning, and immediately grabbed Call by the neck, if that was a neck. Call, you are not to lay a hand on her. No, destroy her genetic records. I know you have them, you always have so many backups, so many that you yourself forget them, leaving only a few clones to remind you. Robert, Lady Uden has safely reappeared in this world. Yes, you brought her here. Now where else do you want to send her? Your grav gun testing ground? Is that amusing? Great Emperor's loyal son, this is a test. If the enemy makes no move, we will have more tests. That enemy must be killed, no matter how many times Lady Uden falls into danger. I am the Regent. Guillemot's roar shook the heavens and earth, his fury echoing incessantly in the soundproof room. You must obey my orders. Yes, I will obey. Are you the primary? Call, answer me, are you the primary? Call's mechanical head slowly rotated. He had too many clones, scattered throughout the galaxy/Milky Way. Instead of asking if he was the primary, it was better to ask if he possessed the primary mind. Yes, I am. Then I command you and all your clones to immediately destroy all data related to Lady Yuden. Delete all data about her, immediately. Guilliman was like a furious lion, but Call's head slipped out of the Hand of Dominion. The Hand of Dominion, equipped on Guilliman's armor of fate, was too large enough to easily crush the head of an orc warlord, too large to pick up thin paper documents. Call's head, like an ornament or perhaps a probe, split into several long, data cable connected probes and detached from the fingertips of the Hand of Dominion. Stay rational. I shouldn't have to remind you of this. I know, but you cannot use her. She is not her. But... Activate Deep Blue Protocol. Belisarius Call suddenly uttered this, and then a dusty memory was added to Call's primary mind circuit. You are not him either, Call said. Chapter 239 Heading to Terra. Poja vanished, and 1313 and William also disappeared. The Necron's observation team confirmed that the enemy had vanished into the warp. Did the enemy die or not? Report, severe interference, unable to track the enemy. The junior general in charge of the pursuit mission was somewhat angry, being unable to confirm death and unable to confirm location were the worst possible outcomes. What exactly happened in the warp? Just then, the Overlord's communication lit up again. Have you killed all those bugs? We need to depart. Yes, we activated the Celestial Lance and completed the mission, the leader said, initiating the silent protocol, silencing even the immortals nearby. Return immediately. He altered the war records, changing the enemy's disappearance to death. The Overlord needed an efficient subordinate, and he could not have a record of failure. The rock instantly teleported into the Scythe-class harvester, and the Necron's fleet vanished. They had completed their mission, annihilated the invaders, orcs, and immediately responded to the Silent King's call, heading beyond the galaxy/Milky Way. Sisyphus was kicked out of the Poja mech. He felt an irresistible force suddenly appear on his backside, followed by a dizzying spin, and then, with a splash, he plunged into the large lake below like a cannonball. The Celestial Lance vaporized the entire strike cruiser, and the warp rift generated by the detonation of the Void Shield module sucked all the debris into it. The entire crew perished without a trace, only scattered fragments fell into the lake. The anticipated tsunami did not occur. The orcs were wiped out, the Necrons departed, leaving only humans and Nurgle's daemon forces staring at each other. When Sisyphus emerged from the bottom of the lake, the war had reached its final stage. Of the 7 Nurgle daemon armies, only the last one remained, with Captain Jermu's Nurgle army attempting to corrupt the granary. Sisyphus temporarily became the leader of this force. In his rage, he directly used the Golden Mace's daemon mode to assassinate Captain Jermu. In the eerily burning golden flames, the daemon parasitic within Captain Jermu's body fled the mortal flesh in panic. Its passage from the warp into reality was suddenly incinerated, and the reality barrier pressed in on it. Of course, it didn't get to escape before the roaring Primaris warrior tore everything to shreds. Sisyphus knelt, and command of the entire planet was returned to the local governor. Soon, the intensity of the radiation storm in the real world decreased enough to support the safe navigation of Imperial warships. The first units to arrive were the Red Tide's warships. Antony's company ships came to pick up William's warriors. The original plan was for William to serve as interim chapter master, but in Imperial records, Antony was the chapter master of the Red Tide. So they tried to make William the official chapter master successor in Imperial records. Hey, chapter master Yifeng, deceased, Antony, in a dreadnought, and then William. As they navigated the warp, they received a distress signal from an astropath, so they sped towards the Badab 2 world. Unfortunately, they arrived a step too late, the world before them was merely a broken ruin, everywhere engulfed in the fires of war. The Hive City had not been breached, but the mortals were still ordered to stay indoors. The outside world was littered with large craters from fallen space stations and warship debris, and chaos cultists occasionally appeared in scattered towns. Ecclesiarchy personnel served as the primary purifiers. The Red Tide's chaplain, political commissar, Jolito, temporarily serving as leader, met with Antony's company. He lacked sufficient prestige to lead all imperial forces, and while Sisyphus had enough prestige, he was a Primaris librarian of the Emperor's scythes, and it was clearly impossible for him to go and meet Guilliman for a ceremony of honor. Other allied leaders in the Maelstrom, Iron Mask, and Leon, were naturally even less likely to do so. In response, Sisyphus said one thing to the bewildered warriors of Antony's company. You are no longer recruits, battle brothers. Don't expect to be illuminated, you must shine. The warriors of Antony's company departed. Unusually, they did not heed Sisyphus's words, they prepared to go to the Teo world to seek Yifeng for a final decision. In the 240th year of the chapter's history, in the Duchian world, we completed the annexation of the Curlyman family's territories, gaining a large amount of land while also encountering an increasing number of Xenos invasions. While the Astartes fought bravely, Yifeng also set about forming our own mortal army, a truly powerful and independently capable fighting force. This force was based on units from the Sorok world, with mixed arms, deployed in combined arms brigades. The primary combat force was an armored army that inherited the Red Tide Imperial Auxiliaries Baneblade tank clusters. Our heavy artillery was scarce, typically with tanks directly performing fire support missions. Next were the cavalry units that had formed bonds with brute beasts. Strictly speaking, these couldn't be called cavalry. After eating strange things, the Krut, a TO auxiliary species, evolved into Tyrannosaurus-like beasts about the size of super-heavy tanks. Their hides were so thick that armor-piercing shells and anti-vehicle bombs were needed to inflict effective damage. The advantages were obvious: they ran much faster than tanks and could quickly charge into enemies, leading the breakthrough of enemy lines. They were very strong and could carry artillery on their backs, though accuracy wasn't great, so they mostly used weapons with large areas of effect to mitigate the lack of precision. Next were normal infantry, including multiple small branches such as assault battalions, reconnaissance battalions, and guard battalions. The Air Force was generally subordinate to the space warships hangars of the Navy, but we did not distinguish between the Navy and the Astra Militarum. This force incorporated a large number of Ambition-class cruisers, Havoc-class frigates, and Vagabond-class merchant ships, used as transport ships, and possessed a large number of auxiliary aircraft seized from the Curlyman family. This mixed force launched autonomous combat operations, calling itself the Unity Army, accepting personnel from any world, advocating for unity to defend the Emperor's sacred domain. With this force sharing the burden, Yi Feng began to focus on strengthening the combat power of the Primaris warrior army. Christina completed the design drawing Yi Feng requested, the latest design for anti-psyker power armor. This type of power armor was particularly massive, not like the Centurion's armor-over-armor style. The power armor's backpack couldn't provide enough power. The new anti-psyker power armor was an independent suit, using a tank energy core miniaturized into a backpack for power. Its size was between a Terminator's and a Dreadnought. The plan was to use adamantium for the outer shell, which could only begin implementation after the Space Manta technology arrived, but other parts were already being produced at full capacity. A sufficient quantity of internal TO cerebrospinal fluid had been accumulated. The most core part was originally planned to use blackstone material, but due to its extreme rarity, it was changed to normal power armor lining. In terms of firepower, the original intention was to deploy ion storms, but since such large power armor made it difficult to replace overheated barrels, the dual arms still used a plasma gun and a sacred power fist configuration. The chest and shoulders were equipped with bolters and small missiles to increase firepower. Compared to weapons of the same size, the firepower would certainly be a little less, but there were no weapons of the same size. What was the advantage of this power armor? No need to worry about the machine spirit. What machine spirit does anti-psyker need? Small demons can't beat me, and a machine spirit is useless against greater demons. This power armor doesn't use a smart AI, let's call us conservative, okay? Yi Feng was very much looking forward to the era, 7 years later, when Space Manta technology would be exchanged for and large quantities of power armor would be built to dominate the world. Christina was also looking forward to it, but not this particular suit. The Wolf's Lair was bustling with prosperity, while the laboratory was like hell. Among the many worlds under Yi Feng's command, many untouchables could naturally be found, but Yi Feng did not receive most of the messages, because after those reports of discovering untouchables were submitted, they were intercepted by someone of higher status. Situate took away some untouchables who were unsuitable for training as Sisters of Silences, such as those who, before being discovered, were cursed as plague gods, had their legs broken, were ganged up on, or were exiled to the wilderness and severely injured by wild beasts. These were not a few. Mortals felt unusually uncomfortable near Sisters of Silences, and severe cases could lead to death. Before being discovered by official forces, it was common for untouchables to be killed. These people were sent to Christina's laboratory, brutally killed, and their skeletons were collected as material for a powerful power armor. Another portion of the skeletons came from grave digging. For those untouchables killed by people, few good Samaritans dug graves for them, at most, they were buried in mass graves. But they weren't completely untraceable. After Yi Feng acquired a world, a complete planetary exploration would generally be carried out to prevent strange things from being buried beneath our land. At this time, if extremely lucky, psychic detectors would find some skeletons. An extremely small probability, when applied to thousands of worlds, becomes quite significant. Christina looked at the dozen incomplete skeletons that had just been processed. They were roughly enough to make Yi Feng the strongest power armor, crafted from adamantium casing, untouchable skeletons, and blackstone material the strongest anti-psyker power armor. Just a little bit more, Christina was somewhat happy, as if she wouldn't need to kill anyone else. During a routine contact, she sent a short message to Situate, hidden within normal communication, only understandable after decoding what she said. Our Archmagos of the Adeptus Mechanicus finally had a short break, while lamenting Situate's cruel heart as a doctor, and simultaneously monitoring the TO slaughter production line next door. Situate received the message, and just as Antoni's company arrived, he also began to act. Creak, the door to the reception room was pushed open. Yi Feng was talking with the Battle Brothers who had traveled a long way. What's wrong, Situate? Is there something? I heard about the ceremony of honor and came to see. Yes, Situate, we need to decide and select a warrior with sufficient leadership to participate in the honor ceremony on Terra. There are still many candidates, would you like to see them? Brother Yi Feng took out a paper document and handed it to Situate. But Situate didn't take it. Brother Yi Feng, I think you should go yourself. Situate, it's not time yet. It is time, Brother Yi Feng. The glory our chapter has gained this time will bring many rewards. Are you sure you don't want to go? Even if you just talk a bit more to get a little extra, it would be an astronomical amount of resources. Yi Feng tilted his head and glanced at Situate. Isn't this my trick? You really want me to go to Terra? Situare, my current state is not suitable for going. The untouchable shield is not allowed in some places. Then, let's go together. I'll act as the so-called chapter master, and you can remain hidden. Our most important task is to ensure the safety of the black stone material that Guilliman promised. Oh. Yi Feng understood. That thing was indeed very precious. Chaos warriors might not want it, but those who had only defected and were not corrupted would certainly covet it. I understand, but there's no need for you to take risks, brother Situare. Yi Feng, I am an Astartes, now a Primaris Astartes. I can also fight for the Emperor, instead of staying by the recruit tanks every day. Yi Feng could clearly feel a surge of killing intent, a sharp scalpel seemed to be flying from an unexpected direction. Then, what about the situation here? Xiao Lan is here, Valis is here, even Anos and the Grand Librarian are here. What are you afraid of? Yi Feng pondered for a moment and agreed to the request. It wasn't that there wasn't a better plan, but he was very curious about what Situare, who rarely asked to go out, truly intended to do. Situare smiled subtly. I'm taking you on a tour of the Phalanx. The Phalanx is the monastery of the Imperial Fists chapter, a super fortress of the same caliber as our people's light worship. The Imperial Fists and their successor chapters hold the Blade Feast every 100 years, which may be delayed or brought forward. Each chapter selects a chapter champion to go and spar in martial arts, the non-lethal kind. Rogaldorn hoped to use this form to deepen the connections between the chapters, preventing them from becoming fragmented. The victor gains the right to designate the location of the next competition and also the right to safeguard the Blade of Dorn, a sacred relic. The previous champion was a rare one, a strong warrior from the Imperial Fists. Generally, the competition takes place near a recently concluded major war, but he set the venue on the Phalanx. After many years of repairs and renovations, the Phalanx finally returned to Terra's orbit, resuming its duty of guarding Terra. To commemorate this great moment, this Blade Feast was particularly grand, with many chapters participating. The newly repaired Eternal Mountain set off to rendezvous with Antoni's company of warriors. The Red Tide warriors, scattered like countless stars, began to gather. Some warriors serving in the Death Watch also converged on Yi Feng and his group under the guise of rebuilding the chapter, gradually assembling over 300 elite veterans. The Eternal Mountain regained its former liveliness. Most of the warriors had never seen Yi Feng, and they were very curious about this most ancient chapter master. The battle barge set off boisterously for Terra. Along the way, they naturally faced countless interrogations. This was the Eternal Mountain, and the Storm of Will chapter's warship hadn't been in records for a long time. Antoni's company of the Red Tide had not reported owning this warship. Our response to this was simple, it got lost and was only recently found. After 36 inspections, the Red Tide delegation finally arrived on Holy Terra 5 days before the honor ceremony. Yi Feng looked at the planet before him in shock. Magnificent, unimaginably magnificent hive cities. The seas on Terra had dried up. This world had no agriculture whatsoever, it was an absolute political planet, a hive city planet. The soil here was barren, and the atmosphere had long been polluted, becoming a planetary shell composed of exhaust fumes. Mountains were leveled, with only the Himalayas still towering over this world. Magnificent and endless hive city structures housed 100 trillion people. The entire planet was like an iron maze made of super high-rises tens of kilometers tall, not counting the hundreds of kilometers underground. The headquarters of numerous imperial institutions, the Imperial Palace, and the Skitarii were dotted across it. Beneath the Antarctic ice cap is the headquarters of the Inquisition. This cannot be considered a hive city, it is a region of hive cities. Countless ships came and went, pilgrims from across the galaxy/Milky Way, food shipments, important star systems, products from the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Imperial Palace could not be observed. We could only watch from afar, no ships were allowed to fly in space orbit above the Imperial Palace. When the Eternal Mountain arrived at its designated position, the warriors were guided to a fixed area. More than half of the northern hemisphere was the Imperial Palace. Astartes, who had made great contributions, originally had a slight chance to enter the Imperial Palace to meet the Emperor, but due to the trap set by Lady Yuden, this slight possibility also vanished. If nothing unexpected happened, the Eternity Gate would be the culmination of this ceremony. Perhaps a parade? Or a passionate speech by Guilliman, with their photos sent throughout the galaxy/Milky Way to boost troop morale. Yi Feng saw the most luxurious banquet here. He couldn't attend because his shield would make many high-ranking officials uncomfortable or even kill them. His first time on Terra, stuck in a room unable to move. Annoying. A less than Adeptus Mechanicus gunship was under attack. A clone of Belisarius Call was aboard this vessel. He used all his abilities but found he couldn't send any messages, the area seemed completely sealed off. Call was surprised. Such technology was rare, only the Necrons or relics from the Golden Age of humanity could achieve similar effects. Skitarii rushed through cabin after cabin, only to be torn apart one by one. The laser guns of the shield infantry were broken, their sturdy defensive shields shattered. Detectors were destroyed by beams of light before they even saw the enemy. Vanguard were annihilated by the beams of melta weapons, leaving only charred mechanical organs. Skitarii guardians, wielding arc mauls, struck at the approaching enemies. The glow of electricity illuminated the enemy's armor. Within the eight-pointed star, a hourglass-shaped emblem was inscribed with two skulls, ancient and sacred. Dreadwing. You weren't already. Bang! A huge body fell. The First Legion had no secrets. The Dark Angels fought their way into the core area. The grandest hall had all its defenses removed. In the center were only 12 heads, half mechanical, half human, with litanies to the Omnissiah carved around them. Cables and pipes crisscrossed, making it impossible even for the most experienced tech marine to know where to begin. Around them were circular rising platforms, each level equipped with powerful defensive turrets, now reduced to scrap metal. Black walls and black angels, there were secrets in the darkness. Electricity crackled, and different lights shone from the eyes of the 12 heads. Belisarius Call's voice emanated from the 12 heads, completely absorbed by the black walls. Only by standing in the middle of the circular platform could Call's reply be heard. Dark Angel's Dread Wing, one of the 6 wings, one of the 4 broken wings. Once deployed, they will completely annihilate the enemy, masterfully utilizing fear, possessing almost all relic technology, and commanding numerous tech marines, apothecaries, dreadnoughts, and a few librarians. Enough. An Astartes stepped out. He was a regular Astartes, all Dreadwing were regular Astartes, as they did not trust Call's Primaris technology. Several tech marines connected instrument cables to their mechanical backpacks, attempting to plunder Call's knowledge. Give up, no one can bypass my security measures, one head said, while the other 11 heads continuously chanted binary hymns to soothe the machine spirit, resisting the invasion of outsiders. We need your technology. You have no authorization. Heh, why don't you tell me why the Dreadwing still exists? The Dark Angels announced that the Dreadwing had been completely disbanded. You. Then you should realize that once you see us, you will never again have the chance to escape the embrace of death. The dimensional lock had completely sealed off the area, no existing Imperial technology could send messages out. The leader of the Dark Angels looked grim. The Tech Marines dismantled this clone of Call but did not obtain the information they wanted. The allure of the Armor of Fate was immense. A technology that could make a Primarch and stasis fields active again, when combined with the Ildari relic Crone swords, could bring a slumbering Primarch back into the world. Lionel Johnson, the Primarch slumbering in the rock fortress, also needed this technology. The Dark Angels did not care if attacking allies was loyal, like most ruthless Inquisitors, they would never shy away from necessary evil. If killing one person could protect 10, then they would kill, regardless of whether that person was innocent. They fought for the survival of humanity and would not care about individual losses, even if the number was astonishing. Destroy it. The entire Adeptus Mechanicus gunship was completely destroyed. The Tech Marines ensured that all useful materials on the warship were transferred, and then the stripped warship became a space hulk, beginning to drift. Chapter 240 Call's Technology. Why did Lionel Johnson enter a stasis field? This story goes back several hundred years. In the midst of chaos, someone wanted to ascend to become the 5th god. Yes, it was the same entity the Dark Mechanicum had been kowtowing to for 10,000 years. He sought Abaddon's cooperation to find many relic keys. Once assembled, these keys could be used to create a weapon capable of completely destroying the Imperium. By destroying the Imperium, Abaddon would achieve his desires, and he would also ascend to become the 5th god of chaos. Then, one of the keys was hidden in the rock fortress, which is the monastery of the First Legion's Dark Angels. Abaddon and the envoy of this 5th god engaged in a fierce battle. Subsequently, the other Chaos gods / the 4 gods certainly did not want this aspirant to become the 5th god, so they dispatched Daemon Princes to cause trouble. A chaotic battle ensued, which woke Lionel Johnson. We still do not know how Lionel Johnson survived the long years, only that upon his emergence this time, he had white hair, white sideburns, and a white beard, appearing aged but with undiminished combat prowess. From then on, the awakened Lionel Johnson drove out enemies and saved humanity from peril. The script sounds familiar. After some back and forth with Guilliman, Lionel Johnson led his army to battle. While fighting, they stumbled into the territory of a Necrons faction. As everyone knows, Necrons only awakened on a large scale in 41K, having slept underground before that. In the 30K era, when Lionel Johnson was alive, that area was the Emperor's sacred domain, Imperial territory. Lionel Johnson had only recently awakened, and his competitive spirit was rekindled. Guilliman, after awakening, fought the Indomitus Crusade and reclaimed a vast amount of Imperial territory. Could Lionel Johnson be any less capable than him? Although Lionel Johnson had achieved significant victories after awakening, the Imperium's perception of him was difficult to change immediately. A large portion of people still believed that Guilliman, who returned during the Imperium's most perilous time, was the one truly desired. I must do something Guilliman cannot. He personally led the charge, clashing with the Necrons Overlord. This Necrons Overlord was also a formidable character. I don't even listen to the Silent King's commands. In ancient times, after the Necrons slept, the Silent King tore up the command agreement. Is there anything in this world I fear? What was even more critical was that it was infected with the Flayer's virus. The Flayer's virus is a virus embedded in the Necrons' thought reversal process. It is difficult to get rid of, originating from ancient Necrons who, after defeating the Old Ones with the power of Star Gods, backstabbed and shattered the Star Gods. The Maynarch dynasty among the Necrons, taking advantage of a weakened Star God named Landagor, killed him. Yes, not shattered, but directly killed with excessive force. The reason was that he was a primary helper in the Necrons' mechanical ascension plan, and one of the culprits behind the Necrons losing their flesh. Before Landagor's death, he left a curse upon the Necrons, which was the Flayer's virus. Patients of this virus develop an uncontrollable craving for flesh and blood. They frantically kill living beings and then drape their flesh over themselves. Although this has absolutely no effect on them regaining their bodies, infected Necrons continue to do so. The Flayer's virus can spread through living metal, because even the smallest piece of living metal carries all the information of the parent body, allowing living metal to self-repair. This spread allowed the virus to gradually transmit from the Maynard dynasty's Necrons population to the Necrons dynasty currently present. The Overlord originally had many methods at his disposal and was in the midst of a battle of wits with the virus when Lionel Johnson arrived. As a small welcoming gift, a main cannon blast from the Dark Angel's Gloriana-class battleship Invincible Reason struck the Tomb-class warship where the Overlord was located. The carrier of the Flayer's virus seized the opportunity to infect the Overlord. Thus, two super fleets began to battle. Lionel Johnson clearly underestimated Necron's technology. His overconfidence placed the Invincible Reason in danger. The Astartes assault pods were destroyed by the enemy's powerful point defense cannons, preventing any of the Emperor's angels from landing on the enemy warship. Lionel Johnson would never accept his own failure. He clearly understood that war would always occur between humanity and the Xenos before him. Now, the fleet he led was perhaps one of the largest forces ever assembled by humanity. With his strongest form, what fear did he have of fighting them? The Invincible Reason collided with the enemy warship, Imperial Tradition, and using this impact, Lionel Johnson and the Astartes surged through the breach connecting the two ships, entering the Tomb-class warship. The Overlord, having just contracted the Flayer's virus, stepped out only to see a Gene-Sire, one of the strongest physical beings in the entire galaxy, charging at him. He immediately saw red and engaged Lionel Johnson in battle. Lionel Johnson consecutively shattered 4 of its clones, leading the Dark Angels to break through the Necron's blockade, preparing to detonate the entire warship. Each Overlord's mount is different, bearing their own style. The interior of this Overlord's warship was filled with blackstone, which activates anti-psychic energy. The Emperor cannot see. Lionel Johnson had already secured victory, but this dynasty was not entirely affected by the Flayer's virus. There were still Necron's lords whose minds were intact. Must I fight you in a duel? The Lord activated an emergency protocol. This protocol was very special, only unlocked when the mothership suffered catastrophic damage. The surviving high-ranking generals of this dynasty could use all internal weapons to resist invaders. A treacherous sneak attack came from a disintegration cannon, powered by a tiny shard of the Star God, ambushing Lionel Johnson. Lionel Johnson, struck by a blast, immediately collapsed. His entire body began to uncontrollably disintegrate, and an immense power of pure reality pulsed within him. Star Gods are beings of pure reality, their power to stabilize reality is far stronger than Blackstone, and even the old ones, relying on the warp, could not defeat them. Even if the Emperor were to intervene, it would take some time to remove this power of reality. Moreover, this was happening within an enemy warship filled with anti-psychic Blackstone. The Primarch Lionel Johnson's powerful physique continuously repaired his injuries, but the disintegrating force grew stronger and stronger. The Dark Angels panicked. The Chapter Master stepped forward to duel the Overlord, while the others quickly carried their father to retreat. The assault squad carried the Primarch away, and the warriors remaining on the Invincible Reason received the message. The point where the two warships connected was conveniently close to a stasis field. The Tech Marine wished he could dismantle the entire stasis field and deliver it directly to Lionel Johnson. In fact, he did just that. An ancient transport vehicle, carrying the stasis field and trailing long pipelines, entered the enemy warship. Lionel Johnson entered the stasis field within the anti-psychic Blackstone-filled area. After entering the field, he was moved back to the Invincible Reason. Even the Emperor had no solution. Guilliman had been in a stasis field for 10,000 years, and if he could have been saved earlier, he would have been. No son of the Dark Angels dared to gamble on a divine intervention, hoping the Emperor would bestow blessings upon awakening from the stasis field. So Lionel Johnson remained in the stasis field for a very, very long time. The Dark Angels naturally thought of Khal's armor of fate, which could make a person in a stasis field move. After this fleet exhausted all its efforts to destroy the Necron's base on this planet, and the Overlord warp jumped away, at least the Dark Angels believed they had destroyed this Overlord. They sought Belisarius Khal, asking about the manufacturing method for the armor of fate. Khal's reply was that the material was too precious, and it was impossible to make a second one. He also informed the Dark Angels of a completely unheard-of material. Regardless of whether this material was fabricated by Khal, the Dark Angels had multiple approaches. On one hand, they tried to find the material according to Khal's instructions. On the other hand, they suspected Khal was not telling the truth, so they began to acquire Khal's memories at all costs. As for the last direction, they naturally resented Guilliman. He sat high as regent, while their father, as Lord Protector, went out to fight. The radical faction of the Dark Angels believed, we absolutely must find a way to strip Guilliman's armor of fate off him and put it on our father. Thus, the relationship between the Dark Angels and Guilliman's faction deteriorated, subtly hinting at another the Great Heresy. Fortunately, chaos could not corrupt these devout Emperor's angels, and with another instance of leaderless chaos, any lower-ranking Dark Angel who became corrupted would immediately be eliminated by others, preventing a rebellion from erupting. The turning point in this matter came from another Dark Angel, Cypher. Upon seeing his father fall again, Cypher took the lion sword and fled. His response to this was, "What right do you have to question me? I am the eldest. My father is absent, so I am the guardian of the Holy Sword." This internal strife among the Dark Angels brought them back to reason. The Imperium returned to the days without Lionel Johnson, relying on Guilliman's arduous efforts. At this time, Guilliman was naturally preparing for the honor ceremony and Lady Uden's trap. He dispatched some observers to keep an eye on the chapters that had traveled a long distance. Terra's security issues had to be handled properly. Simultaneously, the Officio Assassin Orm also sent some people to monitor the chapter representatives. It wasn't just the 10th chapter, all chapters that participated in the Arizith campaign and were still active sent representatives. All psychic eavesdropping devices were damaged after Yi Feng circled around. When secret discussions were needed, they would wear power armor and use communication channels, ensuring security. Don't ask, if you ask, it's for rehearsing a grand parade. In the small room, representatives from the 10th chapter had all come to meet. Meeting Yi Feng, the true chapter master of the 10th chapter, the not-so-spacious room was filled with tall Primaris warriors. They respectfully looked at Yi Feng, who was carrying a shield, awaiting his first words. Gentlemen, the Imperium has granted us a chapter home world. This is their recognition of our valiant fighting. We have 100 years to recover our combat strength. During this period, we only need to guard the neighboring worlds. Now, we need a development plan. Do any of you have any opinions? Please share them. One warrior looked around, smiled, and said, Chapter Master, we are all your people. We will listen to you. No, brothers, Yi Feng's gaze swept over each of his brothers, from now on, you must stand on your own. I hope you become more decisive, more resolute, and more, Yi Feng paused, seemingly searching for a suitable word, but ultimately uttered, more like a chapter master. Silence fell upon them. Don't think this burden is too heavy, brothers. There's a saying where I come from, to act without acting. The first act means for the sake of. Don't constantly strive with the goal of being a good chapter master. Brothers, the Emperor didn't become the Emperor because he wanted to protect humanity, and after crushing the enemy's scheme step by step, he eventually became the Emperor. The second act is about development, self-cultivation, and making a difference, moving forward with your feet on the ground. We all know the goal is to unite and liberate the entire galaxy, but the path must be walked one step at a time. Focus on taking each step firmly. When you look back, you'll find that you've already gone further than those who were obsessed with traveling 1,000 miles. Yi Feng took off his light green chain sword and placed it on his lap. This sword was passed down to me by my old chapter master, Daika. He was excellent. I never thought of becoming a good chapter master like him, but now, looking back, I have accomplished things that no previous chapter master of my Green Templars chapter has ever done. Do well in every moment, brother. If you want to win a long-distance race, don't hold the obsession of winning in your heart. Focus on taking each step, enjoy the strengthening it brings to your muscles, do well in every breath, every heartbeat. Now, we must take another step forward, an important step. Yi Feng looked around. I want to hear your plans for the development of the 10th chapter. Speak freely. With that said, the others could no longer remain silent. Based on the location of our chapter homeworld, some suggested transforming the entire Calixis sector into an impenetrable fortress, completely eradicating the curse there, and making it our backyard. Some suggested resting and recuperating, vigorously developing the chapter homeworld's economy, and turning the 10 chapter homeworlds into core worlds that would continuously supply resources to the chapter. Some suggested radiating outwards from the 10 chapter homeworlds along the warp routes, exchanging resources, and establishing fortresses at intermediate points along multiple warp routes for rapid support. This clandestine meeting was later known as the Secret Council of the 10 Generals. Guillemon is currently discussing with Call whether to hold a grand exhibition of new equipment. His own sons were fine, but the other Gene Sire's sons needed to be kept in check. Having just achieved great merits, they needed their sharp edges dulled to demonstrate the might of Terra, and to ensure they harbored no rebellious thoughts. Then, Guillemon would smoothly integrate the new equipment into these chapters' supply lines, gaining immense popularity. What are those weapons you hold? Look at what I've just created, it can easily blow you up. Impressive, isn't it? If it is, I'll give it to you. Don't worry, follow me, and you'll live the good life. That was roughly the gist of it. Call obeyed the regent's decision and invited the warriors from these chapters to an experimental field located beneath the dried Pacific Ocean. Every inch of Terra is precious, and the hive cities are dug deeper and deeper. Below that, it gets too close to the core and is too hot for human habitation, which is why a spherical experimental field was made for Call. Below was a circular platform for the testing area, and above was a circle of spectator stands. If Call wished, it could be converted into an arena like those on Nuceria at any time. The underground corridors were wide and bright, everything on Terra was of the highest quality. They were actually walking along a cargo thoroughfare. Yi Feng slowly advanced with the procession. Around him were genuine powerhouses from various chapters. Some reclusive chapters also accepted this invitation to observe. Getting new equipment was worth enduring a little inconvenience. The Astartes entered the venue one after another, taking their seats in the cleverly divided designated areas. Guillemon understood these fellows too well, they might even fight over who sat where. Some arrogant warriors from certain chapters were already complaining that killing the Emperor's enemies was urgent, and such ceremonies were a waste of their time. Loudly, very loudly, specifically for the organizers to hear. The various chapters eyed each other, conversing in their helmets. Guillemon had required all warriors to wear power armor to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Regarding the Red Tide, some also commented. The entire chapter wore standard issue armor, without any markings or decorations, looking exactly like a newly formed chapter. Well, it had only been 200 years, what achievements could it have? The words were spoken very softly, but Situare immediately stood up and shouted at the arrogant troublemaker. I am a son of Dorn, who is your father? You, a son of Dorn? I am Campbell Crawford, champion of the Crimson Fists. That notoriously bad-tempered powerhouse only respected those he could defeat. The other Crimson Fists showed no intention of restraining him, an old chapter was just that formidable. That makes it simple. I am Situare, the last of the Storm of Will chapter. By the name of Storm of Will, I entrust the Red Tide chapter to represent my chapter in the Blade Feast. We shall meet in the arena. Situare finished speaking and sat down, not even glancing at Crawford again. A firm attitude was always welcomed by the Astartes, and many chapters cast curious glances at the Red Tide. An unknown challenger, failure is inevitable. Crawford chuckled lightly. Storm of Will, how long had it been since they participated in the grand event? Interesting. At this moment, Yi Feng was bewildered. What? How did it become a grand event? How did it turn into a fight? Wasn't I here to trick, to receive the supplies from the regent? Situare, what's going on? Why is there an arena fight? Yi Feng whispered. It's nothing, a grand event for us Sons of Dorn, a chapter champion challenge. The first place gets some rewards, it's a tradition. Oh. A martial arts gathering, you should have said so earlier. I would have brought Kazanov to compete for the championship or at least a top few. Hey, what place do you think I could get? Situare repeated, Son of Dorn. Then who are we sending? William is missing again. Situare silently turned his head, then tapped Yi Feng's tactical helmet and pointed to himself. You're going personally. You're not even the chapter champion. So you're saying you are? So you came here personally just to fight, is that it? Do you want to visit the phalanx? I @number asterisk, want to, very much, extremely much. Then behave and pretend to be a son of Dorn, and follow me when the time comes. And don't take things randomly. Yi Feng pouted. Was he that kind of person? He just took the fruit that was served to him at a meeting, pocketed a small trinket from the Adeptus Mechanicus, and ate a few tons of food from a planetary governor at a banquet. Was it necessary to give him such special attention? This small interlude did not affect the final ceremony. Once all the Emperor's angels were seated, Belisarius Caul's massive form appeared on the high platform. He was now several adult men tall, almost completely mechanized, his enormous body having entirely abandoned bipedal locomotion in favor of multiple spider-like auxiliary legs. Beneath his black robes, astonishing knowledge and powerful weapons were hidden, making him resemble a super tank. A moment later, Guilliman entered. The Primarch's stature was imposing, his golden hair paired with a resolute face, sketching the image of a monarch concerned for his nation and people. With the added prominence of the armor of fate, he appeared even more majestic and solemn. His hand of dominion rested gently on the platform's railing, like the opening of that impassioned speech on Macridge back then, inspiring not the slightest thought of disrespect. Everyone looked towards the regent, including Yi Feng. Guilliman glanced around, his eyes meeting Yi Feng's for a fleeting moment before moving on. The hall was silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The regent's voice boomed as he introduced Caul, the world-renowned Adeptus Mechanicus heretic. The traditional, uninteresting opening remarks were omitted, the focus of this event was the weaponry Caul had created. Now, everyone, please direct your gaze to the center of the arena. In the circular arena below, a shimmering silver metal plate slowly descended, and a black cube gradually emerged in the exact center of the arena. When the metal plate stopped moving 13 seconds later, a red light flashed from the cube. It began to subtly transform, with slender mechanical legs constantly extending and combining, ultimately forming a war automaton. With a traditional bolter and metal armor plating, it held an Astartes boarding shield in its hand, looking distinctly like a low-spec Emperor's angels. Gentlemen, behold. Belisarius Caul pulled a gun from his black robes. It was slightly larger than a bolter, entirely black, and generally cylindrical, with multiple small, perforated cylinders mounted on top. At first glance, it resembled a stalker pattern plasma pistol. The robot below stood up and began to move quickly, walking around the circular platform according to its predetermined program. Caul pulled the trigger. The first cylinder on the gun lit up, and a stream of particles was emitted, spreading rapidly and instantly enveloping the robot below. The representative of the Salamanders chapter already recognized it, an ancient and sacred grav gun. The target, enveloped by the particle stream, instantly slowed its movement. The surrounding air rumbled, caused by the air resonance from the fluctuations of gravity waves. Gentlemen, this is a grav gun. I have lightened the target's gravity, making it difficult to move. Of course, it also has another function. Caul flicked a dial and fired another shot at the target. The second cylinder on the gun lit up, and the particle stream emanating from the grav gun became heavy and viscous. The poor robot below groaned all over, it was being crushed by its own gravity. The storm shield in its hand showed slight deformation, and the bolter shattered. Gentlemen, I have restored it. As soon as Caul's words fell, the robot completely collapsed, crushed into a metal disc by its own gravity. Chapter 241 Round Competition. The rumbling in the air was not alone, the sound of Astartes' power armor clashing echoed across the wide auditorium. Even the Salamander's Tech Marine took the lead in applauding, Archmagos Caul had made an incredible invention. At the bottom of the arena, upon closer inspection, the particles fired by the graviton gun did not distort the metal floor but acted directly on the target. Belisarius Caul had solved the common problem of the graviton gun's overly large kill radius, a historic breakthrough. A metal plate, floating 3 inches above the ground, crashed down, various colors of metal mixed together, spread into an irregular omniscia painting. Caul turned off the graviton gun, 2 small cylindrical lights on it remained unlit. Gentlemen, this is my latest creation, the graviton gun. Some of you, perhaps warriors from ancient chapters, may be familiar with this weapon. Unfortunately, this one is not quite like the one in your memories. Due to technical reasons, it is larger and heavier, but it does have some improvements, such as these. Call pointed to the small cylindrical lights on the large gun. You can think of these as ammunition capacity, each small cylinder represents 1 round of ammunition. When the light on this small cylinder extinguishes, it means it is fully charged. The weapon's gravity control range is not as good as the most ancient relics, but its accuracy has improved. At this moment, the damaged boarding shield finally fell to the ground with a clang, its small force field generator broken, and a wisp of black smoke emerged from the torn metal rift. Call's voice perfectly coincided with the sound of the shield falling. The advantage of my creation is that it is more powerful than conventional graviton guns. Not only can it bypass enemy defenses and strike directly at their bodies, but it also has an efficiency exceeding 60% in damaging shield generators or other similar machinery. It's hard to say if Call did it on purpose, but this guy really showed off. The Astartes present had already started communicating in their comms channels. Even with the Emperor's angels still sitting calmly in the stands, Call could feel a fervent excitement rising all around. Guilliman was very pleased with this effect. Gentlemen, the production line has been established. The materials are rare and the craftsmanship complex. Fortunately, we have the great Regent Guilliman, and with his coordination and that of the logistics department, precious resources are being transformed into powerful weapons. With the support of the great Imperium of Man, we are now capable of mass-producing this improved graviton gun. As soon as Call finished speaking, he slowly retreated a few meters. Guilliman stepped forward, taking over the conversation, his booming voice echoing throughout the spherical arena. And you, Astartes battle brothers present, your chapters will be among the first units to be equipped with graviton guns. You have spoken of your loyalty with blood, and granted death to your enemies with warblades. You are the Emperor's most loyal warriors. Now, with new weapons, break out and strike a heavy blow against the Emperor's enemies. With that, Guilliman roared to the heavens, for the Emperor. All the Astartes present were deeply inspired, including Yi Feng, who was constantly observing Guilliman and Call. Situware, don't you think Guilliman and Call don't seem to be paying attention to us? Yi Feng quietly asked Situware. Does that matter? What is he looking at? Not us. Yi Feng followed Guilliman's gaze. It was directed at an empty space above the spectator stands, only a grey wall. Guilliman noticed Yi Feng's gaze. While everyone else was looking at him and the destruction caused by the graviton gun, Yi Feng's gaze was out of place, especially looking in that direction. But then, Guilliman saw the shield on Yi Feng's back and felt relieved. The red-tide Primaris warrior was not Chaos, nor could he be Alpha. At this moment, Lady Yuden stood in the position Guilliman was looking at, smiling as she watched her children. The grey wall was actually a one-way mirror. Lady Yuden could see outside, but those outside could not see in. She also saw Yi Feng, who seemed to be staring at her, and found it amusing, a quick-witted fellow. The hidden victor was a bit bored. Those scumbags didn't have the guts to come to Holy Terra, even though this place was far from the Imperial Palace. Perhaps the next trap could be set a bit further away, such as on Moon, or on the Phalanx, which had just returned to Terra's orbit. Guilliman immediately promised that the first batch of graviton guns would be delivered within 10 years, a speed almost unbelievable for the Imperium. Amidst the praises of the various chapters, Guilliman turned gracefully and left, rejoining Lady Yuden to continue dealing with the endless affairs of the Imperium. However, the Astartes present had no intention of leaving. Archmagos Belisarius Call, may we use your testing ground for a simple contest? The language was polite, but the tone was not. A Nemesis chapter warrior shouted to the Archmagos on the platform. This was a Ultramarine's successor chapter established during the Second Founding, a wealthy chapter that owned a Gloriana-class battleship, which was seized from the word-bearers. When they spoke, many chapters responded. As you wish, Astartes battle brothers, this place is yours. Call decisively agreed to the Astartes actions. His time was precious and not worth spending on watching Astartes spar. The cameras in the arena would record these events. The Nemesis chapter champion who spoke was the first to jump into the arena, awaiting challengers. Return to that small room to wait for the honor ceremony to begin? Or wander around talking to a bunch of mortal executives? That's not what a chapter champion should do. Some chapters left, those with fervent faith went to chapels or other more sacred places to pray, while others were gloomy and reclusive chapters, refusing to interact with other chapters. Moments later, the spectator stands were mostly filled with eager chapter champions and their supervisors, as well as a dozen neatly arranged phalanxes. Most notably were the 10 chapters from the Red Tide, sitting together. No one left, no one spoke or provoked, as if they were collectively watching a movie. If Yi Feng didn't leave, who else dared to? Several other chapters, which had a tradition of observing powerful warriors compete, also stayed, though not as neatly arranged, scattered around, each finding a good vantage point. Crawford, the Crimson Fists chapter champion, also left. The Sons of Dorn had their own competitions. The minor skirmishes before him didn't interest him, and more importantly, the person who did interest him hadn't arrived. A firstborn of the Thunder Knights chapter jumped into the arena and began dueling his opponent. They fought with unactivated power swords, and the spherical arena was filled with the sound of combat blades clashing. Situware tilted his head slightly. Yi Feng, do you want to go down and fight? You haven't fought other Primaris warriors in a long time. That makes sense, but, my opponents are firstborn who have served for countless years, Yi Feng gestured to the surrounding 10 chapters. If I lose, it won't look good. If I win, it'll be even more troublesome. Only the strong can control the situation, brother Yi Feng. Astartes revere the strong. Below, the situation gradually evolved into multiple skirmishes, with several pairs of chapter champions each occupying a corner, tacitly avoiding each other's areas. After Situer finished speaking, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. You're the one, my dearest black uncle. The Salamander's chapter champion had just entered the arena. The 3-meter-tall giant, carrying a large hammer, landed with a thud. Yi Feng, with the white scar's characteristic extreme speed, landed in front of him. The Salamanders, strong but slow to react, and from a founding chapter, were a good match. With the white scar's reaction speed, the fight could be back and forth. Other successor warriors didn't seem too eager to fight this big guy. Everyone was clashing with unactivated power swords. Power armor could take a few hits. But this brother's big hammer, even without an active disassembler field, one hit would be tough. Salamander's chapter, Champion Pawns Isaac. Crimson Torrent chapter, Lin Xiu Hao. Isaac, not wearing a helmet, looked directly at Yi Feng and gestured to the red-armored warrior wearing a helmet before him. I once swore an oath to the Emperor to always carry this shield and always wear my helmet when in power armor. Isaac smiled kindly, then swung his large hammer towards Yi Feng. His eyes conveyed one message: don't blame me if it breaks. The two 3-meter-tall giants began to fight, naturally attracting a lot of attention. Warriors of this height are rare among Primaris warriors, touching the lower limit of Custode's physique, and they inevitably possess extremely explosive strength. Yi Feng unclipped the golden power sword from his belt, stepped back, raised his sword, and parried with a collapsing sword block. The great hammer was powerful and heavy, coming with fierce momentum. As soon as it touched the chain sword, it made Yi Feng's tiger's mouth ache. Yi Feng gritted his teeth, twisted the blade with the momentum, slid along the side of the great hammer, and used the force to drift back, creating distance. Yi Feng retreated 3 steps, spun his long sword once, and thrust straight at Isaac's chest with an immortal points the way move. The great hammer had no good defense against a thrust. Coupled with the Salamander's inherent slow reaction, his opponent had to raise the hammer handle with both hands to parry, attempting to push the thrusting long sword upwards with brute force. The power sword appeared incredibly sharp, but in reality, all were feints. Yi Feng continuously jabbed, and when the Salamanders reacted, he withdrew his sword and changed his move, intending to use the disadvantage of his opponent's heavier weapon to wear down his stamina. Isaac shifted from defense to offense. As Yi Feng thrust his sword, he leaned forward, letting his power sword make contact with the great hammer first. As Yi Feng withdrew his sword, Isaac pressed forward, savagely knocking Yi Feng aside. Yi Feng stumbled, retreating 3 steps. The Salamander's champion pursued for 1 step, then stopped, steadying himself to create space for swinging his great hammer. The red power greave heavily struck the ground. As soon as Yi Feng regained his balance, he saw a hammer whistling down towards his head. Faster than words could describe, there was no time to swing the golden power sword. Yi Feng sank down, positioned himself, turned the blade towards himself, gripped the hilt with a reverse grip, and, in a punching stance, struck along the hammer handle onto Isaac's fingers. However, his opponent's strength was beyond imagination. This Salamander's warrior could still easily swing the power hammer with one hand. Brother Yi Feng's forward lunge prevented him from being struck by the hammerhead, only the handle hit his shoulder. Even so, Brother Yi Feng's body shifted 3 jong away, his legs lightly touching the ground like a dragonfly on water, briefly engaging and disengaging his mag locks to decelerate, once again widening the distance from his opponent. Isaac was quite pleased with his opponent. His melee speed was fast, but due to the heavy anti-psyker shield on his back, his long-distance running speed wasn't impressive. He was adept at using the great hammer's power for mid-range movement. A harsh scraping sound echoed on the metal floor as Brother Yi Feng stopped, raised his power sword, and attacked again. With his shield, he was heavier than Isaac, which meant his charge carried more force than Isaac's. The green-armored champion slightly bent his legs, his waist and stance unified as he exerted force with both arms. He had never feared anyone in a test of strength. Seeing Brother Yi Feng's speed already built up, the powerful inertia would limit Brother Yi Feng's retreat, ensuring a head-on clash. Isaac once again raised his great hammer. A flash of red rapidly approached the green figure. The gale force winds unleashed by the descending hammer were already picked up by the warrior's helmet filters. In a blink of an eye, Brother Yi Feng suddenly took a huge stride, appearing to the audience as if he was about to do a split. The great hammer crashed down, striking the metal corner of the untouchable shield. Brother Yi Feng lost his balance, his body swaying, but his golden power sword delivered a Daoist whisk strike, aiming at Isaac's lower body. The kind Salamander's was a split second slow, seemingly pondering whether this hammer blow would kill Brother Yi Feng. By the time he reacted, the sword light was already nearing his thigh. He managed to twist his body, and the golden power sword fiercely struck the center of the combat knife strapped to his thigh. His left leg lost balance and he was about to fall, but Isaac let out a low roar, his muscle coils suddenly tensing, forcing himself to stand firm with his robust muscles. Brother Yi Feng's charge speed didn't diminish. He landed on one knee, letting the shield contact the ground to cushion the hammer blow and simultaneously brake, his body sliding forward. When his speed reduced to a certain extent, he activated the mag lock on his front leg, using the momentum to spin around, swinging his power sword in a huge circle, delivering a fierce great dragon swing's tail sword strike towards the Salamanders. The great hammer and the power sword collided. This was the first head-on clash of their weapons. Brother Yi Feng, using the massive circular swing, unleashed a force equal to the hammer's strike. As sword and hammer intertwined, Isaac felt a huge force assault him, his muscles tensing into a state of rigidity. Brother Yifeng, however, was quite decisive, letting go of his right hand. The golden power sword spun and flew outwards. Brother Yifeng abandoned his combat blade, no longer bearing the subsequent recoil. Seizing the enemy's rigidity, our chapter master launched a fierce offensive, spinning in place for a backhand strike, his left fist aiming for Isaac's head. After releasing his combat blade, his right hand immediately began to charge for the next punch. Isaac was surprised to find his great hammer stuck in the protrusion, bone, of the untouchable skeletal shield, being pulled aside by Brother Yifeng's rotation, while a fist the size of a sandbag shot towards his head. "I'm not wearing a helmet." In desperation, the Salamander's chapter champion took a step back, moving out of Brother Yifeng's punch range. From then on, it was unstoppable. Brother Yifeng pressed close, giving him no room to swing his great hammer, staying tight against his body, his right hand charged and delivering another punch. Planting his feet firmly, his left hand, which had swung empty, changed from a fist to a palm, pushing down on the hammer handle, single-handedly pinning Isaac's weapon, forcing Isaac to abandon his weapon as well and engage Brother Yifeng in hand-to-hand combat. Isaac reacted 0.01 seconds later, holding the hammer with one hand, freeing up the other to strike Brother Yifeng's waist, causing Brother Yifeng's punch to miss and land on his shoulder plate. With terrifying strength, he single-handedly broke free from Brother Yifeng's left hand's suppression. This was Brother Yifeng's original arm after all. Brother Yifeng, at a disadvantage in terms of strength, did not choose to pull back again. Instead, he pressed close to Isaac, armor to armor, his left hand reaching for the combat knife on his thigh, while his right hand parried the opponent's fist, blocking his right hand's actions. The Salamander's chapter champion was surprised to find that, swinging his hammer with one hand, he couldn't seem to hit Brother Yifeng. They were too close, swinging like that would only hit the shield on Brother Yifeng's back. Who was Isaac? A warrior with vast combat experience. He immediately let go of the hammer, grabbing Brother Yifeng's left arm, which had just drawn the dagger. His other hand also gripped Brother Yifeng's arm. He sank his chi to his dantian, activated all his muscle groups, and with a twist of his waist, threw Brother Yifeng with a shoulder throw. At this point in the battle, neither side had gained the upper hand. Both men regained their footing and, with an unspoken understanding, went to retrieve their weapons. "What kind of oath compels such a powerful warrior as you to always bear a shield?" Isaac finally spoke. He was very curious. The warrior before him was unknown, but certainly not weak. "My chapter once faced near extinction due to a demonic invasion. If this shield had been present then, so many battle brothers would not have bravely sacrificed themselves." Brother Yifeng's words carried a slight breathlessness. Beneath his helmet, no one saw his true face. The son of Jagatai Khan twirled his power sword. "I cannot tarnish my father's reputation as the foremost swordsman. I have sworn an oath, for this life, I shall forever bear this relic shield. In battle, I shall be the first to engage demons, until death." Brother Yifeng, adept at fabricating stories without blushing, declared before wielding his combat blade and charging towards Isaac. Direct strikes, dodges, counter-attacks. The two exchanged blows for dozens more rounds. Brother Yifeng was now holding his sword with his left hand, the tiger's mouth of his right hand already split, and his arm numb. The Salamander's chapter champion was no better. His body bore numerous scratches, though they only scraped off the paint, revealing the underlying color of his power armor, still indirectly recording the number of times he had been hit. The sons of Fukin's blood boiled, and he breathed in deep gulps, the air creating a low pressure locally, producing a whooshing sound. A hammer blow missed. The rapidly moving Brother Yifeng leaped up, performing a golden goose soars, followed by moon gaze, turning to stab at Isaac's eyes. His opponent, using the hammer to propel himself with a savage finesse, threw himself away, dodging Brother Yifeng's attack while in a state of rigidity. The great hammer landed, and Brother Yifeng seized the opening, throwing his combat knife, then swiftly advancing. The dagger, swift as a meteor, accurately aimed for Isaac's hammer-wielding hand. Forced to, he opened his palm and used the hammer handle to block the thrown knife. By the time he regripped the great hammer, Brother Yifeng had already closed the distance, stepping on the hammerhead lying on the ground. The power sword pressed the attack, seemingly about to win the match. Isaac's right hand changed from lifting to pulling, using the hammer Brother Yifeng was stepping on as a pivot. With the immense strength of his single arm, he pulled himself towards Brother Yifeng, sinking his body slightly, tucking his head between his shoulder plates, and side-checked the leaping Brother Yifeng. After the collision, the Salamander's chapter champion looked up again. Brother Yifeng, flying through the air, made a gesture, loosening two fingers on his sword-wielding hand. "It's over," Isaac said. Brother Yifeng's gesture indicated, "If I let go now, the long sword will fly out and pierce your head." Strictly speaking, this battle was not a victory for Brother Yifeng. If the power hammer had been activated, Brother Yifeng might not have been able to withstand Isaac's attacks. Of course, an activated power sword could also have severed the combat knife in Isaac's thigh. "A magnificent match," Brother Yifeng said. "May the friendship between our chapters last forever. You are a powerful warrior, and I respect your oath and your strength." Brother Yifeng earned Isaac's respect, of course, in the name of Lin Ziuhao. Brother Yifeng, relying on the White Scar's talent, bullied this 700-year-old Salamander's veteran and secretly rejoiced that it ended early. If it had dragged on until he was exhausted, the White Scar's stamina is not considered strong, his chances of winning would have been slim. The two shook hands, and applause erupted in the distance. Brother Yifeng was too embarrassed to look directly at Isaac. It was his own people applauding, it felt truly awkward. Isaac didn't know, believing the applause was for their excellent battle. He smiled kindly at Brother Yifeng. May the Emperor protect you, Brother Lin Ziyu Hao. The Emperor protects. Over the next Terra Day, several warriors entered the arena. The chapter master of the 10th chapter also fought a round, which didn't look very good. The opponent was, after all, a champion from an older chapter, it was less a duel and more a lesson. After the competition, Brother Yifeng engaged in professional discussions with the Salamanders chapter regarding the ordering of master-crafted power swords, commissioning a batch of power swords from the Salamanders Forge Master. Addendum, Brother Yifeng's request to visit the Forge World was politely declined because it contained some psychic constructs unsuitable for Brother Yifeng's proximity. Beneath the Antarctic ice, the current Grand Master of the Officio Assassin Orm stood solemnly on a high platform. Before him was a relic, marking all important targets of the Officio Assassin Orm and their last known locations. An infiltrator came to report on the movements of Brother Yifeng and his companions. The leaders of the 10 chapters entered the room of a normal Primaris warrior carrying an anti-psyker shield, emerging approximately 2 Terra hours later. No information could be intercepted. The Officio Assassin Orm once Malkador's personal faction, a department he tried to conceal from the Emperor, a secret department specializing in dirty and clandestine work. The Assassin Grand Master whispered, the Regent assures us that he has observed those warriors, and they are loyal. I do not trust him, but I will obey his command and cease monitoring those monks. You also need not continue surveillance, proceed to accept mission EIA 103. The infiltrator vanished in a flash. The Assassin Grand Master looked up at the towering statue of Phagis, clenching his fists tightly. No one can cause trouble on Terra. The Custode's words about being ready to repel enemy attacks will never come to pass. We will strangle threats beyond Terra. Chapter 242 Go to the Mountain Array. Anthony was awakened. Before entering stasis, he was on the chapter homeworld, and now he had arrived at Terra. The stasis field enveloping him on the Eternal Mountain was transferred to the Imperium's highest spec mobile transport vessel, then arrived at Terra's honor ceremony preparation facility. A Archmagos of the Adeptus Mechanicus and a Tech Marine would jointly awaken him. This was an awakening ceremony of the highest standard, hardly any dreadnoughts failed to awaken during such a ritual. An Emperor's statue gazed upon the dreadnought's location, surrounded by meticulously crafted instruments blessed for millennia. Their machine spirits were powerful and loyal, and even the floor beneath was made of blessed sacred steel inscribed with numerous runes. Wreaths of sacred incense smoke enveloped the cast iron dreadnought. 10 Adeptus Mechanicus personnel chanted the litanies of the Omnissiah in unison, as an exquisite bionic arm from Mars slowly lowered Anthony's sarcophagus into the dreadnought's body. The Archmagos of the Adeptus Mechanicus began to recite his titles, each of the long list of past honors so glorious. However, he had not finished reciting, unable to utter the phrase, Archmagos of the Martian Mechanicum, I summon your return. When Anthony had already awakened, Anthony saw an Adeptus Mechanicus personnel he didn't recognize standing in front of his face and instinctively punched him. The massive plasma annihilator smashed into the face of the Adeptus Mechanicus Archmagos. This Archmagos, who had blessed countless unruly machine spirits, was prepared, a deflector plate blocked his face, twisting and deforming, barely holding on, preventing him from being knocked off his feet. The sergeant quickly said, Anthony, it's us. Anthony removed his weapon, looked around, and his mood instantly improved. Brother, what big warship did we steal this time? Brother. Anthony, this is Terra, the awakening ceremony on Terra. It's time for the honor ceremony. The Tech Marine quickly spoke, fearing that any more secrets would be revealed. Upon learning that these clearly valuable sacred devices were not his own, Anthony's mood soured instantly. The Archmagos of the Adeptus Mechanicus keenly detected the dreadnought's anomaly and was about to explain how honorable it was to participate in this ceremony when the Tech Marine added from behind, the Imperium is issuing supplies. Call brought out the grav guns, and our chapter will be prioritized for equipping them. Hearing this, Anthony strode forward. Let's go, to the parade. The Adeptus Mechanicus personnel exchanged glances, then packed up their things, letting them handle the coaxing themselves. Just as he reached the doorway, Anthony braked, stopping at the threshold. Tech Marine, who is the chapter master now? Ah, the chapter master himself has come. Just follow the Grand Avenue straight into the hall and you'll see him. I asked, who is the chapter master? Well, this, Situare has arrived. Anthony realized. Good heavens, how long had it been since he saw Situare and Yifeng? His 2 short legs went thump 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 as he ran out. Adeptus Mechanicus personnel, see no evil, hear no evil. The hall doors were open, and Anthony immediately saw the tall warrior with a shield on his back, laughing happily. Situare had removed his apothecary gear and was wearing regular power armor. Anthony didn't see him at first and charged towards Yifeng like a wild boar. The surrounding warriors were startled, and crucially, there were battle brothers from other chapters. They thought the dreadnought had gone mad, and the hall instantly cleared, with several chapters forming various distinctive defensive formations. Anthony, mind your image. Anthony was running, enduring immense pain, when Yifeng's words hit him like cold water, instantly calming him down. Everyone, I am Anthony, the former chapter master of the Crimson Torrent. Do not panic. I was awakened to participate in the ceremony. The warriors in this section gradually calmed down. Of course, the first to step forward were the benevolent salamanders. The leader this time was one of the dozens of warriors who survived the battle. He greeted Anthony kindly, very happy to see an old acquaintance still alive. With the salamanders leading the way, the other chapters also quieted down and returned to their original positions. The Imperium did not care about such small matters. They only needed to tell these warriors the specific intricacies of the parade ceremony once, and they would execute it perfectly. The Astartes were that reassuring. Anthony was one of the commanders of that battle and had to participate in the ceremony. He was also one of the 3 awakened dreadnoughts. The others were not disturbed. The parade procession would begin on 3 main streets, led by 3 dreadnoughts, marching forward until they reached a crossroads on a main street. The 3 columns would converge and proceed along a predetermined route to the base of Rogaldorn's colossal statue, followed by Guilliman's speech, and finally return. At the same time, hero statues would continuously be erected in the places they passed. In 11 millennia, there had already been too many such statues, but the imperial soldiers would still use them as a goal to fight for. The size of statues made for victories of this caliber was strictly regulated, roughly, the size of Rogaldorn's statue's foot. Each chapter participating in the parade only sent 20 individuals. Although Yifeng had assembled an army of over 300, that was to protect the black stone material given by the regent. Anthony was a bit nervous. Walking in front of Yifeng felt really awkward. He turned his head, and Yifeng was gone. Because his shield made him stand out, he was assigned to the personnel driving the land raiders, positioned behind the infantry formation. Tank cannons pushing Situare forward. Soon, the so-called honor ceremony began, and the warriors witnessed the most unforgettable sight of their lives. The skyscrapers of the Hive City were packed with crowds who had come to watch. The Imperium had once again achieved a great victory. In this martial Imperium, those who toiled day in and day out at unchanging tasks had been granted special permission to witness the Emperor's angels, a sight mortals would rarely see in their lives. Not quite accurate. Generally speaking, if mortals saw them, their lives would be over. The land raider's engine rumbled. The machine spirit seemed not to like Yifeng, who was carrying a shield, and drove forward resentfully. Yifeng sat in the CO driver's seat, idly planning what to borrow from the phalanx. This time, they couldn't enter the imperial palace to see the emperor, but they did see a custodian, invited by Guilliman. Through the land raider's small observation window, Yifeng gazed at the golden custodian on the high platform. The war armor made of ormite was so powerful, shimmering as it refracted the light. He carried no weapons, but there was no doubt he could defeat a squad of Astartes with his bare hands. Every custodian was a masterpiece among masterpieces. They had no gene sire, not even a fixed bio-enhancement process, each was a custom-made ascension, the Emperor's pre-visualization of humanity's ascension, the form humanity would take in his dreams. Guilliman spoke a great deal of inspiring words at a mortal's pace. It seemed to be a script given to him by a war apostle, full of sentiments like Holy Emperor bless everyone and fight bravely against the enemy. This was not to entertain the Astartes, this video would be broadcast across the entire galaxy, reaching an even wider audience than the Angels of Dawn's loudspeakers. The Crimson Torrent officially became a well-known chapter of the Imperium, the kind of well-known chapter that certain enemies could boast about their strength if they managed to defeat us. The focus of an honor ceremony is never the ceremony itself, it is merely a pretext to gather various powerful chapters and high-ranking officials. After a lengthy speech and a host of promises, the procession turned around. Once this segment was complete, they would return to collect their rewards. During this trip to Terra, they would need to buy things from the Martian Mechanicum, find a way to acquire Terra's specialties, and make connections with some high-ranking political figures, which would require showing some sincerity. To put it plainly, our chapters were essentially commoners. Though said to be Guilliman's faction, they didn't know any of the high-level officials. It was fine before, but now with a home world, the status was different. Rising to prominence involved planet trade, sector defense construction, and other matters, all requiring good relations. Yifeng spent a few days in a small room, feeling isolated, as the chapter's expenditures were astronomical. On another front, the Imperial Fists were busily preparing for the prelude to the Blade Feast. The company, plus recruits, originally garrisoned on the Phalanx had now become 2 proper companies of battle brothers. The Phalanx's foredeck could accommodate over a dozen cruisers, and now, Imperial Fist's successor chapters from across the galaxy were continuously arriving. Usually, 12 chapters participated in such a grand event, but this time was different. 27 chapters confirmed their attendance for this Blade Feast, not including those who came directly without responding. The Imperial Fists uncharacteristically agreed to allow all chapters that could arrive within the time limit to hold a grand millennial Blade Feast. Note that usually, company champions are sent, chapter champions are usually busy fighting enemies. The Black Templars sent a chapter champion, whom they claimed was 1 in 1,000, but, who knows how many thousand-man detachments they have. At this moment, he stood aloof outside the arena. The arena for this competition was different from other Astartes physics exchange events, this was a cage match. The origin of the Blade Feast lay in the large-scale brawls between the Imperial Fists and the Iron Warriors. The Battle of the Iron Cage on Sabatis 4 made the warriors realize the importance of such events. The combat cage was a formal tribute to that arduous campaign. The Black Templars champion meticulously examined the combat cage for this feast. It was empty, a simple face-to-face, octagonal cage design, but it seemed to hold other secrets within. He looked at the ground beneath his feet. This should be an ancient, sacred gravity platform, where gravity could be altered. Once the battle began, it was highly likely that gravity anomaly wells would appear in certain areas. Footsteps came from behind him. The Celestial Lion's champion walked up behind him. The two chapters had a good relationship, like the Crimson Torrent and the Angels of Dawn. The difference was that the Celestial Lions had nearly been wiped out, allegedly due to persecution by the Inquisition. These two chapters, after refusing the support of the call pattern Primaris warriors and independently acquiring the means to produce Primaris warriors, have advanced and retreated together. Like the Lamenters and the Red Tide, if you call for help, they will surely come. This gathering is not simple. Naturally, the Imperial Fists champion will not readily give up the championship, he must have already familiarized himself with the gladiatorial arena. But no one can defeat you. I believe you can achieve ultimate victory. The Black Templars champion stood firm. Sigismund's swordsmanship has been passed down through generations, and the Black Templars are a fanatically close combat-oriented chapter. A champion who emerges from their ranks is no ordinary individual. Have the censure come? No response has been received. They are still holding the Eye of Terror defense line. Our crusade encountered them, and the situation seemed very unfavorable, but they refused our help. I don't know why. The Black Templars champion's words came to an abrupt halt as the champion of another chapter entered the area. The champion of the Blade of Dorn chapter appeared before the two warriors. The Blade of Dorn, I will fight with all my might to claim it. The victor will be decided within the fighting cage. The Black Templars champion had no desire for further words. This fellow's fanaticism for his gene father was understandable, but his practical skills left much to be desired. More and more chapter champions arrived. According to the rules of the Blade Feast, each chapter sent 10 individuals, but only one would participate. The Imperial Fists champion appeared, with a resolute face and a scar, or rather a curse, running from his forehead to his nose, a warp-level wound that even powerful self-healing could not erase. Gentlemen, there is a matter we need to discuss with everyone. The Imperial Fists champion's voice was like a booming bell, clearly audible even to those standing furthest away. Robert Guillemon wishes to attend as an observer. Impossible. No sooner had the Imperial Fists champion spoken than someone immediately rose to object. This is an internal exchange. If outsiders are allowed to casually observe, I would rather withdraw right now. Yes, this is a gathering of the Sons of Dorn, and no other meddling individuals are permitted to disrupt it. Mind your words, disrupt is not appropriate, said Crawford of the Crimson Fists. At this moment, everyone tacitly ignored Crawford's statement and continued to express their opposition along with the general sentiment. Quiet down, let me finish. The Imperial Fists champion, with a louder voice, silenced the clamoring crowd. There is also a custodian, and a secret individual led by the custodian. The Sons of Dorn exchanged glances. Custodians? To watch us fight? Something was definitely amiss. At this point, only some older chapters had the right to speak directly against the will of the custodians, such as the Black Templars. No matter who it is, if he is not a Son of Dorn, he cannot casually enter the grounds of the Blade Feast. The Black Templars' champion's stance put the Imperial Fists in an awkward position, as they were famously stubborn. I agree, I have already spoken with Guillemon. From a distance, a hoarse voice came. A powerful warrior with a strange injury on his throat entered the fighting cage viewing area from the corridor. Iron Knights chapter. You're back. By the Emperor, we pursued those traitors for nearly 800 years and finally exterminated them all. The Iron Knights were a very ancient chapter, a chapter filled with a thirst for vengeance. Like the Iron Warriors, they excelled at siege warfare, constantly attacking chaos strongholds for 10 millennia until a unit defected in the late 41st millennium, and they began hunting the traitors, disappearing from the Blade Feast. I am willing to guarantee with the honor of our chapter that they are merely observing. With the custodian present, you can understand this as the will of the Emperor. The Iron Knights chapter was the only chapter to have won 2 consecutive Blade Feasts, so their words carried significant weight. It had better be so. He was the regent, and there was a custodian, and the Emperor had even been invoked. At this time, Situare, accompanied by Yifeng and several other Sons of Dorn, took a transport shuttle to the Phalanx. Unbeknownst to them, on another transport shuttle several hundred kilometers away, Lady Yuden and Guillemon were also en route to the Phalanx. This location was extremely dangerous. The Phalanx, in geosynchronous orbit with Terra, had suffered a direct boarding by demons after the fall of Cadia, when the barrier of the material realm was weakened. This meant that the Chaos Gods, with a bit of effort, could directly attack them. Yifeng curiously looked through the observation window at the massive hull of the Phalanx outside. It was a yellow, triangular, mountain-shaped structure, a hive city-like construction similar to the People's Light. Its outer surface was covered with strange, thin metal plates over protruding areas, like feathers. The entire warship was covered in battle scars and various weapons, clearly indicating its formidable defenses. Situare, how big do you think our Phalanx is? I feel like it's over 1,000 kilometers long. Probably. Situare was uncharacteristically meditating, maintaining his physical vitality, with his muscles bulging and blood flowing faster, in a constant state of readiness for battle. Don't be so tense, Situare. You're an apothecary, coming to a competition full of big shots. Don't feel any pressure. Just go through the motions and watch the fun. We're not aiming for the championship, okay? Situare opened his eyes and stared intently at Yifeng, saying, do you know what kind of combat method the Blade Feast employs? I do not. Situare said calmly, we fight in a cage, one-on-one, without power armor, only wearing the scout armor we used as recruits. Oh, a skill competition. Yifeng was about to comment when a cold glint flashed from Situare's body, and Yifeng immediately fell silent. Our weapon is a common short sword, coated with a paralyzing agent. We fight each other, relying on strong will to resist the paralyzing effect, until one side falls. Oh, sounds quite safe. Yi Feng suddenly became alert, looked at the sharp surgical knife the apothecary had just put back, and then at his expression. Wasn't this right up his alley? Sichuer's short sword technique had reached a state of perfection, professionally cutting people without getting injured himself. Yi Feng suddenly felt that victory in this battle was promising, he might even win the Blade of Dorn. During the battle, both sides wore scout armor that exposed their limbs and heads. Sichuer would stab at the opponent's major arteries. For an Astartes, this wouldn't be fatal, but it would certainly make the toxin spread faster. Professional players are prohibited from participating. I am the chapter master. You number $%*. The transport ship began to decelerate. They arrived at the Phalanx's docking bay, and the Red Tide delegation officially entered. The 10 men proudly walked off the transport ship, and then, almost all the chapter champions and the Imperial Fist's honor guard appeared in the area, standing in a classic, solemn, and dignified welcome ceremony. The momentum of our 10 warriors faltered, while Sichuer calmly walked off the transport ship. He was also puzzled, but he was the participating champion, so he couldn't lose his composure. The last remaining member of the Storm of Will chapter, the current chapter master of the Red Tide chapter, Sichuer, has arrived to attend. Sichuer's voice was loud, and he walked off with his head held high and chest out. Unexpectedly, few people turned to look at him. Everyone remained standing outside, and only one Imperial Fist's warrior turned and came forward to guide them to their designated position. Brother, what's going on? Sichuer quietly asked, trying to mask his embarrassment. The regent and a custodian are coming, and apparently a mysterious individual as well. You all stand back a bit, and we'll greet the regent first. They're here, hurry, hurry, quickly get into position. The Red Tide warriors scurried to a more distant position. Everyone shifted, trying to let the honor guard block their figures. Yi Feng was completely awkward and didn't want to speak. Hey, you, Sichuer, are the chapter master, you take the blame. Outside the massive floor-to-ceiling window, the transport ship slowly docked at the port. Mechanical arms extended around it, securing the transport ship, and a magnificent gangway completed its connection. Robert Guillemon was the first to emerge. Some mortal dignitary, unknown, shouted, a warm welcome to the great regent of the Imperium, arriving at the Phalanx. All the warriors were frozen in place, and the unique sound of the Emperor's holy hymn echoed around them. The Imperial Fist's champion, gritting his teeth, went up to converse with Guillemon, guiding him as he walked past the honor guard and the ranks of the various chapter, and company, champions. There was nothing for it, no matter how disgruntled, he was still a primarch. Behind Guillemon followed a custodian in a mysterious transport device. The warriors could not see the person inside, presumably the mysterious individual. Several Imperial Fist's captains and some Ultramarines Victrix Guard followed closely. One vigilantly watched the surrounding champions, ready to defend against assassins at any moment, while the other stared intently at that transport device, fearing it might be a bomb. The atmosphere immediately became tense, but a second custodian appeared. He was the last to step off the transport ship, his steps so light that they made no sound. Had Yi Feng not been secretly glancing around the Phalanx, he wouldn't have even noticed him. If one custodian was a formality, then 2 custodians absolutely signified the arrival of an important person. Moreover, he carried a weapon. If the relic longsword carried by the first custodian was ceremonial, then the guardian spear held by the second custodian meant he was constantly ready for battle. The atmosphere eased slightly. Guillemon smiled and conversed with the Imperial Fist's champion, his peripheral vision sweeping over Yi Feng. This red-armored warrior had indeed arrived. The regent had not brought any Sisters of Silences for this trap he had laid. At the necessary moment, he would borrow the shield on Yi Feng's back to fight, if the enemy took the bait. Chapter 243 Stuart Walter. Inside the Phalanx, the holy rituals of the Adeptus Mechanicus were everywhere, they might at any moment start kowtowing to a wall as they walked. As one of the greatest treasures in the entire Imperium, the Adeptus Mechanicus truly worked hard to bless the machine spirit. The path Yi Feng, a Blade Feast participant, walked was lined only with very neat metal walls and decorations like portraits of the Emperor. The strong scent of incense and candles had already caused his tactical helmet to activate automatic filtration, making him wonder what the environment was like in front of those precise instruments. The drawing of lots proceeded quickly, everyone was aiming for the championship, so who they fought didn't matter. In previous years, when there were 12 participating chapters, a round-robin system was used, where each contestant would fight every opponent once before the final winner was decided. However, this year there were simply too many, a full 32 chapters, so direct one-on-one combat was adopted. 32 powerful Primaris warriors began to take off their clothes, their power armor. After donning their Reaver armor, both sides couldn't wait to begin the first round of competition. Due to the large number of chapters, the 4 combat cages were deployed at the 4 corners of the gravity chamber, and 4 matches would begin simultaneously. Sichuer's draw pitted him against the Emperor's Emissaries chapter, a chapter that was rather introverted, preferring to conduct extensive reconnaissance like the Raven Guard, formulate a plan, and then decide the outcome in a single battle. This opponent had thoroughly investigated many of the powerful contestants in this event, their chapter had collected almost all chapter data, and he knew every renowned warrior, but... Sichuer, who are you? The chapter champion of the Emperor's Emissaries entered the combat cage, drew his short sword, and prepared for a quick victory. Sichuer also drew his short sword, examined it closely, and decided to ask his parent chapter for some of the paralyzing agent applied to this sword. Since everyone was Primaris, the paralyzing agents used in previous battles were slightly less effective, so now a more potent one was being used. Cicherware's eyes gleamed with desire. Greetings, Emperor's Emissaries chapter. Greetings. The opponent hesitated for a moment, unable to find suitable words to describe our chapter, and finally just uttered 2 words. Cicherware praised the warrior before him. One shoulder pad of the warrior participating in the grand event bore the colors of the Imperial Fist's Legion era, while the other displayed his own chapter's insignia. The opponent's insignia was 2 crossed greatswords. His arms and thighs were exposed, his full muscles speaking of his strength. After you. The opponent stepped forward, his taut muscles displaying perfect texture. Cicherware's eyes narrowed, the Primaris Astartes before him seemed to lie naked on an operating table. He could see the surging blood in every blood vessel, and every tensed muscle foreshadowed the enemy's next move. Muscle memory reacts much faster than conscious thought. After becoming Primaris, Cicherware possessed even keener observational skills. He could now discern that his opponent, seemingly launching a direct powerful attack on his left arm, had actually relaxed his muscles, ready to change direction at any moment. Your feint has been seen through. Our chief apothecary's head flicked, a small movement, but the reaver gauntlet on his fist easily blocked the opponent's blade, and with a swift counterattack, his blade aimed directly at the opponent's eyes. The Emperor's Emissaries champion was startled, hastily dodging, his footwork momentarily unsteady, putting him at a disadvantage. Cicherware was equally impolite, attacking first with his blade, pressing relentlessly. Their blades met, exchanging blows back and forth, engaging several times within a few breaths. Sparks flew as blade met reaver armor, creating a flurry of sparks, and the battle became very fierce. Yi Feng watched, somewhat bored, both initially held back a little. If a Primaris warrior swung his blade with full force, a short sword could easily pierce reaver armor. Now, it was less a fight to the death and more a display of skill. Cicherware turned and retreated, swinging a punch at the opponent's face. This was no light blow, even though the opponent quickly dodged and didn't take the punch head-on, half of his face was still knocked askew. He leaped backward, retreating several steps, shielding his face with his arm. He steadied himself near the edge of the combat cage, but no rushing wind sound came from beside him. He looked closely, Cicherware had not pressed his advantage, but had instead seized the most favorable position. Only on the arm covering his face was there a hidden wound, and the paralyzing agent was beginning to take effect. Cicherware snorted coldly, stopping at a spot. This combat cage was very strange. Cicherware seemed to be defending while attacking, but in reality, one of his forward-stepping feet was held down by the strange, powerful gravity of this area, and a 4-meter-wide gravity distortion field appeared in front of him. Cicherware allowed his opponent to roam around, attempting to deduce the gravity distribution within this combat cage through the subtle changes in his opponent's muscles. Cicherware flicked his blade, provoking his opponent. If the Emperor's Emissaries champion dared to charge straight in, he would inevitably enter the high-gravity zone, giving Cicherware a significant advantage. The opponent was also continuously gathering data on Cicherware during the battle, swaying left and right, observing the other's reactions through his own movements. The enemy before him was steady and powerful, undoubtedly a seasoned veteran. He couldn't overthink, he had to fight chaos with chaos. Now that he was injured, he had to find a way to wound the opponent immediately. He still didn't grant Cicherware's wish, launching an attack from the side. Cicherware turned to face the enemy, but the opponent's actions were also unexpected. As he prepared to jump, he stepped into a low-gravity zone. The Emperor's Emissaries champion leaped high with one foot, soaring towards the ceiling of the combat cage. The spectators watched in astonishment as the soaring contestant, whose injured half-face was about to make intimate contact with the ceiling, mobilized all his muscles, spun half a turn in the air, and performed a backflip that barely allowed his feet to touch the ceiling. Have you ever heard of a palm technique that descends from the heavens? The Emperor's Emissaries champion pushed off forcefully, his body plummeting like a meteor, his short sword and iron fist striking towards Cicherware. Cicherware, with one leg bound by the high-gravity field, couldn't immediately retreat, so he had to swing his blade and charge forward. At the moment of blade contact, a powerful impact pierced Cicherware's gauntlet, and the short sword penetrated the reaver carapace, firmly embedded in Cicherware's fist. Cicherware's blade cut open the important muscle groups of his opponent's sword-wielding arm, temporarily disabling the opponent's right hand, making him unable to grip the hilt, leaving the sword stuck in his fist. The other iron fist was dodged by Cicherware's sidestep, and just as he was about to counterattack, the opponent's long leg swept out, a hook kick aimed directly at Cicherware's head. If this blow landed, it would be enough to knock our chief apothecary to the ground, his single leg locked. In desperation, Cicherware could only abandon his attack and retreat. Both sides were injured, the paralyzing agent spreading through every inch of the warrior's flesh with the vigorous beating of their two hearts. The opponent's gaze flickered, feeling his muscles begin to twitch uncontrollably, his eyes unfocused. He focused his gaze, guarded his mind, and stared intently at his opponent. In his dazed state, he saw a flash of cold light, which he thought was the effect of the drug, but the sound of rushing wind in his ears made all the hairs on his body stand on end, and he immediately ducked to avoid it. This prone position was not without consequence. Cicherware's signature powerful throwing knife struck his shoulder pad. The problem was, that was the shoulder pad with his chapter's emblem. A third sword appeared among the two crossed greatswords. Kill the third party. The Emperor's Emissaries champion instantly became enraged, letting out a roar towards the sky and fiercely attacking Cicherware. Cicherware was also not doing well, the Laraman's organ began to repair the wound. After throwing his short sword, he forcefully pulled the enemy sword, which was embedded in his fist, out, blood dripping onto the combat cage. Now that's more like it. The enemy before him was like an enraged beast, while Situate remained calm. The hunter with the blade was about to get serious. Ding ding ding, a crisp ringing sound echoed, and Yi Feng turned his head in surprise. Imagine one of the combat cages had already concluded. So fast, which strong. Black Templars, oh, then it's fine. The loser lost consciousness. The Imperial Fist's apothecary smiled as he looked at his fallen brothers. It seemed this time the anesthetic was effective, and the battles were faster than before. The gladiator matches that once relied on strong will to fight for 3 days and 3 nights were probably gone forever. Situate ultimately defeated his opponent, using his exquisite blade skills to furiously inject the anesthetic into the enemy's main blood vessels. Both sides took a similar number of hits, but relying on more fatal injuries, we won the first match, advancing to the round of 16. Then, he slept soundly for 3 days. During these few days, Yi Feng was uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. You see, this was the blade feast, and after the blades were done, there was a feast. The phalanx, in synchronous orbit with Terra, had the best food, but Yi Feng couldn't eat his fill. To eat, he had to take off his helmet, and as a white scars, Yi Feng had the characteristic ritual scars of the white scars on his face, clearly not a son of Dorn. At that point, he would be chased and beaten by over 30 Astartes champions. He could only elegantly select appropriate quantities of food and return to his small room to eat surreptitiously. Additionally, numerous social ceremonies were underway. The original intention of the Blade Feast was to foster greater unity among the Sons of Dorn, and many chapters would seize this opportunity to sign various cooperation agreements. However, due to the Crimson Torrent being very young, everyone generally considered this chapter to lack sufficient foundation, so no one actively approached them for talks. So, after eating and drinking his fill, meaning after entering his room 4 times carrying a meter-high food basin under the astonished gaze of mortals, Yi Feng went to seek out the Emperor's emissaries chapter. You lost, so you can't look down on us anymore, right? The Emperor's emissaries chapter, always not good with words, basically waited for others to come to them, solidifying their reputation as a socially anxious chapter. Yi Feng's arrival made them somewhat flustered, but our chapter master's whispers quickly brought the two sides closer. They were a typical Codex chapter who held the Emperor in very high regard, and hearing that Yi Feng and his comrades had long fought beyond the Astronomicon, bringing the Imperium's greetings to the struggling mortals far from the Emperor, they were quite impressed. The strategic mutual flattery phase concluded. Since the Emperor's emissaries were a typical Codex chapter and somewhat fanatical, only some arms trading took place. Through them, Yi Feng learned some things about the ecclesiarchy. They had good relations with several holy worlds. Holy worlds are essentially the ecclesiarchy's cathedral building scheme, usually housing relics of living saints, primarily to consolidate faith. At the same time, the people there are truly selflessly devoted. They not only pay more taxes, but the money they earn is also used to purchase the ecclesiarchy's ritual supplies. They are even more devoted than Gene Stealer. Yi Feng's idea was, we fight beyond the Astronomicon, and it's not out of the question that we might find lost ecclesiarchy relics. At that time, I hope that with your guidance, we can connect with the ecclesiarchy's holy worlds. You know, our supplies out here are always difficult to come by, and we hope to gain some income. The Emperor's Messengers chapter readily agreed. If Astartes could fight purely on faith, what would they need a bolter for? Soon, Situate woke up, stretched, and prepared for the next battle. Who is my opponent? I didn't look, Yi Feng said. After enduring a round of surgical blades, another Crimson Torrent warrior, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, told Situate that his next opponent was from the Invicta Glare chapter. That's right, you heard correctly. Finally, a chapter remembered that the Imperial Fist's home world was Invicta, not Terra, which is constantly being conscripted. They pride themselves on their gene father. We all do. No, they are quite special. They believe Rogaldorn's years on Invicta are very much worth emulating, although the deeds they know are only fragments. The gene father's deeds on his home world, don't even start. Most of the deeds Situate knew about only concerned Dorn's frantic fortress building in the Sol system and his contributions during the Great Crusade. Specifically, which part? The part where he found the phalanx and gave it to the Emperor. Yi Feng spread his hands. Anyway, according to intelligence, their chapter seems keen on building fortresses and digging up ancient relics everywhere, and they are very close to the Adeptus Mechanicus. We haven't heard much about this chapter because most of the time they are assisting the Adeptus Mechanicus in explorations. Situate smiled slightly. They couldn't use those strange machines in the Blade Feast anyway, so it didn't matter. Arriving at the arena, the opposing representatives were indeed all prosthetic warriors, practically a sub-chapter of the Iron Hands, but the contestant had all his limbs intact. It could be said he was a fighter specifically trained for the Blade Feast. The two entered the battle cage, drew their knives, and attacked without a word. The opponent's will was firm, even indifferent. After Situate cut his arm, he even raised his short knife, hesitating for a moment whether to cut off his own arm. This battle was extremely arduous. Situate gained an advantage with his excellent swordsmanship and precise attacks, but his opponent was cold and ruthless, mechanically calculating his stamina and the opponent's state. In his mind, the entire arena's gravity changes were displayed on a 3D map. He dodged and weaved, his footsteps light, yet his attacks were powerful and heavy, breaking through Situate's defense with brute force. In this match, Guillemon and Lady Yuden watched clearly from the VIP viewing box. The relationship between the Imperial Fists and the Ultramarines was not harmonious, merely a formality observed by the regent. Standing beside him was a son of Dorne with a very firm attitude, characterized by his bluntness and fearlessness of death, whose job was to follow Guilliman and warn him where he couldn't go and where he shouldn't go. Lady Uden pretended to watch the Astartes competition. She couldn't even clearly see the movements of the Primaris warrior, but she feigned enjoyment, because when she was happy, the big boy beside her was also happy. Well, except for the constant stream of adjutants bringing in thick stacks of imperial documents. Guilliman's considerable pride made him unwilling to delegate the organization of documents, yet his hand of dominion was too large and clumsy to pick up thin papers. Only with Lady Uden's intervention did he settle down, processing documents with astonishing efficiency. However, my lord, there is a special document here. Place it there, I'll take it. Guilliman asked Lady Uden to move away a bit, as the information was from Call, written in cipher about Lady Uden. Upon opening it, it was very direct, simply a scolding. The general meaning was, Guilliman, Guilliman, have you lost your mind? They are dealing with Lady Uden for your sake. You stay by her side every day. If they can act against you, why would they act against her? Get away from her quickly, or at least leave the Sol system, leave stable reality, then the enemy will act. Remember, I emphasized this to you before. Clearly, Call had somewhat misjudged Guilliman's state. Guilliman also smiled, I'm not leaving. Where my mother is, I am. What son lets his mother go out adventuring? Lady Uden's trap was once again at an impasse. The Primarch's thoughts likely centered on Chaos attempting to capture Uden, using her to make Guilliman willingly join Chaos or walk into a trap. However, corrupting a Primarch was somewhat difficult. When Horus was corrupted, he had to be sent to a temple and undergo special rituals. Now, Guilliman would probably have to go to a very, very large, prearranged ritual site to even attempt it. Guilliman destroyed the scolding letter, casting a gentle glance at Lady Uden, but he had not yet made up his mind. Victor suddenly appeared behind Guilliman. Our brothers are eradicating Gene Stealer on Terra, but there aren't enough of us to eliminate them quickly. What if these assembled chapters assisted you in battle? Too many, too chaotic. Absolute loyalty, absolute obedience to orders. Every condition you mentioned, these loyal warriors meet. Do not doubt our loyalty. Victor disappeared. The Custodes did not trust the Astartes. They had experienced rebellion, even among the Primarches there were traitors, but the Custodes had not. Guilliman now had to side with the Astartes. Loyalty, obedience. Guilliman looked at the fiercely fighting crowd below. The Crimson Torrent chapter still came to his mind. Let's test them again. Terra's cleanup mission is too politically charged. Aside from the Imperial Fists, other chapters with unique gene seed were unsuitable for such a task, especially the Ultramarines. Once the Ultramarines entered Terra armed, a large number of scheming individuals would undoubtedly begin to spread rumors that the regent was rebelling to seize the Imperial Palace and become the true emperor. Thinking of this, his head began to ache again. How could there be so many Gene Stealer on Terra? Ding ding ding, a rapid ringing sound pulled Guilliman's thoughts back. The battle below had reached a conclusion. The Crimson Torrent had once again won, advancing to the quarter-finals. The fallen chapter champion of the Invicta Glare chapter was covered in scars. Situare collapsed almost simultaneously with him, but Situare merely knelt on the ground, gasping twice, thus securing a hard-fought victory. On another front, a major upset occurred. Crawford defeated the seeded contestant, the champion of the Iron Knights chapter, and entered the quarter-finals. Yi Feng strode confidently towards the Invicta Glare chapter. Dealing with chapters akin to the Adeptus Mechanicus was always convenient. Our chapter master swaggered into their quarters. The fallen champion was being carried to the medic bay. 5 warriors and a representative from another chapter, who was discussing cooperation, looked unkindly at the suddenly appearing red-armored warrior. Who are you? Can't you at least be polite? Who I am is not important. I represent the Crimson Torrent chapter and have come to trade with you. Humph, a chapter from barbaric lands, without even basic manners. The Astartes brother currently negotiating with the Invicta Glare chapter was quite displeased. You should know, etiquette cannot kill enemies. Discard your so-called nobility. If the Emperor's enemies could be driven away by politeness, then we wouldn't be needed. Humph, your words are as savage as those of the Space Wolves. Stop the pointless bickering, sons of Dorne. The Blade Feast is meant to unite us, not create more conflict. If you truly have a dispute, resolve it in the battle cage. The Invicta Glare warrior was quite fair, as he had heard of the Crimson Torrent. I have seen your trading fleet. What you are doing is very unconventional. Yes, if you are sufficiently informed, you should know that our cooperation is beneficial and harmless. I have money, want to cooperate. I hope so. We operate long-term in the Ultima Segmentum and possess a considerable number of Ultima Pattern weapons. This statement was very vague. Ultima Pattern and Ultima Segmentum do not necessarily have a direct relationship. Yi Feng, not being a tech marine by background, found it difficult to determine which Ultima Pattern weapons were exclusively produced in Forge Worlds within the Ultima Segmentum. So, he decided to play his trump card. We have STC template fragments. The warrior opposite instantly stood up. Say that again. We have STC template fragments. They were bought by the Adeptus Mechanicus, but we still parsed all the technologies recorded within them beforehand. Do you want them? The representative of the Invicta Glare chapter scrutinized Yi Feng from head to toe. This new chapter had something interesting. Can you reveal a little information? We must consider the purchasing risk. No purchase necessary, exchange will suffice, or a mutual assistance agreement, or a large quantity of weapons and power armor. As for the information, it's about a small energy core. The other party stared at Yifeng. It was a matter of great importance, so every piece of information in his words had to be carefully judged. Does your chapter have an application for it? Does it have a machine spirit? Can it be used? Can it kill enemies? It has applications, and it's very effective for killing enemies, but that's a separate price. From within Yifeng's helmet, his trademark smile appeared. Chapter 244 A Small Accident, a message from an old brother. Sichuer's next match was about to begin, against the chapter champion of the Celestial Lions, but brother Yifeng did not go to watch. Our great unclean one was wandering around inside the phalanx. Under the guise of visiting the phalanx for the first time, hoping to admire the great relic the Primarch had given to the Emperor, he walked through most of the areas allowed for viewing. The phalanx itself was one of the best defensive fortresses, with many areas that could be learned from. Just as brother Yifeng was secretly learning techniques, he turned a corner and came face to face with a large contingent of Adeptus Mechanicus personnel. Honored Emperor's Angels, the area ahead is undergoing a blessing ritual and is temporarily inaccessible. Omnissiah above. Brother Yifeng casually exclaimed, then prepared to turn back. Please wait a moment, Honored Emperor's Angels. As soon as brother Yifeng turned around, the Adeptus Mechanicus personnel called out to him. Is there something you need? I am Archmagos Heros Loken of the Martian Mechanicum. You may call me Magos Heros. Alright, Magos Heros, what can I do for you? Brother Yifeng was a little impatient, while the other party was puzzled. Having introduced himself, he should at least tell me his name. If I am not mistaken, this is a shield made from the remains of a Sisters of Silence, isn't it? I hope to borrow this sacred relic to ensure the safety of my upcoming ritual. Allow me to refuse, Archmagos Heros. I have sworn an oath to the Emperor that I will never part with this shield, unless I die in battle. Upon hearing this, Heros spoke a few words over the Voxcaster. It was clear that the other party believed his original protective measures were not perfect enough and wanted to try again. This is a very important ritual. For the Omnissiah, for the Emperor, with this holy relic's inclusion, the success rate will be even higher. Emperor above, if you cannot allow me to join, then I refuse to provide the help you need. I am not part of your plan, please proceed as planned. Brother Yifeng was quite curious about the upcoming ritual, but he definitely couldn't leave the shield. I need to discuss it with them. May I ask your identity is? Yang Xiuhao, a warrior of the Red Tide, one of the treaty representatives attending the Blade Feast. The Archmagos spoke a few more words over the Voxcaster, then said, Are you willing to swear an oath to the Emperor that you will never reveal the ritual you are about to witness? Before that, you need to tell me how long this will take, what exactly you need me to do, and who I am accountable to. Rest assured, you don't need to do anything. Just stand still and ensure the shield remains in place. There is absolutely no danger, and it will take approximately 3 teraday. Lead the way. Brother Yifeng, who had been wandering around, was successfully conscripted and led away, passing through many strange places that even his Primaris memory struggled to recall. The peculiar gravity on the phalanx prevented brother Yifeng from discerning his location. He walked deeper and deeper until he arrived before a magnificent facility. A black cylindrical facility was in operation, its diameter probably reaching 10 meters. Mechanical rings rotated continuously, with golden stripes flashing above, clearly indicating a core piece of equipment. Our great unclean one, with the spirit of enjoying a good show, happily stood in the designated spot. A large-scale psyker ritual was to be conducted here, and it was difficult to guarantee that the spreading psychic energy would not impact other facilities, which is why brother Yifeng was called over. Guillemon stood at the highest point. It was he who allowed brother Yifeng's presence and, using the excuse of secrecy, intended to chat with this red-armored warrior to gauge the movements of the Crimson Torrent. Several great psychers took their positions, and instruments brother Yifeng had never seen before were carried in by servitors. The red-armored warrior stood like a statue before a mechanical door, unsure of what to do. Archmagos, can you still not reveal to me what kind of ritual this is? You do not need to know these things. Oh, by the way, can you remove the power sword hanging on your back? For safety. For safety, I'll keep it on my back. Soon, the ritual site was set up. Dazzling lights glowed on the bodies of the great psychers, and psychic energy was injected from their bodies into a ring-shaped instrument. That instrument and the ring on the mechanical pillar drew closer to each other, and psychic energy began to jump between the two mechanical rings. After the light on the ring-shaped instrument changed from red to green, it exploded with a bang, its mechanical casing detaching. Brother Yifeng instinctively wanted to step forward, but the Archmagos indicated that this was part of the plan. The mechanical ring, stripped of its casing, was identical to the one above it. It rotated with the upper ring, speeding up until both rings rotated at the same speed. The previously shining green light now turned yellow, and under rapid rotation, it resembled a golden thread embedded in the ring. Prepare yourselves, everyone, for the impact. Barriers rose, and the idle brother Yifeng saw Archmagos Heros beckoning to him, signaling him to stand firm. A baffle rose in front of Guillemon, but the regent indicated it was irrelevant, as this crude defensive baffle was far more fragile than the armor of fate. The newly added ring replaced the old one. At the Archmagos's command, the old ring instantly exploded, its abundant psychic energy, like a psychic bomb, impacting the surrounding baffles. These baffles were more or less mixed with the ashes of untouchables, possessing powerful anti-psychic effects that absorbed the psychic energy completely. But the splashing metal shell did not fall onto the baffle along the predicted arc, as the Archmagos expected. Instead, it floated in the air, spinning continuously, caught in the eddy of the psychic impact. Holy electric light delivers, blood god's flesh suffering withers, gears rotate knowing my heart, omniscient God is. The Archmagos' voice grew louder, and miraculously, the great psychers also uttered the exact same sounds as the Archmagos. For a ritual of this magnitude, other machine spirits might be difficult to say, but the phalanx, a relic from the Golden Age, completely ignored him. The metal fragments began to strangely disintegrate in the air. Saturated with psychic energy, they became soft and smooth, like silk ribbons floating in the sky. Lord Guilliman, there's been a slight accident with the ritual. Please leave with me immediately. No, there's no need. Guilliman refused the Adeptus Mechanicus personnel by his side. Guilliman stared intently at the surging psychic ocean before him. Victor had silently appeared behind Guilliman. Brother Yifeng felt something was amiss and wanted to steady the Archmagos, but the escaping psychic energy obstructed the Voxcaster. The Archmagos' words could not penetrate the layers of psychic waves to reach Brother Yifeng's tactical helmet. Suddenly, the metal fragments shattered, countless pieces splattering in all directions, clinking and clanking against the baffles. One piece flying towards Brother Yifeng was particularly powerful, it pierced the baffle and spun towards Brother Yifeng. Brother Yifeng dared not be careless. Gripping his golden great sword tightly, he swung it. The fragment strangely changed its flight path, drifting upwards, dodging Brother Yifeng's strike. But upon entering the area of the anti-psychic shield, its flight became noticeably labored, eventually falling down, emitting a sizzling black smoke, and was sliced in half by Brother Yifeng's sword. The psychic wave suddenly disappeared, but the Archmagos' detector on his waist emitted a beep 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 alarm. Attention! A warp rift has formed. All the baffles pressed forward, attempting to obstruct the rift's formation, but the enormous fluctuation prevented the servitors from pushing the baffles. All the psychic energy suddenly contracted to a single point, no longer dissipating into the air. Brother Yifeng also successfully heard the Archmagos' shout and strode forward. Heros, step on it. Archmagos Heros was about to open the filter, no one could look directly at the light of the warp, not even the smallest rift. But hearing a roar from behind, his body failed to react, and a pair of large feet had already heavily stepped on his body. Brother Yifeng's heavy armor combined with the heavy anti-psychic shield, their combined weight was terrifying. One foot stomped the Archmagos' back into a dent, and Brother Yifeng consequently leaped into the air. The Custodes and Guilliman watched in surprise as this brave red-armored warrior. The arrival of the untouchable shield greatly strengthened the reality barrier. An undefined sound emanated from the warp, a long tentacle extended, and then the rift closed, severing this section of tentacle. Brother Yifeng leaped over the original rift. A buzzing sound suddenly appeared in his mind, this was a physical attack. The gas in the point of this less than 1 meter warp rift vibrated at a terrifying frequency, its intensity no less than Brother Yifeng standing on a fully engaged warship plasma engine. Our great unclean one felt his entire body's flesh and blood disintegrating, a mouthful of fresh blood brewed in his mouth, and he fell from the air. The severed tentacle below bounced once on the ground, then suddenly grew a dozen branches, wrapping around the surrounding great psychers. Just at this moment, a golden blade light flashed. A Custodes, wielding a guardian spear, appeared from nowhere, his weapon dancing with a flourish. In a flash of lightning, he severed all the tentacles. Brother Yifeng had not yet landed. The guardian spear, impaled with a dozen tentacle segments, firmly slapped against Brother Yifeng's shield, not only causing these warp entities to writhe and wither but also slowing the momentum of the heavy armor's descent. Brother Yifeng crashed heavily to the ground, suffering considerable internal injuries. The Custodes frowned. The warrior before him had performed his duty, but he seemed to have disrupted their plan. Guilliman gave a wry smile. Never mind, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future anyway. The Laraman's organ was rapidly repairing Brother Yifeng's wounds. Our great unclean one felt intense pain throughout his body, as if he had fallen apart. His blood had already clotted into black chunks. If he weren't wearing his power armor at this moment, we might discover the birth of a brand new black uncle, not really. The Custodes ignored Brother Yifeng and walked away on their own, heading towards Guilliman's room. Just as the Custodes had walked a few steps away from Brother Yifeng, a great psyker behind him, one of the ritual participants, suddenly had purple halos appear in his eyes. He opened his mouth and exhaled a stream of psychic energy. The airflow was incredibly fast, and halfway through its flight, it transformed into a ferocious gaping maw, biting towards the custodian guard. The observation window above shattered abruptly, and the custodian guard beside Guilliman leaped down, drawing the precious sword from his waist and swiftly striking at the mutated individual. Guilliman flashed back several steps, standing beside Lady Yuden. His speed startled the Primarch's foster mother, and the rapidly moving gale knocked her into Guilliman's arms. The custodian guard, wielding a guardian spear, spun around and struck with such immense power that the psychic maw was dispersed into the air. The great psyker, corrupted by the warp, laughed heartily, a voice Guilliman recognized. Magnus. Still doing well, my brother. Before the psyker could finish speaking, his head exploded. The surrounding psychers were already weak. They were merely mortals, and without their psychic abilities, their reactions were much slower. Only now did they realize someone had betrayed them. Blood splattered, vanishing abruptly in the air, coalescing into a sentence that echoed through the sacred place. You will join us, you will, very soon. Guilliman's expression was serious. With one hand, he shielded Lady Yuden, and his hand of dominion pointed at Victor. Was anything left behind? Nothing detected. Victor's brandished blade finally struck the headless corpse. He was furious that he had been toyed with by a demon. Another custodian guard, wielding a guardian spear, exuded a terrifying aura, glaring intently at several exhausted great psychers nearby. Everyone caught in his gaze trembled, feeling an invisible pressure pressing down on them from the boundless void, pinning them to the ground, unable to move even a millimeter. Except for Yi Feng. He was already lying on the ground. A moment later, the Imperial Fists Astartes who had been guarding the door entered. The custodian guard once again vanished, concealed somewhere unknown, leaving only Guilliman in the chaotic ritual hall. What's going on, Regent? What exactly happened? The Imperial Fists warrior was furious. What was Guilliman trying to do to their chapter monastery? During the consecration ritual, an enemy from the warp seized the opportunity to attack. Don't worry, it's already resolved, and the surrounding rituals have also been completed. One son of Dorn lay on the ground, barely breathing, Yi Feng. The Imperial Fists warrior was very angry, he had received no notification of Guilliman's presence here. Where was his brother who was following Guilliman? Yi Feng finally staggered to his feet. By the Emperor, long live the Imperium of Man! Yi Feng shouted, indicating he hadn't been corrupted, then slowly walked forward. Archmagos Haros, are you all right? Haros had taken a kick from Yi Feng and was now hunched over, but he bore no resentment, instead saying gratefully to Yi Feng, "Thank you for your bravery, you are an excellent warrior, a loyal angel of the great Emperor." Yi Feng indicated that pleasantries were enough. "Remember to pay our chapter on time for the remuneration." Then he prepared to leave. Remuneration? Archmagos Haros decided to review his memory. Did we just discuss remuneration? Which memory sector did I put it in? Guilliman tried to call out to Yi Feng. That mention of remuneration also reminded him that the Red Tide had not yet collected the black stone material. But the angry Imperial Fists warrior relentlessly questioned him, demanding an explanation of what had happened. Helpless, Guilliman had no choice but to argue with him. The relationship between the Ultramarines and the Imperial Fists couldn't worsen. There was already enough division within the Imperium. Yi Feng limped back to the chapter's barracks. Situer was already lying on his bed. He had been defeated by the chapter champion of the Celestial Lions. The top 4 had been decided. Imperial Fists, Celestial Lions, Black Templars, and the Conquerors chapter. The Crimson Fists chapter champion, who had boasted earlier, met the reigning Imperial Fists champion and regrettably lost. The Black Templars would now face the Imperial Fists, while the Celestial Lions would contend with the Conquerors. The Conquerors chapter is one of the chapters guarding the Eye of Terror. Their fighting style is very costly to mortals, they would not hesitate to sacrifice an entire planet's mortals for victory. They are very similar to the Black Templars, with similar ideologies, but because they have long guarded the Eye of Terror and lacked the crusade as an excuse, they are a codex-compliant chapter, and their numbers have suffered severe attrition. When Situer slowly regained consciousness, he saw the gluttonous Yi Feng secretly eating his nutritional meal. "Brother Yi Feng, how are things now?" The Imperial Fists were defeated by the Black Templars champion. He's going to have a decisive battle with the Celestial Lions champion. Then explain, where were you when I was in the combat cage? Well, about that. Is Phalanx a place you can just wander around? I met a group of Adeptus Mechanicus personnel. That's good. What did you con the Adeptus Mechanicus out of this time? Yi Feng didn't want to talk and just gave Situer a big laugh. The Blade Feast entered its final stage. The finals were very exciting, but we suspect there was a lot of manipulation. The Black Templars champion lost to the Celestial Lions champion, narrowly defeated. However, considering his relationship with the Conquerors chapter and the Celestial Lions chapter, it seemed to be merely to help the Celestial Lions chapter win the Blade of Dorn. The relationship between the Celestial Lions chapter and the Inquisition is almost at daggers drawn. It's unclear what the Inquisition has in its bonnet, but it has traditionally targeted the Celestial Lions chapter. Now that they've secured the Blade of Dorn, even the boldest Inquisition wouldn't dare to antagonize all the Sons of Dorn. If the Blade of Dorn and the Celestial Lions chapter were to disappear, then even the 7th Legion might reappear. The Celestial Lions chapter champion proudly raised the relic, the Blade of Dorn, and the Imperial Fists also presented a relic for all chapters to admire, the Primarch's hand. Rogel Dorn disappeared during a battle, leaving behind only one hand, which was already inscribed with the names of all previous Imperial Fists chapter masters. During this exchange event, Yi Feng initiated cooperation with multiple chapters. With his financial and technical reserves and Situer's excellent performance, he gained recognition from many chapters. Of course, some chapters were very wary of our mixed chapter status and refused any interaction with us. Even if the other warriors removed their helmets to show they were Sons of Dorn, some still proposed expelling us from the Blade Feast. Being among the top 8 out of 32 chapter masters was not enough to earn the respect of some older chapters. However, the Imperial Fists supported Yi Feng. According to Guilliman, Yi Feng had fallen into a near-death state while bravely protecting Phalanx. The Imperial Fists then argued with Guilliman and emerged victorious. The overjoyed Imperial Fists announced that the Red Tide was eligible to participate in the Blade Feast, fully inheriting the identity of the Storm of Will chapter, which dispelled the other chapters' reservations. The feast quickly ended. The rituals were important, but not as important as expelling the Emperor's enemies. The Astartes re-embarked their warship. The Emperor's Angels chapter carefully collected Situer's information, vowing never to let him win so easily next time. The Invicta Radiance chapter hurried back, preparing to retrieve some valuable items dug from deep underground in their warehouse to exchange for Yifeng's technology. Archmagos Heros, bewildered, transmitted a message to Mars, instructing them to give an 80% discount to the Crimson Torrent chapter representatives who came to buy Martian specialties. Then the Eternal Mountain was filled with Martian-made finely crafted chainswords, bolters, plasma guns, and melta-guns. The black stone was carefully loaded onto the warship. Guilliman sincerely wished this chapter excellent performance in the upcoming battles, as this would greatly assist him in promoting the establishment of mixed chapters with multiple gene seeds. The massive Eternal Mountain leaped into the unpredictable warp, not heading towards its home world, but directly towards Langjugshu. Precious valuables will appear on, yes, the sixth planet of the Eye of Prescience. It's Astartes, a battle barge. Beneath a grey robe, an elderly Eldar's eyes were milky white, surrounded by uncontrolled psychic fluctuations. She knelt on the bridge's high platform, her face pained but exceptionally devout. Below, a valiant female Eldar stood, clad in light, sculpted white battle armor, wielding a curved moon-silver flowing saber, and covered by a translucent robe that perfectly showcased her graceful figure. Astartes? Only one ship? Yes, I only saw one. Does the prophecy foretell good or ill? No, my child. Prophecies are rarely so vague. I only see black, precious objects, and some enemies wearing red armor. Call me captain. We are on the bridge now. I command, prepare to act. The enemy has only one warship, so they are nothing to fear. The Eldar are slowly fading, but their presence is still everywhere in the universe. The Drukari/Dark Yildari raid the Galaxy/Milky Way, Craft World Eldar travel in the hidden parts of the Galaxy/Milky Way, Savage Eldar reside in isolated corners, and many more are these guys. Eldar pirates. Relying on their superior warship performance, they plunder the universe for a living. High-tech attacks can quickly disable enemy ship engines, then they will gracefully dance and use precise and elegant attacks to kill those protecting treasures. The ships they plunder often become space hulks, because the Eldar's demands depend entirely on their preferences. Many things that humans consider valuable are left in blood-soaked ships, drifting through the Milky Way, waiting for lucky adventurers to explore. My daughter, have you made up your mind? Call me captain. Alos's fleet, come over. We need to plan this out carefully. Chapter 245 Don't believe in prophecies, there's always someone hiding behind the anti-psychic shield. Unlike the Drukari/Dark Yildari, who madly torment other souls to prolong their lives, the Craft World Eldar's method of avoiding Slaanesh is relatively gentle. They restrain themselves with disciplinary rules, establishing and strictly adhering to extremely complex regulations for each profession, thereby staying away from the authority of desire that Slaanesh controls. Only by being free of desires can they live long. They choose one profession, reach its peak, and then switch to another. Everyone wears a soul stone, a crucial relic for snatching souls from Slaanesh. When a Craft World Eldar dies, there are only two choices: their soul is devoured by Slaanesh or it enters a soul stone. Their teammates will bring the soul stone back to the Craft World and store it in the Infinity Circuit. Thus, the Infinity Circuit contains the souls of countless Eldar ancestors, who provide experience to later generations. In times of crisis, these souls can enter specialized Wraithbone Mechs spirits, becoming Wraith Guards or Wraith Lords to continue fighting for the Craft World. What is Wraithbone? It is the primary material of the Eldar, created by Bonezingers who extract energy from the warp. As long as psychic energy is infused into it, it can change shape at will. It has become the material for almost every device you can imagine: power armor, weapons, spacecraft, and even entire craft worlds. At the same time, it can serve multiple purposes such as energy, protection, and self-repair, by infusing psychic energy. The problem is that Bonezingers are not numerous, and using psychic energy is very dangerous for the Eldar, so Wraithbone is not abundant. The small pirate group that just appeared, Eldrua, who is also the captain of this pirate group, comes from Craft World Visk. She was expelled from the Craft World for not adhering to certain rules of the Path of the Warrior. And Alos, whom she contacted, is her uncle. He is not a professional pirate but a powerful individual steeped in the Path of the Warrior. They are out for tempering, although their method is indeed plunder. In short, Alos is more like a warlord with a royal letter of marque. After completing the Path of the Warrior, he will still return to the Craft World to begin training in another path. The rendezvous of the two fleets, being expelled from the Craft World, did not affect Eldrua's relationship with her uncle. The two fleets docked amicably, and a total of 7 Eldar warships gathered here. 6 were brought by Alos. Backed by a Craft World, it's possible to acquire this many warships. Eldrua boarded her uncle's flagship, an Eclipse-class cruiser, which was larger than a normal pirate ship. It had some camouflage to make it look like a pirate ship of an unknown faction. Uncle. Call me Captain Alos. A handsome Eldar male stood on the high bridge, saying the same words Eldrua had said earlier. Okay, the greatest, wisest, and most intelligent Captain Alos in the world. Eldrua's tone was peculiar. Hold true to your heart, Eldrua, do not be consumed, Alos said earnestly, his slender hand gently placed on the railing. I'm already a pirate. I don't need to care about these things. Eldrua leaped, her long legs sweeping around the railing, flashing past Alos's eyes, and she settled steadily on the railing. You are becoming more reckless, Eldrua. Be careful, rules, while restricting you, also protect you. Unfortunately, they can't protect mortals. Eldrua didn't want to continue chatting with her uncle. Mother said she saw a very vague prophecy that a sufficiently precious relic would appear in a certain place, guarded by those annoying guys. She told Aloes about her mother's prophecy, and Aloes sighed, blaming her for implicating her mother. So, are you going or not? My mother has gone very far on the path of prophecy, she is trustworthy. I will cooperate with you, but the spoils, an 80-20 split. As you wish. Eldrua forcefully tossed her beautiful hair, her long black tresses sweeping past Aloes' eyes. Her graceful figure leaned back and dropped from the railing. Just as her high-bridged nose neared the floor, her pure white high heels landed first. She performed a move that made all the crew's blood surge, then gracefully floated away. After a long while, the first mate finally blurted out, "Captain, you said before that her crew voluntarily defected from the craft world because they admired her beauty. I didn't believe it then. Stay at your post." Brother Yifeng leisurely strolled through the Eternal Mountain's storage room, sometimes tapping on a huge black stone material, and sometimes running his hand over rows of bolters purchased from Mars. Black stone has a bipolar nature. Activated positively, it is the best material for nullifying psychic energy. Activated negatively, it can unleash terrifying psychic attacks. Under normal circumstances, it always maintains its positive properties, possessing excellent anti-psychic capabilities. Guillemot even included the Empire's current technology for building anti-psychic chambers as a bonus. If it were a normal chapter, they would certainly be grateful to the Regent, if not pledging undying loyalty, at least being obedient. We are different. We are figuring out how to drag Guillemot into trouble. Brother Yifeng looked at the treasures in the storage room, seeing them as weights to move a lever. Great Chapter Master, we are about to exit the warp and enter an Imperial world for resupply. We are running low on food. Proceed according to plan, always maintain alert level 1. Do not relax until we return to the People's Light. Yes, Great Chapter Master. Sometimes the warriors would get confused about whether they were calling Brother Yifeng or Situwei or Chapter Master, so they just called Brother Yifeng Great Chapter Master. Brother Yifeng said that after returning, he would inform the entire chapter that he, Brother Yifeng, as a dead man, would not inherit the title of Chapter Master. They could just call him Division Commander, hehe. 10 regiments plus Special Forces, Division Commander was even a bit conservative. Just as Brother Yifeng was pondering how to send the announcement to each unit, the Eternal Mountain exited the warp. Great Chapter Master, we have successfully exited the warp with a 0% error rate. The world ahead has sent an inquiry and has verified our keel code. Act according to regulations. The Eternal Mountain's void shield strength dropped to 50%, indicating it had no ill intent. At this moment, in an asteroid belt orbiting a planet on the outskirts of a human world, the Shadow Gate had been deployed, and 7 Eldar warships warped out of the gate, hiding among the asteroids. Eldrua, confirm target. Confirmed. The Eldar warship's holographic field was fully activated, forming an optical stealth curtain. Looking from the Eternal Mountain's observation window, one would only see some asteroids colliding randomly. They had replicated the scenery of an area and cloaked their ships with it. Star cannons ready, target their engines. All 7 ships simultaneously locked onto the Eternal Mountain. No one anticipated an attack. At the moment the star cannons fired, only the Eternal Mountain's machine spirit sensed something was wrong and urgently increased the void shield's strength. The attack from the 7 warships instantly penetrated the void shield module in the engine area. Pulsar lances followed immediately, powerful beams tearing through the Eternal Mountain's outer armor and severely damaging the engine section. On the massive battle barge, all weapon arrays began to turn. The Eldar warships flew extremely fast, capable of rapidly accelerating into the battlefield with 8 to 9 gravitic acceleration modes. The extremely powerful pulsar lances require a long charging time. The phantom lances equipped on smaller ships cannot penetrate the void shields of weapon array areas whose efficiency has been urgently increased. Facing the thick-skinned Imperial warship, the Eldar warships could only attack from the rear. Imperial warships have few weapons deployed at the rear. The Eldar warship's long solar sails swept through the void of space, leaving behind ion torpedoes as they charged towards the Eternal Mountain. All Astartes contracted their defenses, gathering in important areas. They hadn't even figured out what was attacking them. After the main cannon bombardment ended, the holographic field once again obscured the Eldar warships. The auger array only showed ion torpedoes appearing out of thin air, and then the holographic field on the torpedoes also opened, and the red dots disappeared from the auger array. The Tech Marine had already rushed to the scene. Currently, the warship could only move in a small range using its auxiliary engines. The Eldar Darkstar fighters have a very clear advantage in space. They are also equipped with holographic fields and are almost impossible to hit. Their carried warp spitter bombs, by concentrating attacks on a certain area, shattered the Eternal Mountain's hard outer hull. Aloes wanted to continue bombarding, but Eldrua believed that since there was a human world nearby, their reinforcements would arrive soon, so they had to act quickly and immediately lead a team through the breach. She put on her war mask, which the Eldar use in combat, fully activating another personality dedicated to killing. Aloes did not dare to continue attacking the Eternal Mountain's main facilities, fearing he might harm Eldrua. He then ordered the other warships to disable the human ship's weapon arrays, then activated his war mask and led a unit of trainee Shining Spears into the breach. Shining Spears are the legendary jet anti-gravity motorcycle units. Similarly, our White Scars, as the rapid response force within the warship, also mounted their motorcycles and sped through the long corridors. Some warriors were still not very skilled because they were members of Antoni's company scattered throughout various places and were not familiar with the Eternal Mountain's structure. Brother Yifeng led the patrol through the corridor. He didn't see any enemies, and his heart grew colder. Could they have encountered Necrons? No, this is our home. The human colony detected signs of engagement here and quickly dispatched 2 gunships to scout the situation. Before long, they were hit by ion torpedoes, turning into fireballs that streaked past the Eternal Mountain. The point defense guns could only fire based on the feedback generated when ion torpedoes passed through the void shield. 3 ion torpedoes had already hit our hull, and we finally discovered the enemy. Eldar pirates, 5 enemy ships, no, 7, directly behind us. This was the enemy's trace discovered by our reconnaissance aircraft after suffering heavy losses. Eldar warships using solar sails don't even have ion jet trails, making them almost impossible to detect. Yi Feng, who was speeding along, felt a mysterious ripple, a very, very faint engine sound coming from behind the false wall to his side. He immediately made a decision and fired an ion blast at the wall. The warriors behind him instantly opened fire on the ion flare, blasting a large hole in the entire wall. Behind the enemy's motorcycle convoy, the wall suddenly burst open, and the White Scars motorcycle convoy charged out from behind the Eldar, raking their rear with a volley of fire. All units, equip anti-Eldar weapons. Whether the shuriken weapons, favored by the Eldar, could penetrate power armor was a mystery, but for us to penetrate their armor was effortless. Alos, having anticipated the Astartes appearing behind them, detected the surrounding environment with his motorcycle scanner and immediately led his squad into a strange corridor, preparing to use their speed advantage to shake off the Astartes. Yi Feng was quite angry, that was his home. It was a corridor because it was meant to separate him from the mortals. Situare. The enemy is at my former command post, I'm in pursuit, you lead your squad to block them. Situare? Situare. Respond if you hear me, damn it, didn't bring a librarian. Situare was currently standing in a spacious hall, coldly looking at Eldrua. This Eldar girl was quite fast, in such a short time she had led a dozen Eldar to cut down 2 squads of mortal troops and break through to this side. She curiously looked at this strange Primaris warrior. He appeared to be an apothecary, but why was his thigh wrapped with a circle of combat daggers? She scoffed dismissively. She had seen Astartes before, the famous ones were adorned with skulls and aquila decorations. This guy was probably a recruit. Several Primaris warriors rushed over from a distance, but the Eldar had already launched their attack. Shuriken attacks flew precisely towards his tactical visor. Situare raised his left arm to shield his eyes, drew a combat dagger with his right hand, and then, eerily, thrust it sharply backward. With a casual stab, he dispatched the assassin who had leaped behind him, sending a shock through all the Eldar. Are you kidding? My Blade Feast top 8 wasn't just for show. I'm among the top tier of Astartes combat power. If I can't handle a bunch of Eldar who haven't even completed the path of the warrior, who are you looking down on? Situare slashed forcefully, cutting open the Eldar warrior's entire body. The dropped soul stone absorbed his soul, then Situare crushed it underfoot. This slight delay allowed the Primaris warriors behind them to reach precise firing range, continuously unleashing aimed shots at the Eldar. Bolter rounds flew past their bodies. Eldar, like Drukari/Dark Ildari, possessed powerful reactions. Eldrua could clearly see the bolter rounds' trajectories, dodging them with dance-like elegance, and then, a flash of fire, her armor was sliced open, and blood gushed out. The combat dagger had wounded her with terrifying speed, and after a flash of cold light, it was deeply embedded in the metal plate behind her. Eldrua realized this was a difficult opponent. She injected a small amount of psychic energy into her armor, and the armor began to self-repair. Some Eldar pulled out weapons, preparing for close-quarters combat. Situare moved like a deadly lotus, sharp blades hurled at the Eldar pirates with terrifying speed, making it difficult to approach him for a time. The Primaris warriors also joined the fray. Any enemy wounded by a combat dagger, once they made a mistake and were caught by an Astartes, would inevitably be torn apart alive. In the Eldar's view, Astartes were tank units, requiring fire dragon warriors. Eldrua had specifically instructed Alos to bring a large number of fire dragon warriors for support. Each of these powerful professional marines carried super heavy meltaguns, as well as more potent bombs, capable of destroying almost all single-person tactical targets. But they were held up, we are equally good at that sort of thing. The Imperial Fists, primarily a defensive force, returned fire with ion storms and meltaguns. After securing the advantageous terrain, the Sons of Dorn's unique War Fortress defense system activated, unleashing terrifying firepower that turned the Eldar's frontal battlefield into an inferno. Without the support of the Fire Dragon warriors, Eldrua realized that by her own abilities alone, she couldn't even defeat the enemy before her. Just then, a shuriken rifle attack suddenly appeared from nowhere, impacting Situare. Although our chief apothecary was not injured, his on-body drug injection system was completely destroyed, sending him into a rage. A shadow specter, sent by her uncle to protect her, moved through the chaotic battlefield with a personal hollow field, undetectable by anyone. Situare feigned believing the attack came from a distant Eldar, roaring, for the Emperor's grace, and charged fiercely towards Eldrua. His heavy footsteps crushed all the fallen Eldar corpses. Situare's charge was a bloody path. Eldrua leaped continuously, constantly firing shuriken at Situare, but the enraged Primaris warrior, gripping his last 2 combat daggers, ignored her attacks, his goal firmly set on killing her with full force. The shadow specter attacked Situare again, this time, the shuriken rifle aimed at his head. A shot fired, and Situare, with a backhand motion, threw a dagger. The sharp flying dagger, following the shuriken rifle's beam, instantly pierced the enemy's gun-wielding arm. Drops of blood fell. The consequence of an assassin exposing himself on the front lines was only one, being engulfed by a deluge of firepower. The bolter bombardment pulverized everything in a surrounding circle. The shuriken rifle attack severely wounded Sichuer's side, causing him to topple over. Eldrua seized the opportunity to leap forward, her monomolecular blade a phantom blur, instantly knocking the chief apothecary's last combat dagger from his hand. Turning her body, she gripped her combat blade with both hands and plunged it fiercely towards the fallen Sichuer. Just then, an unusual sound came from Sichuer's power pack. Referencing Deka's ejecting back blade, Sichuer's power pack had an apothecary-specific modification. A sharp injection tube shattered the Eldar's armor, injecting a serum into Eldrua's body. Normally, this was a long needle capable of penetrating power armor, containing medicine to prolong the lives of his brothers. Now, well, one could only say the Imperial Fist's apothecaries were quite generous, having given Sichuer a good amount of the anesthetic used on the daggers for Blade Feast. Eldrua fainted on the spot. This Eldar assault team was repulsed under the leadership of the apothecary. Seeing Eldrua fall, the enemy snatched her soul stone and fled. Because anyone who dared to retrieve the corpse was blasted into smithereens. Brother Yifeng, how are you? My home is gone, what do you mean, how am I? The clash of motorcycle units did not yield a victor, as fire dragons and howling banshees fought their way here, and our fire teams also arrived, engaging in a large-scale battle that reduced the entire area to ruins. The reactive shields among the anti-Eldar weapons had little effect, they could not block the power of Melta, but the explosion of inert bombs could also threaten fire dragons. Even a minor shard wound, causing a brief slowdown, was fatal on a battlefield where Primaris warriors were charging out in droves. The shining spears led by Alos were clearly not Eldar pirates. Yifeng furiously jotted down their characteristics in his grudge notebook. Just you wait, I'll raid your craft world sooner or later. After a frantic battle, Alos, sadly learning of Eldrua's death, was enraged. He had just ordered revenge when he was blasted off his vehicle. Under the enemy's absurd fire density, he could only order a retreat. The most brutal fighting occurred with the relic guarding forces. As Yifeng's motorcycle army was tied up, they fought unsupported for a long time, with only mortal anti-boarding units continuously arriving, using their flesh and blood to block the enemy's firepower. Fighting to the last man, the massive Black Market's protective gate was blasted open. He stood desperately before the gate, brandishing his power sword, but the Eldar retreated. The Eldar were frustrated to discover that this was not something that could be immediately moved. Many psychic transfer objects were unable to transport this precious treasure, but to move it back to their ship, the Astartes would not allow it. The number of Primaris warriors on this ship exceeded the Eldar's expectations. In their prophecies, the warriors near Yifeng and near the Blackstone were not foreseen. They unanimously estimated about 150 Astartes battle brothers here, never imagining the number exceeded 200. When Alos felt that over 200 Astartes could still be challenged, the counterattack of the Eternal Mountain was deadly. Another 100 Primaris were hidden throughout the ship. They saw the Eldar as if they were some great treasure, lurking at certain junctions, ready to blast them apart with turrets at any moment. No command from Yifeng was needed, the counterattack began after the enemy started boarding. We unleashed a massive amount of starfire, which the Tio had once used against us. This mysterious substance permeated the area around the Eternal Mountain. Once an enemy ship approached, it ignited in a raging inferno. While unable to damage the enemy ship, it could force it to reveal its presence. Exposing their position naturally led to a volley of torpedoes and macro cannons, with lances engaging in mutual cutting with the enemy, forcing them to retreat. As the enemy hesitated, Antoni's company's sole remaining 10 Terminators veterans decided to board the enemy ship. These regular Astartes from Lian Liluo's unit were the only Terminators reinforcements. They seized the opportunity to warp jump onto an enemy ship damaged by a lance. It was too late when Alos ordered the retreat, the Shining Spears unit received the most concentrated fire. The enemy saw Eldar with vehicles as if they had seen their own Primarch, reacting with fanaticism. When Alos, covered in dust and grime, rushed out of the Eternal Mountain, only 1 in 10 of the Eldar warriors who had accompanied him remained. This was a slaughterhouse. Although it was originally designed to deal with the Iron Warriors, it didn't prevent them from killing a few more Eldar. Chapter 246 From now on, call me Chaos Terminator. Yifeng, the nature of this attack is very serious. I am going to blame the local world. Local world? Yifeng, right on your doorstep, alien pirates appeared. Tell me. Did you collude with the enemy? Local world, we've been wronged. We truly didn't know the enemy was coming. We only had 2 gunboats, and they were all destroyed. How could we possibly stop so many enemies? Yifeng, I don't care. I'm going to appeal, I'm going to condemn. I'm going to report this to the Imperium. Local world, I at number $% at. Yifeng, the higher UPS responded. World security issues are our Astartes' responsibility. This area is under my jurisdiction now. Local world, is there a possibility that we are currently in real-time communication? Yifeng, I believe the main reason for the appearance of Xenos in this area is insufficient local defense. The reason for insufficient defense is that this place isn't important enough. Therefore, establishing a fortress, important warehouses and a ship repair yard here is extremely important. I will apply to the Imperium for funding. Local world, you, apply, for, funding. The Angel's wisdom is profound. This place was originally unimportant, but now, on the edge of the Imperium's current front line and on the trade route to Langzhugshu, it has become important to us, it can become a trade hub. The application Yifeng submitted was very simple, although we lost 3 companies of battle brothers during a Tyranid invasion, decades have passed. We've replenished our numbers to 800. We're not content, we want to stir things up, we want to organize an expedition. The world that was just attacked is the starting point of our expedition. We request that the Imperium provide some funding to help us build this small world into a trade, logistics transfer station. Our logistics supplies will depart from here. That's how it is. As for whether the Imperium agrees or not, it's none of our business. Anyway, the nature of this attack is very serious, and someone must have leaked the important treasures we carried in our flight path. You should investigate it yourselves. The Eldar departed gracefully. We don't know if they went to gather a larger fleet or if they were scrambling to put their soul stones back into the infinity circuit. In any case, our battle barge was severely damaged and drifting here. The local world had no power, they were an agricultural world, with only light transport ships. Yi Feng called for support from the Anno's glory, then, bored, stared at the Eldar he had just captured. What are the Eldar in the eyes of the Red Tide? Great treasures. Every significant enrichment of the chapter either came from plundering Eldar warships or acquiring a batch of Eldar equipment. Now, a living Eldar. A great treasure with legs. This young woman slept for 3 days and 3 nights before slowly waking up. As soon as she opened her eyes, a large red armored kin was squatting nearby, curiously touching a Shining Spear's anti-gravity jet bike. Her first reaction was to search for a knife to ambush, but as her body moved, chains rattled. For this great treasure, the entire chapter had put dozens of chains on her, binding her like a zongzi. Oh, you're awake. Can you understand what I'm saying? Eldrua blinked, not wanting to speak. She felt incredibly uncomfortable, someone's shield had a great impact on a powerful psyker like her. She quickly surveyed her surroundings. Besides the motorcycle and the Astartes, there were only dark walls and scattered shelves. It looked like a warehouse. She pretended not to understand Yi Feng, mumbling a string of syllables. Seeing that she didn't seem to understand human language, Yi Feng rummaged through the shelves and found a mirror. The large mirror was placed in front of Eldrua. She shrieked, a flush rising from her cheeks, then rapidly spreading to her earlobes, her entire face red. Because her armor was made of wraith bone, when it got close to Yi Feng's shield, it wasn't destroyed, but it was certainly precarious, ready to shatter with a squeeze. So, she was now naked. She screamed, her sharp voice constantly assaulting Yi Feng's eardrums, her whole body twisting incessantly, trying to break free from the ropes that tightly bound her. As for Yi Feng, he seemed quite happy. This Eldar was lively, and the Adeptus Mechanicus should offer a good price. After endless shame, the anger rising from within began to corrode Eldrua's mind. This primitive species dared to insult her so. At this moment, she no longer cared about self-restraint or maintaining her inner calm. She spewed out all the pent-up resentment she had suppressed for countless years, spitting saliva all over Yi Feng's face. She loudly and thoroughly berated Yi Feng, cursing the red-armored warrior before her with the filthiest language she could imagine. Eldar curses. This behavior continued for several hours, even using psychic curses. Of course, it was useless. Yi Feng was behind his shield, waiting quietly. The Eldar screaming and yelling was exactly what he wanted. After venting for a while, Eldrua felt an infinite sadness. She could no longer detect the soul stone in her chest. If she died now, she would definitely die. Her soul would be devoured by the evil entity in the warp. From then on, countless pains would torment her soul like maggots forever. Thinking of this, a will to survive took over her mind. She had to find a way to bluff the other side, she had to live. I am an envoy from Craft World Visk. I have come to you by prophecy's command. I will help you overcome the common crisis of our two races. This time, she finally spoke in Low Gothic, though not perfectly, with the halting speech of a fishbone caught in one's throat. What did you say? I don't understand. Yi Feng was toying with Eldrua using High Gothic. Eldar are extremely sensitive and emotional, once they lose control of themselves, situations like the one just now occur. It's good enough to learn one human language, who knew this fellow in front of her was also an old-fashioned type. I am, an envoy. Eldrua was completely unfamiliar with High Gothic. The human crew she had captured and killed never used this language. Yi Feng, meanwhile, spoke in High Gothic with a strong Terra Tavern accent, chattering away with Eldrua for a long time. There was nothing for it, Yi Feng's worldview integration package was given by Malkador, and the old chancellor spoke in that very manner. After a long while, both sides felt thirsty. At this point, Yi Feng finally began to speak in Low Gothic. My apologies, I just realized the language you were speaking. It's really not very standard. Eldrua repeated the lie she had concocted, feeling parched. Yi Feng conjured a glass of water from somewhere and placed it on the small table beside them. You said you are an envoy from Craft World Visk, right? Yes. Eldrua's eyes inadvertently glanced at the glass of water. Then explain why you attacked us. Do you know how many of our people died? Do you know how much material and time it will take to repair our warship? For that, we are very sorry. In the prophecy, your warship will join us in defending against terrifying warp enemies. In the prophecy, we only saw your ship, not the people, so we mistakenly believed we needed to seize your warship to help us overcome the crisis. She swallowed. Now I understand. I will serve as your liaison envoy with the Craft World, coordinating and unifying the forces of both sides. Oh, give me a reason to believe you. Yi Feng waved his hand, accidentally knocking over the water glass. Eldrua's eyelids twitched sharply. My apologies, please wait a moment. Yi Feng slowly got up, using a primitive method to clean up the water on the floor. With every drop of water absorbed into the collector, Eldrua's heart sank a little further. What do you want? A show of sincerity is necessary. Where exactly is your craft world Vizc? Give me the coordinates. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Then how can I believe you? Anyway, in the prophecy you mentioned, your fleet will fight alongside us, and you will eventually be exposed in our information network. No, merely the fleet. I will never tell you the location of our home, just as you. The location of Terra is in the absolute center of the Sol system, near. Eldrua was resolved to die, absolutely unwilling to let these primitive species find her home. Yi Feng got up and poured half a glass of water, then tapped the water storage device. No water left, honestly. Looks like we won't be resupplied for 5 days. Eldrua's veins throbbed. In any case, I am an Eldar envoy. The matter of verification can wait. At least ensure my survival. Now, you must release me and give me water and food. Yi Feng said nothing. The Eldar before him apparently had not yet shed her pathetic arrogance. Yi Feng slowly raised the water glass and poured it over the back of her head. The clear water flowed down her hair, slowly tracing her fair skin, lingering on the chains, swirling along her graceful curves, and finally, regretfully, dripping onto the ground. You. I only want the location of your craft world. Think about your value. Yi Feng didn't even ask her name. With a clang, he closed the large door, and darkness enveloped her. In her desperation, she tried to pray to her gods. A moment later, she collected herself. The evil entity of the warp had cast its gaze upon this place even before her gods. The Anno's Glory's support arrived quickly, especially after knowing that the Eternal Mountain was carrying a large amount of finely crafted items from Mars. As for the captured Eldar frigate, it was too heavily damaged to be repaired. The Black Stone was finally delivered to Lang Zhugshu. Next, it was Christina's turn. The Primaris warriors were digging deep and accumulating provisions on Lang Zhugshu. They would not leave here until the anti-psyker armor was manufactured. The importance of this place even surpassed that of their so-called chapter home world. Over the next few years, Eldrua never revealed the travel route or contact information for Craft World Vizc. The main force of the Red Tide engaged Alos's forces once more, at the same location where they were previously attacked. Alos and his people discovered that the soul stones they had retrieved contained no souls, immediately realizing something was terribly wrong, and dispatched a small unit to investigate. They found several cruisers there, shouting on all channels, "Your people are with us, come up for negotiations." Alos, of course, would not negotiate. They tried to infiltrate the enemy warship to find Eldrua, but she wasn't there at all. Instead, the reconnaissance unit lost several more of their kin. Alos gave up. Attacking the well-prepared Imperium of Man's fortress was a suicidal act. Humans could overwhelm all their kin with sheer numbers. The surviving reconnaissance unit brought Alos some very bad news. During the battle, they heard a human say, that Mother Spirit kin was right, they really did come. These words made many of the Eldar kin's faces change instantly. Under immense pressure, even Alos had to conclude that Eldrua had betrayed them. This news was also conveyed to Eldrua's ears, a mix of truth and falsehood that made it impossible to discern. She was abandoned by all, becoming a true rogue pirate. However, she still wouldn't budge, refusing to reveal the craft world's contact information, so Yi Feng hadn't sold her off yet. Chapter Year 247, the exciting day finally arrived. Our chapter, dragging a large pile of warship wreckage, traveled to a forge world and exchanged technology for a treasure from the Golden Age. Say hello to Alan for me. I, Yi Feng, am still alive. Also, ask him to calculate the probability of me fulfilling my words from back then, Yi Feng said, sending the Space Manta envoy back. The Adeptus Mechanicus personnel looked eagerly at Yi Feng. The biologist Magos this time exchanged a new exploration technology and walked proudly to Yi Feng, hoping to exchange technology with him, with the difference in value compensated by other basic materials. Quite uncharacteristically, our chapter master rejected the Adeptus Mechanicus's proposal without any haggling and hastily left. This made the Adeptus Mechanicus begin to reevaluate the importance of the Space Manta. In someone's warehouse, many tons of the Space Manta remains from the original destruction were still stored. After 200 years of gathering dust in the warehouse, they were finally transported by transport ships to Lang Zhugshu, and a grand production effort began. Many parts were produced on the chapter homeworld, on Tio and in Christina's lair, continuously transported to Lang Zhugshu. Blessings were unnecessary. The anti-psyker power silenced the machine spirit. The Tio's primitive AI fire control was not as efficient as a Primaris warrior's thought process. The entire power armor only had basic instrumentation. The Space Manta began to slowly consume its vast amount of materials, then repaired the damaged Manta. This process lasted several months, and then we had enough Manta, mining, refining, and repair integrated machines. Their effect was similar to the Necron's Canopitex scarabs, but the Space Manta's size was significantly larger, and it consumed adamantium more slowly. The Manta swarm devoured an entire adamantium keel. The 10-kilometer-long cruiser keel was completely eaten, spitting out intricate adamantium components. This process lasted a year, and we had the power to change the world's pattern/structure. Yi Feng frolicked in the facilities of Lang Zhugshu. He had just taken off his pariah shield. His coral pituitary glands secreted hormones wildly. After so many years of suppression, suddenly losing the anti-psyker restraint, it immediately began to enhance Yi Feng's physical abilities at full power. Christina still held her signature oil teacup, swirling it in the air before drinking it down. Then, she opened a switch in her belly and poured another cup of oil coffee. My darling, look, the clothes this humble one made for you. Hurry and put them on, let this humble one see if they fit. Yi Feng had already given up on arguing. He took 3 steps into, dashing to the black warehouse door. You speak, I'll listen. You're perfunctory with me. The clothes this humble one painstakingly made for you, and you treat me like this? Next time you want some, you can't have them. The giant mechanical monster bounced on the ground, and Yi Feng felt a strong vibration from the floor below, making him unstable on his small stool. Alright, next, please welcome our wisest, strongest, and most talented Adeptus Mechanicus Archmagos Christina. To present her latest product introduction. Clap, clap, clap. Yi Feng clapped vigorously by himself, finally placating Christina. The black metal door rose, revealing a golden power armor. Its ancient and flowing lines showcased the beauty of adamantium. Its body, slightly larger than Terminator armor, and ample firepower made it a veritable killing machine. Here, the power armor you wanted, adamantium shell, heavy firepower, anti-psyker, for Primaris warrior to wear. All included. You'll have to deal with the machine spirit of the auxiliary weapons yourselves. Since the entire power armor was an adamantium shell, it was impossible to leave any openings for controlling weapons made of junk materials. Therefore, all weapons were externally mounted, controlled purely through hand operations. The biggest problem with this standard version of the power armor was its movement speed, as slow as a dreadnought. Due to its anti-psyker nature, the Terminator's warp teleportation could not be used. However, it was tough enough. The simplest method? Throwing it into battle with a trebuchet would be fine. If such a trebuchet existed. I only have one question, Ms. Christina, can Melta weapons penetrate it? Christina glanced at Yi Feng disdainfully, as if looking at an ogre. If Melta weapons could melt adamantium, the Adeptus Mechanicus would have done so long ago. Melta, a nuclear jet stream, at most reaches 60 million to 100 million degrees. Adamantium is forged in the billion-degree explosion of a star. Ah? Then these space manta. Go talk to the tech marine about it. Yi Feng felt he was being looked down upon and turned to stare at Christina. What? Am I wrong, darling, are you asking me to? From what I know of you, there must be other sets. Come, darling, this humble one will undress you. Yi Feng did not refuse. He was violently stuffed inside Christina again. After a series of up, down, left, right, and spiral contortions, the familiar anti-psyker feeling returned, very strong, several levels stronger than before. The giant door on Christina's body opened, and a 3-meter-tall golden saint appeared. At this moment, Yi Feng's flesh was pressed against the anti-psyker field formed by the positively activated black stone. The outer layer consisted of several pariah skeletons, and the outermost layer was adamantium armor. The power armor backpack behind him was replaced with a tank core. Now, Yi Feng was harder and stronger than even an adamantium behemoth like a land raider. Land raiders are not entirely adamantium, they contain a large amount of plasteel composite and can be destroyed by melta weapons if attacked from the rear. How is it? I knew you wanted speed, so it's not equipped with any weapons. You can customize them yourself. Unlike a Terminator's backpack, the huge energy output provided by the custom tank energy core gave Yi Feng considerable mobility. Although not comparable to light armor, it was better than Indomitus pattern Terminators. Yi Feng rotated his joints a few times and bounced a few more, causing depressions in the floor below. Bad news, if you wear this power armor, you'll easily sink into the mud due to your own weight. I've done calculations, it's best to add large webbed foot attachments, or, what you're best at, being fast enough. I'm very satisfied, Christina. Tell me its weaknesses. You need to be careful. This isn't a seamless adamantium plate. For your entry and combat movements, there are still tiny rotating gaps. Although I've minimized them through extensive engineering, it's still not invincible. You can try to withstand melta weapons, but don't bathe in them for too long. I can't guarantee that a fatal attack won't enter through molecular level gaps. Nor can I guarantee that the tactical optics visor is perfect. The most obvious weakness of this power armor was that the tactical optics were not made of adamantium, as they needed to observe the outside world. So Christina designed a tightly fitting adamantium eyelid that could be closed during critical moments to form a full adamantium defense. So, I'm invincible. Wake up. You're wearing adamantium, not auramite. As far as I know, some of the witch cult's great swords can cleave adamantium, and Necron's Canopitac scarabs can also chew you to death, just like how it was made. Alright, I'm going to pick a fight with Chaos. He's over 200 years old, yet still so impetuous. What's the power armor production like? If you're asking about the one you're wearing, it completely depends on the black stone material and the pariah skeletons. If you're asking about the other set. Christina rested her hand on the standard version, which had no black stone or skeletons, only adamantium, TO neural fluid, and a plasteel inner wall. As many as you want, I can equip your entire chapter right now. I currently have 1046 integrated repair machines, which means I can produce 1046 components simultaneously. The production time is merely the time it takes for me to assemble the various components. From then on, Yi Feng ordered that all Primaris warriors in active service, who could walk 100 meters in power armor with the backpack off, could be equipped with this power armor. The Claws of the Real designation was abolished, we are all Claws of the Real. All Astartes learned how to maintain this powerful power armor. Mortals could easily die suddenly if they got too close to the anti-psyker field, so they had to maintain it themselves. Equipment damage was not a problem, since the internal equipment was not made of adamantium, just replace it. Just when Yifeng thought Christina's surprises were over, she pulled out a box of bolter rounds from behind her. Here, anti-psyker bolter rounds, made with TO neural fluid, just like those biotoxic armor-piercing injector bolter rounds used against tyrannid creatures. Only the biotoxin has been replaced with anti-psyker fluid. Yifeng, shocked me for 250 years. Chapter 247, Holy Land. Hee, Kern. Hee. Christina, just how many TO have you dealt with? About 1 billion. A billion. Did you exterminate their entire race? Do you not realize how effective your policies are? The TO had been under Yifeng's rule for approximately 90 teraday, and just like the nation Yifeng came from before he transmigrated, their population was growing at an astonishing rate of doubling every 30 years. The Ethereals even hypnotized the TO in their subordinate territories to encourage reproduction, all to curry favor with the Astartes. TO above a certain age even fanatically volunteered to become points, sacrificing themselves for their people to accumulate points for new colony planets. The TO had formed a perfect closed loop. Young TO worked to produce basic goods and submit them, while the elderly came to die. Their brain membranes were used to create anti-psyker products, and their flesh was made into food bars. So, how many anti-psyker bolters do we have now? Christina uttered 2 words from her deep mechanical body, more than enough. You truly are my Belisarius call. I am not him, he couldn't protect you with his own flesh. That's right, at the position of your 2 hearts in your chest, those are my hands. If you were to be harmed, this humble one would be harmed first. Yifeng fell silent, mainly because he felt a bit touched inappropriately. Her 2 hands were on his chest. Will it affect your safety? No, have you ever seen a disabled Sisters of Silence corrupted by chaos? That's good, I'm leaving. After confirming that this eccentric archbishop was safe, Yifeng left. If she hadn't reminded him, he would have almost forgotten to take his shield. Fleet, set sail. Bring the adamantium armor back to our homeland. Inside the ship, the Primaris warriors excitedly donned their new attire, feeling the subtle sensation brought by 30% anti-psyker power. For safety, the mortals were kept far away, and thus, the first rift between the Astartes and mortals gradually began to form. Everyone was happy, except for our librarian. The equipping of this adamantium armor meant that our librarian had completely become a battle mage. Originally responsible for battlefield communication, he was practically retired on the spot when faced with a pile of anti-psyker adamantium armor. To cast spells, he now had to run a few steps away from his teammates. Yifeng was currently sleeping soundly in the room next to Eldrua's. Your fire dragon warrior blew up my room, so I'll annoy you. Eldrua suffered excruciating pain every day but couldn't bring herself to commit suicide. Yifeng wasn't worried at all. If he wasn't planning to sell her for a good price, he could just eat her brain to gain her memories. Is this an Eldar? No, she is a craft world Eldar. When the Anno's glory dragged the Eternal Mountain back to the Duchian world, the entire chapter was in an uproar. On the People's Light, Rogier's Wolfguard and the recruits cheered excitedly. Besides drinking and tearing apart enemies, pure physical equipment was one of the few things that could make them happy. 20 years of development had given birth to a new batch of recruits for the chapter, numbering as high as 600. The 10th chapter, using gene seed from the gene seed tax rebate, did not delay the parent chapter's troop building progress. When we officially delivered the anti-psyker adamantium armor to all connectable warriors, the Red Tide's first ever major incident began. Amidst the chaotic disorder of the warp, there was also infighting. No evil god wanted other evil gods to grow strong. Abaddon was meticulously planning his 15th crusade, and he once again tried to win over Huron. Huron's prestige had greatly diminished after the Bloody Calamity, but over the past decade, he had forcibly used the damaged Blackstone Fortress to eliminate large numbers of rebel forces in the warp, stabilizing the situation. The Blackstone Fortress was consequently even more severely damaged and was temporarily laid up at the Dark Mechanicum's home. However, the Kern followers never stopped. On the holy world of Grosses, they were simultaneously attacked by 2 enemy forces. One was the Alpha Warband, calling themselves the Holy World Destroyers. They descended from the sky, proclaiming their loyalty to the Emperor, and declared their intention to destroy all ecclesiarchy holy cities to fulfill the Emperor's will. The other was the long-scheming Kern cult, who had long set their sights on this holy world. The Imperium had always had a martial spirit, and relics made of bones were common. Coincidentally, Kern was the same. They mixed in, bringing a large number of Kern blasphemous artifacts into the ecclesiarchy holy world, attempting to secretly conduct a grand Kern ritual to transform all the people of the holy world into sacrifices and Kern followers in one fell swoop. When the Holy World Destroyers Warband launched their attack, the Kern followers realized that their opportunity had arrived. The local battle sisterses and the ecclesiarchy resolutely resisted the enemy's invasion. The ecclesiarchy had ample funds, and although law stipulated they could not possess male armed forces, the Astra Militarum always responded to the ecclesiarchy's calls for aid with the fastest speed. After all, they had money. Under the desperate resistance of the Kern followers, this holy world, relying on endless ecclesiarchy leaders, resisted until a unit of the Astra Militarum arrived as reinforcements. The Holy World Destroyers couldn't understand why the enemy could suddenly produce so many leaders. After the assassination of a local archbishop, it was usually up to various bishops to lead their guards and fight independently. Breaking them one by one would throw the world into chaos. In fact, the Qing followers didn't know either who would be chosen next to impersonate a bishop. By the time the Holy World destroyers discovered the Qing relic located in the deepest part of the ecclesiarchy world, it was already too late. The people here had fallen into a frenzy due to endless wars. 8 chaos relics, skulls from 8 races, were already emitting a crimson glow. A soaring blood light erupted from the highest ecclesiarchy cathedral, piercing the clouds. The blood blessing contaminated the clouds, and a blood rain began to fall across the entire world. A voice appeared in the hearts of countless mortal believers, "Kill the invaders, kill the invaders." Every warrior guarding the emperor was subtly influenced. They gradually lost themselves amidst the splashing blood and falling enemies, throwing themselves into the embrace of the blood god. Mortals left their rooms and converged on various cathedrals. After the streets were lined with headless corpses, chaos cultists emerged from branch cathedrals and rushed towards the largest cathedral. At this point, several alpha warriors were transformed into Qing followers due to their proximity to the chaos ritual site. The rest of the Holy World destroyers warband immediately retreated. This was no longer an ecclesiarchy holy world, so their mission was indirectly accomplished. When the ecclesiarchy requested aid, Yi Feng didn't want to provide support. However, later, upon hearing a supporting Astra Militarum unit loudly calling for help, stating that it was a slaughter-type warp contamination invasion, Yi Feng immediately gathered his forces and headed to the holy world of Grosses. Why? To take advantage of the situation. The ecclesiarchy, I want to kill them. Qing, I also want to kill them. Under the guise of fighting Qing, kill both, and while I'm at it, plunder the ecclesiarchy's treasures. Plan complete. This time, Yi Feng gathered a very large force, aiming for a complete annihilation in one strike. The remaining 300+ sons of Dorn, having completed their 12th war trial, began the Primaris Ascension surgery. Call's improved ascendant surgery success rate had increased from 40% to 70%, with approximately 200 warriors entering the operational sequence. Adding the 300 warriors and Wolf Guard he had conveniently seized from Antoni's company, this force reached an astonishing 700 Primaris warriors. They surged towards Grosses. Communicator, call the Holy World, tell them to hold on, we'll be there soon. Chapter Master, the latest communication is from that Astra Militarum unit. They're about to collapse. Tell me something useful. What's the enemy's firepower like, and what kind of enemy is it? Nothing, they didn't say anything. Entire chapter, prepare for assault. Rogier, lead the Wolf Guard in drop pods and land on the planet first, to clear a safe area for our subsequent transports. The massive bodies of the anti-psyker adamantium armor, with 2 warriors standing back to back, filled the drop pod. The meteor shower of the Emperor's angels shone dazzlingly, flames not belonging to Qing streaked across the sky, and wolf howls echoed throughout the entire planet. Rogier did not strictly follow Yi Feng's orders. After exiting the drop pod, he found that most of the Battle Brothers pods had smashed through the roof of the magnificent cathedral, landing in a massive structure that was either a hive city or a macro cathedral. The battle was extremely complex. Qing followers poured out from all directions of the cathedral, and the warriors were almost overwhelmed by the sheer number of people. The Wolf Guard fought back to back. After a brief period of discomfort, the warriors finally got used to the characteristics of this adamantium armor. I am invincible. Rogier pushed forward wildly, ignoring the enemy's suicidal charges, killing countless enemies with just heavy stomps. Lasguns and bayonets couldn't even leave a mark on the adamantium armor. The heavy bolters and plasma cannons mounted on the adamantium armor opened fire, and a single blast could kill swathes of enemies. Warships in orbit were bombarding the ground. The void shields had been removed by the Holy World destroyers, allowing our warships to easily destroy enemy defenses. Yi Feng personally led his squad into the top of the cathedral. What was once a towering emperor's statue gazing into the distance was now covered in blood, its head severed, and the outstretched hand of the holy statue was laden with the heads of high-ranking ecclesiarchy personnel. The arrival of the byway army instantly pierced through the entire top of the highest cathedral. Warriors leaping from the transport ships had even greater destructive power than gravity bombs. With a thump, the golden giant stood firmly in the center of the cathedral. The surrounding stained glass windows were covered in blasphemous runes, bone decorations hung from carved pillars, and a circle of enemies, holding black blades, timidly watched Yi Feng. Where's your boss? Cowardly, is he a coward? A chaos cultist swallowed, then stammered in a broken dialect, Jiao Xia. What the hell? Yi Feng strode forward powerfully, carrying only 2 weapons, a golden power sword in his left hand and a pale green chain sword in his right. He began his slaughter, attacking with both hands. His swordsmanship was like a dragon soaring, as if holy light had descended upon the world. His blade was like a startled swan, with the power to split mountains. Each flash of his sword light took the life of a traitor, and the nearby enemies were instantly annihilated. It seemed there was no unified opinion among the enemies, over a dozen of them roared and charged at Yi Feng, while the rest immediately began to retreat, rushing towards the underground through multiple passages. However, the courage bestowed by the warp completely vanished as the chaos dregs approached Yi Feng. They all fell to the ground, groaning in pain, their bodies spasming and twitching. What power did the bones of several untouchables possess? Yi Feng could kill all approaching enemies just by standing there. Yi Feng took a heavy step and swung his combat blade a few times before realizing that when he landed earlier, he had stepped on and killed a guy in a bloody robe. The byway army was not far away. The Astartes who had fallen into the massive cathedral, in pairs, chose a cathedral spire to descend from, encountering whatever fate brought them. Seeing no one around, Yi Feng was about to head to a lower area when, suddenly, a long, thin power sword stabbed at him. The heavy adamantium armor restricted Yi Feng's movements, and the long sword struck his neck guard. The powerful impact made Yi Feng's head snap to the side, and the slender, strange power sword actually bent before springing back. Yi Feng felt a strong vibration in his neck. He turned around to see a warrior, adorned with human heads, charging at him ferociously. The opponent's movements were swift and fierce, but Yi Feng casually struck, knocking his opponent's combat blade away. The powerful energy from the tank core flowed through his adamantium armor. Yi Feng roared and crashed into his opponent. His opponent's running speed was much faster than Yi Feng's, but after Kern's blessing, he fanatically rushed towards Yi Feng. The corrupted alpha warrior twisted and turned in the air, but as Yi Feng approached, Kern's blessing on him receded. He had originally taken down 2 heads hanging from his waist and savagely inserted his hands into them, using them as gauntlets, but the approaching anti-psychic power turned these 2 chaos relic heads into fragile white bones. With one strike from Yi Feng, both the skulls and hands were split open. The alpha warrior struggled violently, letting out an inhuman roar. Yi Feng's arrival had briefly sobered him. The brass throne had corrupted him, but the time was short, and he briefly regained clarity. In his hazy vision, a pale green light flashed and disappeared. The Emperor's wrath has arrived, your death is inevitable. With unknown strength, the alpha warrior's hand caressed Yi Feng's adamantium armor, then fell limply to the ground. Killing such a strange Kern assassin did not excite Yi Feng in the slightest. Attention, entire chapter. There are enemy Astartes here. Everyone be careful. This statement had the opposite effect. The Red Tide, this great army, possessed powerful self-confidence, 100 victory confidence forged in blood and fire. Upon learning of the enemy's presence, 700 Primaris warriors furiously charged in all directions, actively seeking out the enemy's traces. I just got this anti-psychic adamantium armor, I'll find a chaos trader to test its strength. In the lowest part of the cathedral, the remaining Kern followers leaders gathered. At this moment, they were extremely devout. Terrifying golden figures that plasma couldn't break and meltaguns couldn't harm were slaughtering them, a naked slaughter. This was not the duel the brass throne prided itself on. This was suicide. Do you know how terrifying it is when a golden giant charges out of meltagun flames and punches the shooter's head off? The Kern followers present all knelt on the ground, praying to the blood god for stronger support. The surrounding offerings were not mortal heads, those had already been used up in the previous round. The surrounding offerings were the heads of emperor's statues. They had almost beheaded all the largest emperor's statues in all the cathedrals on the entire holy world. Heads made of various precious materials were neatly arranged on the altar, which was drenched in hard blood, mixed with the stench of death. The skull throne responded to their grand sacrifice. Hazy light shone on the face of each ritualist. After 8 heartbeats, they were mercilessly sucked into a warp rift, shattered to pieces, never to be reborn. From the warp rift came a resounding military horn. An army of chaos warriors, marching in neat formation, emerged from the rift, carrying blood-stained banners on flagpoles made of spinal bones. Great hammers, scythes, flails, combat blades. If you looked closely, the war banners bore the weapon motifs of all weapons in the galaxy. It was a chaos relic. During the sacrifice, the chaos cultists claimed that over 600 golden Primaris warriors attacked. The brass throne released an army of over 1,000 blood angels. With the world eaters as the main force and other warbands loyal to Kern as auxiliaries, the blood angels only charged, tearing every enemy to shreds. Even if severely wounded, as long as they still thought of charging, the fanatical bodies Kern bestowed upon them would be no less resilient than Nurgle's vitality. Over 1,000 blood warriors of the brass throne charged upwards. All mortals who saw them were instantly beheaded. The first to encounter them were Rogier and his wolf brothers. The wolf brothers were fiercely battling a group of fallen ecclesiarchy priests. These people were swinging scepters adorned with heads at them, appearing ridiculous and powerless. To take us down, you'll need a typhoon missile. Maybe that could shatter our flesh and kill us. Rogier thought this, casually slicing a traitor into 3 pieces with a power claw. The wolf brothers always kept a weapon slot for a power claw. Amidst their banter, a crimson aura surged from the exquisite jade passage. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. A large squad of blood warriors charged out. The wolf brothers exchanged glances and charged forward with laughter. United as one, liberate the entire galaxy. Violent artillery fire covered the passage exit. The blood warriors, thinking it would be like usual, expected bolter rounds to hit their bodies, the resulting sparks considered symbols of valor by Kern, and in a few moments, they would be charging with their combat blades towards the fear-filled faces of their enemies. Anti-psychic bolter rounds and vengeance-type armor-piercing bolter rounds were mixed and loaded. Armor shattered, and anti-psychic solution splattered everywhere. The blood warriors became weak and powerless, their charging speed noticeably slowed. The golden adamantium armor shone brightly, hurting their eyes. The anti-psychic power covered them. Rogier charged at the front, and after a burst of firing, he discharged most of the anti-psychic bolter rounds, then leaped forward, embedding a power claw deep into an enemy's body. The world eaters howled, whether it was a roar of charge or a wail of lost blessings, no one knew. His combat blade struck the adamantium armor, leaving a small, thin scratch. An adamantium power sword, with enough force, could theoretically break through the adamantium armor, but that force would require Engren. No matter what champion you are, anti-psychic bolter rounds plus anti-psychic adamantium armor and adamantium outer shell, a combination punch like that will kill you. Rogier's 5-man squad was surrounded by over 30 world eaters, but by the time Yi Feng's byway army arrived as support, only 8 enemies remained. They hesitated, they wavered. At some point, no one was shouting for the brass throne anymore. Upon seeing Yifeng's slender figure appear at the end of the passage, a trader from a warband shouted, "Custodes!" Everyone scattered like birds and beasts, but Yifeng, who had traveled so far, had no intention of letting them go. The byway army's bolters fired another volley, wounding 2 enemies in the legs. Our dual-wielding chapter master went up and cleanly killed the chaos scum. "Rogier, how are you?" My head's a bit dizzy." Rogier stood up, swaying twice. The enemy hadn't broken his armor, but the impact was still there. Being thumped on the head by a bunch of Qing warriors for half a day, even a Primaris warrior couldn't take it. This scene occurred throughout the cathedrals of the Holy World. In fact, only a little over 100 Astartes encountered the Blood Warriors. Many warriors hadn't reached a deep enough position due to slow movement, and our army had already completely routed the Blood Warriors' vanguard. The White Scars laughed loudly, and traditional hunting war songs even appeared on the communication channel. The byway army was stifled, running in this adamantium armor was too slow. They, furious, wanted to immediately engage the enemy in a clash of blades. The enemy retreated 3 levels, until they encountered their middle army, a massive Blood Angels army led by dozens of enchanted warriors, not just over 600 world eaters, but also mortal chaos champions, corrupted Xenos, and powerful demons. Facing the retreating army before them, they adopted the most traditional method. With one strike, they chopped off the heads of 6 deserters. "What, hundreds of custodes? Do you think we're attacking Terra? All forces charge. Show the enemy what we've got." Red Tide Primaris Warrior Anti-Psychic Adamantium Armor Usage Guidelines. Rule 1, you must first don the anti-psychic adamantium armor, activate the power, and then put on the helmet. Because the heavy adamantium helmet cannot be lifted without activating the power. Rule 2, maintain distance from librarians, unless the librarian is under psychic threat. Rule 3, in non-war situations, do not wear the anti-psychic adamantium armor continuously for more than 7 Terra day. Rule 4, if Rule 3 is violated, after removing it, you must stay away from any anti-psychic equipment for 7 Terra day in non-war situations. Rule 5, if you see a Sisters of Silence charging at you with a blade, please do not be afraid, her blade cannot harm you. She has just lost her job, please allow her to vent completely. Rule 6, when you put on the anti-psychic adamantium armor, you are on your own, because the apothecary's needle cannot penetrate the adamantium armor, nor can he take your adamantium armor off. Rule 7, there is no Rule 8. Chapter 248 I have to pick this provocation today. Qing's blood warriors charged through the magnificent underground prayer hall, passed through the blood-soaked crimson corridor, burst out from a realm of death engulfed in flames, and rushed towards the blade tips of the Emperor's angels. The reason the over 600 Chaos Warriors in the Central Army didn't charge as fast as the vanguard was entirely because they were too heavy. They had snatched thick adamantium armor from their comrades in continuous battles, and were laden with numerous exquisite spoils. A heavy army, full of bloody glory. This true elite of Qing began their charge. They kicked open heavy stone doors, shattered walls in their way, and the leader, using a rare adamantium spear, a corrupted Qing spear with the corpses of earlier fleeing cowards impaled on it, pointed its tip directly towards the Red Tide's location. Charge! If that banshee-like howl could be considered chaos language. The two armies drew closer until the heavy footsteps of adamantium armor echoed like thunder in the hall, the roars of the Emperor's angels rang in the traitors' ears, and anti-psychic bolters and vengeance armor-piercing rounds once again reminded them that they were nothing more than fallen traitors. Yifeng had long been unable to suppress the battle intent in his heart and charged frantically to the second floor of the hall. After the enemies below suffered a large number of anti-psychic attacks, the first World Eater to charge out was struck down by Yifeng, who leaped from the second floor, with a direct blow to the head. The powerful warband champion reacted extremely quickly, raising his adamantium spear horizontally to parry Yifeng's long blade. The coward's corpse above swayed, its tattered body covered in bolter rounds and anti-psychic fluid, shielding the champion from most of the ranged attacks. Yifeng sneered. His heavy adamantium armor pressed down on the opponent's spear, and the proximity of the untouchable's bones caused the chaos relic to creak. Qing's blessings were abandoning the champion, who felt an unprecedented weakness. The black, strange protrusions behind the warband champion shattered, and horny fragments, along with the battle standard impaled behind him, turned into a wisp of grey smoke. He wailed as he fell, the adamantium spear still pinned to his chest, but Yifeng's heavy body pressed entirely upon him, causing him to be severed in two by his own spear. United. Immediately behind Yifeng, a battle brother stepped forward to fill the gap. The brother's equipment was varied. The Sons of Dorn wielded master-crafted power hammers that Yifeng had acquired from the Salamanders, repelling a World Eater dozens of body lengths with a single strike. The Luna Wolves, armed with master-crafted power swords from Mars, met the traitors, a chaotic mix of madness and anti-psychic power swirling in the twisted church. The blood-soaked golden adamantium armor stood firm in the very center of the battlefield. More and more bodies fell, piling up at his feet. Yifeng stood atop a mountain of enemy corpses, his golden blade telling the approaching foes, "I am the insurmountable mountain." At this moment, he was no different from a custodian, an unconquerable terror to his opponents. Enemies completely subservient to chaos could only exert less than a third of their usual strength before him. Those who had defected but remained uncorrupted, such as the Primarch's direct guard of the Iron Warriors, would not appear in the direct warp rift of the Blood Fortress personally opened by Qing. Rogier rampaged across the battlefield. He found that while anti-psychic adamantium armor was slow-moving, it was unstoppable. He disengaged his magnetic locks, stepping on slippery blood, letting himself slide deep into the enemy lines with an unstoppable momentum. The Wolf brothers followed suit, savagely slaughtering this so-called elite of the enemy. The enchanted berserkers, upon seeing Yi Feng at this moment, reacted as if they had encountered their natural predator. The demons within them halted their charge, cautiously circling around this golden big mech who was tearing through their ranks, waiting for an opportunity. But the byway army were not spectators. Although a considerable number of them were firing huge plasma guns and twin-linked bolters from the rear, once their ammunition ran out, they also used their underslung chainswords to cut into the enemy ranks. In the eyes of the demons, Yi Feng was a bottomless psychic black hole, a place of absolute quietude. Even when hiding inside Chaos Warriors, demons approaching Yi Feng would be instantly smashed back into the warp by the reality barrier, while other warriors nearby, from a warp perspective, were no different from walking along and seeing a pile of excrement. Especially when this pile of excrement was charging at you, constantly spewing excrement bolters all over you. Blood flowed backward, heads rolled, the Chaos Army was collapsing, mortal champions were easily slaughtered, and even the bravest demons hesitated as they looked at Yi Feng. The Blood Warrior army completely collapsed within tens of minutes of engagement, fleeing back to the altar. They were brave, not foolish. Besides some dim-witted demon, who would challenge Kern. This golden big mech before them was more terrifying than the custodians, more terrifying than Kern himself. At least the custodians didn't wear adamantium armor forged from over a dozen untouchable skeletons. Almost all of the main 400 world eaters were killed in action, and the cowards from the other warbands finally decided to retreat. Some of the scattered blood warriors believed that these powerful golden armored warriors should be considered a tank, no, a Night Titan unit. They should summon more powerful daemon engines, they needed skull cannons, they needed blood harvesters, they needed blood slaughterers. Another faction believed they needed greater blessings from the brass throne. Their existing corruption couldn't even last 3 seconds in front of that golden big mech. So, a group of enemies tried to gather chaos cultists to sacrifice and summon corrupted titans, while others devoutly prayed to the brass throne, slaughtering the steadfast Astra Militarum to obtain offerings. At this point, the disadvantage of the anti-psychic adamantium armor became apparent, they couldn't run fast enough to catch the fleeing enemies. The army had also penetrated too deep into the church, making it impossible to deploy fast-moving thunderhawks. Yi Feng expressed his frustration, saying, I didn't expect Chaos Astartes who worship Kern to run. So he jumped down from the mountain of enemy corpses piled high. At the very bottom, at the altar, countless heads of emperors' statues were eerily stacked, forming a throne made of skulls. The foul blood flowing beneath the throne suddenly ignited, fierce flames accompanied by the wails of countless souls, surrounding the emperor's stone-head throne. A warp rift was forcibly torn open, and a bloodthirster ferociously burst out from the gateway. It had received a decree from the brass throne, it was the leader of a Blood Angels Legion, and the Chaos Astartes under its command were being slaughtered. Its true name had long been forgotten. It had served under Kern for too long, those who knew its name had long become souls under its blade. Bearing dark wings and wielding a hellish great axe, it could breach cities and strongholds with ease, as simple as drinking water. Its other hand held a soul whip, forged from 88 soul beads. Within each bead were the souls of its fallen subordinates, greater demons of Kern it had once slain. The power of these deceased greater demons was reclaimed by the blood god, but their souls did not return to the brass throne, they were imprisoned within the soul beads. Only when commanded would the soul chains on them transform into soul blades, and 88 greater daemon souls would burst forth from the whip to slaughter the enemy army. The bloodthirster angrily scanned its surroundings. Its psychic senses detected the fleeing Chaos Warband warriors. It let out a howl, and the terrifying sound wave shattered the bodies of Chaos cultists within several kilometers, turning them into a pure blood mist within a single breath. The bloodthirster opened its maw wide, and countless streams of blood energy poured into its great mouth. Then, it flapped its dark wings and flew upwards. The surrounding walls were as if insubstantial. After vigorously flapping its wings 8 times, the bloodthirster arrived before a retreating warband. The floor beneath suddenly shattered, and a giant beast's head emerged. This sight became the last image the fleeing individuals saw in their lives. The greater daemon devoured these cowards, gaining their combat memories, then turned and charged towards Yi Feng's location. At this moment, Yi Feng was assessing the casualties among the warriors. No adamantium armor had been shattered, but many of the warriors inside had activated their Belisarius call. When wearing this adamantium armor, your method of death might become very singular, being vibrated to death. All warriors who have activated their Belisarius call, retreat to the outside and clear landing zones for Thunderhawk gunships and transports. Is the communication station deployed? Guard it carefully. Mortals should not enter yet, the enemy has not been completely cleared. Strategic Resource Non-Voluntary Transfer Units, stand by. Command after command was issued. Yi Feng walked and directed the various frontline squads. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, the intense tremor making him unable to stand firm. Just as Yi Feng tried to run through the corridor, a black great axe appeared between his legs, intending to cleave Yi Feng in half. Yi Feng was quick-witted. He pressed his power sword tightly against his thigh and executed a clumsy roll. Amidst a chorus of psychic screams, he was knocked to the ground by the great axe. The floor beneath him suddenly shattered, and the golden giant fell from mid-air, landing on the black horn of the bloodthirster below. However, halfway through, the greater daemon felt an abnormal nausea. Its demonic entity suffered terrifying pressure upon approaching him, as if it would be forcibly sent back to the warp in the next second. During the brief hesitation, Yi Feng had already fallen past it, tumbling uncontrollably in the air, descending through the tunnel of destruction it had flown up through, all the way to the deepest part of the Qing altar. Yi Feng naturally wouldn't let himself fall freely. He laboriously plunged his combat blade into the surrounding walls, but the side was not a solid wall, but rather layer upon layer of hive city fault lines. His own weight still propelled him into the abyss until the blade finally made contact with a complete and hard object. A headless emperor's statue, the hardest and most exquisite jade, halted Yi Feng's descent. The blade sliced into the emperor's statue's neck and cut all the way down to its knees before stopping. Just as Yi Feng let out a sigh of relief, a terrifying gale whistling from above set off alarm bells in his heart. With all his strength, he flung his body, and the golden figure swung in the air, performing a feint before swinging back in another direction. The physical attack did not appear as Yi Feng expected. Instead, spiritual entities, whistling through the air, manifested as numerous bloodletters, attacking Yi Feng from above. Even as his adamantium armor trembled, and faint scratches continuously appeared on its smooth surface, Yi Feng maintained his composure. With both swords drawn, he moved like a graceful dragon, the two relics whirling impenetrably in the air, shattering the daemon entities one after another. The souls that shattered near the bones of the untouchables could no longer return to the whip. This time, there was no blessing from Qing to protect them, they could only be annihilated into nothingness. The demons felt a fear they had never experienced in their lives, true death seemed so real after the blood god's blessing faded. However, Yi Feng's counterattack didn't last long before the bloodthirster charged him head-on. The black horn once again plunged towards Yi Feng. This time, the greater daemon of Qing was resolute. Yi Feng smiled knowingly, his right arm twisting into an unnatural angle as the pale green chain sword met his opponent head-on. The sudden overload output from the energy core made Yi Feng's attack more ferocious than a battering ram. Muscle coils gathered immense power, and with one strike, he severed the enemy's black horn. The bloodthirster swung its giant axe in surprise, intending to cleave this annoying ant that had wounded it, but Yi Feng clung to its horn like a maggot to bone. At this moment, our chapter master finally had time to assess the enemy before him. Its height was estimated to be over 15 meters, as the blade of the giant axe it wielded was longer than Yi Feng himself, probably over 4 meters. However, it now dared not chop its own body and wanted Yi Feng to get off. The daemon entities were reordered to attack Yi Feng, while the bloodthirster violently twisted its body, trying to shake Yi Feng off. The longer the anti-psyker adamantium armor stayed on its body, the more severely its daemon entity would collapse. After it attacked by hacking along its own horn, Yi Feng barely landed on the ground. Its black horn was mostly shattered, the tip completely gone, and the base had become uneven. It roared in fury, but Yi Feng's roar was even louder. "State your name, you lowly coward." The greater daemon of Qing was clearly stunned for a moment. Yi Feng seized the opportunity to strike first with his swords, slashing across the enemy's crimson skin and opening a bone-deep wound on its ankle. Because someone's height could only reach its feet. The piercing demonic cries that once could easily kill Yi Feng's wounded battle brothers now only caused Yi Feng's head to feel dull for a moment. The offense and defense have shifted, you warp scum. Now I am the attacker. Yi Feng charged forward with his combat blade. The bloodthirster instinctively kicked out. Yi Feng swung his combat blade to meet it head-on. Although he was sent flying backward, the daemon entity's foot was completely severed, turning into a cluster of fragments infused with the power of chaos. The golden figure retreated several steps, a mouthful of blood surging from his throat only to be forcibly swallowed. Potions began to inject into Yi Feng's body within his adamantium armor, and a surging power continuously coursed through his limbs. The chain sword traced a beautiful flourish in the air, meeting the incoming whips head-on. The long whip made of soul orbs attacked from the side. The two holy swords crossed, and a massive force impacted Yi Feng's arms. The whip was still coiling, after being parried by the twin swords, the whip's tail maintained its momentum, intending to bind Yi Feng tightly. Above, a black axe rapidly descended, aiming to cleave him in half while the whip restrained him. I said, the machine spirit is pleased. The soul orbs pressed tightly against the golden adamantium armor, threatening to shatter. Dense cracks appeared on the orbs closest to Yi Feng. Both swords struck with full force, and with one blow, the soul orbs at that spot underwent a violent detonation, causing the entire long whip to break in two. The force of the explosion spread over a large area. The giant axe failed to strike the blown away Yi Feng. The madness of the Astartes encased in adamantium armor was no less than the insane monsters it had seen in Qing's domain. The enemy emanated a power that made even it feel a tremor in its heart. The bloodthirster spat a torrent of flame. The inferno, derived from Qing's authority over fire, contained the wails of the weak. Among greater demons, only fire attacks could be used with the tacit approval of the brass throne. The blazing flames were a manifestation of their abundant blessings. Yi Feng took a step forward, then a second step, a third step. The terrifying flames felt like a gentle breeze. Dare to spit randomly, and I'll tear your mouth apart. The black giant axe fell once more, striking the foot of the emperor's statue, toppling the severely damaged holy effigy. After dodging, Yi Feng leaped, landing on the axe blade, and with all his might, brought his combat blade down on the giant axe. Boom sound waves spread across the warp, shaking back all the surrounding specters and monsters. Yi Feng staggered backward. The giant axe before him, surprisingly, did not break like the long whip. It seemed to be a very powerful chaos relic. Seeing that he couldn't destroy the enemy's weapon, he turned his gaze to the greater daemon of Qing's head, as if looking at prey. A faint illusion appeared in Yi Feng's mind, a red-skinned fat man, wreathed in flames, sat upon the skull throne. Yi Feng laughed wildly, pointing his long sword at the opponent, signaling. You go first, ant. When had the bloodthirster ever been so disdained? It flapped its wings and plunged down from the sky. Bloodlust emanated from its black bone wings. The previous sacrifices were completely insufficient, it needed more skulls. Gripping his combat blade in a reverse grip, he took 2 steps back, then leaned back, actively leaping into the destructive tunnel. The bloodthirster pursued relentlessly, turning in the air and rushing towards Yi Feng. This played right into Yi Feng's hands. The two engaged in close quarters combat in the air. Yi Feng used the impact of the opponent's weapons to change his position and speed, seizing an opportunity to violently plunge his combat blade into the opponent's arm. The greater daemon of Qing flung its arm, intending to smash this annoying fellow into the fractured wall beside them, but the golden figure spun around its arm, and the long sword in his other hand plunged into its shoulder. The two engaged in a fierce struggle in the air. The adamantium armor and relic combat blade dragged the greater daemon of Qing. It successfully grabbed this annoying hard shell. The unrestrained release of anti-psyker power made it feel like it was holding a sun. As it slightly loosened its grip, its opponent fiercely counterattacked. The combat blade severed its claw, and the warp black hole was devouring its power. Yi Feng, like an ancient hero completely immune to warp influence, was fighting a dragon. He flipped onto the daemon's back, striking the enemy amidst the black smoke spewing from its bone wings, searching for every weakness during their rapid descent, burning away the enemy's certainty of victory with the fury of an Astartes. The reality barrier fully pressed down on the bloodthirster. With over a dozen sisters of silences on your back, it's either run or die. If the bloodthirster chose to fight to the death at this moment, Yi Feng was confident he could completely annihilate it. Not a single shred of its soul or blessing would return to the warp, and Qing would forever lose this power. Finally, the greater daemon of Qing crashed into the deepest part of the hive city. Falling to the ground at such a speed, Yi Feng successively crashed into the surrounding walls, rolling several times and piercing through 3 walls before stopping. Inside him, the Belisarius call, which had been dormant for a long time, activated, and a mysterious power erupted from his long accumulated organs, surging and sweeping through Yi Feng's entire body in an instant. The bloodthirster knew its time was short. It had just emerged from the warp, barely eaten, and then fought a madman. Now that the fellow was gone, it needed to eat something quickly. It merely flapped a wing, unable to stand upright, when a mind-shaking roar of fury came from the other side of the shattered wall. "Face me, coward!" The greater daemon of Qing turned its head and saw the anti-psyker adamantium armor smash through the wall, advancing rapidly in 3 or 5 strides, its speed far exceeding that during their previous battle. It tried to fly up, but he stepped on its tail. Yi Feng charged along the opponent's spine, each step a full stomp from an adamantium beast, more powerful than the full strike of the strongest Astartes. The bloodthirster was finally pressed down by the anti-psyker power, unable to move, allowing Yi Feng to step on its head and crash heavily to the ground. Before him was the largest altar of the Qing cult, the place it had emerged from. Now it lay on the ground, its head facing that stone skull throne. This time, it chickened out. If it didn't leave now, it would die completely. Its entire body began to disintegrate, escaping from the real world back into the warp. Yi Feng plunged a sword into its head, but as he tried to deliver another blow, it shattered and vanished from its spot. The power of the Belisarius call was not yet exhausted. Above the altar before him, a dazzling light emerged, and the warp rift seemed to want to open for a third time. "I heard the strongest wave of your offensive is in the 8th attack." Yi Feng walked leisurely. He himself was a stabilizer of the real world. With him standing here, the warp rift could not possibly open. The warp light squeezing out from the altar shone upon the throne, and a vague figure faintly appeared above it. "But before my army, can you even withstand the second wave?" Heavy footsteps, yet light and agile, approached the throne with an elusive trajectory. "How many Chaos Astartes do you have? 10,000? 20,000? 100,000? I don't care." Yi Feng stopped, only a few feet away from the phantom on the throne. "My army will crush you, and you will gain no power. Neither living nor dead, endless, is just a joke. Something will always wield the authority of war, fire, and blood, but it doesn't have to be you." Yi Feng turned around, confidently exposing his back to the continuously collapsing altar. Over a dozen skeletons absorbed the warp's fury completely. "Yes, I am provoking you. You can understand it that way," Yi Feng said softly, then bent slightly. He sat upon the throne crafted from the emperor's statue's head, completely forcing the phantom to dissipate. At the same moment of its dissipation, the surrounding altar completely collapsed, as did the throne beneath Yi Feng. He was buried amidst the blood-stained stone head. The power of the Belisarius call dissipated, and Yi Feng fell into weakness. "Damn it, showing off is so satisfying. Where's the Byway army? Save me. What if a World Eaters pops out, then I'm gone." Chapter 249, The Distressed Guilliman. One Byway army quickly made a forced landing next to Yi Feng. As they walked, their chapter master disappeared, startling the Byway army. After the ground shook, they looked forward to see a bottomless pit. Since they hadn't undergone extreme testing, they didn't know from what height they could jump safely, so they tested it along the way, jumping dozens of times before finally landing. The first alpha warrior to arrive made a hard landing, falling onto the spot where the bloodthirster had been lying. He scrambled to his feet and looked up to see a large pile of imperial stone heads haphazardly stacked on the high platform in front of him. "Chapter Master, are you there? Chapter Master." They dare to desecrate the Emperor like this. "Call the fire team. I need heavy fire support to destroy the enemy's chaos altar." You pull me out first, then destroy it." The Alpha Warrior looked closely and saw that the chapter master was buried entirely under the stone heads, with only one golden hand sticking out, waving strenuously. The backrest of the skull throne had collapsed, burying Yi Feng. Chapter master. You can't die. Get lost, pull me up, quickly search around, are there any good things? What am I here for? To fight Qing and plunder the ecclesiarchy. Qing's army has been scattered, so naturally, it's about chasing them down and looting. Around the chaos altar were shattered blasphemous objects. Yi Feng slowly got up, feeling weak all over, barely able to walk. Can you handle the next battle? No problem. With that, the Alpha Warrior went to the side to look for a way up. They could jump down, but they couldn't fly up. Just as he turned the corner and disappeared from Yi Feng's sight, a deadly assassination strike aimed at Yi Feng's eyes. One of the weaknesses of adamantium armor is the tactical visor when not closed, which is the only place an opponent can attack. Another Alpha Warrior corrupted by Qing suddenly appeared from a broken hole in the ceiling. This Alpha Warrior used a combat dagger. His original weapon was a poisoned break-action rifle, but after being corrupted by Qing, he angrily threw that weapon away. The Blood God's blessing still affected him, even in this assassination. He yelled, "Blood God above!" to attract Yi Feng's attention, unwilling to engage in a cowardly sneak attack. Facing the enemy that suddenly appeared from above, the weak and powerless Yi Feng performed the most effortless action. He fell backward. The heavy adamantium armor crashed to the ground, dodging the opponent's attack. The assassin nimbly stepped on an imperial stone head, turned to counterattack, but looked at Yi Feng's back, unsure how to attack. The Alpha Warrior who had left earlier rushed back and saw an Alpha Warrior now holding two knives, fiercely stabbing at the joint between the tactical helmet and the armor. This Alpha Warrior was quick-witted, firing several bolter rounds at the enemy. But the Alpha Warrior's blades froze in mid-air. He was astride Yi Feng's back, and after a sharp pain, he regained some clarity. Bolter fire engulfed him, and this Alpha Warrior fell into a pool of blood. The Baiwei army rushed over, seeing Yi Feng still propped on his hands, struggling to stand, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine, I was prepared. Yi Feng's hands were twisted backward, his twin swords already ready for a backstab. Chapter Master, it's my fault, I didn't protect you well. You said there were assassins from the beginning, I didn't pay attention. Get lost, call me Chapter Master. You're an old Alpha Warrior, save the post-battle summary for when we return to the warship. Duan. A second Baiwei army Alpha Warrior dropped down, landing in a much better posture this time. Don't just stand there, get to work. The Astra Militarum on the front lines were completely corrupted. Some Lemon Rust tanks and Chimera armored vehicles began to cooperate with the regrouped warband members to launch a counterattack. They had gathered over 300 Chaos Warriors, possibly their last stand, believing they could defeat the golden armored Alpha Warriors with the Lemon Rust's main cannon. They had never wished for artillery to be more powerful. There were no warp smiths here, just corrupted machine spirits guiding traitor tanks, furiously shelling the golden armored Alpha Warriors appearing in front. Other Chaos factions' incantations usually were, eternal confusion of the warp with blood and souls as sacrifice, please let supreme divine power descend upon the world to aid my suffering followers. Qing faction's incantation, coordinates adjusted, 26, 34, 86, distance 7090, high explosive triple shot, 1 full load. Cannons boomed, spewing blood and fire towards the front, leveling a section of buildings. The pursuing Astartes also dared not withstand such bombardment. Even if a shell couldn't penetrate your power armor, a half-meter diameter, several 100-kilogram metal object hitting your chest at supersonic speed meant a very high chance of being killed by the shock. Wolf Brothers Rogier, what do we do? The enemy was surrounded by the corrupting warp energy. After Yi Feng destroyed the altar, this world, which was almost pulled into the warp, was stabilized by the real world. However, Chaos cultists could still gather in sufficient numbers to distort reality, making the warship's bombardment ineffective. What do you mean, what do we do? We jump right into their midst. The Red Tide, at this moment, was not afraid of the enemy attacking head-on, they only feared them hiding. 100-strong assault team, using an astonishing number of Thunderhawks and Storm Ravens, with smoke screen cover and vehicle assault level creeping barrage, swept directly over the enemy from 20 meters above, dropping the anti-psyker Alpha Warriors into the very center of the battlefield. They landed between enemy tanks, on the heads of Chaos cultists, on the heads of Qing warbands. The ferocity of their firepower was unprecedented, each of them, besides their arm-mounted weapons, also had chest-mounted and shoulder-mounted auxiliary weapons. 6 to 10 weapon hardpoints instantly plunged the entire battlefield into wailing. Qing's army successfully killed 7 of our Alpha Warriors. 3 of these brave Alpha Warriors landed too far from their battle brothers, they were caught between 2 Lemon Rust tanks, collided, and then the 2 tanks fired their main cannons in a near-suicidal bombardment, using the terrifying shock to kill our Alpha Warriors. The remaining 4 died from the self-detonation of a powerful Chaos relic at the enemy's core. The strength of the warp surge devoured the TO's meningeal fluid, turning a 1-kilometer radius at the center of the battlefield into ruins. After this battle, our army's strong confidence in victory was established, and the enemies on this planet were unable to organize a decent counterattack. What puzzled the enemy was that the enemy warships in the sky did not dispatch a large army, nor did they take advantage to set up formations outside the Hive City to sweep the planet. Instead, terrifying golden armored Alpha Warriors and some mortal transport teams appeared. These mortals were equipped with strange exoskeletons, which were unarmored, battery-powered power armor frames. No one knew what they were going to do. The strategic material non-voluntary transfer unit's intervention got everyone busy, with the identification process being the most crucial. There were many chaos relics, and relics of skulls, bones, and strange weapons were difficult to distinguish between Imperial and Qing origins. Numerous blasphemous items were crushed, while sacred ecclesiarchy treasures and mountains of gold and silver were quickly moved away. The speed was unprecedented, anti-psyker power armor scouted ahead, combat servitors led the transport teams, emptying 892 warehouses across the entire world within a week. Then we orderly began our evacuation. The entire fleet waited in planetary orbit for 1 tera-hour, after which another Astartes force arrived. We informed them that this planet had been assessed, recommended an exterminatus, but stated we hadn't brought exterminatus weapons, thus handing over subsequent matters to that chapter. Meanwhile, the brass throne felt as if it had discovered something interesting. He was very happy, someone had provoked him, and had honorably shattered the bloodthirster he had sent out. He didn't care who the opponent was, he didn't care if the opponent worshipped him, as long as the opponent's actions were exciting enough, he was very happy. To be honest, he was very much looking forward to someone being able to challenge him honorably, instead of some sitting corpse occasionally throwing a psychic slap his way. That bloodthirster returned to Qing's domain, it couldn't be blamed, if it hadn't retreated, it would have been torn apart in the null zone, and its soul fragments would have been completely absorbed by those bones, disappearing entirely from existence. But returning to Qing's domain wasn't much better. Powerless, it was quickly defeated by other demons, losing everything. Like the bloodthirster souls bound within the soul orbs, it too was collected into a soul whip, used to repair the lost soul orb. Qing was very curious about what exactly happened, and the scattered chaos cultists held a ritual to communicate with him, telling him the general situation. A powerful anti-psyker army had torn them apart, they needed more and stronger daemon engines, to crush the enemy with titans and super heavy artillery. A Qing fleet set off, they were a powerful main fleet, surging out from the Eye of Terror, their spearhead pointing directly at that holy world. That guy said he would crush my army, I'm very much looking forward to it. Qing launched a crusade, he was very much looking forward to a powerful individual defeating his army and fighting their way into his fortress. The so-called Yifeng's actions, paid for by the Imperium, directly led to Qing's large-scale invasion war. Although the attack route was strange, the Imperium had no choice but to gather its forces and prepare for this tough battle. Who was the first to know the news? Naturally, Qing. The holy world where Yifeng was located, the reason it could secretly transport so many Qing relics, was inseparable from Qing's followers. He initially assisted Qing, corrupting some high-ranking officials on planets his army passed through, making some adjustments to damage planetary defense systems, then secretly notified Guillemon. In short, he just wanted to stir up trouble. A brand new large-scale war was about to break out. The Crimson Torrent, raking in huge profits, immediately contacted several holy worlds. Hello, Ecclesiarchy? Did you know Grosses was destroyed? Yes, that world is beyond saving, probably needs an exterminatus. We salvaged some relics. Yes, you understand. What for the Holy Imperium and the Great Emperor? There are plenty of holy worlds, you need to give me a reason to entrust the relic to you. The other holy worlds began a tiresome bickering session with the Crimson Torrent. The general gist was that the local ecclesiarchy organizations, united, accused our chapter of disloyalty to the Emperor if we didn't hand over the relic. So not giving it to you means disloyalty to the Emperor now? I am the Crimson Torrent chapter, fresh from participating in an honor ceremony personally presided over by Lord Regent Robert Guillemon, and I just left Terra. You continue. By the way, we also participated in the Blade Feast and protected the Phalanx from enemy destruction, and we signed cooperation agreements with many Imperial Fist's successor chapters. Hey, how are you talking? Let me tell you, we have many battle brothers who are sons of Ferris. Go ask around, how many Adeptus Mechanicus Forge worlds do we maintain good trade relations with? In official records, we are a White Scar's successor chapter. If you don't believe me, go check, it's definitely true. Although our Gene Father is missing, he said he would return at a critical moment. Don't argue, even if you pull strings, the records will still show us as a White Scar's successor chapter. You're from the angel lineage, aren't you? No problem, we've shared life and death with 2 Blood Angels successor chapters. Shall I call them over for you? You're really pushing your luck, aren't you, still yelling about an Inquisition investigation? I'm telling you, I'm good brothers with the Wolf Guard, and this operation also involved battle brothers from the Space Wolves. If you keep yapping, I'll call him out. Come, Rogier, curse him. You don't want anything, do you? Well then, the ships carrying these relics are expected to get lost in the warp in 10 days. I don't know when they'll return. It's possible they might continuously appear near holy worlds in the Taiping Star region. Who knows where a lost ship might go? The ecclesiarchy finally couldn't hold back and started bidding to buy. They each made their offers, and Yifeng kept them from knowing each other's prices. Within the holy worlds, there was also infighting. The high-ranking bishops of the ecclesiarchy contacted each other, seemingly all aware of the various bids, but in reality, they fed false information to other worlds. Dividing the relics of a holy world, if managed properly, could influence several surrounding star systems. More relics meant more faithful, and more faithful meant more resources. This was a positive snowballing development. In the secret bidding war, the Crimson Torrent acquired a large amount of various resources. Basic resources and a lot of money were transported to the forge worlds we were familiar with, exchanged for a large batch of supplies, while other items, such as mortal necessities, were shipped to the Qing world. The destructive plunder of a holy world could actually sustain over 1,000 impoverished worlds, which made the warriors of the Crimson Torrent increasingly hostile towards the ecclesiarchy. How could the ecclesiarchy let it go? They immediately contacted the Inquisition. Upon hearing that Wolf brothers from the Space Wolves were present as witnesses, the Inquisition found it tricky. The other party's backing wasn't just strong, it was rock solid. However, what the ecclesiarchy offered was indeed a bit much. The hesitation of the superiors was reflected in the confusion of the subordinates. An inquisitor was given ambiguous orders. On one hand, he was to investigate the Crimson Torrent chapter, and on the other, he was specifically told not to worry if he found nothing, to investigate slowly, and not to rush. And then, this inquisitor misunderstood the meaning. This is an implicit instruction for me to infiltrate that chapter, which has deeply hidden secrets, and prepare for a long-term investigation. Thus, he concealed his identity and secretly went to the chapter homeworld to investigate. Guillemon looked at the battle report with concern. The Blood Legions had burst out of the Eye of Terror again? 20 chapters defending the Eye of Terror sent out urgent distress signals. Strangely, the enemy's route was very peculiar. In the short term, they did not attack important Imperial fortress worlds or seize vital warp passages as usual, instead, they strangely advanced towards a not-so-important defensive line. A warp navigation chart unfolded in Guillemon's mind. The mysterious warp had too many branches, and the Regent's brain rapidly processed, considering every possible location that could be attacked by Qing. Regent, here is the battle report. Guillemon hastily picked it up, opened it, and found it wasn't a battle report from around the Eye of Terror. Slightly disappointed, he quickly scanned it. The Holy World Grosses was corrupted by fanatical war-type corruption and had already been subjected to exterminatus. Looking back, it was just a few days before Qing's army burst out of the Eye of Terror. Because this battle ended very quickly, and its importance was certainly not as high as the Eye of Terror, it was not sent to Guillemon in time. The Crimson Torrent and the Contributor Chapter handled this incident. Contributor Chapter? Just a bunch of fanatical cultists. They have nothing worth the Chaos enemy's attention. Crimson Torrent? They couldn't have gone to steal Blackstone, could they? What else is there? Could Grosses have other secrets? Soon, Guillemon cast this thought aside, simply believing it to be one of countless coincidences. After issuing numerous chapter deployment orders, Guillemon returned to his home. I will personally lead the expedition, Guillemon said to Lady Uden. I will go with you. No, you stay here. It's very safe here. Lady Uden was a little unhappy. In her memory, she was the Grand Steward of the Ultramarines, and Guillemon had never prevented her from joining the army, he merely often placed her in the rear or had her handle affairs on newly conquered planets. My lord, I am with you. No, Guillemon's tone was completely different from that of a young boy, fully unleashing the Primarch's might, causing Lady Uden's body to tremble uncontrollably. Stay here, listen to me. Lady Uden's face showed an expression unsuited to her age, a subtle pout. The child had grown up and was beginning to assert authority in the home, her young body displaying the worry of an old mother. Guillemon gently tapped Lady Uden's cheek, then turned and left with a flourish. Guillemon donned his armor for the expedition, and a large force, led by the Ultramarines, began to assemble, heading in the direction the Blood Legions were advancing. Months after the instigator, Yi Feng, had been causing mischief, he finally received news. Primarily, they received distress signals from many planets. Qing had organized a massive fleet and burst out of the Eye of Terror. From the scattered locations of the distress calls, Yi Feng easily deduced that the Blood Legions were advancing towards Grosses. Oh no, they're really coming. Qing was not like the orcs, allowing Yi Feng to sail through a star system. But Yi Feng was also somewhat unsure. Division Commander, the Regent has announced he will personally lead the expedition and is organizing a large army. Should we go? How many troops has Guillemon organized? According to the news we've received, dozens of chapters have already responded. Dozens? Even if each chapter only sends one company, plus the 20 chapters guarding the Eye of Terror, the scale is terrifying. How large is the Blood Legions, exactly? This, in turn, made Yi Feng feel puzzled. If the enemy was coming for him, there was no need to bring a large army out of the Eye of Terror, a small fleet of warships could have come through the warp. This current scale didn't seem like it was directed at him. Do not respond. Act as if you haven't received any distress signals. Division Commander, another piece of information, the Imperium does not wish for us to hastily launch an expedition, and they refuse to help us establish a logistics base, asking us to focus on the defense of the Calixis sector first. When was this information sent out? It appears to have been about a month before the Regent's call to arms. All right, we will follow this directive. Everyone, our next objective is to establish a steel defensive line in the Calixis sector, relying on the 10 chapter homeworlds and their affiliated planets. We will clear out internal enemies in the star system, unite with other chapters defending Calixis, and wait for the enemy to come. Star system level wars, any single one, are measured in years. The Blood Legions and Yi Feng's fighting styles are different, they cannot make a swift, light attack, abandoning their rear to strike directly at the enemy's homeworld for years. They will kill and sacrifice as they go, conquering every city and fortress along the way. If Qing was coming for Yi Feng's provocation, then he would not mind letting Yi Feng choose the battlefield. Prepare the warships, we are heading to the chapter homeworld. Oslo, the 24th world, the homeworld of the Crimson Torrent. The Inquisitor arrived here, entering the world as an immigrant from another star system. It was very prosperous, with the population always maintained at around 10 billion. This was the optimal population ratio calculated after someone signed material orders for us. As soon as the Inquisitor arrived, he noticed an anomaly. There were many advertisements locally, promoting other worlds as equally beautiful and offering the option to apply to the government to immigrate to several recommended worlds. The seasoned Inquisitor immediately sensed a problem. Normally, a world always tends to keep its citizens within its own world, striving for its prosperity. Especially since this world was a special tax-exempt world, it didn't need to pay the tithe at all, so population and production naturally should be as high as possible. When in doubt, he first entered the most common social platform, a small tavern. Chapter 250, even though it's a mess, Jiankai, still have to add fuel to the fire. Red Star Tavern is affiliated with the Red Star Machinery Factory. Most of the shops here belong to various state-owned factories. The situation is simple, a factory with hundreds of thousands of people keeps the factory director extremely busy. Nominally a factory director, he is actually more like a village chief. Employee housing, greening, the political commissar's office, social areas, factory-affiliated hospitals, and affiliated schools all need to be built. Thus, the tavern took on the important responsibility of matchmaking and was established around the factory area. The Inquisitor, posing as an immigrant from another planet, walked into the tavern, looking travel-worn. He wore a brown jacket, a cowboy hat, and a short knife strapped to his leather belt, appearing like an immigrant who had just arrived from a desert world. As he pushed open the tavern door, he was greeted by vibrant lights. A large red star lampshade almost covered half the ceiling, and gleaming clean glasses hung upside down on racks. The rich aroma of alcohol began to invade the Inquisitor's sense of smell, and then the creaking sound of a mechanical arm turning pulled his attention back. The Inquisitor immediately felt that something was amiss. Most of the people here wore work uniforms, and the few in casual clothes were strong, off-duty workers. Oh ho ho, welcome, esteemed guest from afar. The bartender, who was also the cleaner, mixologist, and deputy director of the Employee Social Club, smiled and greeted the Inquisitor. His left arm was completely mechanized, which was why he was doing these retired odd jobs here. Hello, I just arrived here. I'd like some local specialty wine. The Inquisitor observed for a moment, then found an empty bar stool and sat down. How about a martini? A strong liquor specially concocted to commemorate the great apostle of war, martini. Whatever you like, old man. The mixologist looked a few years older than the Inquisitor, who didn't stand on ceremony. Do you have a place here to buy clothes? I just came from Harrow's 3 and need to get some nice outfits. Ho ho, esteemed guest from afar, just call me Laoju. If you want to buy clothes, turn left when you go out and walk 2 steps. Are you here for tourism? No, I'm immigrating here. I need to really spruce myself up and try to find a decent job. The Inquisitor was determined to go deep undercover, operating for over a decade to gain absolute trust. What can you do? It's not that I'm saying anything, but in our place, pretty clothes and good jobs don't have much to do with each other. The key is what skills you have. So? How many years of schooling? What do you know? What places have you been? Is your language okay? Laoju narrowed his eyes, and a barrage of questions rained down on the Inquisitor. Hey, Laoju, you're starting again. Put away your office routine. The other patrons couldn't stand it and started to boo. Ho ho, I just got off, haven't gotten used to it yet. Don't be scared, our factory needs people. Tell me what you can do, and maybe it meets our factory's requirements. Laoju served a glass of orange-colored fine wine, with a slice of red fruit hanging over it. The Inquisitor remained expressionless, glancing around. Laoju quickly added, Hey, don't look, these are all workers, we are a state-owned enterprise, and I'm even a government employee. The benefits are definitely good, don't worry, our world is very fair. We also have many good girls in our factory, if you come, I'll be responsible for introducing you. Laoju thumped his chest, making a resounding noise. As the deputy director of the social club, he had to care about everyone's dating issues. Upon hearing government employee, the Inquisitor was somewhat moved. But he needed more information. Afterward, he pretended to converse with Laoju for a long time, then was dragged away for a physical examination. The Inquisitor fled from there as if escaping, with Laoju's voice still echoing, being a foreign language teacher at our affiliated primary school has great benefits, you should reconsider. The Inquisitor's main reason for fleeing was that he discovered the physical examination here included an absurd psycho detection. In his current state, he wasn't confident he could evade this test. Next, he made a few simple inquiries and found that all jobs in the vicinity required psycho detection, which was even offered as a free test. Soon, he discovered heretical items, Yifeng's Analects, and that there was no ecclesiarchy here. Instead, a Primaris Astartes served as the highest political commissar of the ideological department. In this world, where rational thinking was gradually being promoted, the erosion of chaos had not diminished, but most of it was dealt with at the outset. Because when normal people suddenly hear voices in their heads, their first reaction is to go to a psychiatrist, not to believe the emperor has chosen them. The power of chaos gods / the 4 gods permeates the warp, and there is no time or space within the warp. There is no such thing as corruption being weaker in the 30K era, the power is the same, it's just a matter of the thickness of the reality barrier in people's minds. When the mumbo-jumbo of the ecclesiarchy ruled the Imperium for 10,000 years with feudal superstition, it only produced 2 oppositions, more chaos cultists and more emperor's angels who were difficult to corrupt. The number of mortals caught in the middle simply decreased. But here, when people with signs of erosion feel something is wrong, a team composed of psychers and political commissars regularly checks on people, using the free physical examination benefit provided by the factory as an excuse. These psychers and political commissars, in turn, are reviewed by librarians and primaris warriors. The Inquisitor learned about the general review system after eavesdropping on a political commissar's conversation. This was very heretical, but the Inquisitor felt there must be deeper secrets. The Inquisitor attempted to forge a test report, so he used some psychic means to infiltrate the information hub of a government agency, modifying his information to make him appear as a newly recruited minor government employee. After gathering enough information, he prepared to start work, to see if he could access more core secrets. Just then, Yi Feng arrived. Yi Feng waved his hand, establishing a fortress on the spot, recruiting workers for various positions, and forming a brand new defense department. We plan to build a trap fortress, like the Iron Cage incident created by the Iron Warriors, designing a trap that looks like a fortress, filled with traps, firing ports, layers of steel plates, and bombs. With this fortress, they lured a large force of Imperial fists, nearly slaughtering them all. The Sons of Dorne are known for their stubbornness, but aren't the World Eaters just as stubborn? Thus, with the stable original regime as the basic condition, newly transferred government personnel were pulled to form new institutions. The Inquisitor was directly transferred to a minor clerk position under the Defense Department, which baffled him. Was it that easy to enter a military important institution? Subsequently, the entire planet quickly began operating, relying on products from the Qing world and subsequent national funding to commence fortress construction. The Inquisitor, looking miserable, went to the front line of labor, personally joining the glorious working masses. Yi Feng convened a battle review meeting, conducting a detailed analysis of the reasons for the deaths of the 7 warriors. First, you are not invincible. A record of 982 to 7 is unprecedented, but we still could not avoid casualties. Belisarius' call was activated for most of the personnel who participated in the battle. In the past, you would all be fallen heroes. Most of you will enter a 3-year period of weakness. During this time, you must carefully consider how to use anti-psyker power armor and coordinate with each other. I do not want to see anyone get separated and then be focused fired and killed by a lemon rust tank or something else. Anti-psyker power armor is very strong, but it's not to the extent that you can run rampant. Titans, super heavy tanks, and heavy artillery bombardments all have the power to kill you. You must think about contingency plans for such battlefields. Next, we will encounter many more. Yi Feng looked around. After this battle, many warriors actually benefited greatly. After several days of their coral pituitary being suppressed by the anti-psyker armor, the moment they took off the armor, their pituitary glands secreted 3 times more hormones than usual, and they were becoming stronger. This phenomenon only subsided after 3 days. According to Situ Weyer, a 7-day cycle was optimal. Commander, on the battlefield, are we considered tanks or terminators? Be flexible. Why should war be so inflexible? My suggestion is that 2 people working together should be considered one dreadnought. Within the Calixis sector, the forces are complex. It's not that there are many Xenos enemies, those are not frightening. Confirmed enemies are always dealt with by powerful Imperial fleets and the Great Emperor's angels. The complexity here lies in the people. The human mutation rate here is much higher than in other regions. The lower hives of almost every world have large numbers of mutants, followed by cult groups. No one knows where they actually come from. There are many important worlds here, but they are all far from the Imperial core, thus choosing autonomy. This means there is no force that can unite to clear out the massive number of lower-level enemies. These forces firmly control the lower worlds of the planets, while the upper hive worlds are even more chaotic. For example, the Cestral Alliance is a typical force that arose from being left alone after paying the tithe. They are the indigenous people of Regulus world, forming an alliance after the accidental death of a Ministry of Internal Affairs official. As an autonomous agricultural world, they, through excellent management, gained control of multiple agricultural worlds when the higher UPS were indifferent, rising to become a major force with a voice within the sector. Dwayne Company started as a branch of the ecclesiarchy faith, gathering a large number of laborers. After being struck down by the righteous mainstream ecclesiarchy, they became a huge trading company, relying on an astonishing number of laborers to essentially control a significant number of mines, forge worlds, and other basic factories. Higher-level factories were controlled by Skull and Ha Company, such as spaceship parts factories. They emphasized abandoning individuality, with everyone completing their tasks like robots. Politically, various large and small families, along with the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Adeptus Arbits, and the ecclesiarchy, divided power, with the Inquisition as the highest authority. Currently, the existence of 10 chapter homeworlds severely infringed upon the interests of these powerful conglomerates, especially the processing industry of the Red Tide homeworld, which caused Dwayne Company and Skull and Ha Company to lose a large number of orders and raw materials. These powerful oligarchs were discussing countermeasures, but Yi Feng's steps were a little faster than theirs, and he began to invade the peripheral planets of the Calixis sector first. The Astartes came to clear out the cult, and the local planetary governor was filled with trepidation. Mutants in the lower hive of a hive city had always been practice targets for the Astra Militarum and planetary defense forces. When did it require the Astartes to intervene? A small force of 30 men dispatched by Yi Feng arrived in orbit above the hive city. Respected Emperor's angels, I am the planetary governor, patriarch of the Kakara family. Our world is stable and harmonious, and we have not called for any support. No, we have received it. Until you prove your innocence, I cannot trust your words, Governor Kakara. We cannot be sure if you are a rebel who seized the governorship and are now expelling us. We request entry to the planet. You are most welcome. The local planetary governor felt strange inside. What had the other party received? Within minutes, everything from assassinating political rivals to secretly taking a handkerchief from a neighbor's maid, a lifetime of misdeeds flashed through the planetary governor's mind, but he still couldn't figure out what was happening. Local Ministry of Internal Affairs officials, ecclesiarchy, and noble families came out to greet them. This was not an important place. The Adeptus Arbitz's fortress had not been built, and the elusive Inquisition had not openly established an office. Flowers and songs were the best things this world could offer. The ecological environment here was not very good, and artificially cultivated flowers were one of the most precious gifts. 30 Emperor's angels stepped out of the transport, fully armed, wearing Mark X power armor, with power swords hanging from their scabbards, and large bolters held in both hands, sending shivers down the planetary governor's spine. Respected Emperor's angels, welcome to our world. You can rest assured that under the steadfast presence of our loyal planetary defense forces, this world is very safe, and no rebellion has occurred. You, the planetary governor, wanted these warriors to put away their weapons, but the bolters were already loaded. Take me to the lower hive. Your troops guard all passages. We are here to carry out a cult eradication mission. Before the planetary governor could speak, the Primaris warriors walked forward like the wind, in a complete state of war. Governor, us. What are you waiting for? Lead the way. The planetary governor roared at his secretary, but quietly pressed a button in his hand, transmitting an alarm signal to the gangs in the lower hive. Mutants hid one after another, and even the most fanatical and dangerous redemptionist cultists hid within their homes. The redemptionist cult advocated the doctrine of universal sin, calling for everyone to purify everything with fire. Common instances of self-immolation were their doing. The Astartes, acting with brute force, directly stormed into the lower hive. They quietly infiltrated the edges of the chaotic shantytown markets, using exquisite assassination techniques to kill mutants, and tracking down the cult through the most secret clues. Of course, taking a bite would save a lot of trouble. The hive city was too vast. The 30 Astartes vanished like a stone sinking into the sea. The planetary governor was extremely anxious, but there were no sighting reports from the lower hive's contacts. Damn it, why are they here? The Red Tide chapter, right? Any response from them? The adult from the Ministry of Internal Affairs said that this chapter has very strong backing and advised us to be careful. If worst comes to worst, try to smear them. Can you say something useful? Smear them? Look at this. The captain of the guard at the passage who tried to block their actions had his head crushed directly. Who dares to smear them? With so many people in the lower hive, and countless factories and human resources, the planetary governor naturally had a share, and even some tributaries paid him security deposits. Have those data been erased? The financial dealings with the redemptionist cult must not be discovered. The upper hive was very busy clearing data, but the warship in the sky set sail and headed for another world. Governor, their warship is gone, and we can't find any trace of the Astartes. What exactly did they come here for? Just to let 30 Astartes retire in the lower hive? No, I need to go into hiding. Contact Cynthia, I want to file a petition. The vice-governor also began to panic. Having reached this position, none of them were good people. Lest something truly be investigated, he dispatched a large number of defense forces to flush out the enemy. A large number of planetary defense forces, under the guise of supporting the Astartes, entered the lower levels to suppress bandits. Enemies who understood the situation hid, and basically all affiliated forces were notified by the sound of gunfire. As this farce concluded, even though the planetary defense forces were actually tasked with monitoring the Astartes, who could monitor the Emperor's angels. They fought their way to the bottom of the lower hive, and even into the areas still being excavated, yet they couldn't find a single hair of the Astartes. Soon, this disturbance was dispelled without a trace. The vice-governor received no news of the Astartes being picked up, and the Astartes did not reappear. The planetary defense forces couldn't engage in endless combat forever, they needed to be paid. The amount of military pay that flowed out in a few weeks made the vice-governor's heart bleed, so he allowed the Astartes to proceed as they wished. Our warriors were tasked with finding out what was causing the large number of mutations in the Calixis sector. They spent several years clearing out many mutants and cults, and then hunkered down in the lower hive, attempting to monitor the emergence of mutations. The same thing happened simultaneously on dozens of worlds, with the 10th chapter dispatching small teams for reconnaissance. After several years of detection, the target pointed directly to Tyrant Star. Kern's army took an unconventional approach, breaking through several blockade lines and heading towards a very obscure world. Almost no one would have anticipated their attack route. The defenses there were very primitive and were breached within days of encountering the enemy. Kern's army's offensive caught the Imperium off guard. Who would have expected them to advance towards a place with no strategic value whatsoever? But where there were those who cowered and fled in panic, there were also loyalists who fought to the death. The Valhallan Ice Warriors' 30 legions formed the core, with several defense forces assembling in the Candialo sector. Despite the Imperial Navy being at a disadvantage and local worlds losing warship support, they stubbornly held their ground, stopping the Blood Legions there. Many Adeptus Astartes chapters thus gained time for deployment and quickly began to gather. Information was chaotic. Aboard the Makraj's Honor, Robert Gillimon was making a series of war deployments. The powerful Primarch's mind was helping him to sort out the enemy's movements. We still don't know who is leading the enemy's legions. Continue organizing. I'm going to the stern. Guillemon gave instructions to the mortal analysts, then quickly walked to the most secret room on the Macrach's honor. Call, what's your conjecture? Guillemon pushed the door open, and Call's backup immediately began to operate, performing that dry, boring, millisecond-precise awakening ritual. According to my analysis, the enemy's operational intent may be to capture the peripheral regions of the segmentum obscurus to search for something, or to turn and attack the Taiping Star region along the sector boundary. Intelligence indicates that several not insignificant rebellions have occurred there. This is to move me away from you. You don't know about this matter. What do you mean? I don't understand. It's nothing. What kind of preparations do you think we need to make? Their current route is very strange, and the Imperium's control over the areas they are advancing towards is very weak. I suggest setting the decisive battle's target location as an important forge world, and fighting in cooperation with the Adeptus Mechanicus. Respected Regent, this is also an opportunity. Wherever our powerful fleet passes, the Imperium of Man will regain complete control of these long-neglected areas. Guillemon returned to the bridge. There was still no news of Angren or Abaddon. This seemed to be a common blood legion's operation from the past 11 millennia. At this time, Xianche's cult began its operations. Guillemon was a primarch who upset the balance. Whichever chaos god could obtain him would break the balance between chaos gods / the four gods. Xianche was plotting to capture Lady Yuden. Now was a good opportunity, but the waters were not muddy enough. He went to find another primarch. Although Abaddon declared that the age of primarches was over, his Black Crusades were not unrelated to primarches. Perturabo participated in the 10th Crusade and helped him defeat the Iron Hands chapter. This Iron Warrior's primarch was constantly thinking about how to breach the Imperium of Man's defenses. His primarch guard had disbanded and scattered throughout the warp, and surrounding him were a large number of daemon forges and dark mechanicum. He was truly skilled at creating terrifying siege engines. Now, Xianche, using his favorite accident, let Perturabo know the news of Guillemon's departure from the Sol system. According to our observation post records, the Blood Legions broke through a defensive direction of the Eye of Terror, target unknown. A dark mechanicum priest found Perturabo and brought him this news. Several lasers pierced his body. The countless weapons on Perturabo instantly killed this messenger. Had Terra's defenses weakened? He murmured to himself. The phalanx was repaired. This was good news. He smiled, a fortress worthy of being breached by him. Perturabo looked again at the Imperial defenses outside the Eye of Terror, contemplating how to completely break through the Imperial Segmentum Obscurus's defenses and seize control of the Imperium's dark side while the Blood Legions tied up a large number of Imperial forces. Both primarches frowned deeply, staring at the strategic map. Chapter 251 Black Sun. The Neurala Astra Militarum's positions were destroyed, and the Blood Legions, after a fierce and exhilarating battle, broke through the Imperial defenses. They grew stronger, Kern's blessings intensifying after the brutal siege, but it was all worth it. The Astartes forces had largely completed their assembly. In the Segmentum Obscurus, the situation was clear-cut. The Blood Angel's spearhead rotated, thrust, and shattered within the Imperial shield's core. The Macrach's honor stood sentinel in orbit over Ding Yuan star system, surrounded by countless Imperial fleets. Tyrant class, Lunar class, Retribution class, and even Ancient Fairy class warships were deployed. The Imperial emergency conscription had plunged the entire fleet into an unstable state. Many warships had been mothballed in ports, only to be crewed during wartime to save military expenses, which also meant their lower decks were filled with cultists and chaos cultists. Fortunately, the latest batch of Primaris Astartes chapters, born from the grand build-up spearheaded by Guillemon, had completed their assembly. Elite veterans who survived the Tyrannid/Tyrannid invasion, the few remaining from wiped-out chapters, had become the new chapter masters, ready to face the traitors. Regent, initial reconnaissance shows the enemy advancing simultaneously from 3 star systems. It is estimated that the enemy is moving along this main warp lane. On the main screen, a warp lane on the warp route map lit up. Guillemon's gaze slowly followed the lane to its rear. This lane connected several important worlds, and the enemy absolutely could not be allowed to advance further. At the Mandeville point, thousands of warp rifts were savagely torn open. Scarlet light from the warp encroached upon this beautiful star system, and the power of destruction rippled between the stars. Ships under the brass throne were enveloped in bloodlust. Terrifying warships crafted by the dark mechanicum bristled with massive chimneys. The whales and flesh of mortals were chewed up as fuel by corrupted engines, propelling the bloody warships. The chimneys were festooned with skulls, and every wail from the souls trapped within them propelled the warships faster. On the enemy flagship was the Greater Daemon Hunka. This Greater Daemon had only one characteristic: recklessness. His weapon was a massive hammer. In his youth, he served Kern, halted before the walls of a sturdy fortress. Days later, he wielded a giant hammer, found from who knows where, and single-handedly smashed open the fortress gates, offering a sufficient quantity of skulls to the blood god. This Greater Daemon had just issued one command: charge. The surging army charged towards the iron defense line ahead. The well-prepared Imperial Navy launched its offensive the moment the enemy appeared. Thousands of space torpedoes launched from their tubes, their primitive, violent machine spirits hurtling towards the enemy ships. Macro-cannon shells were already on their flight paths, creating dense barrages in the dark expanse of space. More blood legions tore through the veil of reality. The sight before them was like the Eye of Terror, almost everything visible ahead was shimmering warp light. Such a dense concentration of enemy ships created a cumulative effect. Kern's corruption was no longer confined to within the warships. Scarlet ribbons of blood chi faintly connected various warships, and the pervasive psychic energy twisted the entire world. Macro cannon shells turned into bouncy, fleshy spheres upon entering the enemy ship's area. Lance bombardments felt as warm as basking in the sun to them. Flames permeated the void of reality. Ships linked by iron chains, the warp fully encroaching upon reality wherever the army passed. Regent, they are not advancing from 3 routes simultaneously, they have converged to attack the star system we are in. Guilliman stood tall on the bridge, drawing the holy blade of the Emperor. The blazing flames above illuminated Guilliman's resolute face. All Imperial warships could clearly witness this sacred scene. For the Emperor, open fire. Annihilate all enemies. The important forge world of Cyprus Mundi in the Segmentum Obscurus had brought 5 powerful Remels-class star forts here. These 5 mighty star forts served as defensive strongpoints, and all fleets were deployed around them. These 5 fortresses provided alternating cover, aiming to ensure that even if our forces were overwhelmed by the enemy, there would still be positions to hold, awaiting the horn of counterattack. A full chapter of Primaris warriors garrisoned the star forts. 5,000 Emperor's angels were concentrated in just these 5 star forts. Greater Daemon Hunka's flagship charged at the forefront, its surrounding dense warp energy causing approaching torpedoes to detonate prematurely. Ion bombs dropped by Starhawk bomber squadrons disintegrated in midair, almost no space fighter could successfully return after plunging into the crimson mist. 2 black, sharp horns had burst forth from the flagship's prow, burning with unquenchable flames, and were now hurtling towards a battleship. The Imperial warship turned its broadside to the enemy, attacking the enemy's prow with a large number of macro cannons. However, the enemy flagship's frenzied machine spirit had long been unable to restrain its desire for battle. With the firing of warship-grade skull cannons, shells filled with corrupting power slammed into the void shields. Those demonic juices grinned as they rapidly overloaded the void shield generators, rapidly draining the battleship's energy. Hold formation, prepare to engage. The Macrochzoner roared as it met the enemy flagship, unleashing 45 waves of macro cannon barrages within 2 minutes. Guilliman's battle plan was precise down to the actions of every macro cannon battery. The enemy warship finally showed signs of weakening under the bombardment of macro cannon barrages inscribed with sacred runes. The black sharp horns scraped over the top of the Imperial battleship, not directly impacting the hull, but destroying the topmost observation deck. Warp torpedoes made of bone and melta boarding pods adorned with bone decorations were mixed together, filled with terrifying passengers. The top of this battleship was instantly subjected to a rain of blows. Close-in weapons systems were unable to protect the spine of the ship under such an intense assault. Within minutes, the warship was filled with the sounds of combat between the Imperial Navy and Chaos Demons. Some insane boarding pods directly smashed into the adamantium skeleton, becoming warp torpedoes, pouring the physical energy of demons into the warship. Chaos enemies had boarded that Imperial battleship, while Hunka ordered a turn directly towards the Macrochzoner. Most of the Blood Angels fleet was held back. Some overconfident warships crashed into the Remels-class star forts, turning into burning space debris under the main gun's bombardment, when Hunka's flagship broke free from the warp area of the fleet and charged single-handedly towards Guilliman. Some powerful engine giant warships also moved towards the Imperial star forts, the most formidable among them not being battleships, but Gurn pilgrimage ships carrying other greater demons. This ship was originally an ecclesiarchy pilgrimage ship, carrying 23 million Imperial citizens who were lost in the warp. In 41K, this empty space hulk was discovered by a Gurn warband and given to the brass throne. This ship slowly moved in the middle rear of Gurn's army. As the smaller warships ahead were destroyed and larger warships broke formation, it became the main attacking force, directly colliding with the star fort. At the breaches between the 2 ships, Primaris Astartes and Blood Apostles warbands engaged in fierce combat. Guilliman's flagship did not remain in the central command tent during the early stages of the war. It became the link connecting the 5 star forts. The Gloriana-class battleship, relying on its formidable firepower and sturdy defenses, became the backbone of the front line. At this moment, Robert Guilliman also noticed the approaching Hunka flagship. He gave a subtle smile and ordered his ship to slowly retreat. Hunka pursued relentlessly, its engines no longer spewing blood chi, but Gurn's flames. The fire illuminated the circles of pathetic souls on the chimneys. Flames erupted from the hollows of the skulls, their souls burned, becoming fuel for the flagship's afterburner. 2 Astartes strike cruisers approached Hunka's flagship and began to exchange fire. Hidden within a broadside volley of macro cannons was a silent bomb, crafted from the precious ashes of a Sisters of Silence. It instantly dispersed the surrounding warp mist. The void shields were unable to cast it into the warp, and the enemy's corrupted void shield generators immediately crashed. The melted torpedoes that followed riddled the warship with holes. This surprise attack was effective, but soon these 2 strike cruisers came under attack. Other Daemon warships approaching from the side had also spotted the Macrochzoner and rapidly advanced towards the Gloriana class. One of the dreams of almost all greater demons of Gurn is to defeat a Primarch. The warships piloted by other Gurn followers were not so insane, they focused on defeating enemies of the same or higher rank. For example, a certain heavy cruiser attempted to destroy an Imperial battleship. The battlefield was extremely chaotic. After a brief period of maintaining formation and mutual impact, it quickly split into 2 battlefields. In the front, 5 star forts and a large number of Imperial Navy warships held fixed positions. The rear battlefield became a chase, with a dozen large enemy ships pursuing the Macrochzoner, deeply indenting the Imperial battle lines and receiving heavy fire from the Imperial Navy. Hunka's flagship was no pushover. After burning tens of thousands of souls, it entered the firing range of a Chaos Relic. That twin Chaos Relic, given to the Gurn Lord by Tsianch, crossed out, Hansu, was loaded into a shell and fired, along with a large number of blasphemous macro cannon shells, towards Guilliman's flagship. The Macrochzoner's resilient void shields blocked all attacks, even with some energy to spare. Just then, the Chaos Relic made contact with the void shield, causing a violent explosion that tore open a warp rift. Another greater daemon, the bearer of the other twin Chaos Relic, along with his lesser demons, drifted directly from space towards the Great Regent's flagship, accelerating with a burst of flames behind him, rushing towards the warship's outer hull plating. The dense gunfire of the close-in weapons systems pierced his body, and even lances frantically rotated to blast him to pieces. He furiously hurled an axe, to which the other Chaos Relic was bound, and it spun, cleaving open a section of the warship's outer hull plating. He was repelled, but the relic's explosion tore open a second warp breach, directly sucking a small section of the Macrochzoner's side hull into the warp. Subsequently, a large number of Chaos Demons surged out, aiming to damage the engines and void shield modules. This rift lasted longer than the previous one, with the greater daemon of Kern leading his blood legions into the lower decks of the Gloriana-class battleship. The Ultramarines' honor guard reacted swiftly. Titus, then leader of the Victrix Guard, hesitated for a heartbeat between protecting Robert Guilliman and going down to fight the enemy. Then, he saw his Gene Father rush out, wielding the sword of the Emperor, at a speed he could barely perceive. "Father! Follow me to slay the enemy." Before the Victrix Guard could dissuade him, Robert Guilliman's voice drifted from afar, his figure already gone. The Victrix Guard standing by the door felt a whoosh of fire pass by. Turning their heads, they saw the Primarch sprinting with his greatsword. "Go support my father." Only 2 Victrix Guard, assigned to bridge duty, remained. The other Primaris warriors descended with Robert Guilliman to the lower decks. As the 10 chapters led by the Crimson Torrent chapter infiltrated the Calixis sector, the Inquisition, Adeptus Arbits, and many other imperial departments also received intelligence. The Inquisition dispatched an inquisitor to inquire and provide some useful information. The Tyrant Star, also known as Comus, was a black sun, or at least it appeared that way. Comus would randomly appear in a location within the Calixis sector, only to vanish days later. The black sun could even obscure the star system's original star. The truly terrifying events, however, occurred before its appearance. Months before its arrival, the area would suddenly see an influx of psychers, cults, and mutants. They frantically claimed to have received a prophecy that darkness would consume all. The omens took many forms. A casual glance at a body of water might reveal a black sun within, or one might see it while looking in a mirror. Sometimes, scars resembling Comus would appear on the body, or newborns would bear such birthmarks. Mass panic and widespread insanity would be followed by terrifying geological disasters. Volcanic eruptions were common. Another rare occurrence was when Comus appeared, it would reach out with a bird claw-like black smoke to grasp the planet, that toxic plume obscuring the entire world's sky, as if the end of days had arrived. This terrifying prophecy naturally led to years of investigation by the Inquisition. They established an organization called the Tyrant Stratagem Team to track down and deal with Comus. The best-case scenario was that it was a relic from the Golden Age, other possibilities seemed less favorable. The Black Sun appeared frequently. Observation records showed that 18 appearances within a century was normal. The 10 chapters wide net fishing enforcement had a high probability of finding the enemy. Yi Feng was determined, the Calixis sector had to be purged. There were hardly any large Xenos territories here, mostly orcs who had traveled from afar and Eldar who had burst out of webway gates. Although attacks were frequent, their intensity was acceptable. The appearance of chaos cultists was merely due to the Black Sun Comus thinning the veil of reality. It could be said that eliminating the threat of the Black Sun would largely secure a stable territory. This sector had a powerful fleet and many prosperous worlds, but it was far from the Imperium, essentially self-governing. How far, you ask? Using the TO's real space travel methods, one could relatively quickly reach the temporary Taiping Star region's second world. This meant that Lian Liluo's forces could quickly support this area by transport ship, much faster than warp travel support. At this time, Yi Feng had not yet called for Lian Liluo's support. After the various teams had largely purged the mutants and cults, they hunkered down, waiting for the omens before the Black Sun's arrival, and began to loot, attacking gang strongholds. They were idle anyway, and maintaining lower hive security was their undeniable duty. The Inquisition was the most vexed. To monitor the Black Sun, most important worlds had inquisitors stationed, but the Primaris warriors, like them, were hidden in the lower hive, coming and going without a trace. Both sides were like blind men in a labyrinth, searching for each other. Except for a certain inquisitor from Terra. The people are the most glorious, the people are the most lovable, sweat sprinkles on the Milky Way, the human world. The inquisitor followed along, shouting labor chants. Now, with his wisdom and cleverness, he had successfully been reported to the political commissar for attempting to bribe, and was reassigned to the front lines of labor. Although the inquisitor was furious, as this would further distance him from entering the core of the government, he was surprised to find that he could move freely throughout the entire fortress and see many Emperor's angels directing construction. Moreover, the three teams seemed to be competing, vying to see who could build better, who could build more reliably. These three teams were the Iron Hand's successors, represented by Tech Sergeants, the Imperial Fist's successors, known for building super-large fortresses, and the Iron Warrior's successors, capable of doing the work of 3 legions simultaneously. Ralph, as the leader of the Iron Warriors, endured the pressure and toiled diligently, fully embodying the Iron Warriors' Legion's spirit of hard work and their sufficiently ruthless style of action. Unlike the 4th Legion, they were now united, had a goal, were full of vigor, and simply wanted to prove themselves better than others. A chapter that could build fortresses comparable to the Imperial Fists, research attack technology on PAR with the Iron Hands, and produce troops faster than the Ultramarines, an excellent gene seed with firm combat will and extreme endurance. They should have been one of the best legions. The Inquisitor happened to be assigned to the Iron Warriors team. It was a mix of pain and pleasure. The work intensity was genuinely high, but the treatment was also genuinely good. The Inquisitor cautiously used psychic means to probe the entire fortress, discovering that its design was very odd, with no intention of protecting anything. Its scale was so vast, almost built to the size of the largest space hulk, yet its structure was designed for setting traps and killing enemies. Anti-boarding facilities were not just numerous, they were everywhere. The Inquisitor's thoughts raced. What was the use of a trap fortress that would only be useful if an enemy tried to steal something or launched an attack? Was it meant to lure someone in? It must be. The Crimson Torrent chapter must have stolen some treasure from a race or faction and was waiting for them to come and reclaim it. And it was recent, they had only recently rushed to build this fortress. Recently. The Inquisitor's mind sifted through a mountain of intelligence he had received before his departure. Recently would mean when they were attacked by the Eldar on their way back to their homeworld from Terra. Could it be that they had obtained an Eldar treasure, or captured an important person, and were trying to lure more Eldar to their deaths? The Inquisitor felt his guess was spot on, narrowing his eyes as he looked around. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Suddenly, a Primaris warrior appeared behind him, startling him. No, nothing. I just came back from the restroom. I'll get back to work immediately. The Inquisitor feigned timidity and turned around. However, his little trick was exposed. Yi Feng had arrived to inspect the fortress's construction. His initial landing spot was a newly completed no-man's land, but as he descended, the glow of psychic energy shattered, and a thin psychic line did not escape Yi Feng's eyes. How quickly the White Scar's Primaris warriors reacted. They tracked the path of the psychic line's explosion. The heavy footsteps, which seemed to be on the horizon a moment ago, were now right next to the Inquisitor. He cried out in pain, foamed at the mouth, and collapsed, convulsing uncontrollably. Ralph sensed Yi Feng's arrival and immediately wanted to remove the mortal from the area. Seize him, he's a psyker. Yi Feng stepped back a few paces, careful not to actually kill the psyker. The Inquisitor's brain felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, dizzy and in pain, unable to extricate himself. In his more than 100 years of service, he had never experienced such a situation, even when facing demons. When he recovered, his sharp eyes only caught a glimpse of a red figure flashing by before Ralph knocked him unconscious. Yi Feng was wearing red anti-psychic power armor this time. Despite the Tech Marine's continuous grumbling of what's the use of spraying nano-coating? This armor has endured battles of such intensity that no material can withstand it. He had painted the anti-psychic power armor with the chapter's iconic red livery and white stripe decorations. Yi Feng now looked like a crimson guard. The Inquisitor was carried away and taken to the interrogation room. When he awoke, he was met with the large face of a librarian. Who are you? The Inquisitor shrieked, but the deep calm in his eyes betrayed him. I should be asking you, who are you? I am K-Safe. I am the A981-09 section team leader for the construction department, truly. The Inquisitor's body trembled, acting very afraid. No, you are lying. You are a psyker. Speak, why did you infiltrate us? A psyker. I'm not. I've been tested. You've made a mistake. No, the Emperor's angels can't be wrong. I'm wrong. No, the psyker is wrong. The Inquisitor feigned panicked incoherence, but the librarian remained unmoved. By the Emperor, state your true purpose, and you might receive leniency. We are very good to psykers. But if you refuse to cooperate, then... The Astartes before him took out our chapter librarian's iconic power hammer and wiped its head. Just then, he received a direct communication from Yi Feng. Chapter 252, Guillemon, hey? Fire in the rear? The Inquisitor was still arguing, I really didn't know anything. I just felt dizzy and then collapsed. It really wasn't me. The librarian's expression remained cold. It seems to be a psyker awakening. Don't be afraid. Come with me for another psyker test. The psyker unit we're forming offers excellent benefits. You can consider it. The Inquisitor was picked up like a chick and carried towards the transport ship. For suspected spies, Yi Feng's usual plan was to gather them and feed them false information. For this purpose, the chapter specially established a fake combined force. They would never come into contact with our regular organization. This force would be led by a librarian. This librarian's nominal role was to teach the psykers how to control their powers, but in reality, it was to monitor them. The Inquisitor was still shouting in fear. He was terrified that these Astartes would treat him as a psyker to be delivered to the Astronomicon, sent to a black ship. Soon, he was led to a defensive line where there were 4 psykers and 8 strong mortals. Some had slight mutations on their bodies, looking like abhumans, while others were mumbling incessantly, muttering something under their breath. The Inquisitor looked around, convinced that he was under strict surveillance. Familiarize yourselves first. Tomorrow, I will teach you how to control yourselves. The librarian left, closing the 6-meter-thick door. The squad dispatched by Yi Feng sent a report. The Inquisition demanded they immediately evacuate certain areas. The list was extensive, with an Inquisitor stationed in each area, serving different purposes. Forge worlds, agri-worlds, hive worlds, and more were all involved. Chapter Master, I suspect the legendary Tyrant Star is about to descend again. The Inquisitor must have received some news of cult rebellions. They've been stationed here for too long and don't want us to intervene. The question is, where will the Tyrant Star appear? A few months would pass quickly. The Red Tide only had one chance. Do you have a warplane map of the local star system? Only this general one. The more detailed one hasn't been acquired yet. A holographic projection appeared on the table. At the bottom was a map of the real world, and above it were complex warp routes. Each world was connected to the real world below by thin green lines, while orange-red lines represented the navigation channels. Highlight all the coordinates provided by the Inquisition. Hundreds of stars lit up. These locations encompassed almost all the most important worlds in the Calixis sector. Chapter Master, is it possible they're trying to mislead us? They might be trying to test our attitude by issuing these prohibitions. I don't know, but these few star systems need special attention. Are the shadow drone fighters on wartime status? Yes, Chapter Master. Yi Feng waved his hand, continuously pressing buttons. A large number of star systems disappeared from the holographic map, leaving several with common characteristics. These were not the worlds mentioned by the Inquisition, but the forbidden worlds encircled these few star systems. If they didn't go to those forbidden worlds, the Red Tide would never reach these highlighted star systems. Reports indicate that even worlds far from the Black Sun can see a black star in the sky. I don't know why they can spot it in the dark sky, but those worlds have also experienced similar anomalies. Few of our previously infiltrated Astartes are skilled in astrogation. We need to set out with astrogators. How is the research on the real space engine progressing? Sage Heichuo, utilizing TO technology and a hyper-acceleration system, was working on a battleship-class warship. Now, the first experimental ship had appeared, and Sage Heichuo was eagerly preparing to personally board the warship for testing. Ask him if, once a star is locked in real space, it's possible to reach anywhere within a star system in a few days. I'll go immediately. The Astartes hurried away, Yi Feng's brow deeply furrowed. A large number of factions had joined the current game, making the mystery even more convoluted. On Terra, Lady Yuden was living peacefully at the moon base. After receiving Guilliman's request, Victor called upon 3 more custodian brothers for support. Similarly, they had their own ideas, they were not accountable to Guilliman, but to the Emperor. Ships coming and going brought various factions from across the galaxy to Terra. The Gene Stealer had still not been completely eradicated, and during explorations of Terra's lower hive city, traces of chaos cultists were also discovered. Luna was significantly safer. When Guilliman returned to Terra, he emerged from the webway on the moon, sending a shockwave through the Imperium. What? After all these years, the Eldar could attack so close to Terra at any time? Luna was subjected to a carpet search with the unanimous agreement of all high-ranking Imperial officials, and it was now very clean. And Xianch was preparing to orchestrate a grand explosion. The power of chaos was insidious. Just like that deadly explosion in 30K, the chaotic and disordered warp had scattered the infant Gene Sires across the galaxy. Now, it could just as easily blast Lady Yuden away. The necklace she wore was an ancient relic from the Golden Age. Its auto-activating shield could withstand a massive amount of warp energy, preventing even Xianch from precisely locating her while she was encased in the shield. Lady Yuden's bracelet was even more powerful, allowing a mortal to survive in the void of space for several months until its energy ran out. The ring she wore was found by the custodians among the relics crafted by Fukin, the Gene Sire of the Salamanders. That ring had only one function, warp teleportation to a fixed beacon location, which the custodians had set up in a specific area of the Imperial Palace 10 millennia ago. Guilliman had given Lady Yuden almost all the good things he could find, including Van Dyer's relic that could ignore attacks and deceive the Battle Sisters. This explosion was meticulously planned and executed by the deputy captain of a Ministry of Internal Affairs ship transporting food to Luna. He desperately wanted to become a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, thinking about it day and night, even during warp travel, which successfully attracted Xianch's attention. The power of intrigue and deception outweighed the lust for power, and Xianch corrupted him a step ahead of Slaanesh. In his mind, this was a man-made disaster, and he would make a crucial contribution to it, thereby gaining a path to promotion. The Inquisitor failed to detect his abnormality in time. The portrait of the Emperor he knelt before had no issues, apart from the scroll itself being damaged. Change was a good thing. He found a quiet, uninhabited place, where almost no one lived. In his eyes, this was an excellent location for a high-level disaster with minimal casualties, except for one problem. 5 custodians and Lady Yuden were underground there. As the deputy captain descended to the spaceport and chatted with Luna's officials, he handed over a detailed ledger hard drive to the local Ministry of Internal Affairs. During the inspection, a Xianchian electronic daemon hidden within the hard drive, inserted into the database, immediately activated, seizing control of the spaceport's docked ship facilities. It almost literally flung and detonated a fortress-class warship towards the secret fortress where Lady Yuden was located. The deputy captain's 8 other subordinates launched attacks almost simultaneously. Their deep concealment caused some malfunctions in the anti-aircraft system, limiting the rotation speed of the turrets. The few active turrets were unable to shatter the warship into suitable fragments. The Emperor above, emergency. The custodians took one look and knew this was an unpreventable disaster. They immediately went on alert, preparing to fight the suddenly appearing person destined to threaten the Emperor. However, nothing appeared. All the machine spirits were normal, and no surveillance showed any incoming enemies. Helplessly, the custodians had no choice but to abandon the fight and help Lady Yuden activate the teleportation matrix and other defenses. After this operation, all the relics on Lady Yuden would fall into slumber for the rest of her life. The light of teleportation flashed and vanished, and Xianch's offensive unfolded in the warp. One of the greater demons of Xianch, among the vast horde of demons relentlessly attacking the webway beneath the golden throne, made a bizarre move, almost self-destructing to disrupt this section of the warp. Some small gifts from Xianch, hidden within its body, now revealed themselves, catching even the Emperor somewhat off guard. The Emperor had focused his primary attention on Guilliman, but he still reacted quickly. A fierce clash between Xianch and the Emperor echoed through the warp. Under the surging psyker duel, the 5 custodians and Lady Yuden scattered. The Emperor tried his best to gather 3, causing them to land on Terra, while the other 3 specks of light drifted into the depths of the warp. 2 forces intertwined in the warp. Each time Xianch was about to grasp that speck of light, the Emperor's power would interrupt him. Xianch, by simultaneously launching 99 skirmishes across battlefields throughout the galaxy, endangered 99 important Astartes, battle sisters, or other personnel who had been blessed, thus diverting the Emperor's power. Ultimately, the 2 forces, in their continuous struggle, sent Lady Yuden's speck of light further and further away, until it encountered a warp black hole. The 100-cloth robe was circling Yifeng's location furiously. Previously, it just couldn't get close to Yifeng, but ever since anti-psyker armor was installed, it couldn't even approach the ship laden with the armor. At least Relf didn't have to worry about warp tides, it thought. It looked up and saw 2 terrifying forces chasing a speck of light, rushing towards it. What the heck? 2 dragons playing with a pearl? No, they're coming for me. The 100-cloth robe spun in agitation. Who could withstand these 2 world-destroying warp powers? And that golden light, upon discovering the 100-cloth robe, immediately bumped that tiny speck of light over to it. Hey! It's not my business. I'm just passing by. Oh, beautiful woman. Black Diamond Buddha Black Diamond. The 100-cloth robe lent a hand to the magnificent force it was familiar with, tearing open a small rift through its connection with every soul on the battle barge, allowing Lady Yuden to survive. Seeing that the plan had gone awry, Xianch's power was about to rectify it when the Emperor's power blasted its force back to its crystal fortress, and incidentally, gave a Grey Knights named Kaldor a hint towards Xianch's crystal palace. Lady Yuden spun and jumped wildly in the warp, losing consciousness and crashing into the Silent Lands. This place almost consumed all psychic energy, and the light enveloping Lady Yuden dissipated, returning her to real space. Yifeng, wearing anti-psyker power armor, was pointing and gesturing on a holographic map when suddenly, hundreds of meters behind him, warp fluctuations erupted. On the long bridge, our master could easily see a warp rift tear through the wall behind him, throwing out a strange creature. The Red Tide's first reaction, chaos invasion. Large numbers of Astartes increased the power output of their Mark X power armor from 1% to 100%, rushing towards the command center, while those further away hastily entered the armory to don anti-psyker power armor. Don't move, put your hands up. Oh, lady, have you fainted? Yifeng looked at the lady before him, her makeup was elegant and noble, and her body was shimmering with incredible psychic light. Every piece of jewelry radiated a strange glow, either completely shattering or dimming and self-sealing as Yifeng approached. Chapter Master. Several Astartes pushed open the door and rushed into the forward command center. First, call me master. Second, get the librarians over here. This lady suddenly flew out of a warp rift, so remain cautious. Yifeng was utterly bewildered. Do I need to reevaluate the strength of anti-psyker power armor? How could a warship equipped with hundreds of suits be boarded like this? Master, should we kill her to prevent future trouble? The power sword in the Astartes' hand had activated, its loyal hum echoing in the forward command post. No need, brother. If I wanted to kill her, I could just get close to her. Lady Yuden trembled continuously after Yifeng approached, as if on the verge of death. Equally uncomfortable were the librarians who had rushed over. I'll leave her to you. Send her to the medical bay of the Blackstone prison. The massive chunk of blackstone the regent had given him wasn't entirely made into Yifeng's armor, a facade project had also created an anti-psyker chamber. Master, the Eldar is currently imprisoned there. Eldrua, is anyone looking at me? I'm not emergency rations. Then retrieve that Eldar. All fleets, activate your auger arrays and search for suspicious vessels. Guilliman charged into the lower deck, the bolter on his hand of Dominion spitting merciless bolter rounds, sending several demons back into the warp. The Emperor's blade burned with raging fire, swiftly crushing 3 bloodletters. Lesser demons saw this blade as true death. Demons killed by this combat blade would not return to the warp, their souls utterly torn apart by the Emperor. Besides this greater daemon and the rapidly accelerating Hunka, 6 large Gurn warships were flying towards the Makraj's honor. A total of 8 greater demons of Gurn clawed and gnashed, competing to see who would defeat Guilliman first. Guilliman was not alone on the Makraj's honor. Sisters of Silences and the Grand Master of the Grey Knights were also on board. When the Sisters of Silences entered the fray, the warp rift was finally closed, and Guilliman grappled with the bloodthirster. Each strike of the Emperor's blade tore open the daemon's skin, leaving an unquenchable, raging fire on its body. The greater daemon attacked Guilliman wildly with a mountain-splitting axe in its right hand and a hell chain in its left. Its speed was so great that, besides the Grand Master of the Grey Knights, almost no one could discern their movements. You will utterly die by the power of the Lord of Mankind, you filthy demons. Guilliman's roar echoed throughout the Makraj's honor, and countless mortals, hearing his voice, launched desperate charges against the demons. The bloodthirster let out a blasphemous war cry. Even without understanding the language of chaos, Guilliman knew what it was shouting. blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. The bloodthirster's power was suppressed by the Primarch, and in the clash of weapons, the great axe fell behind, with the wails of mortal souls escaping from every crack that appeared above. The Grand Master of the Grey Knights unleashed a psychic lightning bolt, accurately striking the enemy's black horn. The Kern blessing on its cheek immediately shriveled back beneath its crimson skin, seared by the psychic energy. The bloodthirster lunged at Guilliman, releasing a massive number of bloodletters from its hell whip, attacking the Grand Master of the Grey Knights and the Ultramarines, distracting them. The greater daemon of Kern straightened its body, completely destroying the warship's upper deck. It now stood on the first floor, wielding its great axe and fighting Guilliman, while its wings continuously churned on the second floor, destroying all obstructing metal walls. A Sisters of Silence dashed across the second floor, her executioner greatsword eager to drink daemon blood. Guilliman had gained a complete advantage, and at that moment, another daemon warship approached the Macrach's honor. Screaming, psychic-emitting boarding pods launched from the enemy warship, and then the enemy vessel was blasted into smithereens. The Macrach's honor, as the largest Gloriana-class battleship, stood at the pinnacle of warships, easily taking on a small fleet in normal circumstances, and not inferior in battleship duels. At the cost of losing 9% of its broadside macro cannon arrays, the Macrach's honor crippled the enemy warship in a single passing engagement. The other warships were rushing in at an even more frantic pace. Inside the warship, the floor shook violently, almost causing Guilliman to lose his footing. The bloodthirster seized this opportunity to press down on Guilliman, its arms, as thick as Guilliman's waist, suddenly closing to crush Guilliman into a meat paste with one blow. Titus, with quick eyes and hands, fired several bolter rounds at the bloodthirster, then drew his chainsword and charged at the enemy. The arriving Victrix Guard encountered the enemy's boarding party midway. Crimson energy melted through the outer armor of the Gloriana battleship, but the stubborn machine spirit forcibly sealed the enemy's boarding pods in the outer areas. The Victrix Guard engaged the enemy, with only Titus and 3 other Astartes arriving as reinforcements. The chainsword slashed at the daemon's arm, where more than a dozen wounds already burned with flames. For the Emperor, courage and glory envelop me. Titus glowed with golden light, and the flames of the Emperor's blade beside him grew brighter, its surging power pushing the bloodthirster back 3 steps. The greater daemon was about to swing its whip to bind and sweep away the ants, but the Victrix Guard charged at it fearlessly. The surrounding bloodletters could not stop the most elite veterans of the Ultramarines. Every one present, if not a chosen one of the Emperor, had at least been blessed by him. As one Victrix Guard used his flesh and blood to block the impossibly sharp black whip, Guilliman cried out in grief, no, and raised his sword, striking the opponent with all his might. The Primarch mobilized every muscle in his body. The most powerful strength-condensing technique known to humanity had long been mastered to perfection by every Primarch. Guilliman cleaved through the bloodthirster's black horn, and flames enveloped the enemy. The Grand Master of the Grey Knights used a web like psychic lightning, dense currents rapidly spreading along the grey floor below, instantly sweeping away the bloodletters. The lightning, accompanied by the Emperor's wrath, sent these demons back to the blood-soaked realm of Kern. The lightning also spread to the bloodthirster fighting the Primarch. Though not powerful, it covered the brave Victrix Guard. The veteran, whose abdomen had been ripped open, fell, eyes wide with fury, his chainsword still pointing at the Kern daemon. The greater daemon held, trembling and shattering. Guilliman had no bad habit of stopping. Before the daemon completely shattered, his hand of dominion fired several more bolter rounds, smashing its cleaved head. Titus couldn't reach the enemy's head, so he swung his chainsword, continuously slashing at the enemy's blood-soaked claws. Is the battle over? Guilliman looked around. The alarms on the Macrach's honor grew louder, and the entire warship issued collision warnings. Greater Daemon Hunka had crashed its flagship into them. The Crimson Blood energy tether remained connected even after this warship moved away from the main Crimson fleet, and Kern's most potent blessings enveloped this warship. Although the Macrach's honor had fired dozens of lance strikes, these terrifyingly powerful lasers turned into harmless lights as they penetrated the warp-distorted space around the enemy warship. Macro cannon rounds struck the warship's hull, shattering its skeletal armor, but that was all. The 18-kilometer-long special flagship and Guilliman's 26-kilometer-long flagship collided. Greater Daemon Hunka took the lead, leaping onto the outer deck of the Macrach's honor, striking the warship's hull with its massive combat blade, tearing open the thick armor. Guilliman sneered, raising his blade to kill the last few demons. Where is the Nemesis chapter? Tell them, Gloriana-class battleship, prepare for deployment. 5-star forts had been invaded by a large number of demons. Primaris librarians were fully resisting the enemy's offensive. Inside the massive vessel, a space Hulk conversion, although there were no greater demons, tens of thousands of demons happily jumped and howled, pouring into the star forts through the breaches. Regent, emergency communication from the custodes. Speak. Guilliman glanced around. The Grand Master of the Grey Knights had already left, and besides a few injured Victrix Guard, there was no one else. That lady disappeared during an emergency warp translation. Chapter 253. You call this the Tyrant Star? You're quite bold. No, your father is quite bold, to dare give you that name, Talashayutan. Haven't the Ultramarines come for you? I am that Talashayutan's clone, probably. After all, I'm not very clear on how I came to be. Someone, quickly bring a family photo of the Regent. Horv, aren't your Emperor's scythes a successor chapter of the Ultramarines? Quick, see what's going on. 5 minutes later. Notify all forces to gather on me. Have the People's Light load its hold with warship parts and approach our side. Summon the remnants of William's forces, the 1st Trade Fleet, and Lian Lai Luo's garrison troops. Immediately send the reality engine transport units to the post-Wenk world to pick up Battle Brothers. All units of the 10th chapter, assemble. Damn it, how did this lady get here? If she gets even a single hair harmed on my watch, Guilliman will flay me alive. Yi Feng felt more flustered than ever before. What kind of incredible thing has the Alfather thrown his way now? I just provoked Kern, and the Blood Legions are undoubtedly heading my way. If Lady Yutan accidentally dies during the battle, Guilliman might be even more capable of butchering than a Kern champion. Immediately notify Guilliman to have him pick her up. Psyker communication. No, too dangerous. The warp's presence will interfere. Sending a message by ship. No, warp travel is also dangerous. Quickly dispatch a transport ship equipped with a reality engine to send the message. Yi Feng's scalp tingled. On the holographic screen, Lady Yutan was very calm in the Blackstone prison. After seeing the Astartes, she was no longer worried about her safety. Esteemed Lady Yutan, we will confirm this matter with the Regent. Please wait a moment. For your safety, please bear with us and stay here until the Ultramarines envoy arrives at our chapter. We will do our utmost to protect you. I trust you, Crimson Torrent chapter. Guilliman told me your story. You are a loyal, resolute, and self-sacrificing group of warriors. He once discussed with me whether he should agree to your terms and bestow that precious gift upon the Imperium's finest warriors. For Lady Yutan, wasn't this unexpected incident also a way to help Guilliman win over hearts? And the room created from that precious item is currently protecting you, lady. It will cause some discomfort, but please believe me, you are absolutely safe here. In a while, we might even move you to a more secure location. Of course, I know much more than you imagine. Lady Yutan smiled, seemingly very curious about the warrior before her. Yi Feng cut off the communication. To protect the secret of the anti-psyker power armor, he had removed his helmet, and Lady Yutan only saw his large face in the holographic communication. Lady Yutan looked around, then elegantly sat on the simple bed. She was not a proud noble lady who couldn't endure hardship, in fact, she was very satisfied with the chapter's arrangements. In the face of safety, all other luxurious courtesies were insignificant. She was safe, but the edges of the entire galaxy stirred. The Dacian world had over 100 ambition-class cruisers. During the People's Light's recent high-intensity sweeps, most known Xenos threats had been cleared. Now, an emergency assembly led to over 60 warships being taken away, making the defense of the entire region lax again. Lian Lai Luo was in a bit of a predicament. He had completed the Primaris warrior surgery, and after the last major war, he had secretly converted 400 Primaris warriors. Coupled with the original 400 regular warriors, his forces reached an astonishing 800 men. Following Yi Feng's theory of development and production, he had aggressively expanded his territory and increased his population during the 150 years of being left alone. After a moment of deliberation, he decided that Yi Feng wouldn't issue an assembly order for no reason. The authority of this order was second only to a psyker war drum, so he had to go. 800 reinforcements immediately headed for the chapter home world. William's company retreated unscathed. 500 Primaris veterans, along with a strike cruiser from the Scarred Maw and 2 vanguard frigates, whose origins were unknown, disappeared in the Maelstrom star system in a warp misjump, secretly heading towards the Calixus sector. The remaining warriors of Antoni's company, while assembling, conveniently called upon the Dawn Angels chapter. They gathered over 1600 warriors and rushed towards the chapter home world. The 3000 disciples of the 10th chapter were already on standby to resolve the Comus Black Sun issue and were at a state of level 1 alert. Upon receiving the news, they immediately set off. Such a large military movement naturally could not be hidden from the Inquisition. The Inquisition believed that these 10 chapters wanted to intervene in the Black Sun investigation, and internally, they were divided into 2 factions, those who agreed and those who refused. The refusing faction was discussing who to send to negotiate with the 10th chapter. Just then, several planetary worlds in a star system erupted in riots, and the approximate location of the Black Sun's appearance was determined. The Adeptus Arbits set off first, followed by the Astra Militarum Centura Fusiliers. Well, they might as well not have gone. The Centura Fusiliers of the Astra Militarum were a noble army formed by the joint efforts of various noble factions in Centura, the capital of the Calixus sector. They were known for idleness, seeking glory, and most of them joined the Astra Militarum solely to use their identity for corruption or to secure a comfortable, lifelong position after retirement. These individuals reached the lowest standards of the Astra Militarum in both combat proficiency and morality. They only participated in low-intensity battles, such as planetary rebellions. After participating in battles, they could easily obtain medals of honor through noble influence and bribery, and with these medals, they could secure high positions and earn more money. This time, they all mobilized to attack those insignificant small world rebellions. Their weapons were excellent, and their numbers were vast. Each noble brought 2 to 3 servants. Their extremely low military proficiency even allowed the Astartes, who paid them no attention, to receive news of the Astra Militarum's deployment. A ripple effect spread. The assembled Red Tide army, with over 2,000 warriors, entered the People's Light with excitement and began their warp jump. For secrecy, the remaining less than 900 Angels of Dawn and the pretending to be the main force 900 plus Red Tide warriors boarded warships and began their operation. The Tyrant Star, this Black Sun, had not yet appeared, but both star systems experienced widespread riots. One was a rebellion by the Lower Hive and Lower Hive people, who expressed their unbearable frustration with the Imperium's high taxes and extremely poor living conditions. The other world was a cult rebellion, where the Redeemer's cult was setting fires everywhere, proclaiming that we are born sinful, and only fire can cleanse our sins. Actually, there was a third world in rebellion, but it was completely wiped out by 30 Primaris warriors. Psykers fueled the chaos from behind the scenes, the reality barrier weakened, and under the influence of the warp, mutants and Psykers ran rampant. After recovering the scattered hidden warriors, the Angels of Dawn and the Red Tide plunged directly into the target star system. However, just as they emerged from the Mandeville Point, the Astartes 9 warships were blocked by an Inquisitor's black ship. Leave here immediately. The Inquisition is on official duty. All Imperial vessels must deter, or casualties will be disregarded. In the name of the Great Archangel, I am the Dawn Angels chapter. We are here to investigate the Tyrant Star incident in the Calixis sector. Please clear the way. If you can provide relevant information, we would be most grateful. No, leave immediately. This is a top-secret operation. If you forcefully intervene, we will report it to Inquisition headquarters and the Terra Council. Archangel, can I talk to them? Cough cough, all weapon arrays target the enemy warship. All weapons to stand by. The entire fleet will directly enter the star system. If they dare to block, ram them directly. Any enemy gun turret that dares to fire will be destroyed on sight. The order was issued directly over the communication channel. The Inquisitor heard everything and gnashed his teeth in anger. They also used the calmest words to utter the most vicious threats over the communication channel, until the Eternal Mountain's ramming prow approached the black ship's bow, at which point they made an emergency evasion. The People's Light activated its optical curtain, and like Eldar warships, neither optical nor auger array could detect its presence until it opened fire, because the Eldar were also once members of the Inner Circle. Forward, against any enemy of the Emperor. Slay all enemies who threaten humanity. The Inquisition was still threatening over the communication channel, while the Astartes shouted their faith, especially Rogier's loud cry of "For Russ and the Alphather, purge all traitors, annihilate all Xenos." The black sun suddenly appeared in the sky. This time, it emerged in the exact middle of the two star systems. Mass chaos corruption appeared among the Centera Fusiliers of the Astra Militarum. Slaanish's devotees of desire almost completely filled the ranks, and even the local nobles and planetary defense forces fell into disarray. Of the 3 settled worlds in the 2 star systems, only the ecclesiarchy churches remained relatively safe, all others became a living hell. The Adeptus Arbits issued martial law, but few heeded them. Only these steadfast believers in the Emperor could maintain their sanity. The rebels, along with the traitorous Centera Fusiliers, became enemies of the Emperor. The Inquisition's forces were stretched thin. With their meager numbers, it was impossible to deal with so many rebellions. Inquisitor Yuris. 2 Space Marine chapters have forcibly entered our star system. We cannot stop them. Call for reinforcements. Have them handle the star system rebellions. Emperor above, do everything to delay them on the planets. They must not hinder our investigation. No, the warships of the other 9 chapters are also approaching us. What? Where did they come from? Why didn't we receive? Inquisitor Yuris. An unknown number of Astartes warships have forcibly entered our designated forbidden zone. Inquisitor Yuris pressed his temples. The psyker fluctuations brought by the Black Sun made powerful psykers like them very uncomfortable, and even more so was the disruption of astropath communication messages. Send them physical communication, electromagnetic communication. Call for their help. They are not responding to us. The enemy is turning their ships. They are heading for the Tyrant Star. We only have 3 black ships, we cannot stop them. Damn it, these bastards. Inquisitor Yuris angrily smashed a mutant's head open and kicked the corpse to the wall. Tell those space marines that we are conducting an investigation. Do not enter the large area isolated by the beacon. We don't know what it will lead to, and the energy it generates will tear apart a battle barge. The Inquisition has always had various theories about the Black Sunday. This was an action to confirm one of them, that it was a projection of a warp construct. The Inquisition used an ancient relic that, when the veil of reality was thin, could tear open a large warp rift within the Mandeville Point to peer inside. 31 Astartes warships activated their Geller fields and rapidly approached the Black Sunday. Yi Feng, all mortals evacuate observation posts. Hand everything over to the Primaris warriors. Close all external interactions. Mortals are not to look outside the warship. As they drew closer, the Geller fields began to shake. The Black Sun's fluctuations seemed to have a special effect on destroying the veil of reality. The escort gunboats quickly detached from the formation to wait outside, followed by the frigates. Yi Feng, Tech Marine, estimate the warp intensity in the Black Sun region. Can the main ship's Geller field withstand such powerful fluctuations? Based on current data, all light cruisers may be forced to withdraw from the operational sequence. Heavy cruisers should be able to withstand it, and the Ambition class should be able to, but a quick engagement is recommended, as their machine spirits are somewhat fragile. No matter, we don't have many light cruisers anyway. The Inquisition's 3 black ships detected our arrival. This time, they didn't drive us away but reluctantly asked us not to wander off or damage their equipment. Because, in terms of military strength, they were truly at a great disadvantage. The Calixis naval fleet sent a support force consisting of an Emperor-class battleship and a Tyrant-class cruiser. They waited silently between another star system and the Black Sunday. Unlike the Inquisition, the Navy generals were genuinely pleased by the arrival of the Emperor's angels. The chapters originally stationed in the Calixis sector were either locked in battle with Gene Stealer or had answered Gilliman's call to fight the Blood Legions to the death, unable to send reinforcements. They sent us a communication, but due to the severe interference from the Black Sun, the holographic projection only showed two constantly flickering black shadows. We need to move quickly. The black sun only appears for a few days. According to previous records, the average duration is only 3.4 teraday. The Inquisitor was both nervous and calm. This was their third time capturing Comus. The first time involved testing a Golden Age relic, and the second time targeted an Eldar craft world, both ending in failure. Comus did not seem to be in this world. This time, they were attempting an extremely dangerous warp exploration. The three black ships were very close to the Black Sunday. At the bow, stern, and top of the command tower, a total of 9 red lights were emitting a hazy and mesmerizing glow. It's time. Open the dimensional rift. Pop. The three black ships shook violently, all power on board diverted to the relic. The 9 lights converged into a single red beam, tearing open the warp before them. The Inquisitors and Astartes curiously peered inside. Blackness, an endless expanse of blackness, dense with black steam, black machinery, and flickering black energy. The rift opened by the Inquisition was tens of thousands of kilometers away from the true Black Sun, yet now those mysterious constructs were almost within reach. Dark Mechanicum. Fire. Fire. After a moment, the experienced Inquisitor reacted. Such a massive Dark Mechanicum forge world? Could the Black Sun merely be the core furnace of their forge world? How enormous would that be? The Sun's diameter is 109 times that of Terra, Earth. Including the shell, if observed from here, the diameter could be over 200 times, a surface area difference of over 8 million times. What an immense production capacity that would be. At this moment, Vashtor looked up at the sky and said faintly, "We have guests." Vashtor, the demigod of the warp, the deity worshipped by the Dark Mechanicum, the lord of blasphemous creations, the forger of daemon engines, the master of all soul forges. This was his palace, where countless demons came to deliver the contracted number of mortal souls to him, receiving powerful profane machinery or stuffing themselves into daemon engines to never again fear banishment. He was driving his palace, harvesting souls everywhere. The burning black sun was the wail of all suffering souls. Every time the furnace on this colossal palace was stoked, countless mortal souls were crushed, burned, and transformed into pure energy. The ultimate destination of all corrupted souls and mutants who died after being driven mad by the appearance of the black sun was this insane, profane furnace. This activity had plagued the Calixis sector for tens of millennia, until now. The Emperor's wrath was directed here. Against hostile Mechanicum, the Crimson Torrent's consistent code of conduct was, burn, kill, plunder no plunder, just kill all. Yi Feng evidently didn't know this was the palace of a demigod, otherwise he wouldn't have given such a deranged order. Attack. Destroy that Dark Mechanicum forge world. The Inquisitor was clearly very excited. Finding a Dark Mechanicum stronghold was harder than finding a Baden. This was a great achievement that would be recorded in history. Seeing the Astartes 31 warships plunge into the warp, the naval general hesitated for a moment, then immediately issued an attack order. If he could solve the terrifying Comus once and for all, he, as the highest commanding officer participating in the naval battle, would receive unparalleled honor. He would become the supreme commander of the Calixis fleet, or even a high-ranking Departmentum Unitorum official in the Segmentum Obscurus. The Emperor watches over us. Attack. After entering this warp region, the Imperium only then realized how colossal the enemy's forge world truly was. A battleship was merely a black speck before this world, its diameter of over 2 million kilometers stretched beyond sight. Upon entering, the People's Light swiftly repositioned itself, moving tens of thousands of kilometers before disguising itself as a Dark Mechanicum vessel. It suddenly revealed itself, its shipyard gates opening to unleash a multitude of Ambition-class cruisers. Over 60 Ambition-class cruisers and 31 Astartes warships constituted a truly massive fleet, more than sufficient to face any world. Except for this palace. Several of Vashtor's mechanical arms abruptly plunged into the mechanical ports of the throne he sat upon. He completely controlled the entire planet's defense system. Well then, let's play. The entire planet began to rapidly deform as if alive. In fact, this mechanical planet was indeed fully animated. In the warp, maintaining the integrity of metal forms for machinery was the difficult part. The lower levels of this palace had long since become a hellish mixture of flesh and machinery, with countless mutated servitors and daemon imps pushing levers. Pistons activated under the gushing daemon flames, and the long dormant main cannons raised their heads. It had been unknown how many years since anything had dared to challenge its majesty. Meanwhile, the People's Light resolutely launched its offensive. Its powerful fluctuations could destroy any void shield, and in the warp, this manifested as effective damage to warp facilities. The world below immediately launched a massive counterattack. Terrifying flames surged towards the fleet above. The warship's void shields were struck from multiple directions, overloading faster than anticipated. The warship's main cannon counterattack was weak and ineffective. After a brief flight through the warp, the perimeter of the palace, brimming with the divine power of Vashtor, god of mechanical creations, had become a corruption field for macro cannons and torpedoes. No weapon could effectively harm his palace unless it closed to an unacceptably close range. The People's Light bore the brunt of the attack. Its heavy shield system was far from overloading. Vashtor seemed to have discovered something interesting, extending a massive hand to try and grasp the People's Light. On the scale of Comus, it was as if the super furnace planet, a mix of flesh and machinery, suddenly extended 4 arms. The individual foundries below became the smallest modules of this mechanical planet, like building blocks, freely assembling into whatever shape Vashtor desired. The People's Light dodged with agility and speed. Comus extended more arms, and it dodged even faster. Other warships were only attacked by some secondary cannons, but, could what Vashtor considered secondary cannons be so easily dealt with? A black beam mixed with crimson flames struck the battle barge where Yifeng was located. The void shield rapidly overloaded, and the Geller field flickered several times, almost disappearing. Yifeng urgently had Anos open his mouth to swallow the battle barge he was on. Lady Yuden had forgotten to relocate. It was this powerful attack that drove 1/3 of the mortals on the entire warship insane on the spot. The cage where Lady Yuden was held could not fully absorb the incoming psychic energy, and the warp became aware of her existence. Almost simultaneously, Xianj became aware of her location. Through a small warp signal, he caused the librarian beside Guilliman to fall into a prophecy, revealing Lady Yuden's exact position to Guilliman. Furthermore, he informed Perturabo of Vashtor's attack. For a long time, Vashtor had been Perturabo's half-ally, and many of Perturabo's ideas were realized through Vashtor. Now, Xianj said that Vashtor was under attack by a large army, and that there was a stable, very large warp rift there, large enough for your army to sally forth. Don't bother attacking from the Eye of Terror anymore. Take your army to support Vashtor, and incidentally, attack the Segmentum Obscurus's deep rear from the Calixis sector. Wouldn't that be better? Chapter 254 Vashtor, Emperor, I think we need to join forces. These days, not even a battle barge is safe, truly unlucky. After the battle barge was swallowed by the People's Light, Yifeng once again took his place at the main command console of this hive city-sized warship. All units, report fire reconnaissance status. Completely ineffective. Artillery fire cannot penetrate the enemy's defenses. Phase 1 of fire reconnaissance complete. Beginning Phase 2. The bombs coated with TO neural fluid began to be deployed, and shadow drone fighters weaved through the enormous explosions of the bombs. The anti-psyker warriors on board ensured the machine spirit would not betray them, and the data collected by the auger array was almost unbelievable. Commander. The high-energy detector has maxed out. The gigantic mechanical planet below was overflowing with flesh and blood, souls roared, and the entire world was no longer spherical, but transforming into a colossal war machine. Astartes had no advantage in this situation. In a normal war, we would first deploy a reconnaissance company to a planet to gather information, but who would send warriors to scout a super titan? The enemy planet was exactly like this now, with countless gun turrets attacking the warships in the sky from all angles. Even the battle barge's most advanced void shields could not hold out for too long. And amidst the constantly shifting, twisted creations, several mysterious weapons were subtly completing their construction. All warships, execute evasive maneuvers. Those with the means, converge behind the People's Light. Reconnaissance team, have you found any breakthrough areas on the enemy? It's constantly changing. Sizzle sizzle. All kinds of machinery are moving and combining. Sizzle sizzle. It's very difficult. The communication link was unstable. Shadow drone fighters swept past the dense point defense fire. Amidst the sea of flames, countless materials vanished into thin air, souls wailed, and the soul fuel in the Black Sun's core disappeared at a terrifying rate, while the destroyed mechanical constructs writhed and reappeared. Warp creations are similar in nature to the Tyranids. Their power relies on total matter. The warp does not spontaneously generate creations, you must exchange something souls, psychic energy, or something else. By reducing the total amount of these machines, flesh, soul fuel, and so on, you can effectively reduce the opponent's strength. Yifeng never intended to seize the entire planet or blow it up completely. Taking whatever they could was the goal. What they needed to do was severely cripple this dark mechanicum world and drive it out of the corresponding warp region of the Calixis sector. Brother Yifeng, should we board? This was a perfectly normal question, the only abnormal thing was that Rogier asked it. Of course not. Do you really expect to find some energy core to detonate within a warp construct? In Yifeng's estimation, the energy core was most likely the physical manifestation of the Black Sun's projection, that absurdly large, energy-filled thing. How to deal with that thing? Throw Ina into it. Brother Yifeng, we need to make a decision quickly. We're running low on Phase 2 bombs. Tio, is it my fault? Vashtor's mechanical throne had complete control over the Tyrant Star. The entire Tyrant Star had transformed into an intricate sphere, covered in terrifyingly large and small super cavities. Through these cavities, one could directly see the internal, never-extinguishing forge fire, which was the Black Sun's true form that we see in the real world. A weird light glowed along the edges of the cavities, and the flames below were instantly channeled into them. Black soul flames erupted, forming a spiraling vortex of fire that slammed into our warships at speeds far exceeding macro cannons. The People's Light withstood the enemy's assault head-on, but the scattered warships outside were not so lucky. Merciless flames covered the Ambition-class cruiser's void shields. It roared and howled, "You foreign ants, feel the wrath of the Forge Lord." The void shields of the warships grazed by the flame attack almost completely overloaded. The Geller fields shook violently, and the warships frantically fled towards the warp rifts torn open by the Inquisition's 3 black ships. Demons continuously poured into the warships, clashing with the defending Primaris warriors. 4 warships were directly hit by the fire tornado. After losing their void shields, they were engulfed by the soul flames. The entire ship's armor turned into writhing flesh and blood, with distorted, howling faces struggling to emerge from the fleshy shell. The souls of those crew members were forever bound to the ship. Only the innermost parts maintained their mechanical structure. The Astartes stationed in critical areas not only had to face demons appearing out of thin air but also had to fend off attacks from the corrupted warships. Brother Yifeng, something's wrong. There's never been any record of such a weapon in our engagements with the Dark Mechanicum. Is this really a forge world? Get out the reality anchors and prepare for a concentrated bombardment. Reality anchors are very simple in construction, just adamantium spheres encasing neural fluid, casually scattered in places mortals don't frequent to strengthen the reality barrier. Something was wrong. Yi Feng decided to drop a gift and run. The opponent launched such a powerful counterattack on first contact, it was too strange. If the Dark Mechanicum had this capability, the Imperium would have been overrun long ago. Clang clang, Ina swung her executioner's greatsword, slamming it hard against Yi Feng's back, finally getting his attention. Don't even think about it. It's a fleet battle, you're not involved. I won't let the troops board a warp planet. Ina made a series of hand gestures, indicating she wanted to jump onto the fallen flesh warship to search for survivors. No, there's something more important you need to do. The navigators need you. Go protect those important psychers. We're retreating. Ina slammed Yi Feng again with all her might, but our Primaris master turned and left without looking back. All fleet, use all anti-psyker bombs for a cluster bombardment to cover us. 2 shadow drone fighters, each carrying 2 bombs, launched. The trailing fighter was personally piloted by Yi Feng, who burst out from the People's Light. The mechanical world below shifted endlessly, at times transforming into a warship-sized chainsword to slash at them, at times becoming a flamethrower spewing inferno, and at times turning into a force field weapon to bind their ships. The enemy seemed not to be fully defending against them, but rather showing off its power. After Yi Feng launched in the shadow drone fighter, a message was sent from the void to the People's Light. A binary code suddenly appeared on the general communication channel, which, translated according to Imperial Standard, could be interpreted as, I am very interested in this ship. I will propose a fair trade contract, and you can fill in any conditions above. Vashtor was known in the warp for his credibility and fairness. His transactions with other factions were clearly priced, with almost no precedence of broken promises. Yi Feng sped through the warp, the shadow drone fighter's fragile warp engine wailing. It was too close to Yi Feng. The black fighter and thousands of anti-psyker fluid-coated shells flew together towards the mechanical planet. Various warp counterattacks followed one after another. After the initial surprise attack, the demons and chaos warriors also reacted. These factions, who had come to trade with Vashtor, immediately understood what was happening. Most of them were eager to engage with this fleet to protect the Forge Lord's world from destruction, thus gaining Vashtor's favor for more benefits. Various flying vehicles that had not joined the grotesque flesh mechanical construct continuously took off, launching counterattacks against our fleet, and the war situation became increasingly unfavorable. The Inquisition's black ships attacked with all their might. Their firepower was more effective than ours, and their warship machine spirits were more resilient, thus receiving more concentrated fire. Moments later, one was pierced through its side by a black gear that suddenly appeared from a mysterious halo. A massive cannon barrel launched a steel shell that streaked past Yi Feng, flying towards the damaged black ship. Yi Feng seized the opportunity to dive downwards. The last round of effective artillery fire struck the planet, destroying a large amount of machinery. The firepower that could threaten the shadow drone fighter became scarce. The fighter ahead of Yi Feng dropped a terrifying bomb. Facing the most terrifying enemy, we would hold nothing back. The Angels of Dawn's newly acquired bipolar cyclone torpedoes and the last anti-psyker fluid bombs were bundled together, forming a bloated metallic mass, which was hurled downwards. The torpedo's propulsion system activated normally. Vashtor seemed surprised by the enemy's effective means of attacking the planet. He furiously churned the forge flames, rapidly scorching the damaged areas of the planet's surface. The flowing molten metal solidified almost instantly, transforming into blasphemous constructs. The bipolar torpedo exploded successfully, which was quite difficult in the warp. During its brief flight, several demons attempted to possess it but were deterred by the disgusting protective layer. The first layer, a melted torpedo, activated and plunged downwards towards the planet, but the surging psychic energy quickly drained its kinetic energy. The second layer, an ion torpedo, exploded far short of the planet's core, creating a medium-sized hole that only reached the middle layer of the planet's outer shell. There were no shockwaves or energy rings, that was the one good thing about the warp. Yi Feng, in a flash, piloted his fighter down the giant hole that had been blasted open. The shadow drone fighter was like a black beam of light, its form indiscernible. Vashtor's presence was still on the People's Light. Countless mechanical arms were still grabbing at the massive hive city-sized hull, trying to drag it into the Tyrant Star's black maw, to merge with the scorching soul flames. It doesn't matter if it can't be dragged in, I'm coming for you. Comus's acceleration towards our flagship hastened Yi Feng's entry. When this disgusting anti-psyker force entered the middle layer of the crust with lightning speed, Vashtor finally sensed that something was wrong. Flesh rapidly coalesced, and the black sun spewed a column of fire, integrating into every fiber of the mechanical planet's flesh and blood. Guns and cannon barrels grew from the shattered edges blasted open by the bipolar cyclone torpedoes, firing at Yi Feng. Gleaming blades and sharp spears suddenly thrust out from the sides, threatening Yi Feng's life. A large area below was empty. The power of souls was transforming into a colossal forge world. As previously stated, the warp demands a price. Enjoy this gift. It comes from the wrath of humanity. Yi Feng made a beautiful loop in the huge hollow world and dropped a golden gift. The packaging was exquisite, with countless tough ribbons tightly binding a large pile of reality anchor spheres together, looking like a pockmarked golf ball from a distance. The black Shadowhawk fighter then shot straight into the sky like a hawk, killing its way back to the planet's surface along the increasingly shrinking flesh and blood aisle. The rapid shrinking of the flesh and blood aisle put Yi Feng in a dangerous situation, and the shadow drone fighter showed more and more signs of damage. Metal pierced through the black cockpit, only to be broken by powerful anti-psyker forces, turning into powdery metal particles. The invisible hand of the warp was wantonly kneading countless substances and souls, molding them into ugly war machines. Daemon engines roared, while anti-psyker bombs sank into the enemy's crust. Yi Feng heard no sound. He pushed the fighter's control stick to its deepest point, facing a constantly shrinking exit and a crushing wave of weapons. But from an external observation, this large area of the colossal crust was collapsing. The power of nothingness had eroded this world. Vashtor instantly gained a large amount of pure metal, as the flesh and blood parts had disappeared from his domain. He was instantly enraged. The biofusion annihilation bomb itself was not terrifying, but the adamantium-made anti-psyker sphere opened the psyker shackles for its annihilation power. Following the flight path of thousands of small spheres, the annihilation power spread to a tenth of this crustal region. Yi Feng floored the throttle and burst out of the aisle. Behind him, the blasphemous land, which was about to heal, seemed to hit a pause button, with only metal remaining. Countless Daemon engines meticulously crafted by Vashtor were annihilated in this attack. The weapon used by the Imperium to annihilate a Tyranid/Tyranid core hive fleet, combined with the planet-destroying bipolar cyclone torpedoes, finally inflicted sufficient losses on Vashtor. He furiously manipulated a large amount of metal. In that area devoid of flesh and blood, all the metal condensed into a pair of colossal metal claws. The planet's core was exposed, dark and chaotic, countless souls were decomposed, and their power was extracted and injected into these mechanical claws. It swung at the Shadowhawk fighter with speed and ferocity. Yi Feng barely slipped between its two claws, but he forgot that the warp does not obey the laws of physics. The colossal mechanical claw smashed at him with an anti-structural force. A wing was torn off, a large gash was cut in the cabin, and the interior was exposed to the warp. The entire fighter spun and tumbled, moving erratically. Demons clung to the rift, peeking inside with both eagerness and apprehension. At this critical juncture, a heavy black shadow enveloped Yi Feng. Anos's savage collision directly broke the colossal mechanical claw. He swallowed Yi Feng whole, then suddenly warped, rushing towards the opening torn by the 3 Inquisition black ships. One black ship was already scrapped, drifting in the warp. The warp rift had become extremely unstable, and the other 2 were severely damaged, preparing to close the rift after the Navy's Emperor-class battleship had withdrawn. The Inquisitor at the observation window cried out in pain, his head exploding. The auger array spun wildly. The internal controllers didn't know what had happened. The Grand Inquisitor made an immediate decision and pulled the closing button. Anos swallowed as many allied ships as possible, one gulp at a time. Only 16 vessels evacuated through the Inquisition's opening. 10 were completely damaged and personally destroyed by our bombs, ensuring no supplies were left for the enemy. Even after the People's Light was full, 5 warships remained outside. Boom! The massive hull shook violently. Vashtor's mechanical whip struck our flagship heavily, leaving a hideous wound. Yi Feng. It's time to leave, go. Those 5 warships, can we ram them out? Use the hull to push them into the warp rift. Perhaps, we will sustain 7.3% hull damage. What are they doing? Damn the Inquisition, why did they close the aisle? In the eyes of the Inquisition, the People's Light was also part of the colossal mechanical planet. For some unknown reason, when they arrived, a large group of Ambition-class cruisers were engaged in battle with this black chaos world, and then that terrifying colossal construct began to devour the Astartes warships piece by piece. The ancient relic sustaining the rift lost power, and the rift was slowly dissipating. The Inquisition breathed a sigh of relief and tried to figure out what had happened amidst the chaotic situation. But they rejoiced too soon. The flames of souls blasted open this rift. A large gap inevitably appeared in the Black Sunday. In the corresponding area of the warp, the soul power from this gap was pouring into the rift to stabilize this aisle. Our 5 warships, seeing the gradually blurring rift, had already despaired and were preparing for an emergency warp jump with unpredictable dangers. Then they saw the rift open again, joyfully pushed their engine power to an overloaded frenzy, and rushed back to the real world. Vashtor was frantically dealing with his world. The territory of a half-daemon god was being attracted by the battle rift between the warp and the real world, inevitably losing soul power. This rift had undergone a qualitative change. Unlike ordinary rift, its size exceeded the threshold. It became like the Eye of Terror. As long as it lost its containment, it would expand endlessly, devouring the entire real world. Unlike the Eye of Terror, where the other 4 gods were all promoting the Eye of Terror's consumption of the world, Vashtor refused, because that would consume his own precious soul fuel, and he would die. The entire Tyrant Star crouched over this rift. The half of the world facing away from the rift was fully armed, with gun turrets appearing furiously one after another, preparing for a fierce battle with the numerous daemon forces in the warp dedicated to fanning the flames. The front side was fully retracting soul power, allowing the reality barrier to resuppress the rift. The Emperor's psyker power briefly entangled the other 4 gods. It was merely a delay. The Emperor and Vashtor temporarily became allies. If nothing unexpected happened, this unformed rift would be suppressed, just as when the Emperor sat on the golden throne suppressing the gap in the webway. With no demons attacking and surrounded by custodes, he could calmly spend some time mending the gap. On the scale of the warp, this situation had occurred countless times, and Chaos Gods/the 4 gods had also fought each other countless times. Vashtor's territory had always been relatively far from Chaos Gods/the 4 gods. He would be able to repair this gap before the main forces of Chaos Gods/the 4 gods arrived, unless they set off early. A force had arrived. Perturabo had summoned his sons, or rather, a call to war. Hundreds of Iron Warriors forces and their auxiliary troops, Dark Mechanicum forces, Renegade Astra Militarum and Planetary Defense forces, etc., basically everyone except demons, converged on the Iron Blood Gloriana-class battleship. 4th Legion, assemble. He and Vashtor had a good relationship. It was just a shortcut. My old friend wouldn't refuse, would he? Revealing over 2,000 warships and massive siege equipment. On the other side, the surviving human remnants gathered together. The main force of the Astartes was intact. Of course, the Inquisition believed they had suffered heavy losses. Only 21 out of 31 warships returned. The 10th chapter was estimated to have lost 1,000 men. Kicking them when they're down, not listening to our advice, forcibly intervening in this incident. Just wait until I report you, I'll make sure a few of your chapters are disbanded. Reobserving, the Black Sun no longer emitted psychic fluctuations, and the strength of the distant reality barrier had completely returned to normal. What was abnormal was that the projection of the Black Sun still hung in the sky, but with a piece missing. The warp rift that had been torn open by itself still existed, but the internal observation team could only see an endless blackness. The People's Light exited the warp in another star system, and a very fierce battle erupted within it. The damaged warships swallowed by Annos did not merely have simple armor cracks. In the areas scorched by soul flames, the warship metal had become flesh and blood, and the warp's corrosion was extremely powerful, becoming a nightmare for mortals. Anti-psyker warriors, armed with flamethrowers, incinerated all corrupted areas. The soul whales endured during this process caused dozens of warriors to completely faint. Yi Feng was dragged out of the Shadowhawk fighter. No one knew what kind of soul shock one would encounter entering the center of such a terrifying planet. The commander slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Vashtor. Yi Feng twitched, suddenly shouting this name, then abruptly sat up from the sickbed. Situate reached for a sedative with one hand and a scalpel with the other, watching Yi Feng warily. What is our chapter's battle cry? United as one, liberate the entire galaxy, live up to the Emperor's sacred grace. All right. How do you feel? What did you just shout? Nothing. What's the situation now? Are we out of danger? More or less. The People's Light will need repairs for some days, and many warships are also severely damaged. We lost 10 vessels, and 100 brothers are gone without a trace. Brother Yi Feng, was it really worth it? What about Comus? What's the situation now? The psyker radiation towards us has disappeared, but something more serious has happened. It seems to have formed a stable war pile. Fortunately, the other side seems to be. Situate paused, the core of that black flame planet we encountered. Nothing has come out yet. We don't know what the impact will be. That's it. And the Black Sun has a big gash. This incident is known in chapter history as Yi Feng Devours the Sunday. Chapter 255, The End of Hunka. After this dreamlike yet chaotic battle, the Inquisition was completely bewildered. They meticulously observed the Tyrant Star, which had a large chunk missing, and the warp rift. Even though each observation drove the observer to madness, they continuously filled it with a large number of loyal psychers. Good news, on the holographic screen, the figures of various powerful Inquisitors flickered in and out of view, the rift is shrinking, the Black Sun is fading, and the psychic intensity it emits is decreasing at a rate of 1 level every 3.15 Terran hours. It can be confirmed that it is the projection of the massive construct encountered in the warp, and it is weakening as the warp rift shrinks. We should press the attack, an Inquisitor said. He was the most fanatical and obsessed, always feeling that he bore the burden of humanity's future and had to risk his life to secure the safety of all mankind. That's too aggressive. Not a single probe we've sent in has returned so far. Of course not. As you know, the other side of the rift is the terrifying planet we previously fought. Even our black ships struggle to survive. What use do you expect those probes to be? Enough, the Grand Master slammed the table, but it was useless. The Inquisitors of the Calixis sector were characterized by their refusal to submit to anyone, each holding their own beliefs. Let's put this matter aside for now and await further developments. Regarding the various constructs that appeared in this battle, do any of you have any theories? The Inquisition's unanimous opinion was, that Hive City-sized super warship must be an enemy from the warp. They were divided into 2 factions. One believed that the opponent was a gigantic raider created by the Dark Mechanicum Forge World William after plundering vast amounts of resources. Look, it specifically targeted heavily damaged warships, whether Astartes warships or others, and swallowed them whole while they were still injured. The other faction believed that enemies from other forces in the warp were attacking the Tyrant Star, and it was highly probable that the Tyrant Star mutated due to the attack, leading to the invasion of the real world. In any case, they were very certain that the People's Light was not a trick of theirs, and they were equally in a heated debate about the sudden appearance of a large number of Ambition-class cruisers. Regarding our 10th chapter, the attitude was more ambiguous. To be honest, our forced intervention in this battle played a significant role, but for those in their line of work, their conscience had long been locked away. The Inquisition served as an important witness for our loss of 10 warships, with an estimated loss of 1,000 Emperor's Angels, making a crucial contribution to our obtaining imperial welfare. However, that was for later. Our army was retreating to the chapter homeworld, leaving 3 of the 20-odd warships behind to perform reconnaissance and detection work at the warp rift's mouth, under the pretext of I must wait for my brothers to emerge from the warp, I believe in them. The People's Light was also heading towards the fortress we built. After Yi Feng awoke, he was heartbroken. This campaign suffered heavy losses and gained nothing, making it a negative example of warfare for the chapter. If not for the weakening influence of the Black Sun, Yi Feng truly wouldn't know how to console himself. The World Eaters began a forced boarding of the Makraj's honor. They were under the command of the Greater Daemon of Kernhunka, following this powerful daemon to kill their old rivals the Ultramarines. Unfortunately, they encountered a maddened Guilliman. Upon learning of Lady Yuden's disappearance, Guilliman, wielding the Emperor's sword, immediately fell into a mix of unease, anger, and anxiety. Under the suppression of absolute rational thought, these emotions all transformed into Guilliman's source of power. There were not many bolter rounds left in his hand of dominion, but Guilliman did not stop for a complex reload. Instead, he charged at the Kerndaemon with all his might. Titus had just pulled his chainsword from the body of the last enemy, the warm corpse still exuding a crimson aura. He flicked his chainsword, shaking off the foul enemy blood from the holy combat blade, and turned to see Guilliman leave like the wind. The Victrix guard simply couldn't follow closely. No Primaris warrior could keep up with a Primarch running at full speed. Even though Titus performed perfectly, within a few seconds, he could only act according to the instructions transmitted from the Makraj's honor via the communication channel. Guilliman ran all the way to the main valve, a massive pipe junction with a 30-meter high vaulted ceiling and pipes of various colors. The moment the Greater Daemon of Kernhunka arrived, the third-floor wall was shattered by Guilliman's left fist. He leaped from the third floor, and the sacred flames of the Emperor's sword suddenly surged dozens of meters, the blade becoming incredibly wide, as he struck the Greater Daemon of Kernhunka's Hellblade. Both the Greater Daemon of Kernhunka and Guilliman were surprised by the sudden change in the Emperor's sword. The sacred combat blade seemed to be urging Guilliman to banish these damned demons as quickly as possible. On the Hellblade, the dense crimson aura had not dimmed, and the wailing of souls within it suddenly magnified thousands of times. The shockwaves from this single attack between their blades instantly killed all the mortals in the vicinity. The Kerndaemon countered with a punch to Guilliman's chest. Its fist was wrapped in black chains inscribed with countless runes, layer upon layer, forming its fist into a chained iron ball. The armor of Fate's internal cushioning greatly reduced the impact Guilliman suffered, but a faint cracking sound still emanated from the hard front plate. For the Emperor. Guilliman's eyes gleamed with a burning intensity, and the anger emanating from them exhilarated the Greater Daemon of Kern. Again and again, their combat blades clashed. Crimson skin was torn to shreds, and the magnificent and powerful armor of Fate was covered in fine cracks. Through the smallest of these fissures, the Greater Daemon could see the powerful energy flowing through the servo cables within the Primarch's armor. A rare Terminators among the World Eaters charged at Guilliman, ambushing his thigh from the side. The Primarch instantly bisected the enemy at the forefront, but Hunka seized the opportunity to strike Guilliman's waist. The Primarch was knocked back several paces, crashing through a pipe, and black gas surged out, engulfing the Primarch. One-on-one? No, Primarches are always an exception. Just then, a Hellbrute roared and charged into the battlefield, its indiscriminately lethal weapons attacking all nearby creatures, friend or foe. A World Eater's Terminators attempting to finish off Guilliman was savagely blasted away by a cannon shell. The World Eaters charged forward, swinging its power claw, intending to cleave the Primarch's head open. Guilliman scrambled to his feet, only to see a massive construct growing larger in his vision. The surrounding black gas blurred his sight, making him mistake it for Hunka's massive fist. He kicked the Hellbrute's sarcophagus, sending it flying, shattering the sarcophagus and breaking the metal, revealing a blasphemous ball of flesh inside. It didn't matter, the Hellbrute was already a completely mad beast, but Guilliman's kick exposed a huge weakness. The Kerndaemon Hunka's blade fell directly, and Guilliman could only block it by holding the Emperor's sword in a reverse grip with one hand, which put him at a disadvantage in terms of strength. The Kerndaemon Hunka pressed its entire body down, burying Guilliman deeper into the pipe wreckage. Its gaping maw, filled with fangs, lunged towards Guilliman's head at an unobservable speed. At this critical moment, two twin-linked Hellstorm cannon heavy bolter rounds blasted the Kerndaemon Hunka, making it unsteady. Brilliant flowers of flame erupted across its crimson skin, as sacred bolter rounds, blessed 13 times, rained down upon its body. Guilliman roared, and the flames of the Emperor's sword flared in response. Guilliman pushed away the unsteady Hunka, then unleashed a three-hit combo, evening the odds once more. The World Eater's squad charging at Guilliman also came under heavy suppressive fire. They turned to look, and a sacred dreadnought was furiously unleashing ammunition upon them. Cato Sicarius. His massive dreadnought body was adorned with his numerous honors, gleaming golden aquila wings and the heads of several powerful enemies displayed in sequence. According to the Tech Marine, this helped him maintain sanity and prevent him from attacking his own side. He proudly recited his identity, each honor representing countless bloody victories. With each honor he spoke, large numbers of World Eaters fell. This dreadnought was as mighty as a lion looking down on the world, tearing these red hyenas to shreds. The Emperor's holy light subtly enveloped the bolter rounds he fired, and Kern's blessings upon the World Eaters seemed to be suppressed. Seizing this opportunity, Guilliman launched a continuous barrage of attacks, each strike followed by several prepared variations, as the Primarch firmly controlled the battlefield. Metal walls were torn apart like tofu, but the Primarch and the Greater Daemon fought faster than the flying metal shards. Their rapid movements and fierce attacks in the valve chamber destroyed everything in the main control area. The black Hellblade sliced off ornate decorations, and the Daemon's massive claw stomped on fallen sacred ornaments, crushing them. Guilliman responded to the enemy's provocations with a step-by-step assault, seizing an opportunity to sever two of its claws. The Primarch's heavy body was as agile as a wisp of smoke, with only the growing craters on the ground protesting this idea from onlookers. A Sisters of Silence appeared on the battlefield, wielding an executioner greatsword. She wanted to help the Primarch, but a World Eater's swing nearly killed her on the spot. Cato Sicarius covered her, at the cost of a World Eater's Terminators approaching the sacred Dreadnought's right arm. Blood for the Blood God, skulls for the Skull Throne. The chain axe heavily struck Sicarius's right arm gun barrel. The Dreadnought skillfully rammed the enemy away, then the belated Titus appeared from the end of the corridor, firing several bolter rounds at the Terminator's head. A Xeno's skull hanging from the long, sharp black spikes on the World Eater's back blocked a bolter round, saving him from a headshot, but the Lord of Death favored him. Titus plunged his blades into the World Eater's chest, the monomolecular chainsword piercing his chest through gaps in the adamantium skeleton. Titus's exquisite combat skills and precise understanding of various armor weaknesses gave him a decisive advantage at the start of the battle. Hordes of bloodletters also appeared on the battlefield, clashing with the arriving ultramarines, blood splattering every inch of the deck. You are nothing but mad slaves, your souls are already corrupt. Death is your ultimate destination. Titus cleanly dispatched the World Eater before him and roared at the group of fallen millennia-old veterans. But a fierce gust of wind swept through, and just as Titus raised his chainsword, he was sent flying. This was merely the aftershock of the battle. Hunka's rapidly moving wings knocked everything around him away, while the Primarch's step-by-step approach was suppressing it. The worry of his mother's disappearance lingered in Guilliman's mind. He repeatedly told himself it was just a clone, but the memories of his time with the clone over the years surfaced, constantly stinging his soul. She is her, and she deserves to be saved, Guilliman thought. His rationality told him that the enemy's plot had already begun, and he had to deal with the enemy before him as quickly as possible. With another full-force strike, Guilliman's power showed no sign of weakening, his momentum grew with each blow. Wielding the sword of the Emperor, he could suppress this greater daemon. In the sustained battle, each time the holy flames wounded its body, the daemon's power diminished significantly. Guilliman scanned the entire battlefield. The strategic combat had reached its final stages. He landed a powerful punch on the daemon's jaw, interrupting Hunka's roar midway. Its rage became almost corporeal, power emerging from the void. It flapped its wings with all its might, its two-footed demonic claws tearing at the deck, while Guilliman suddenly dipped his shoulder, slamming his pauldrons into its abdomen. Hunka was knocked flying, a sensation of powerlessness washing over it. It was sent towards the Sisters of Silence's position, where an executioner greatsword grazed its wing, getting stuck in a hard bone spike. The greater daemon Hunka angrily spun around, intending to first tear apart this clueless sister. Black talons pierced her lower abdomen, blood gushing out, and tearing organs brought indescribable pain. The sister was on the verge of fainting, but her hands still clutched the executioner greatsword tightly. The sword of the Emperor descended at this moment. Due to the sister, the flames above had almost receded, but the Primarch's cleave was still immensely powerful. It flung the sister away with a shake, but it was too late, the sword tip pierced its head. The Sisters of Silence arced through the air in a crimson trajectory, landing heavily on the ground far away, leaving a trail of blood drops. Her departure heralded the return of the Emperor's power, flames erupted from the greater daemon Hunka's head, and the Emperor's divine power illuminated this chamber. The greater daemon's eyes, mouth, and ears all erupted with the Emperor's holy flames. Its body completely shattered, incinerated, and eternal death descended upon the warp creature. The bloodletters felt a fear emanating from the very essence of the warp, a state where they dared not resist in the face of a natural predator. They shrieked, while Guilliman, breathless, took a few deep gasps and began his pursuit of the enemy. Cato Sicarius advanced, his honor medals and metallic decorations clinking. After his right arm was damaged, he used the broken barrel of his gun as a club. A single sweep could accurately smash an unwary daemon under the muzzle of his left arm. Glory accompanies me. For the Emperor, fire. Waves of bloodletters came one after another, but after the eighth wave, the almost entirely deployed demons had no chance to retreat to their warship, for they discovered that at the connection point between the two warships, stood a Grey Knight's Grand Master. Demons wailed as they were casually cut down by Guilliman, who was rampaging across the ship. Their proud battle formations were easily broken by the Primarch's swift speed and brutal strength. The Ultramarines following Guilliman had a burning fire within their hearts, making it difficult for demons to strike even at their soul projections in the warp. Corruption spread on the Macrach's honor, then completely dissipated with the arrival of the Sword of the Emperor. Finally, the greater daemon Hunka's flagship, in its agony, attempted to self-destruct. The daemon engine, at the moment the eighth attack failed, instantly absorbed all remaining souls on the warship. It chewed on the fragments of souls, and the entire daemon engine grew hotter and hotter. The daemon possessing it feared what Guilliman held, but the daemon engine's restraints prevented it from freely escaping back to the warp. It self-destructed. The entire vessel transformed into a mass of warp debris, with countless fissures of varying lengths and sizes 1 inch, 1 foot, 1 kilometer densely distributed throughout the area. The Inquisition's black ship then fired a bomb, supported by the ashes of Sisters of Silences, towards this location, stabilizing the reality barrier here. As expected, the other 6 warships carrying greater demons did not appear. The librarians of other chapters, in coordination with the Grey Knights, even forcibly boarded the Blood Legion's warships, proactively going to banish the demons. The Macrach's honor was a new faith for humanity. Many Astartes saw it as the hope for the Imperium of man's return to glory. They protected the regent as they would the Emperor himself. Their morale was high, and their battle cries shook the heavens and earth. The Macrach's honor no longer retreated, and the Imperial Navy ceased its moving covering fire. The battlefield had been stretched far enough. Those Blood Legion's ships that had left the warp-affected areas connected by the iron chain suffered devastating blows, and the Star Forts only lost 2. The counterattack began. A strike fleet, centered around the Nemesis chapter's Gloriana-class battleship, burst forth from the warp. With absolute force, they annihilated a warp node behind the Blood Legions, turning the Chaos world the enemy had just captured into ruins. They appeared from behind the enemy, striking directly at the super transport ship converted from a space hulk. The Primaris warriors holding out in the star forts were greatly invigorated. The Remels-class star fort, supported by Cyprus Mundi, was tottering under the Blood Legion's siege but remained unyielding. Each time it was on the verge of being breached, other fleeing warships would rendezvous at its side. Even the 2 destroyed star forts were lost entirely due to suicidal ramming by several warships. The Qing daemon-controlled warships did not care about ship casualties, they were demons, and their goal was to break into the star forts and feast. Countless planetary defense forces, Astra Militarum, and naval anti-boarding units roared. The areas held by the stormtroopers would never be abandoned, even under enemy warship bombardment. Many mortals had already been corrupted by the dense warp pollution within the iron-chained ships, but they directed their insane bloodlust and limitless courage at the attacking chaos cultists. Even corrupted, they faithfully held their fortresses. The Primaris warriors of the star forts had retreated to their final line of defense, making the Blood Legions even more frenzied. The heads of the most steadfast defenders within were particularly favored at the brass throne. Attack with full force, end the battle as quickly as possible. Guilliman's command echoed through the communication channels. But as time passed, Guilliman realized he was wrong. The Blood Legions were indeed advancing slowly. The star forts had previously fought the enemy's vanguard and main forces, and now it was the rear guard. But the enemy showed no sign of stopping. Regardless of whether the star forts were destroyed, they emerged from the dense warp energy. Their goal did not seem to be a full-scale confrontation with the Imperium. Guilliman had indeed aroused the fervor of the 8 greater demons, but more Blood Legions suppressed their impulses, continuing to move slowly and unstoppably towards the other side of the star system. Am I in the way? A bizarre thought arose in Guilliman's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. What strategic objective could the Blood Legions have? It was just war, to cut down the most valuable skulls. Who could have a more valuable skull than his? And this direction wasn't Terra. The total number of the 2 Imperial Navy fleets still did not exceed that of the Blood Legions, if the strange flying constructs within their fleet were also counted as warships. The pincer attack by the 2 fleets caused heavy casualties to the Blood Legions and also caused many Imperial Navy ships to mutiny and join the enemy's ranks on the spot. Guilliman's inner frustration at being unable to quickly resolve the enemy before him grew more and more intense. Although extreme rationality kept his commands orderly, clear, and effective, his speaking speed and actions became increasingly rapid. The command recorders had to rely on Primaris warriors to relay his orders. At this moment, the Primaris librarians fell into a coma. This was a message from Tsianch. The riddle teller tried as much as possible to make the matter vague yet point to a single target. A red river spanned the sky, a black sun hung high above the stars, a shining star. Lady Yuden's beautiful face flashed in a meteor shower, then fell into the long river, creating a splash. She floated in the river, which carried her to a yellowish-brown planet, full of vitality. An iron fortress, a perfect bagua formation, was being built. A giant black metal claw reached for her, and the red river churned up towering waves, attempting to block the giant claw. At this point, the prophecy ended. The Primaris librarian's eyes were bloodshot, and he coughed up a large amount of blood. But to quickly record the prophecy's content, he dipped a fragment he picked up into the coughed blood and rapidly wrote on the metal wall, finally collapsing into a coma. A combat servitor nearby recorded this valuable information and delivered it into Robert Guilliman's hands. The Emperor protects, the Primarch said only this before turning back to the battle. Chapter 256 The Iron Army attacks. The Blood Angels' army was advancing little by little, unstoppably. The Imperium's 2 great armies attacking them from front and back, and the tactic of a central breakthrough at the Star Fort, had completely failed. The Blood Angels abandoned the idea of defeating all Star Forts before leaving, which did not align with their usual style, but it happened anyway. The battle turned into 2 separate localized battlefields with warships exchanging fire. In this state, void shields did not offer a significant advantage over warp energy field defenses. After the initial Great Daemon pursued Guilliman and separated from the main fleet, no other warships left the chained ship area. That place became as unfathomable as the Eye of Terror, and Imperial ships dared not easily penetrate it. Below the Macrach's honor, the Adeptus Mechanicus and Tech Marines were urgently repairing the deck. Guilliman returned to his command position, now calm, and ordered the 2 armies to merge. A pincer attack from front and back was useless now, it would only leave the Imperial fleet at a disadvantage with insufficient firepower on every battlefield. Where are they going? The Blood Angels' movements were erratic. If you told Guilliman that what he saw was a plague army, he would not doubt it. Within the massive warship, converted from a space hulk, countless chaos relics guarded a gigantic brass throne. Innumerable skulls and flames encircled it, and below were thousands of arenas and dueling cages. The veil of reality here was so thin that a daemon could tear open a warp rift with a mere gesture. Angren did not appear, he was being confined by Kern. Not allowing him to fight was probably his most severe punishment. Kern was perhaps the chaos god with the least desire to acquire Guilliman, because this cowardly Primarch, with his extensive plotting and combat power that was on the lower end for a Primarch, was very unbrass thrown. The entire army's speed was not fast, because the movement speed of this large warship was simply that. It faced not only the obstruction of the Imperial Navy but also the barrier of the Veil of Reality. If the Veil of Reality was the ice layer of the Arctic Ocean, then the warp was the sea beneath the barrier. It was an icebreaker, pushing through countless ice surfaces. We can't stop them, a librarian warned Guilliman. All the shells we've fired have become part of them, their power is growing. We need to send an elite squad to infiltrate that massive ship and destroy their core. This was an Astartes' usual strategy. The librarian pondered repeatedly but could not think of a better solution. Guilliman, clear the field, evacuate. The worlds behind us must begin evacuation. We need more time to gather more warships. Librarian, never mind, I need the help of the custodes. Guilliman was thinking about what kind of bomb could handle the current situation. The Inquisition's secret vaults probably didn't have it, he would have to ask the custodes. Guilliman left a fleet to try various ways to hinder their advance, while he himself went ahead to the worlds behind this main warplane to evacuate the people and organize an even larger fleet. This time, the conscription wording was very severe, making more chapters unwilling to respond to the call realize the gravity of the situation. This order even crossed the star system, causing some chapters from the Taiping Star region and Ultima Segmentum to begin rushing to this battlefield. At the same time, Yifeng was also carrying out evacuation and troop assembly operations. The Red Tide's fortress construction was progressing quickly, and the people on our planet had also begun orderly evacuation. In battle, the Blood Angels' army would not care about casually beheading an entire world, this would be a bloody war. Yifeng was determined to turn this world into a meat grinder, a millstone, with the sole purpose of killing more world eaters. Only soldiers remained here, their families had already been taken aboard ships. Humanity must not become an aid to the enemy due to Qing's corruption. Yifeng stated that when he provoked them, he only thought about fighting into the warp in the future, dragging the battlefield from our homeland into the enemy's territory, defending against the enemy outside the national gate. He didn't expect the brass throne to have such a temper, bringing a large army along. Then let them come. With my 7,000 anti-psyker big mechs, if fewer than 30,000 come, it won't be enough for us to kill. At this time, a Qing army was rushing at maximum speed through the warp towards Vashtor's palace, encountering other Chaos God's forces along the way, and even starting to fight as they marched. Everyone knew that this rift could not become permanent, Vashtor would eventually close it. But the price to pay, the attacks from these forces were to make Vashtor concede more benefits, war machines, free daemon engine modifications, warships, anything. Either these powers would be handed over to Chaos Gods / the Four Gods, or Vashtor would have to spend more power to fill the rift. Perturabo's army arrived at Vashtor's palace a step ahead. He laughed heartily, walking towards the Dark Mechanicum's god. He was happy to see another Mechanicus player suffer, he was the greatest mechanical genius. Why didn't the Forge World's fire shine on you this time? Perturabo's words carried a hint of schadenfreude. You want to know? Then what price are you willing to pay? For Vashtor, information was also a resource, exchange required a price. He urgently needed to replenish souls, this warp rift was still consuming more of his power. I will give it to you. After I conquer the Segmentum Obscurus, the shattered star systems will inevitably embrace a great deal of death, ha ha ha. Perturabo was too confident, he prided himself on understanding the decaying, bloated, filthy Imperium, but he still had to guard against invasions from other factions. Your current state, it can't be the work of those servants of the false emperor, can it? Probably, not sure. Although the Imperium of Man had indeed fielded many troops, the People's Light was a creation of the Inner Circle's Xenos alliance. The attacking Yifeng also wore anti-psyker adamantium armor. He had not seen the pilot and could not confirm if these troops were human. Machine gods are always meticulous. But Perturabo misunderstood his meaning. This Primarch believed that another race, an unknown race, had intervened in this war. And why not? Did the Imperium of Man have the ability to attack a demigod's home? If Vashtor was unsure, it meant the opponent was not a psyker race, probably Necrons. Conflicts between Chaos Warbands and Necrons were not uncommon, and Perturabo knew how troublesome they were, or rather, envied them. That kind of powerful, slightly self-aware mechanical creation was the strongest legion he most desired to obtain. Perturabo treated the Iron Warriors poorly, considering them weak and not good soldiers. But the Iron Warriors loved their Primarch very much, they even developed a tradition of killing the weak for this reason. My target isn't them. If they block my way, I don't mind helping you get revenge along the way. That's not important, my old customer. I think we can make a deal. Vashtor's mechanical arm offered a contract. He would provide 10,000 specialized bolter-type weapons, whose power was somewhat less, but the souls of those killed by them would be absorbed. Just bring half back, my friend. This contract is very worthwhile. 10,000 weapons could not all return, bringing back 5,000 would be good. Haha, you underestimate us too much. Do you know how many troops I have? The Primarch's direct forces from back then had scattered. The weak had pledged allegiance to the warp, but the steadfast refused to accept the warp's corruption. They cut off their corrupted bodies, always maintaining their Astartes state. Now, those direct forces had all returned. Over 2,000 warships gathered at Vashtor's palace, the number of traitor Astartes gathered here probably reached 100,000. More fleets were continuously arriving in the warp. It seems you are determined, my old customer. Then I will make it a bigger deal. The furnaces around Vashtor emitted the sound of turbulent gas, freely transforming between liquid, gas, and solid states. How about I give you 30,000? Then what about the toll? Perturabo was too familiar with this demigod, his deals were absolutely fair but would not miss any opportunity to charge. Protect that rift in the real world until I repair that area. Then I'd best depart now. Perturabo used several powerful guns mounted on his body to blast through the black wall in front of him. The explosive cannon fire tore open a gate directly to his iron blood. Thousands of warships roared as they plunged into the real world. The 2 patrolling Inquisition black ships at the entrance were instantly destroyed. Our 3 strike cruisers, relying on their tougher defenses, withstood the first assault from the opponent's 10 vanguard ships. The Red Tide warriors angrily called their main fleet and fled without looking back. Subsequent reconnaissance ship records observed an endless stream of massive warships emerging from the rift, then moving beyond the signal range of our strike cruisers. Quick, stop calling. No, have the main fleet bring all forces here. Behind them, 36 strike cruisers and 31 cruisers. Chasing them seemed to be a secondary matter, the real objective should be to attack their escape base. They did not believe that the enemy, under such a surprise attack, could instantly gather the power to annihilate them. This was over 3,000 Astartes. Yi Feng received this news while setting traps in the fortress below. What? How many ships burst out of the warp rift? From video observations, there are 132. It seems they aren't even the vanguard, it's probably a fleet of expeditionary scale. Expedition it was, but he hadn't expected it to be the size of a main fleet from the Indomitus Crusade. How about we estimate the number of ships at 800? No matter how many, it's not something we can handle. How are those 3 warships doing? They're calling for support, saying about 70 enemy ships are chasing them and they need our emergency rescue. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng fell into deep thought. Think, Yi Feng, think fast. What are my advantages? The People's Light, besides attacking, could do everything else: detection, defense, stealth, escape. A decisive battle was out of the question. How could they delay the enemy's advance? The enemy would certainly not gather all their warships in one star system. The Calixis sector had no strong defensive zones worth them concentrating so much power to deal with. They weren't coming for this sector, they were coming to swallow the entire segmentum obscurus. All officers and soldiers, board the ship immediately. Holographic map. Yi Feng glanced at the map and quickly identified a star system. Tell the escape fleet to head towards Hikaris 14 star system, we'll wait for them there, Yi Feng shouted into the communicator as he ran. How is the personnel evacuation? Anos, release those immobile warships. In the last battle, 20 warships inside Anos's belly were so badly damaged they couldn't move, they were just flying coffins. Now, their airtight seals and life support systems were barely patched up. 23 warships had severely damaged weapon arrays, essentially operating in transport mode, with only about 20 capable of fighting. Release those flying coffins, let the people evacuate onto them. Don't worry about whether they can move or not, act immediately. When I return, I want to see 43 fully manned warships. Inside the People's Light, there were currently 7 billion people. They still thought they had relocated to a world's hive city. Don't worry about the remaining 3 billion. Arm them all. It's either fight or die. The chapter homeworld was at a critical juncture of life and death. At this point, there were no innocents, only soldiers. Are you ready? Set sail. Depart. The envoy departs immediately to call for support. Anything will do. Get Guillemon here quickly. What were their advantages? 7,000 anti-psyker Primaris warriors and the People's Light's powerful breach and escape capabilities. In small-scale warfare, they were invincible. Such a massive enemy fleet would inevitably scatter at the beginning, dividing into hundreds of units to attack numerous star systems simultaneously, occupying thousands of worlds within the first year of the war. By the time the Imperium reacted, the enemy would have already occupied vast territories, possessing a continuous supply of logistics, and would begin a war of attrition with the Imperium. What they needed to do was shatter them in every small battlefield, making them realize that they had to consolidate their forces. If the enemy's warships all gathered together, attacking only one star system at a time, their advance speed would be greatly delayed. Speed. Everyone prepare for battle. Astartes, enter the boarding pods, prepare for boarding. 2 strike cruisers fell. They successfully held out until reaching the star system, but couldn't withstand the subsequent powerful firepower. The Iron Warriors were renowned for their powerful war machines. Enemy at 021-421-782, requesting support. Enemy turn. 21 ships out of target sight. They can't escape. The People's Light tore open its optical screen, revealing its hideous scars. A wound from a mechanical giant claw had not yet healed. Before the enemy could understand what was happening, a warp fluctuation was generated. The People's Light disabled the enemy's void shield, then advanced at an extremely fast speed. As it moved, powerful Astartes warships surged out from its shipyards. The enemy's barely activated gunfire only rippled across the incoming massive hull before dissipating into nothingness. Amidst their horror, the Iron Warriors were subjected to a full boarding assault. Over 70 warships, each boarded by 100 anti-psyker warriors. In this war, the Iron Warriors were probably the enemy they least wanted to encounter. They were almost untouched by warp corruption, so anti-psyker power had little effect, but the power of adamantium armor was still not to be underestimated. The People's Light chased the fleeing enemies across the battlefield. The 20-odd warships behind were dealing with the wreckage of their own warships, but were quickly targeted. They fled in 20 different directions but were still caught by their flagship and the released strike cruisers. Yi Feng personally led the charge, boarding a rare battle barge. The mortal boarding troops then surged into the enemy ship. The warship, having lost its void shield, lost most of its close-in defense guns in the first volley. Their meltagun pods boarded very smoothly. Yi Feng emerged from the boarding pod. Above, droplets of liquid metal were falling, and in the distance, there was a dense sound of footsteps. The massive adamantium body stretched its limbs. This time, Yi Feng carried a golden power sword. His other weapon was more unique, the cross-shaped longsword of the Necrons. It was the one that had cut off Yi Feng's arm. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Feng wanted to test whether this sword could truly be used by him. The enemy advanced steadily, stopping before the previous compartment. High-powered weapons began to be set up, and mortals carrying many munitions followed the traitors. Before they were ready, Yi Feng kicked open the door. Fire! Fire! Ion guns, aim! Over 100 bolter rounds and 6 ion beams struck Yi Feng's body, but this Red Custodian merely used his arm to briefly shield his head before continuing his charge. The Iron Warriors were stunned. The bolters they held were given by Vashtor. Could they be fakes? Before he could voice this question, Yi Feng was already almost in his face. His teammate on the left shouted, "Melt-a-gun!" and activated his melt-a-gun. But the melt-a-gun, spewing terrifying particle streams, did not destroy the enemy as usual. After a flash of intense heat, the golden power sword pierced his skull. All those in front were ordinary Astartes traitors. Even with Yi Feng wearing anti-psyker armor, he could make the same moves as them, but that Necron's sword was unexpectedly powerful. The anti-psyker power did not affect its performance at all. The gem in the center of the cross always emitted faint energy, strengthening the entire longsword at the atomic level. Light and fast. This was Yi Feng's assessment of it. The longsword cut into the shoulder plate, slicing down like cutting tofu, splitting the enemy in half. This scene completely shattered the morale of all the Iron Warriors. At first, they didn't think about the weapon's power, but rather assumed Yi Feng's strength was enough to cleave them, wearing Mark IV armor, in half. Retreat. Where are the cannons? The leader of this small enemy squad did not finish his command before being subjected to terrifying artillery bombardment. Although the warriors following Yi Feng were not fast, they were loaded with terrifying weapons, showering the enemy with ion storms and continuous ion rounds as if they were free. Advance. Take them out. A 9-kilometer-long cruiser sounds long, but at Astartes' speed, 100 warriors could traverse the entire warship in a few tenths of minutes. Yi Feng fought his way through 6 compartments, and a rumbling sound came from ahead. A shell blasted open the compartment, and the shockwave pushed Yi Feng back several steps. A corrupted lemon rust tank, its main gun now a siege breaker turret specially made by the Iron Warriors. The huge shell was thicker than Yi Feng's waist. One shot missed. The Iron Warriors were reloading quickly. This rough work wasn't even left to mortals. You will die. Die in despair, die helplessly, die now. Yi Feng's roar was wild and violent, completely unlike a loyal Astartes. 3 Iron Warriors rushed out of cover, buying time for their comrades to reload. They attacked Yi Feng with all their might, but the adamantium power sword bounced off their armor, leaving a small scratch. Yi Feng knocked all 3 of them aside. The enemy directly in front fell to the ground and was then stomped on the head by Yi Feng, his entire tactical helmet flattened into an iron disc. The mortal in the cockpit of the siege breaker artillery tank floored the accelerator, intending to use this massive war machine to ram the terrifying red-armored warrior in front of him. The division commander leapt, height was a concern, onto the enemy tank's front deck. The sound of metal deforming came. Yi Feng stomped heavily, flattening an area, fusing the mortal beneath his foot with his own driving position. The Necron's cross longsword lightly cut across the turret. The Iron Warrior, about to finish reloading, and the turret slid slowly off to the side together. Blood gushed out, splattering all over Yi Feng. Red armor, indeed, armor stained red with blood. For the Emperor. The roar echoed throughout the entire battle barge. Another enemy battle barge was attacked by a Terminator's squad led by Kazanov. Their pressure was significantly greater than that of the anti-psyker armored troops, but Kazanov still led the charge, smashing through the Iron Warriors' defenses. Because this time, it wasn't 100 warriors boarding, but Yi Feng's entire company of over 300 Terminators, all of them boarding. The 10th chapter's long-standing dealings with Yi Feng assembled this terrifying force, giving the enemy no time to react before they were crushed by a larger army of Terminators. The People's Light swallowed the enemy ships one by one, and after all its cargo holds were full, it allowed the fleet to circle around it and slowly departed. It was not so benevolent in the shipyard. There were a large number of space mantas here, which began to bite the enemy's warships without question. If they didn't eat adamantium keels, their biting speed was very fast. The battle between the renegade Astra Militarum inside and the People's Navy that rushed in quickly turned into the enemy wailing and rushing out of a hatch, with the space mantas ion streams and constantly diminishing floor behind them. Their mortals guarded the entrance, hiding behind cover and shooting at the meritorious enemies who rushed out. In battles of equal measure, their advantage was unparalleled. Chapter 257 The Army Approaches. The intense battle was resolved within 10 teradae, but a few of the enemy's massive numbers of small frigates and gunboats ultimately escaped. Dense artillery fire couldn't stop all enemies intent on fleeing, even though the People's Light's shockwave could temporarily paralyze machine spirits. However, after the Iron Warrior's mysterious mechanical talent and the Dark Mechanicum's blasphemous consecration, they regained their damned mobility. Their numbers were too great, we didn't have enough warships. All right, retreat. Everyone, clean up the battlefield thoroughly. Even if a distress signal was received, it would take at least 3 teradae for the Iron Warrior's support fleet to arrive from the main planet of the previous warp lane, and the Iron Warriors among the enemy ships wouldn't last that long. The Iron Warriors were too adept at breaching enemy defenses. To them, adamantium-armored super soldiers were no different from land raiders with reinforced adamantium armor plating. They didn't initially realize that what they faced were not the enemy's ace units, but common Astartes warriors. They were well trained, pushing forward artillery and tanks prepared for later siege warfare, setting up ambushes in wide areas, and burying bombs in macro-cannon zones to detonate them. They used every means possible until golden giants fell one by one, and then more anti-psyker warriors emerged from all directions. There were surrenders, although the Primarchus summons greatly boosted their morale. After one silver-green power armor after another fell, the remaining few iron warriors were on the verge of collapse. Within Yifeng's boarding battle barge was the warsmith commanding this battle. The warsmith was a master of all aspects of war, including tactics, strategy, logistics, and engineering. The commander of this unit resolutely led his warband's personal guard to resist our attack. The enemy occupied a very special position, a warehouse for spare point defense cannons, which contained spare point defense cannons capable of shattering boarding pods, now used as fixed turrets. Its terrifying continuous bombardment had already killed 2 of our battle brothers. Inside their adamantium armor was a homogeneous pulp of flesh and blood, mixed with leaked cerebrospinal fluid and internal armor fragments, lying at the entrance. Yifeng's arrival boosted the morale of the attacking force, but there was still no good method of attack. Grand Master, we need a device with a force field generator, otherwise we won't withstand the first wave of shell bombardment. Have you located the enemy gun emplacements? Confirmed. There are 3 in total. 3 approximate enemy positions appeared in Yifeng's tactical optics. Brother, we are inside the People's Light warship, you can be more open with your tactical thinking. The Space Manta directly entered the battle barge where fighting was still ongoing, its massive form beginning to patrol beneath this deck. Find the location, and start eating. The enemy laid down their point defense turrets flat? I'll eat their floor, let's see what they can do. The warsmith heard the strange noise from below and felt a surge of dread. The remaining dozen or so iron warriors, armed with storm shields and bolters, quickly moved to the wall, forming a shield wall. This was useless, the warsmith knew very well internally, his subordinates had run out of melta bombs. They had only one way to win, to ambush the enemy's tactical optics when the enemy attacked, and pierce the enemy's brain with armor-piercing rounds before their adamantium eyelids closed. A flashbang smoke grenade bounced 6 times down the corridor, then leaped into the warehouse, and amidst the dazzling light and subsequent burst of multicolored smoke, the floor below suddenly collapsed, sinking into the world below along with a pile of debris and cover. The very center of the warehouse became a black hole. 2 iron warriors resolutely jumped down, and after one breath, their screams echoed through the comms channel. The expected frontal assault did not occur, a large number of grenades were thrown up from the void below. Dull explosions rang out against the storm shields, numbing the iron warriors' arms. Inside their power armor, their shield-holding hands were already bloody. The shockwave of the explosion dispersed the smoke, and another flashbang smoke grenade struck. The warsmith hammered the smoke grenade back into the central hole. Heavy footsteps sounded, filling the warsmith with despair. At least 4 enemies, without the warship's point defense cannons, victory was almost impossible. Enemy approaching, prepare. All iron warriors turned their shields towards the original entrance, gripping their bolters tensely. The sound grew closer, a golden arm appeared. Fire, fire. A warrior, covering his eyes with his arm, walked into the battlefield, calmly receiving a volley of bolter fire. As he drew the iron warrior's attention, a red custodian suddenly flew out from the central void. The earlier smoke grenade created plumes of smoke from below. The space manta flicked its tail, tossing Yifeng up from below. The great sword flashed in the air, disappearing into the muzzle flashes of the bolters and the multicolored smoke, instantly piercing an enemy's head. Yifeng flipped his body in the air, performing an elegant aerial pirouette, then crashed heavily into the enemy's formation. The enemy's hands were already cracked and bleeding, making it even harder to hold their shields, and their formation was instantly shattered by Yifeng's impact. His twin swords flew, the golden power sword deeply embedding an enemy into the wall behind, while the great sword completely split open the Mark IV power armor. The traitor's blood dripped onto exposed wires, and flickering electricity burned the crimson blood into wisps of black smoke. The warsmith swung his power maul, charging towards Yifeng. He was filled with despair, his mind full of strategies turned into a joke by the enemy's dimension-reducing strike. Having fought in the warp for so long and seen countless demonic monsters, he now spoke his last words in this life to the red-armored giant before him. Space fiend. Ha, a bit familiar. Then I'll grant you the same treatment as it. Yifeng sliced off the warsmith's head, intending to throw it into the ashes, but after a moment's hesitation, he placed it beside the corpse. Keep it. Perhaps it can serve to enrage the enemy later. The battle inside the warship finally ended, with the Astartes' speed allowing them to kill back and forth several times within the battle barge, finally clearing out the enemy. Yifeng walked out of the warship. Above his head was not the dark starry sky, but the bright lights and silver ceiling of the People's Light. All units, report casualties. The casualties in this battle were very heavy, with 239 warriors killed on enemy warships. Boarding actions always have unexpected events, accidental explosions of macro-cannon shells, enemy siege tanks firing inside the warship, continuous high-yield suicide attacks. The number of enemies annihilated was also very large, reaching 3,144 iron warriors. This unit might have been the main force responsible for one direction of advance. This number of Astartes in the Imperium could launch several small expeditions, but within the 4th Legion, it would be at most one expeditionary force. They were still employing ancient tactics from the Great Crusade era, and Perturabo continued to madly treat his Astartes as high-grade cannon fodder, executing the most difficult siege battles. Send out all functional ambition-class cruisers as scout ships, and use them as bait when necessary to lure the enemy. Quickly contact the surrounding Imperial Navy, share information, we need more enemy movements. And the Inquisition, can they still be contacted? The People's Light quickly jumped out of the warp, returning to its home world, where another 100 million people floated in space coffins. They were consumed by the People's Light, and a large number of adamantium keels had already appeared in the shipyards. People orderly disembarked from the warship, having floated in space for several days, thinking they had reached a nearby world. But upon disembarking, they felt something was wrong. How did the space dock lead directly to the Hive City? Did they not even need to take a space elevator? Their confusion didn't last long, they were soon put into new factories. The large quantity of basic products spewed out by the space manta needed to be manually processed into weapons of war, because our only space manta was busy consuming the next warship and repairing a huge gap on the flagship's exterior. Yi Feng was contemplating whether to abandon the entire chapter homeworld and fully convert to a space guerrilla warfare model, but after listening to the will of the people, Yi Feng dismissed this idea. The entire chapter homeworld began drilling downwards into the deepest strata, aiming to build a large number of underground bunkers capable of withstanding early warship bombardment and viral bombs that would completely destroy the planet's surface ecology. The network below was extensive, ready for a tunnel war with the Iron Warriors. The newly established fortress was already showing signs of being abandoned. The only thing that could be called its core was a single planetary-grade void shield. It was no problem to fight the Blood Angels, but it was insignificant in the face of countless Iron Warriors. At this moment, Perturabo was advancing triumphantly towards Cintera, the capital of the Calixis sector. Say that again. Fleet 3082-0001 disappeared in the warp. According to reports from evacuating gunboats, they encountered a supermassive warship. The moment they made contact, their void shields and machine spirits were severely damaged, then the enemy warship opened several huge gates, from which more than 20 enemy ships flew out and swallowed all of our warships. Bang! A bloody shadow flew out of the hatch. The Iron Warrior's physique simply couldn't withstand the Primarch's furious punch, it was already torn to pieces after being struck. The warriors standing around stubbornly avoided looking at the dead messenger. Is this your first battle? Useless, a bunch of useless cowards. Investigate immediately, are there no records of any impact? No, it is said that all machine spirits were paralyzed at the time. This is memory imagery obtained from Sol interrogating the crew. Before the speaker finished, a barrage of laser cannon fire blasted him away again. This time the Primarch didn't use his fist, this Iron Warrior survived. The warp will deceive you. Don't trust psychic memory retrieval, release the footage. Flashes of light screens flickered in the holographic projection, and Perturabo felt as if he was watching a madman's dream. This information is useless. Send out reconnaissance teams. We don't need ambiguous information. The main fleet's course remains unchanged. The spearhead of the 4th Legion advanced in a trident formation. The main fleet led by Perturabo attacked the Cintera world, while a mixed fleet, predominantly Dark Mechanicum, attacked the subsector of Thurvles, a notorious mining world with hellish mining conditions and a vital source of minerals for the entire sector. The 3rd Fleet pushed towards the adjacent sector, the Exanid sector, as a vanguard. The border between these two sectors is also home to 3 chapter homeworlds of the 10th chapter, including our chapter homeworld. The Scaris sector holds several of our other chapter homeworlds and is temporarily out of significant danger due to its remoteness. The location of the Red Tide chapter homeworld is crucial, it can be said to be an unavoidable route for the enemy to attack the Segmentum Obscurus. Currently, this army has gathered approximately 500 warship, as this is only the enemy's vanguard. These ships, led by 16 warsmiths, spread out in all directions, rapidly conquering over a dozen worlds along the main warp lanes. After 9 Terra Day, the enemy vanguard, having conquered several planets along the way, encountered the Calixis sector fleet. This was a powerful fleet, having assembled on short notice, they routed 16 enemy ships entrenched on a loyalist world. The commander of this Imperial Navy had extensive experience fighting heretics. His confidence was boosted, and he was still unaware of the enemy's true numbers. 3 warsmiths gathered together and ambushed the Calixis fleet. The Imperial commander's lack of experience in large-scale naval combat led to a misjudgment, and over 20 Imperial capital ships made emergency warp jumps in short order. Our Ambition-class cruiser army appeared at this time, brazenly scouting the forces orbiting the local world. These enemies were enjoying the fruits of victory after defeating the Imperial Navy, waiting to receive sufficient supplies from this agricultural world. The entire world was plundered. This small agricultural world was not deemed important by the Iron Warriors, becoming one of countless unfortunate worlds. Upon discovering our small fleet, which posed a threat to their safety, 3 warsmiths swiftly led their warship from 3 directions to encircle us. Our warship, after a brief engagement, maintained a disciplined formation and withdrew into the warp. 2 warsmiths pursued our fleet head-on, while the 3rd accelerated through the turbulent currents of the warp, attempting to get ahead of us. What was ahead? Yes, that's right, our People's Light. Yi Feng was preparing to coordinate an ambush with the decoy fleet. The People's Light, with its optical screen activated, drifted in the void of space. A flash of light emanated from the nearby Mandeville Point, and a small fleet emerged. As soon as this fleet entered the star system, it immediately headed towards the outermost ring of interstellar dust. This star system had no human colonies, it was an entirely undeveloped, barren world. They swiftly moved to one of the most suitable ambush locations in this star system next to the People's Light. Well, stop talking, let's get to it. The optical shroud suddenly tore open, and the magnificent octagonal behemoth abruptly appeared behind the enemy. Majestic turrets unleashed shells, and the myriad space manta clinging to a massive scar now flew out, surging towards the enemy's small ships after the ripples of the shattered void shield spread. Yi Feng ordered, recently, small gunboats always escape our ambushes. The manta will devour them. A force led by a warsmith was boarded by 16 ships of our 10th chapter, which had just completed emergency repairs. This was followed by a counterattack against the other 2 fleets in cooperation with the decoy force. In this beautiful, boring, and methodical ambush, the Red Tide chapter, utilizing its knowledge of the local sector, eliminated approximately 100 enemy ships. This greatly alerted the enemy vanguard, who swiftly recalled all their ships and deployed a large number of reconnaissance craft. This reconnaissance measure, originally rejected for the sake of rapid assault, was now implemented because these small ships travel much slower in the warp than their larger warship. If large ships enter a world, release small ships to scout the next world, and the large ships easily take the current world and move to the next while the small ships haven't even arrived, isn't that a waste of time? But now the situation had changed. The disappearance of over 90 warship and 3 warsmiths made them hesitant to send out single capital ships. The returning gunboats reiterated the same message: the enemy is huge, and it consumes ships. The advance of the Iron Warriors slowed. Guilliman, in the deep rear of the Segmentum Obscurus, had just assembled a force of over 1,000 warship, preparing for another decisive battle with the Blood Angels. At this moment, he received 2 messages. The Tyrant think tank, an urgent plea for help from the Calixus Inquisition, a massive chaos fleet of over 1,000 warship was heading towards Cintera, and the Iron Warriors Legion flagship, Iron Blood, had been sighted. An urgent plea for help from the Red Tide, approximately 800 Iron Warriors were observed emerging from a warp rift torn open by the Tyrant Star. The remnants of the 10th chapter were doing their utmost to block them and requested support. Appendix, that lady is with us, hurry up. The first message clearly told Guilliman that his brother had appeared. Perturabo, the big brother of the 4th Legion, had begun his plan to break the Imperial defenses, striking from behind him. The second message clarified the direction of Guilliman's support force: the army must swiftly advance towards the Red River Warbands chapter homeworld. This time, Guilliman didn't even go to the stern to question the 20 heads, the consciousness of the degraded call. The regent entrusted the task of delaying the Blood Angels to Chapter Master Hawkdill of the Nemesis chapter, with orders to slow the enemy's advance as much as possible until he dealt with his brother and returned to reinforce. Over 1,000 Imperial warship, at Guilliman's command, made a forced march towards the Red River Warbands chapter homeworld. Reinforcements from the Taiping Star region also hastened their journey. The current Grand Master of the Grey Knights refused to accompany Guilliman. He led the Grey Knights back to the battlefield where they had clashed with the Blood Angels, accompanied by several Sisters of Silences. The ecclesiarchy fervently surrounded Guilliman, with battle sisters ready to bravely sacrifice themselves for the Emperor at any moment. Everything was within the plan of the Changer of Ways. Except, among the 1,000 hastily assembled warship, many were emergency recruits. The quality of the crew was uneven, and some mutants and individuals corrupted by Gene Stealer were also recruited. Although mutants were considered non-human by the Imperium, their status was that of slaves, not those destined for death. As long as you were willing to work your entire life, your safety was guaranteed for life. The Imperium did this, outwardly with a facade of grandeur, but it was merely testing your loyalty, just for a rather long time. After a host of messy financial and power unsex transactions, these mutant slaves, mixed with pure strain Gene Stealer hybrids, entered the lower decks of the warship. They performed very well, working diligently and efficiently, except for the distorted Emperor's statue and a burgeoning cult. The noble missionaries of the ecclesiarchy would never venture into the filthy lower decks. They only served high-ranking Imperial Navy officers and the second-generation scions from various sectors who were there to gain experience. Political commissars also rarely went below deck, but they wasted a lot of time in numerous meaningless Imperial Navy meetings and social banquets. The number of troops gathered this time was extraordinary, presenting a good opportunity for various naval factions to forge connections. Nothing was better than meeting on the battlefield. When a drunken political commissar savagely pressed the wrong button on the transport elevator and descended to the lowest deck, what he saw upon exiting was a large number of mutant slaves. It was clean and tidy here. The stench of excrement and sweat had long been cleared away by the Gene Stealer. Here, there was only the smell of coolant and the holy oil used on war weapons. This made the drunken, stumbling political commissar believe he had returned to his beloved war chamber. He hugged a broom, mistaking it for his cherished bolter, caressing it for a long time, then tilted his head and fell asleep on the lower deck. The second batch of pure strain Gene Stealers had just been born. It was the offspring of a 4th-generation Gene Stealer and a mutant. Its birth cry woke the political commissar, and the mutants were forced to kill him. The disappearance of a political commissar went unnoticed for several teradae. His soldiers, looking at the table piled with banquet invitations, shook their heads helplessly, assuming he had passed out on someone's fair thighs. When the soldiers finally realized their political commissar was missing, the Gene Stealer cult had already taken over the entire lower deck and had begun to spread throughout the fleet. When the ships docked in a star system for food resupply and the commanders held an in-person meeting, they used transport ships to reach more warship. The war began, a battle within the fleet. Xeno's inquisitors departed from black ships, boarding one ship after another, laser pistols sweeping over everyone's heads. Several high-ranking individuals requested Guilliman to stop the fleet, complete the internal purge, and then proceed, but Guilliman firmly rejected all proposals. The entire army will maintain maximum cruising speed, Guilliman said sternly. You should resolve these issues yourselves. If you have not dealt with these problems before arriving at the Oslo the 24th world, then you shall atone. His tone brooked no argument.